As the only SSS tier healing talent awakened in the world, I found myself in an absurd situation. When the school beauty accused me of violating her in her dreams, she audaciously took me to court and her admirer Zhao Kuan beat me up for it. Little did anyone know Zhao Kuan would be mysteriously dead the next day, making me the prime suspect with the most motive for his murder. In my previous life I was subjected to harsh interrogation by Meng Haiyun, the fastest case-solving female detective in Long Country, and was wrongfully imprisoned. Even after discovering my healing talent, she controlled me for decades. Unbeknownst to her, while I endured multiple times the pain when healing others, I also gained the martial skills potential and talents of those I healed. The more people I treated, the stronger I became. Relying on this extraordinary ability, I rose to become the most powerful martial artist, eventually breaking free from her control and avenging the great wrongs done to me. However, by that time Earth, or Blue Star as it was known, was nearly destroyed, having been overrun by fierce beasts. Determined to rewrite history, I used all my power to reverse time and return to my 17-year-old self. Now reborn, I headed straight for the Ling family's villa. My background was not ordinary. My grandfather was among the first batch of strong warriors during the era of national martial artists. He had reached the realm of a martial arts grandmaster and awakened an S-tier talent, the 9th level Heavenly Fire, but was severely injured in a battle with fierce beasts, causing his cultivation to stagnate and even regress. In my previous life, my grandfather had died from a recurrence of his old injuries on this very day. Now, with my supreme healing abilities, I was determined not to let that tragedy happen again. By healing my grandfather, I could gain his S-tier martial arts talent, the 9th level Heavenly Fire. At tomorrow's citywide martial potential test at Mingyu High, I was sure to soar with my dual system talents and become a key high school student, ensuring that even the law enforcement bureau couldn't detain me without evidence. Stop! Just as I was about to enter the Ling family's gate, a commanding shout echoed. Turning, I saw a young man with a parted hairstyle, dressed in overalls, looking arrogantly at me. Before my dad and Uncle Ling left, they specifically instructed that a murderer like you doesn't deserve to be part of the Ling family. Grandfather is critically ill. Letting him know about your deeds would only upset him. Get lost or I'll break your legs if you dare come in. With a cold laugh, I retorted, move aside. I need to see grandfather. You can't afford the consequences of delaying me. Ling Kuan was taken aback. Have you forgotten? I am a nearly accomplished martial artist with 30 meridians opened. How dare you speak to me like this? Get lost. However, before Ling Kuan could finish his sentence, I roared and backhanded him. The sound of the palm wind breaking through the air was immediate. Enraged, Ling Kuan raised his hand to block and roared back, but before he could finish, the sound of his arm bones shattering echoed. His face filled with shock. Wasn't he only known to have opened 25 meridians? How does he possess such terrifying strength? Unable to bear the pain, Ling Kuan screamed. But my slap did not cease. With a heavy and forceful hit, I struck Ling Kuan's face, causing it to cave in instantly. His features twisted as he was sent flying several meters and crashed heavily to the ground. Before Ling Kuan could recover, I grabbed his hair, lifting him like trash. What's happening? The commotion quickly alerted the Ling family. Emerging was a coldly beautiful woman in tight jeans, my cousin Ling Xue, accompanied by 4 of the family's bodyguards. At this moment, Ling Xue was utterly shocked. Wasn't it said that Ling Tian had no talent for martial arts, that he was always at the bottom of the rankings in Yun City's top martial arts school? But now, how did he manage to defeat Ling Kuan, who had opened 30 meridians? I grabbed Ling Kuan and started heading home. Ling Xue shouted angrily, Ling Tian, stop right there. Before Uncle and my dad left, they warned me not to let you step half a foot into the Ling family home. Hearing Ling Xue's words, I did not pause for a second. As I continued walking, Ling Xue, along with 4 bodyguards from the family, blocked my path. These 4 bodyguards were all martial artists of the yellow level. Currently, I was no match for the 4 of them, but I didn't care. Instead, I looked at Ling Xue and said, move aside, I am here to treat grandfather. Everyone in the yard was stunned. Treat grandfather? Are you out of your mind, Ling Tian? Both your father and my father were helpless against grandfather's injuries. What makes you think you can cure him? I didn't bother with explanations, it was unnecessary. Instead, I lifted Ling Kuan high up and threatened. Move or I'll let him die. Ling Kuan, held in my grasp, couldn't help but laugh. I'm so scared. Ling Tian, don't I know who you are? You don't even dare to kill a chicken, yet you threaten to kill me. Come on, if you have the guts, just try. Ling Xue was also full of disbelief. Ling Tian, you dare to threaten me? Have you seen the 4 bodyguards beside me? They are all yellow-level martial artists. If my brother suffers even the slightest injury today, I will let them. Before Ling Xue could finish her sentence, I pulled out a dagger and slashed Ling Kuan's throat. The cut was clear and blood gushed forth. The disdainful smile on Ling Kuan's face vanished, replaced by endless shock and pain as he clutched his neck, blood continuously spilling out. Soon after, I threw him on the ground like trash, his life slowly fading away. Suddenly the whole scene fell silent. Ling Xue was completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that I would really dare to kill someone. However, before anyone could react, I charged forward with a burst of speed. Not good, the 4 bodyguards hadn't reacted yet when I reached Ling Xue and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her up. Ling Xue and I locked eyes, the cold murderous intent in my eyes overwhelming her like a millennia-old icy stream, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. It was clear to Ling Xue now that I truly dared to kill her. Ling Tian, Ling Kuan is your cousin who grew up with you, how could you kill him? Are you even human? Shut up. However, my roar exploded next to Ling Xue's ear, causing her to tremble and fall silent. Holding Ling Xue, I approached Ling Kuan, then a green light emerged in my hand. I activated my innate healing ability, a miraculous power flowed into Ling Kuan's body. At that moment, the unstoppable bleeding in Ling Kuan quickly ceased, the wound visibly healed at a rapid pace, and in just a few breaths, Ling Kuan, who was on the brink of death, was restored to normal. A talent? How is that possible? Young Master Ling Tian has actually awakened a talent. Upon seeing this, the martial artist bodyguards roared in astonishment. Ling Xue and Ling Kuan were thoroughly astounded. It was known that the Ling family had trained many martial artists, but not a single one had awakened a talent, not even the Xian-level martial artists above the yellow level. Ling Tian, a high school student who wasn't even considered a martial artist, had actually awakened a powerful talent. A person whose throat had been cut and was on the verge of death was miraculously saved in a moment. I was not so kind-hearted for nothing. While healing Ling Kuan, I absorbed most of his potential. That power entered my body and quickly opened up my meridians. Eventually, it opened up 45 meridians directly. As for Ling Kuan, he was ruined. Without that potential, becoming a martial artist would be extremely difficult for him in the future. I said to Ling Xue, if anyone tries to stop me again, I will kill you. I won't be merciful next time. My icy and domineering words echoed clearly in everyone's ears. And no one dared to obstruct me further. I took Ling Xue and entered the Ling household directly, making our way to the second floor where grandfather's bedroom was located. On the bed in the bedroom lay an old man with white hair, extremely frail and pale as if he were a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. He was my grandfather Ling Genoa. Seeing this, I tossed Ling Xue aside and went straight to grandfather's side to activate my healing ability. Power surged into Ling Genoa's body and his injuries began to heal rapidly. In less than a second, I felt an immense pain engulfing me. My internal organs felt as if they were being crushed and my body seemed to be torn apart. The agonizing pain was almost unbearable. And I couldn't help but let out a moan. If it were my past life now, I would have fainted in a second and failed the healing. However, having endured endless pain in my past life and having healed countless strong individuals, my will had become incredibly resilient and I could bear this pain. Gradually, color returned to Ling Genoa's face, and within less than half a minute his expression of pain had turned into one of profound tranquility. While healing him, Ling Genoa's S-grade talent was also copied into my body. I felt a miraculous, intensely hot energy merge with my blood. Not only that, the martial arts insights and techniques of a martial arts grandmaster, which belonged to Ling Genoa, crazily surged into my body. Images of executing martial arts techniques flashed through my mind thousands of times, as if I had mastered these martial arts myself. As for the essence of Ling Genoa's martial potential, I did not absorb it. At that moment, Ling Genoa slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing me, he was momentarily startled. What's happening to me? Sweat beads the size of beans covered my forehead and I felt as though I was about to collapse, unable to even speak. Yet inside I was ecstatic. Not only had I healed my grandfather, but I had also acquired an S-grade martial talent, level 9 Celestial Fire, and an S-grade martial technique, level 9 Fiery Slash. If it weren't for the fact that this was grandfather's bedroom, I'd probably want to test the power of level 9 Celestial Fire and level 9 Fiery Slash right now. Now with dual S-grade talents and 45 meridians opened, achieving a good result in the martial potential test at school tomorrow and becoming a top-tier high school student prioritized for cultivation in Yun City was almost guaranteed. Seeing Ling Tian weak and silent, one of the Ling family's bodyguards quickly said, "Old Master Ling, young Master Ling Tian has healed you. He has awakened a healing talent." What? In an instant, Ling Genoa was shocked. Ling Genoa looked around at the people gathered. "You all leave first. I have some words I want to share alone with Ling Tian." Although Ling Xue and Ling Kuan were displeased, they had no choice but to obey. Ling Genoa was, after all, the most authoritative figure in the family. As everyone left, Ling Genoa gazed at Ling Tian, his eyes softening with affection. Xiao Tian, how long have I been unconscious? Ling Tian paused to think before answering. Almost over a month now, Ling Genoa gently patted Ling Tian's head. In the old man's eyes, Ling Tian would always be a child. These years have been hard on you. Ling Genoa's face was filled with remorse. He had been troubled by severe injuries over the years. In a month, he would barely have 3 or 4 days of clarity. He was somewhat aware of the struggles Ling Tian faced at home but felt powerless to help. Grandfather, it's all right, it's all in the past now. Ling Genoa managed a weak smile, then his expression turned fierce. You're right, now that my injuries have healed and you have awakened your talents, the past is behind us. From now on, no one can bully Ling Genoa's grandson. The grandfather and grandson then began to converse more openly. Ling Tian shared his recent hardships with the old man. Ling Genoa became furious. Rubbish, that vile person, she sued you just because of a dream? And those enforcers, is that how they bully thou? Citizens? Suddenly a terrifying aura burst forth from Ling Genoa, filling the room as if it were instantly submerged by an invisible torrent. The force made it difficult for Ling Tian to breathe. However, Ling Tian remained unusually calm, looking at Ling Genoa. Grandfather, I have found the culprit behind this, but to apprehend them I need your help. Ling Tian had been wrongfully imprisoned for 7 years in his previous life, and even though the real culprit was caught, he still couldn't escape the clutches of the relentless detective. Oh, Ling Genoa's eyes flickered with intrigue. Tell me. Ling Tian then laid out his plan. Ling Genoa nodded. Tomorrow I shall set out to help you catch the criminal. Right now, there's only one thing you need to focus on to prepare for your college entrance exam. Also, I have something here that I no longer use. Since your exams are coming up soon, you might as well have it. Saying this, Ling Genoa stood up. Ling Tian quickly supported him and they walked to the safe in the bedroom. Ling Genoa opened the safe and took out a bottle containing a yellow potion that seemed to emit a faint glow. Even with the stopper in, Ling Tian could smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Ling Tian, with your exams coming up, take this bottle of grade B marrow cleansing elixir. Ling Tian's heart leaped with joy as he took the elixir. The marrow cleansing elixir was a precious potion used by martial artists for cultivation. Not only does it significantly enhance the speed of cultivation, but it also greatly increases strength in a short period of time. Most importantly, it helps martial artists swiftly clear the meridians within their bodies. Typically, quasi-martial artists use the D-grade marrow cleansing liquid. A bottle of this D-grade liquid is worth 300,000. Previously, Ling Tian was marginalized by the entire Ling family. Ling Kun, for example, had used countless bottles of the D-grade liquid, while Ling Tian never even had the chance to smell it. Otherwise, with Ling Tian's talents, how could he have only managed to clear 25 meridians? The C-grade marrow cleansing liquid is even pricier, costing 3 million per bottle, whereas the B-grade liquid in front of him is valued at no less than 30 million and is practically priceless. It's estimated that not even 3 bottles could be found in the whole city of Yun. If not for Ling Genoa being among the first generation of powerful warriors during the martial era of Longhua and a martial arts grandmaster, obtaining a bottle of B-grade liquid would have been incredibly difficult. Thank you, grandfather. Ling Genoa gave a slight smile. Keep it safe, make good use of it. Then Ling Genoa took out a token and handed it to Ling Tian. Ling Tian trembled upon seeing the token. It was carved with a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon crafted from rare purple gold. Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. He knew his grandfather was one of Longhua's first martial arts grandmasters with a profound background, but he had never imagined something so formidable. Ling Genoa looked at him seriously. You should know the value of this token far surpasses that of the B-grade marrow cleansing liquid. Do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Ling Tian nodded in understanding. The grandfather and grandson talked for 2 hours before parting ways. By then, before his father and uncle returned to the Ling family, Ling Tian was already untouchable. He hurried back to his room, eagerly opened the bottle of B-grade marrow cleansing liquid and drank it all in one gulp. The liquid was incredibly sweet, and as soon as it was consumed, Ling Tian felt a robust and exceedingly gentle force surge into his body, flowing through his organs and meridians. Ling Tian's S-grade talent, the 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, started to operate on its own, aiding in the rapid absorption of the B-grade liquid's effects. Ling Tian felt joy in his heart. Indeed, with the S-grade 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire talent, the speed at which he absorbed power and increased his strength surged by more than tenfold. Ling Tian clearly felt his meridians being swiftly cleared with the help of the marrow cleansing liquid. 46, 47, 48, in a short While 60 meridians were cleared, yet the process did not stop there. His meridians continued to clear 70, 71, 72 until finally 75 meridians were cleared, impurities were expelled from his body and a layer of grime coated Ling Tian's skin. After taking a shower he felt refreshed and the blood surged within him, evolving from a small stream into a roaring river. Boom! With a powerful punch, the sound of air splitting echoed as a gust of fist wind surged forward several meters. The curtains inside the room trembled violently from the impact. Ling Tian's face lit up with joy. Now, with just his physical strength alone he could defeat 15 normal men, and this was without even using his innate abilities. He raised his palm and his talent burst forth. In an instant a massive crimson fireball over 2 meters in diameter appeared above his hand. Heat waves rolled through the room, rapidly raising the temperature. In a moment Ling Tian's room transformed into a massive furnace. This was the S-Class Talent Ability 9 Extremes. Heavenly Fire. Ling Tian had inherited more than just the 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire from his grandfather. He also possessed an S-Class martial skill, the 9 Extremes Fiery Slash. The 9 Extremes Fiery Slash consisted of 6 forms. He only needed to execute the first form. Combined with the 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, it was enough to increase Ling Tian's combat power tenfold. Engulfed in this power, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, transforming him into a fiery war god. The massive flame in his hand instantly turned into a flaming blade. Ling Tian took a stance, stretched his arm and swung the flaming blade. His entire being resembled a drawn bow as he moved his arm. The first form of the 9 Extremes Fiery Slash to the heavens. In an instant the flaming blade cut through the air, forming a 5-meter-long crescent of flames. With a thunderous boom, the walls of Ling Tian's room instantly collapsed. The flaming blade shot out dozens of meters, slicing a large tree in the courtyard and setting it ablaze with fierce flames. Such ferocity left Ling Tian astounded. He realized that even though he was not yet a martial artist, his strike possessed incredible power, far surpassing the capabilities of a typical yellow-level martial artist. Martial artists were divided into 4 foundational realms: Yellow, Mystic, Earth and Heaven, each with 9 sublevels. The highest Heaven level was also known as postnatal, and reaching it meant one could be called a martial arts master. Beyond the postnatal masters were the prenatal realm's grandmasters. Ling Tian's grandfather was a grandmaster of this realm, but due to a severe injury his strength had regressed, barely reaching the postnatal realm. Ling Tian estimated that his recent move could likely overpower a martial artist of the 3rd rank of the yellow level. After all, just with his S-Class talent, the 9 Extremes Heavenly Fire, he could achieve the 2nd rank of the yellow level without using any martial techniques. Satisfied, Ling Tian nodded to himself. His healing and recovery talents were indeed terrifying. Ling Tian's grandfather, when he first learned the 9 Extreme Fiery Slash, spent 3 whole months just to master the first move. However, Ling Tian, merely by healing his grandfather, had achieved a perfect understanding and full proficiency directly. Presently Ling Tian wasn't even a martial artist yet. He could only use his physical vitality combined with his innate talent to perform martial techniques. If Ling Tian were to become a martial artist, possessing the true essence required by 1 inch, even executing the final move of the 9 Extreme Fiery Slash, enhancing his combat power by 30 times, would not be impossible. Suddenly Ling Tian grabbed his phone to check the time. It was 9 in the morning. The martial arts student test for the 3 major high schools in Yun City had already started. He was late. In his intense focus on cultivation, Ling Tian had lost track of time. Without a moment's hesitation he rushed out of the Ling residence. Meanwhile, the Ling household was in chaos. All the servants and bodyguards were hurriedly putting out a fire with buckets of water. Ling Zhenhua, the old master of the Ling family, stood at the gatehouse watching the direction in which Ling Tian had disappeared, his heart filled with shock. Ling Tian had inherited his mother's healing talents as well as his own 9 Extreme Heavenly Fire. With dual S-rank talents, Ling Tian was set to bring a massive shock to the millions of exam candidates across the Dragon Nation, and this shock would begin from the modest Yun City. At Yun City's first high school gymnasium, senior martial arts students from 5 major high schools had gathered, creating a bustling scene. Today marked a potential test prepared by Yun City for the martial arts college entrance examination candidates. The top 10 performers would be admitted into Yun City's elite class for specialized training in martial arts. The student who ranked first would also receive 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing liquid provided by the Education Bureau, with the 2nd and 3rd places receiving 2 and 1 bottles respectively. Many students having prepared for months in advance for today's Tests were now gathered around a large machine about 2.5 meters tall in the center of the gymnasium. This cylindrical machine, with a transparent crystal in the center and a 40-inch screen on the front, displayed two lines, meridians, XX talent, XX. This was the meridian tester, capable of detecting the meridians that had been opened as well as any innate talents in the individual. On the high platform at the front of the gymnasium, principals from the 5 major high schools were gathered supervising the exam. Even the director of the Education Bureau, Fong Ming, was present. Yun City had not produced a top 10 provincial-level prodigious high school student for 5 consecutive years, causing its educational ranking to fall from top 5 in the province to beyond 20th. Director Fong Ming, deeply troubled by this decline, had thus offered generous rewards for the top 3 in the test. At the entrance of the gymnasium, a tall, handsome and confident young man about 17 or 18 years old approached. It was Ling Tian. Seeing that the test was still underway, he smiled, relieved to have made it on time. Ling Tian made his way into the crowd, observing the students being tested. At that moment, the testing machine began to operate. The onlookers watched expectantly as the buzzcut young man named Zhao Yang, who had declared just days before that he would kill Ling Tian should he dare to come to school, now stood confidently inside the testing machine. Rumor had it that at the start of the school term, Zhao Yang had already opened 55 meridians. With 2 months past since then, people were eager to see how much stronger he had become. As the machine screen flickered with light, the scanning beam moved from his chest downward, analyzing his capabilities. On the screen, the numbers began to jump. Beep, beep, beep. The count of meridians unlocked: 9, 10, 11, 12. The numbers kept increasing rapidly, reaching 55. No one seemed surprised when the number suddenly leaped to 56. Then came 57, 50, 8-inch, 59, 60, 60. The entire hall erupted in cheers, eyes wide with amazement. Yet, this was not Zhao Yang's limit. The numbers continued to flicker upward: 61, 62, 63. It finally halted at 65 meridians. Zhao Yang had actually unlocked 65 meridians. All the students in the hall shouted excitedly. You see, before Zhao Yang, more than 200 people had already tested. The best score was only 53 meridians unlocked, but now Zhao Yang had directly reached 65, a staggering lead. How could everyone not be astonished? Even the director of the Education Bureau, Fong Ming, showed a satisfied smile. He then turned to Principal Zhu of the first high school. Principal Zhu, this Zhao Yang is impressive. He has unlocked 65 meridians. With over 3 months left until the college entrance examination, there's hope he could unlock 81 meridians and become a martial artist. If he becomes a yellow-level martial artist, reaching the top 30 in Yundian province should be no problem. Hearing the praise from the director of the Education Bureau, Principal Zhu nodded proudly. Don't worry, director, I will focus on nurturing him. We won't let our city down. The principals of the other 4 major high schools looked on enviously at Principal Zhu. For their schools, having a student unlock 50 meridians was already considered excellent, but now First High School had a genius who had unlocked 65 meridians. However, just as the meridian test concluded, the machine did not cease operating. At that moment, the machine's large screen suddenly burst into a green glow above the word talent. Would element? Purple spirit. Would strength? Grade B talent. Instantly, the entire hall was shocked. Many cast admiring glances. Even the principals of the 5 major schools and the director of the Education Bureau had their expressions changed dramatically. Zhao Yang had actually awakened a talent, and it was a grade B with element talent. Incredible! Even without becoming a martial artist, he had already awakened a talent, probably the first among all the third-year students. The students roared excitedly. Someone in the crowd screamed crazily, Zhao Yang, I love you. Zhao Yang, you're my hero. Director Fong Ming couldn't hide his thick smile. Indeed, awakening his talent without even becoming a martial artist, and with 65 meridians coupled with a B-level talent, his strength is probably close to a first-level yellow-tier martial artist. He's almost guaranteed to top the high school exams in Yunqing, and he might even break into the top 20 in the province. Principal Zhu's smile grew even broader, his lips seemingly stretching to the roots of his ears as he watched everyone go wild. Ling Tian, on the other hand, was speechless and muttered to himself, it's just a minor B-level ability, is there really a need for such exaggeration? Hearing Ling Tian's words, the people around were taken aback and turned their gaze towards him. Ling Tian, how is a murderer like you here? At that moment a sharp shout echoed around. A girl with a voluptuous figure, dressed provocatively and heavily made up, hardly looking like a high school student, shouted at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression darkened. That girl was Lu Ruyan, a woman he had once loved in his previous life and the very person who triggered the miserable start of his life. Seeing Lu Ruyan again, Ling Tian could only laugh at himself. He was once considered an unparalleled genius, having awakened a super healing talent of unknown level even before becoming a martial artist, yet he had fallen for such a vulgar woman, murderer. Ling Tian. After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the crowd was shocked and started murmuring among themselves. Wasn't this guy arrested for killing Zhao Kuan? How is he here now? Zhao Yang, previously basking in everyone's admiration, suddenly looked grim and coldly stared at Ling Tian. You little beast, how dare you show up at school? Yet Ling Tian remained calm and slowly walked towards Director Fong Ming. What's the matter? I'm also a student of the martial arts class, why shouldn't I be here? Or are you afraid that my test results might surpass yours? Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was stunned, staring at him as if looking at a fool. In their eyes, Ling Tian was just a murderer with only 25 meridians opened and mediocre abilities. To think he could surpass Fong Ming seemed like madness. Even the Education Bureau director was puzzled. Who is this young man? Principal Zhu quickly explained. Didn't we have a student murdered outside school a few days ago? The police suspect him and he was taken away by the enforcers yesterday. I didn't expect him to show up today. Director, should we send him away? But Director Fong Ming shook his head. No need. If he has come here, then it must be unrelated to him. Otherwise the enforcers wouldn't have let him return. Zhao Yang, however, had a domineering attitude, looking at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, just leave. Today is a testing day and I don't want to lay a hand on you. But Ling Tian, with a look of disdain, walked past Zhao Yang towards Director Fong Ming. Instantly he walked right past Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, stunned, suddenly exploded in anger. Ling Tian, you trash dare to ignore me? Taking my words for granted, are you? Amidst a roar, Zhao Yang stepped forward, his foot crushing a floor tile. With a punch he unleashed a gust of wind aimed at Ling Tian. Everyone looked on excitedly, anticipating Zhao Yang to thrash Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Director Fong had awakened a wood-based ability after opening 65 meridians. Killing Ling Tian was supposed to be easy, wasn't it? Get lost. Just as Zhao Yang was about to strike Ling Tian let out a cold snort and counterattacked with a slap. His arm stretched instantaneously, turning whip-like. Snap! Before Zhao Yang could even touch Ling Tian, he was struck by Ling Tian's slap. The terrifying force twisted Zhao Yang's face, mashing his features together. He was then lifted off the ground and thrown 4 or 5 meters back, heavily crashing down and rolling on the ground before coming to a stop. The entire place fell into silence. You could hear a pin drop as everyone stared at Ling Tian in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things. Zhao Yang just flown off with a single slap from Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation, as if what he had done was as simple as eating or drinking. He walked up to Director Fong Ming and bowed with a fist-held salute. Uncle Fong Ming, long time no see. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Ling Tian knew the Director of Education. Fong Ming looked puzzled but also felt Ling Tian looked familiar. Who are you? Ling Tian, facing such a high-ranking martial artist as Fong Ming, spoke humbly yet confidently. Uncle Fong, I am Ling Genoa's grandson. You had dinner with my grandfather and me 5 years ago. Fong Ming blinked, then recalled who he was. So you were old Ling's grandson. His eyes filled with admiration. With just one strike, Ling Tian had defeated Zhao Yang. Although Zhao Yang had been careless, it was clear that Ling Tian was strong. Ling Tian spoke to Director Fong. Uncle Fong, I encountered some troubles yesterday and failed to pay the test registration fee. Is it still possible to make it up now? Fong Ming nodded, remembering the kindness Ling Tian's grandfather had shown him. Such a small favor was naturally within his power to grant. Given that, let's have you take the test next. Everyone was surprised to hear Fong Ming's decision, looking at Ling Tian in amazement. At that moment, Zhao Yang, filled with rage, glared at Ling Tian. If it weren't for Ling Tian standing beside Fong Ming, he would rush up and kill him right there. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yang roared in his heart, "You're asking for this, you scum." Subsequently, Zhao Yang approached the grade director of the First Martial High, quietly speaking something. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian stepped into the testing machine. The surrounding students started to worry. Could it be that Ling Tian had always been hiding his true strength? Due to the neglect by the Ling family, the oppression from Ling Kuan at school, and the slander from Lu Ruyan, many had bullied Ling Tian. If Ling Tian suddenly rose to prominence, they would be in trouble. Even Lu Ruyan nervously swallowed her saliva. Just then the machine started. Beep beep beep, the numbers on the screen showing the strength of his veins jumped, 11 12 13, quickly reaching 25, but after hitting 25, the numbers stopped moving. The number on the display stuck at 25, pausing for a few breaths, then the testing machine halted and announced, Meridians 25, talent none. What? In an instant the entire room was stunned. The same Ling Tian who had just spectacularly defeated Fong Ming could only open 25 meridians. Observing the baffled faces around him, Zhao Yang amidst the crowd couldn't help but reveal a sinister smirk. Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, that scared me. I thought I was mistaken, but he's actually useless, huh? Just as everyone began to comprehend the situation, the hall erupted into laughter. All the students looked at Ling Tian as if he were a joke. Damn, he acted so impressively before. I thought he had opened up 70 meridians directly, but he turns out to be just a 25 meridian loser. It must have been Zhao Yang's carelessness earlier that got him knocked down. We were all deceived. I knew it. Ling Tian a loser? His meridians surpassing Fong Ming? I'd eat my hat. The relentless mockery and disdain filled the eyes of the onlookers, yet Ling Tian remained calm, standing still inside the tester. At this point the grade director who was operating the tester looked towards Ling Tian. Student, your test is over. Please step out and let the next person continue. But Director Fong Ming frowned deeply. In his view it was impossible for Ling Tian to have only 25 meridians opened, as the strongest martial artist present, a first-level Earth-grade master. He had distinctly felt the powerful surge of chi from Ling Tian's meridians when he struck earlier. Such power could not belong to someone who had merely opened 25 meridians. Ling Tian stood motionless in the machine, the grade director's eyebrows knitted together. Student, please step down and don't delay others' time. Ling Tian showed no sign of moving. What's the matter, Ling Tian? Hurry up and get down at 25. Meridian loser still shamelessly clinging on? The crowd around started chattering and jeering. Finally someone shouted loudly, get down, shut up. However, just then Ling Tian thundered angrily. Instantly 75 meridians in his body activated and his vital energy burst forth. That shout, like a thunderclap, exploded in an instant. Ling Tian's terrifying murderous intent like a deluge overwhelmed the entire venue. The piercing aura made the onlookers feel as if their backs were being sliced by knives. Suddenly, the place fell into eerie silence, everyone staring at Ling Tian in terror. Even Director Fong Ming, a seasoned Earth-grade martial artist, was utterly shocked by Ling Tian. How could a 17-year-old high school student exert such formidable oppressive force? That aura was even more terrifying than the fierce beasts he encountered in the great wilderness. Ling Tian, looking at the crowd as if they were fools, swept his gaze over them. Are you idiots? Although Ling Tian's voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. That waste Zhao Yang has opened 65 meridians and you think he's inferior to me? Do you really think I only opened 25 meridians? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, even if Zhao Yang had been careless, he wouldn't have been defeated by a 25 meridians loser in one blow. Ling Tian looked at the grade director and smiled coldly. The situation just now was either a machine malfunction or someone tampered with it. Which do you think it was, teacher? The grade director suddenly panicked. At that moment Zhao Yang shouted loudly, Ling Tian, you're nothing but trash. I was careless just now, which is why you managed to knock me down. I felt your strength. You're just a worthless fighter who has opened up 25 meridians. What a joke. Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance. If you can defeat me, I'll eat my words. Zhao Yang sneered, brimming with confidence. In an instant his innate ability burst forth and his whole body shimmered with light. He then conjured a faint green armor around himself. Principal Zhu wanted to intervene, but Director Fong Ming stopped him. Director Fong, looking forward to the showdown, said, don't rush it. Let's just see the strength of these two. I'm here, nothing will go wrong. With Director Fong having spoken, Principal Zhu had no choice but to sit down. Zhao Yang, full of confidence, declared, Ling Tian, this is my innate ability. The battle armor condensed from the purple spirit wood of the wood element. As long as my feet touch the earth, I can absorb the power from the ground, enhancing my combat strength and providing me with endless stamina. Hearing this, many students envied him, knowing that wood elements could absorb nutrients from the earth. With a B-grade wood elemental ability, it was even more fearsome. Ling Tian, looking disdainful, retorted, enough talk, I can beat you with one hand. His arrogance instantly enraged the crowd. The entire field of students roared in anger. Arrogant fool Zhao Yang, don't waste words on him, just crush this idiot, tear his mouth apart. Fueled by rage, Zhao Yang tapped into his full power. his feet pressed against the ground, propelling him forward at a speed of 14 to 15 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Tian, bellowing loudly, "Scum, I'll let you see the difference between someone with innate abilities and someone without." As his words fell, Zhao Yang condensed a 3-meter-long purple wooden spear and thrust it toward Ling Tian. The spear flew like a dragon, swift and fierce. Ling Tian smirked and raised his hand. Suddenly, a burst of crimson light exploded, instantly lighting up the entire area. The temperature around surged and a heat wave swept in. Ling Tian's body was enveloped in flames, his aura soaring like a war god of fire. What? The crowd was shocked. Ling Tian, with a punch, let out a roar of a fierce dragon. In an instant, the 9 extreme sky fire erupted, transforming into a gigantic dragon head that clashed with Fong Ming's long spear. The wooden spear was annihilated inch by the dragon head. In a flash, the flames engulfed Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang screamed as he was swallowed by the flames. His innate armor vaporized and his hair and clothes burned to ashes. As the dragon head dissipated, Zhao Yang, charred all over, staggered and was completely dazed. Had Ling Tian not held back, that strike could have killed Zhao Yang. Ling Tian didn't stop. He leaped high into the air. With a furious shout, crow flying on a plane, he descended from the sky. He stomped on Zhao Yang's face, pressing him into the ground as if stepping on a glider, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Zhao Yang screamed in agony as he collided with the ground, his body bloodied and battered, instantly losing his ability to fight. The roar of the evil dragon and the crow flying on an airplane were not martial arts techniques, but rather impromptu moves thought up by Ling Tian. Against Zhao Yang, there was simply no need for martial techniques. In fact, the moment the roar of the evil dragon was executed, Zhao Yang was already defeated. The addition of the crow flying on an airplane was meant to utterly humiliate Zhao Yang. Ling Tian, disdainful, looked down at Zhao Yang as if he were trash under his feet. "Genius, do. You think you're the only one who has it? Impossible." In an instant, the entire venue erupted. Everyone couldn't help but roar loudly, their shouts thunderous. One by one, they widened their eyes in shock, their faces turning bright red. They simply couldn't accept it. A fire talent, Fong Ming, the headmaster of one of the top 5 schools, was so shocked that he stood up from his seat. Fong Ming couldn't help but shout loudly. A fire talent with at least a B-grade intensity and a 70% chance of reaching A grade. His evil dragon roar is at least equivalent to the full force of a yellow-level martial artist. What? Upon hearing Fong Ming's words, everyone was even more stunned. Principal Zhu was so excited he almost knelt down to Ling Tian. Among the millions of high school students each year, less than 200 awaken a talent. But now there were 2, both from the same small Yuncheng No. 1 middle school. How could Principal Zhu not be excited? Ling Tian stood proudly, scanning the crowd. Who else thinks I've only unlocked 25 meridians? Anyone who disagrees, come and fight me. See if any of you can defeat me, the useless one with only 25 meridians. Ling Tian said loudly, his voice clearly echoing. What a joke! Even Fong Ming was no match for Ling Tian. Would they not be courting death by challenging him? Director Fong Ming became excited. Good. Ling Tian, you've at least unlocked 70 meridians. Combined with your talent, you have the potential to top the Yundian province. How could Fong Ming not be excited? Initially, he thought that with Zhao Yang, Yuncheng had a chance to break into the top 30 of the province this year. But now, with Ling Tian appearing, there was hope for him to become the top scholar of Yundian. Ling Tian looked at Fong Ming. Uncle Fong, is it okay if I retest? Fong Ming nodded. This time I will personally operate the machine. Saying this, Fong Ming stood up and walked directly to the testing machine. The grade director who previously controlled the machine looked flustered and glanced at Fong Ming nervously. Director Fong, it was Zhao Yang who asked me to do so. Get out, Fong Ming bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, startling the grade director into retreating continuously. You fool, wait until today's testing is over, then I'll settle the account with you. At this moment everyone realized, the interference in Ling Tian's previous test was clear. The test was stopped at 25 meridians. Director Fong looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you test again and I will personally oversee it. Thank you, Uncle Fong. Ling Tian smiled and then entered the testing machine. The machine started operating again, a red light scanning Ling Tian's body. Soon, the numbers indicating the meridians began to increase. It quickly passed 25 and then 26. Indeed, everyone had to admit that passing 25 channels was not the true extent of Ling Tian's power. 30-inch, 40, 50, the numbers rapidly climbed to 60. Numerous spectators revealed complex emotions in their eyes. Some were envious, others admiring, and still, the numbers kept soaring. Soon, they reached 70. The crowd roared in surprise. In Yun City, it had been 5 years since a student had opened 70 meridians 3 months before the college entrance examination, yet this was still not Ling Tian's limit. 71, 72, 73, finally, it stopped at 75 channels, the crowd screamed. Ling Tian had actually opened 75 meridians. Everyone tried to suppress the shock in their hearts as Ling Tian's test was not yet over. At that moment, the word talent on the screen started flashing with a bright red glow. Suddenly, flames appeared around the screen, creating a fiery effect. The talent level displayed as B grade, then swiftly jumped to A grade. A grade talent. The audience roared once again. Fong Ming could hardly keep his composure. Even as a warrior of the earth level, he only had a C grade talent awakened within him. The hearts of the crowd were like tempestuous waves. But the flames on the screen grew brighter and brighter. Fong Ming couldn't contain the shock in his heart. As one wave settled, another surged. Finally, the talent level flickered again. The screen displayed large characters. Talent, S-Grade 9 Extreme Skyfire. Seeing the dazzling characters on the test machine's screen, the entire audience was completely stunned. Everyone's mouth hung open, their jaws seemingly hitting the floor. At this moment, Ling Tian had completely surpassed everyone's imagination. 9 Extreme Skyfire, it was actually 9 Extreme Skyfire. I should have thought of it, Director Fong Ming shouted excitedly, his spit flying everywhere. Fong Ming knew that Ling Tian's grandfather Ling Zhenhua was among the first batch of strong warriors in the era of national martial arts training. He was a warrior who had awakened the S-grade talent ability 9 Extreme Skyfire. It was possible for Ling Tian to awaken an S-grade talent like 9 Extreme Skyfire. In Dragon Nation, among the tens of millions of college entrance examination students each year, it took an average of 3 years to see one student with an S-grade talent awakening. These were candidates who were qualified to challenge the top 10 national ranks. Now Yun City had such a prodigy. How could Director Fong Ming not be excited, not be thrilled? S-grade. Zhao Yang was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that awakening a B-grade talent was impressive, but now he realized he was nothing compared to Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian had not yet stepped out of the testing device. Everyone was puzzled. The results for both the meridians and talent had already been displayed. Why hadn't the machine stopped operating? While everyone was still wondering, above the screen of the testing machine, above the peripheral crimson glow, a change occurred once again. Suddenly, a dazzling emerald green light appeared. What was happening? Immediately, someone noticed something was wrong and started shouting loudly. Fong Ming's heart tightened, his heart seemed to leap to his throat. Could it be that Director Fong Ming dared not continue his thought? At this moment, there were only two possibilities for the tester not to stop running. One was that the testing machine had malfunctioned, but Director Fong Ming knew this was impossible. The tester was a new machine that had arrived last month and it could not be faulty. Then there was only one other possibility. Indeed, just as Director Fong Ming had this suspicion, another line of text appeared under the talent section on the screen. Talent, S-level 9 Extreme Skyfire S-level, unknown talent, dual elemental talent powers. Director Fong Ming, one of the top 10 powerful martial artists in Yun City, could no longer hold back and roared loudly. His voice, like a heavy bomb, exploded in the entire gymnasium. The sound waves vibrated, overwhelming the audience and shaking everyone's minds. Everyone was utterly stunned, their hearts rolling up a storm that could destroy the world. Dual elemental talent powers. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, unable to express their feelings at this moment. Director Fong Ming, of course, knew what dual elemental talent powers represented. Approximately 70% of martial artists would never awaken any talent powers in their lifetime. Of the remaining 30%, most could awaken one type of talent power. Among these, those who could awaken a second type of talent power were exceedingly rare. Out of the 2 billion people in Dragon Country who practiced martial arts, about 200 million became martial artists. Of these, 60 million had awakened talents, and among these 60 million martial artists, fewer than 30 had dual talents, and now Ling Tian was one of those fewer than 30 people. What was most terrifying was that Ling Tian's other talent was also at least S-level. The reason the testing machine displayed S-level, that was because Ling Tian's talent could potentially be S-level or even above. The testing machine in Yun City could only detect up to S-level talent powers. As for the unknown talent, that was because there was no similar talent in the talent ability database of Dragon Country, thus even the talent testing machine did not know what Ling Tian's second talent was. At this moment, the testing machine finally began to announce the final results. Tester Ling Tianjia Cultivation 75 Meridians, Talent S Level 9 Extremes. Skyfire, S Level, Unknown Talent. Each word, like an invisible bomb, exploded over and over in everyone's hearts. It left everyone present dumbfounded. Before this, they had never imagined that such a prodigious figure would appear in Yun City, let alone the entire Yundian province. Ling Tian slowly emerged from the machine, his calm demeanor unchanged despite the astonished expressions on everyone's faces. He had anticipated this reaction. It was nothing new to him, in the nation of Long, where martial arts were practiced universally and laws were strictly enforced, crimes of jealousy and murder were rare. Martial artists competed against others, against nature, and against fate itself. Displaying great potential meant gaining attention and access to abundant resources. Ling Tian never believed in pretending to be weaker than he was, such deception was beneath him. In his previous life, Ling Tian had awakened countless unique talents, including SSS tier abilities like manipulating time and space. Now, having just two abilities seemed trivial in comparison. As he approached Director Fong Ming, he asked Director Fong, "Can I now be considered for one of the highly coveted national scholar spots at a top high school?" Director Fong immediately nodded, "Yes, absolutely. I'll apply for you today, and it should be approved by tomorrow morning." Ling Tian smiled slightly, pleased with the answer. In Long, there are only 3 national scholar titles available each year, and each recipient is considered a prodigy. Securing this title also meant a significant chance of ranking in the top 3 in the national university entrance exams. Over the past decade, the top 3 ranks were consistently claimed by those holding this prestigious title. Essentially, Ling Tian now had over an 80% chance of being one of the top 3 national scholars this year. This title not only granted him a bottle of grade C marrow cleansing elixir but also special privileges such as enhanced security when leaving safe zones, including the protection of a first-class Earth-level martial artist and 3 second-class mystical-level fighters. Moreover, typical government units like the Bureau of Enforcement could not legally detain him for more than 8 hours without a provincial leader's order. Ling Tian sought this title precisely for these special privileges. In his previous life, he had been tortured for days at the bureau, which ultimately led to a coerced confession and wrongful imprisonment. Now, with this title, those at the bureau would no longer be able to manipulate him so easily. At this moment, Director Fong Ming, struggling to contain his excitement, looked at Ling Tian and asked, "Ling Tian, could you tell us what your other talent is?" The room fell into silence upon his question. The silence was deafening, as if time itself had halted. Everyone looked perplexedly at Ling Tian, their eyes filled with anticipation. Ling Tian spoke softly, "Healing. What I've awakened is the ability to heal." The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at him as if he were a creature from another world. Healing abilities were incredibly rare to begin with, but now to awaken such a power, and at an S rank no less, was nearly unheard of. Fong Ming remained puzzled. S-rank healing talents, I've heard of them, like the Healing Holy Light, but your talent doesn't seem to be the Healing Holy Light. Ling Tian smiled slightly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Although Healing Holy Light is a rare S-rank healing talent, it's trash compared to my ultimate healing ability. He continued, "Uncle Fong, my healing differs from the Healing Holy Light. As long as the person is still breathing, I can restore them to full health within a minute, even regenerating severed limbs. My grandfather's injuries were healed by my powers." What? Director Fong Ming could hardly believe it, skepticism evident in his eyes. Ling Tian elaborated, "Of course there are side effects. During the healing process, the pain felt by the injured will be multiplied and inflicted upon me. If I cannot endure it and falter even for a moment, the healing will fail." Everyone suddenly understood. If someone was severely injured and in great pain, multiplying that pain during healing would be unbearable. Any hesitation could lead to failure. Although this ability was powerful, it wasn't as practical as one might imagine. However, Ling Tian hid his biggest secret. If he healed someone with injuries severe enough to cause permanent disability or near death, he could absorb their latent potential talents and even insights into martial techniques. This was Ling Tian's deepest secret, not to be shared even with those closest to him. By 4 in the afternoon, all tests had concluded. Everyone was still reeling from the shock Ling Tian had delivered. Unsurprisingly, Ling Tian emerged as the top performer. Under the watchful eyes of all, Ling Tian accepted the first place reward: 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing fluid and a bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing fluid, typically reserved for the national top scholar among high school students. Director Fong Ming, eager to foster a closer relationship with Ling Tian, had even given him his personal stash of the precious fluid. Planning to replace it once Ling Tian's official reward arrived. Everyone envied Ling Tian to the point of frenzy. With Ling Tian already so formidable, what heights would he reach after consuming the marrow-cleansing fluid? In the midst of the envy, a sharp call resounded throughout the area. Ling Tian, it was Lu Ruyan approaching him with an air of arrogance. Ling Tian, don't you have feelings for me? Give me your C-grade marrow-cleansing fluid and I promise to go on a date with you. Lu Ruyan had only managed to unlock 28 meridians, making her chances of entering a martial arts university slim. The C-grade fluid, capable of unlocking 10 meridians for a martial artist with fewer than 80, could significantly boost her chances. The audacity of her proposal left everyone around them in shock. Lu Ruyan seemed to be acting irrationally. Just days ago she had taken Ling Tian to court over a dream she had. Now she had the audacity to demand a marrow-cleansing liquid, and not just any, but a grade C1 valued at 3 million. What a troublesome person she was. Ling Tian's expression turned icy. He hadn't even settled scores with her yet, and here she was making demands. He coldly commanded her to leave or face death. Instantly, a chilling murderous intent swept over Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan panicked. Previously, this devoted admirer was willing to spend a month's living allowance to buy her a phone, and now she was offering him a chance to go on a date which he didn't seem to value. She realized it must be a tactic of playing hard to get. Lu Ruyan composed herself and spoke. Ling Tian, you have so much marrow-cleansing liquid that you can't possibly use it all. It's understandable that you are reluctant to part with the grade C. How about this? Give me 3 bottles of grade D and I'll go on a date with you, but it can't last more than an hour. In that instant a flicker of red light flashed, blood splattered. Ling Tian's palm had conjured a blade of flames, piercing directly through Lu Ruyan's heart in a swift motion. The onlookers were stunned into silence, their breaths caught in shock. Time and space seemed to freeze. Ling Tian had actually dared to commit murder. Lu Ruyan's pupils dilated in despair as she looked at Ling Tian, who spoke coldly. Did you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? A chilling cold burst forth, as if to freeze the surrounding space, plunging the area into the coldness of an ice cellar. People around started shouting. Principal Zhu was completely dumbfounded. Ling Tian was a high school student with the potential to become the top scholar of the nation, but now he had committed murder, potentially ruining his future. Ling Tian, are you out of your mind? Even if you were displeased with Lu Ruyan, you shouldn't have killed her. Principal Zhu shouted loudly, his own future in the Education Bureau hinging on Ling Tian's potential academic achievements. But now Ling Tian had committed a public murder. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, feeling the terrifying intent to kill for the first time from someone. She closed her eyes in despair as her life force gradually faded. Director Fong Ming was utterly bewildered. Ling Tian, you were too impulsive. How could you kill her? However, Ling Tian remained calm and spoke lightly. Who told you that Lu Ruyan is dead? At that moment everyone was taken aback. The flame blade that had pierced Lu Ruyan vanished. Ling Tian's palm rested on Lu Ruyan and he activated a healing recovery. His unique ability burst forth, entering Lu Ruyan's body. Everyone saw clearly that Lu Ruyan's bleeding stopped rapidly and her wounds were healing at a visible rate. In less than 10 seconds Lu Ruyan had fully recovered and returned to her peak condition. What? People at the scene roared in shock. Although Fong Ming was aware of Ling Tian's terrifying healing powers, witnessing it firsthand still left him deeply shaken. After all, these were fatal wounds that had pierced the heart, yet Ling Tian managed to heal them in just 10 seconds. This healing power might even surpass the legendary healing holy light. Lu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, her face showing a trace of excitement. I'm revived. No, you are about to die again. As soon as Lu Ruyan finished speaking, Ling Tian spoke. In an instant Ling Tian conjured a blade again, slashing through Lu Ruyan's neck, nearly severing it halfway. Blood gushed out like a fountain and Lu Ruyan screamed in agony before collapsing once more. Everyone was stunned. What was Ling Tian doing? Just as Lu Ruyan was about to die again, Ling Tian activated his powers once more. Lu Ruyan's injuries miraculously healed again. Even though healing Lu Ruyan meant that Ling Tian had to endure several times her pain, given his past life's experience of countless inhumane tortures, his tolerance for pain was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Ling Tian categorized the levels of pain from 1 to 10, with each level being several times more painful than the previous one. But for Lu Ruyan, who was killed instantly by Ling Tian, the pain was minimal. Even if the pain was multiplied several times and transferred to Ling Tian, it was at most a level 3 to him, far less than level 10. In no time Lu Ruyan recovered again. What was this operation? Everyone watching was dumbfounded. There was not a single wound on Lu Ruyan's body. But the real pain was the fear brought by death. Lu Ruyan trembled all over, scared to the point of wetting herself. At this moment Lu Ruyan realized that Ling Tian was taking his revenge. Ling Tian, I don't want the marrow cleansing fluid anymore, please stop tormenting me. But as soon as she finished speaking, Ling Tian formed a blade of flames. With one strike he severed Lu Ruyan at the waist. The gruesome scene made people vomit uncontrollably. Lu Ruyan's blood splattered everywhere, her organs fell out. Had Ling Tian gone mad? Everyone began to worry at this point. With such terrifying wounds, could Lu Ruyan still recover? However, Ling Tian activated his powers again and the severed body gradually reconnected. In less than a minute it was healed. Chief Fongming couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. All he wanted to say was that this healing ability was monstrous. He harbored an immature thought in his heart, perhaps Ling Tian's healing ability wasn't just S level but SS level. Lu Ruyan, now lively again, was completely terrified. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as she knelt before Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I was wrong. I don't want the marrow cleansing fluid anymore, please stop tormenting me. Chief Fongming also spoke up. Ling Tian, that's enough. Ling Tian nodded lightly and then looked at Lu Ruyan. Get lost. If you appear before me again, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Actually, Ling Tian had no intention of letting Lu Ruyan go, but he was not even a yellow-level martial artist at the moment. Having used his abilities 3 times in a row and given Lu Ruyan's weaker strength, absorbing her power would not benefit Ling Tian at all. It would consume too much of his energy. Ling Tian decided that once his own strength was sufficient, he would torment Lu Ruyan to death. When Lu Ruyan left Ling Tian, she hurriedly approached Principal Zhu. Principal, I have to report something. You saw it, Ling Tian wants to kill me, he tried to kill me, you have to stand up for me. Principal Zhu looked at Lu Ruyan with a surprised expression. Oh, really? Are you injured then? Lu Ruyan was momentarily dumbfounded. She had been stabbed through the heart, had her throat slit, and finally was cut in half at the waist, but now her wounds were completely healed without even a scar left. Principal Zhu looked disdainfully at Lu Ruyan. Student, you don't even have a wound and yet you say he tried to kill you? We didn't see Ling Tian attempting to kill you. What a joke. Ling Tian was now the darling of Yunqing's martial arts system. How could they offend Ling Tian for someone who barely made it into a second-tier martial arts university? Principal Zhu said righteously. Lu Ruyan, you should know that slander is also punishable by jail. Stunned and utterly hopeless, Lu Ruyan then turned and ran, but the fierce light in her eyes still existed. Ling Tian had subjected her to such humiliation, making her the laughingstock of the entire school. She would definitely not let Ling Tian off. Just then Ling Tian approached Principal Zhu. Principal, I tested first. Does this make me a student of the top scholar class now? Correct. From now on you will attend the top scholar class. Principal Zhu nodded. Ling Tian smiled slightly. As a student of the top scholar class, we can practice in the school's cultivation room for 1 day each week. May I go practice there today? Of course, Principal Zhu nodded. Soon after, Ling Tian bid farewell to the principal and director Fongming. In just half a day, Ling Tian had become a sensation across the Yunqing Martial Arts University, even stirring the entire Yunqing martial arts system. The name Ling Tian spread throughout Yunqing, known to almost all high-level martial artists as a top national scholar-level high school student. However, what everyone did not know was that the potential Ling Tian had shown was just the tip of the iceberg. The high school cultivation room, equipped with an array set up by an array master, could gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The array also automatically removed impurities from the spiritual energy, enhancing the cultivation speed of the martial artists within. In the cultivation room, Ling Tian was faced with 3 bottles of D-grade marrow cleansing liquid and 1 bottle of C-grade marrow cleansing liquid. Marrow cleansing liquid is used to rapidly help martial practitioners open up their meridians. Of course, only the first 3 bottles of each grade are effective. After using 3 bottles, the body develops resistance and the liquid loses its effectiveness. The D-grade liquid can open 4 meridians at once, while the C-grade liquid can open 10 meridians at once. The B-grade, on the other hand, can open 30 meridians in one go. However, this is only applicable to martial practitioners who have less than 80 meridians opened. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian consumed a bottle of D-grade marrow cleansing liquid. He then combined it with the refining power of the 9 extremes heavenly fire and circulated his own cultivation technique, the heaven-defying art. The heaven-defying art was a martial cultivation technique that Ling Tian had obtained in his previous life when he cured a martial saint-level powerhouse. It is one of the top cultivation techniques in this world. Now, having reincarnated, although the innate abilities and martial techniques he had acquired were gone, Ling Tian's memories remained intact and he naturally knew how to cultivate this technique. Ling Tian voraciously absorbed the power from the marrow cleansing liquid. In just under half an hour, Ling Tian had managed to open 79 meridians. The vitality in his body doubled once again. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian continued with the second bottle of D-grade marrow cleansing liquid. He quickly opened up to 81 meridians. During the refining of the second bottle, the difficulty of opening the meridians increased, so he only managed to open 2 more. By then, Ling Tian could break through to become a yellow-tier martial practitioner whenever he wished. However, he chose not to do so. The human body has a total of 108 main meridians. Opening more meridians before breaking through to the yellow tier would make one much stronger as a martial practitioner, as more meridians allow for faster absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the current Dragon Nation, all 8 martial saint powerhouses had opened at least 100 meridians before their breakthrough to the yellow tier. This time, having reincarnated and aiming to be the strongest, Ling Tian was determined to open all 108 meridians before making his breakthrough to the yellow tier. He then took out the last bottle of D-grade marrow cleansing liquid. This time, it only took 10 minutes. Ling Tian absorbed the last bottle and successfully opened up to 82 meridians. When Ling Tian circulated his cultivation technique, a surge of vitality flowed throughout his body. Astonishingly, a walnut-sized orb of light formed around him, shimmering like a blood-colored star. This was the Vitality Star. Ling Tian had successfully unblocked 86 meridians. As he circulated his cultivation technique, a robust surge of vital energy burst forth. The space around him seemed as if it was about to be swallowed by the tide of energy, slightly distorting. Around Ling Tian's body, 5 stars of vital energy orbited. Ling Tian couldn't help but wonder, does a C-grade marrow cleansing fluid only open up 4 meridians? It was known that ordinary C-grade marrow cleansing fluids could help a quasi-martial artist unblock 10 meridians. However, after Ling Tian had unblocked 81 meridians, the difficulty of unblocking further increased significantly, yet for others unblocking all 108 meridians might be impossible, but for Ling Tian it was not difficult at all. Ling Tian continued his cultivation, feeling the changes in the power within his body. The density of his vital energy was now about 3 times that of his peers at the same level of quasi-martial artists, and its purity and strength were almost close to the genuine energy of a martial artist. At this moment, Ling Tian, though not a martial artist, was indeed superior to one. Currently, without using his innate abilities or martial techniques, just with his physical strength alone, he could defeat a martial artist at the first tier of the yellow level. He could even contend with a second-tier yellow level martial artist. If he used his 9 extreme Skyfire, he could easily defeat a third-tier yellow-level martial artist and contend with one at the 4th tier. With his own martial skills added, Ling Tian estimated that his strength might have already reached the 5th tier of the yellow level. Of course, this was just speculation. The true extent of his abilities would only be known after actual combat. Unknowingly, Ling Tian's cultivation had reached the next day, past 8 in the morning. Thud thud thud. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of Ling Tian's cultivation room. Ling Tian frowned, puzzled. He was entitled to use the school's cultivation room for 24 hours and 8 hours were still left. Who could be knocking on his cultivation room door? With his curiosity, Ling Tian opened the door of the cultivation room. Arrest him. At that moment, an angry shout echoed around. A woman with short hair, a stern face, and an arrogant look in her eyes, who was an enforcer, yelled loudly. Yes. The enforcers behind her rushed forward, heading straight for Ling Tian. The moment Ling Tian saw the female enforcer, he immediately recognized her. Meng Haiyun. Ling Tian would never forget this woman. In a previous life, the woman who brought the greatest pain to herself was Meng Haiyun, a law enforcer from Yunding City, the capital of Yundian Province. Known as the fastest case-solving goddess in the Dragon Country, every mysterious murder case seemed a joke before her. It was said that she never took more than a week to solve a case. Once a case was in her hands, even the most harmless citizen could be turned into a psychotic serial killer. Meng Haiyun's arrogance was further bolstered by her background as a member of the Meng family, one of the 4 major families in Yundian Province. On this day in a past life, it was only tonight that Meng Haiyun arrived in Yun City to take Ling Tian away. It seemed that with Ling Tian's time travel many things had changed and the butterfly had begun to flap its wings. As several law enforcers rushed up to Ling Tian, all were yellow-level martial artists, with one having reached the 5th level of yellow. As for Meng Haiyun herself, she was a 7th level yellow martial artist. Although Ling Tian had greatly improved his strength, he was not yet a match for these law enforcers. They restrained Ling Tian and placed silver bracelets on his wrists. Meng Haiyun looked coldly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I am Meng Haiyun, a senior law enforcer of the Dragon Country. We suspect you are involved in a murder and robbery case. Please come with us, she declared. Ling Tian, his face grim, did not resist, for now he wasn't strong enough to confront Meng Haiyun or the other enforcers. Just last night Ling Tian had received a message from Director Fong Ming. His application for the title of National Top High School Student was being processed and would be confirmed by noon today. By then not even Meng Haiyun, let alone the head of the Yun City Law Enforcement Bureau, would dare touch Ling Tian. Principal Zhu, seeing the situation, looked anxiously at Meng Haiyun. Miss Meng, you didn't say this earlier. You mentioned just asking Ling Tian a few questions, didn't you? Meng Haiyun simply smiled coldly. Principal Zhu, why are you worried? If we dare to do this, naturally we have evidence. Of course, if Ling Tian is not the murderer, we will certainly release him. Upon hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Meng Haiyun has evidence? This was the funniest joke he had heard. Would they really let Ling Tian go? In his past life, none of those taken away by Meng Haiyun for questioning ever returned. Their fate was only the cold confines of a prison. What are you laughing at? Meng Haiyun's face instantly turned icy as she rebuked Ling Tian sharply. Then with a heavy slap she struck Ling Tian's face, leaving a bright red mark. However, Ling Tian's expression remained dark and sullen as he turned to Principal Zhu. Principal Zhu, please inform Director Fong Ming for me. I will be leaving first. You don't have to worry about me. I have not committed any crimes and thus have nothing to fear. Principal Zhu nodded, knowing well that Ling Tian was innocent. Ling Tian had shocked everyone yesterday when he returned to investigate the death of Zhao Kuan, who had severely injured him the day before his death. Ling Tian had been in the hospital and there was surveillance footage to prove his alibi. He naturally believed that someone like Ling Tian, capable of awakening healing talents, was inherently kind-hearted and harbored no ill intentions. Back in the interrogation room of Yun City's Law Enforcement Bureau, Ling Tian found himself in this familiar place once again, but this time Ling Tian was unusually calm. He had long anticipated this moment and his preparation relied not only on Director Fong Ming but also on his grandfather. Ling Tian had made ample preparations for today. Beside Meng Haiyun stood Zhao Haibo and Yun Xinghua, both watching Ling Tian with a look that was a mix of smiling yet not smiling, seemingly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Especially Yun Xinghua, who did not feel the slightest bit of soft-heartedness even though Ling Tian had healed his leg. In his view, Ling Tian, even if he had cured him, was just a stepping stone on his own path of justice and existence that could be discarded at any time. Kid, don't blame me, who let you be the only likely suspect that could have killed Zhao Kuan. Yun Xinghua looked at Ling Tian with utmost hypocrisy. Ling Tian responded indifferently, I've said it, Zhao Kuan's death has nothing to do with me. However, Meng Haiyun just snorted coldly. Humph, stop pretending here. Do you really think that knowing Director Fong Ming is something impressive? Since I brought you here, I am confident that I can prove you're the murderer. If you confess now, there might still be a chance for you. Ling Tian looked at Meng Haiyun with a cold smirk. What confidence do you have? Is your backing strong enough? Or do you have plenty of ways to fabricate evidence? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Haiyun was taken aback. Indeed, in her previous efforts to solve cases, she had fabricated numerous baseless pieces of evidence that sent people to prison. But how did this young man, Ling Tian, know about it? Slap. Meng Haiyun, fueled by anger, harshly slapped Ling Tian's face. You dare to talk back to me? Let me tell you, I indeed have found evidence. I am giving you a chance to make a statement now, to get a chance at a reduced sentence, understand? Ling Tian calmly replied, if that's the case, then charge me and take me to court. Looking at Ling Tian, who remained unyielding like oil and water, Meng Haiyun's eyes narrowed with disdain, as if she were looking at a lowly sewer rat. Then Meng Haiyun turned to Zhao Haibo and Yun Xinghua. Come out with me for a moment. The three of them then stepped outside the interrogation room. Zhao Haibo looked at Meng Haiyun expectantly. Chief, you said you have evidence, is it true? Meng Haiyun scoffed, looking through the glass at Ling Tian in the interrogation room. I've reviewed Ling Tian's file and I could tell at a glance something was off about him. This man, he is definitely a murderer. Oh, Chief, how can you say that? Zhao Haibo asked, puzzled. Meng Haiyun, full of confidence, replied, "Too clean. The data you showed me, this Ling Tian is too clean, there's not a single flaw. He's the most suspicious person. Yet there's not a single flaw to be found. With so many aspects, there should be some flaws, but he doesn't have any. That's not normal. This man is definitely the murderer." After hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Zhao Haibao and Yin Xinghua were completely stunned. His statements seemed right yet somehow entirely off. If there are no flaws, you claim it's too perfect to be normal, but even a slight flaw and you call him a murderer. You just want to lock him up. Why not say it directly instead of beating around the bush? Just then a law enforcer arrived with a bucket of gasoline, a whip, an electric baton and a flamethrower. Zhao Haibao and Yin Xinghua looked excited. "Chief, are you going to?" Meng Haiyun nodded. "Exactly. I want to see how tough this mongrel's bones are. He must confess today." Yin Xinghua still looked somewhat worried. "Torturing for a confession might not be a good idea. I heard this kid is a key high school student being groomed by Yuncheng." Meng Haiyun, however, appeared utterly calm and confident. "Go ahead, this is a significant case. If we solve it, the benefits are beyond your imagination. With me here, nothing can go wrong. Let's go." Assured by Meng Haiyun, Yin Xinghua and Zhao Haibao were thrilled. In the interrogation room, Ling Tian had been vigilant. The surveillance had already been turned off. Ling Tian didn't need to guess what Meng Haiyun and her crew were up to. At that moment, Meng Haiyun, Yin Xinghua and Zhao Haibao walked in. The trio looked fiercely at Ling Tian with electric batons ready in their hands. Ling Tian spoke calmly, "Are you sure about this? Can you handle the consequences of crossing me?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Haiyun and her associates found it laughable that esteemed law enforcers threatened by a high school student. "I can handle it," Yun Xinghua shouted angrily, leaping forward with a flying kick that landed heavily on Ling Tian's face. Immediately Ling Tian along with the interrogation chair fell to the ground. A shoe print marked Ling Tian's face, his expression turning ominously dark as if about to drip with anger. "You scum, a murderer daring to threaten law enforcement. You must have the audacity of a bear and leopard combined." With a roar, Yun Xinghua grabbed Ling Tian by the hair and lifted his head while Zhao Haibao rushed over, delivering a heavy kick to Ling Tian's face, causing blood to flow from his nose. Yet Ling Tian did not fight back. He was in the law enforcement bureau, and this was not the time to resist. Ling Tian was waiting for an opportunity. He knew Principal Zhu must have informed Director Fong Ming about his situation. Ling Tian was certain it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for Director Fong Ming to arrive. Smack! Yun Xinghua slapped Ling Tian heavily across the face again. "Scum! How did you manage to kill Zhao Kuan without leaving any traces? Confess!" Yun Xinghua bellowed. If this had happened a few days earlier, Ling Tian would not have been able to withstand the beating. However, now Ling Tian was different. Having unlocked 86 meridians, his physique had become incredibly strong. Their attacks did little harm, but the insults were profoundly humiliating. Meng Haifeng watched Ling Tian with a cold sneer. "Little beast, I know you're tough, but wait, we have more ways to break you. We have all the time to beat you until you confess." At this moment, Meng Haiyun was absolutely confident that she had Ling Tian cornered. Ling Tian glared coldly at the three people before him. "You're seeking death." A chilling intent to kill burst forth instantly. It was like a frigid stream from 1,000 years ago, instantly flooding the entire interrogation room. Ling Tian's piercing gaze was like icy spikes from millennia past, stabbing directly into the trio's hearts, causing them all to tense up and tremble uncontrollably. Meng Haiyun was completely enraged. "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out your eyes." As her words fell, Meng Haiyun grabbed the electric baton in her hand. The electricity crackled violently. She pressed it directly onto Ling Tian's body. Despite the pain Ling Tian endured silently, the electricity surged into his body, coursing through him. Unfortunately for them, Ling Tian had endured far greater pain in his past life. The pain from the electric baton was negligible to him. Seeing that Ling Tian remained silent, Meng Haiyun began to beat him furiously. Thump thump. Wearing high heels, her body's warrior essence manifested and wound around the soles of her shoes, repeatedly kicking Ling Tian. His body accrued more and more injuries, yet Ling Tian did not utter a single scream. However, his anger was already boiling over, his killing intent growing thicker by the moment. He just needed to wait a little longer. Once Director Fong Ming arrived, it would be his turn for revenge. After all, Meng Haiyun was a level 7 yellow warrior. Even if Ling Tian unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to defeat her. Watching Ling Tian remain silent, Meng Haiyun's expression turned from angry to maniacal. She grabbed a can of gasoline and poured it over Ling Tian. "Hold him down," she commanded. Zhao Haiba and Yin Xinghua restrained Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Meng Haiyun continued to kick him brutally and act unbefitting of a woman. "You scum, let's see how tough you can be." Meng Haiyun looked disdainfully at Ling Tian. Then she took out a lighter intending to set Ling Tian on fire. "Captain, this is bad. The director of the Education Bureau Fong Ming is here with a bunch of people. They say they're taking Ling Tian away." At that moment Meng Haiyun's deputy, a level 5 yellow enforcer, burst in. "Oh." Meng Haiyun paused, then regained her composure. She slipped the lighter back into her pocket. "You guys handle him. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't take him away. I'll go out and handle this." Saying this, Meng Haiyun walked out of the interrogation room. With Meng Haiyun's backing, Zhao Haiba and Yin Xinghua grew bolder. They glared viciously at Ling Tian, ready to beat him again. "You better confess, you little runt, otherwise." At that instant Ling Tian finally exploded. Ling Tian could endure no more. There was no need to hold back any longer. In an instant a thick surge of energy erupted from him, engulfing the entire interrogation room with an intense heat. The formidable power directly struck Zhao Haiba and Yin Xinghua, sending them staggering backward. Like a death god wielding hellfire, a fiery tide surged around Ling Tian. Zhao Haiba and Yin Xinghua were utterly shocked by Ling Tian's overpowering aura. They knew Ling Tian had awakened his special talent, but they were unaware that he also possessed a fiery talent. As the handcuffs melted away from his wrists in an instant, Ling Tian stepped forward, his vitality surging like tumultuous waves. His right foot stomped on the ground, immediately creating a small crater a meter in diameter. Swinging his arm, he condensed the 9 extreme skyfire into a flaming longsword and slashed, transforming it into a 2-meter-long crescent of flame that devoured the space before it. Yin Xinghua and Zhao Haiba had no time to react. Their legs were severed with a single strike, and then the fiery sword energy heavily slammed into the wall, causing it to collapse with a loud crash. Their screams of agony echoed as the massive disturbance instantly alerted everyone in the Enforcement Bureau. With a cold, bloodthirsty expression, Ling Tian approached the two men. There was no opportunity for them to react. Ling Tian lifted his right foot high and stomped down, causing flesh and blood to burst forth. Yin Xinghua screamed in excruciating pain as his arm was crushed under Ling Tian's foot. Yet Ling Tian showed no mercy and moved towards Zhao Haiba. With another stomp, blood and bone fragments flew everywhere as Zhao Haiba's arm was similarly crushed. The harrowing screams filled the Enforcement Bureau, a testament to Ling Tian's terrifying power. Neither Zhao Haiba nor Yin Xinghua had ever imagined Ling Tian to be this formidable, nor did they expect him to dare attack law enforcers within the Enforcement Bureau itself. Just then, a voice sounded. Meng Haiyun rushed in, shocked at the chaotic scene in the interrogation room and the mutilated figures of Zhao Haiba and Yin Xinghua on the ground. She also noticed the 9 extreme skyfire burning around Ling Tian and instantly understood the situation. Furious, she burst out, "You're courting death." As a warrior of the yellow tier, her aura erupted, her true energy swirling around her body, ready to strike at Ling Tian. However, Director Fong Ming intervened, shouting, "The one courting death is you." With a heavy slap, he struck Meng Haiyun across the face, the force of it sounding like a sonic boom. Her face collapsed under the impact. Twisted in agony, almost bursting open as blood flowed, her body lifted from the ground and flew back, crashing into the wall with such force that she felt her organs shift, while Meng Haiyun, opening his mouth, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, completely losing his ability to fight. Enraged, Meng Haiyun's face contorted ferociously, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Fong Ming, you're just a minor city bureau chief. How dare you strike me? I'm exactly the one who's hitting you." Fong Ming bellowed, his speed as a Earth-level martial artist bursting to its limits. Leaving an afterimage in his original spot, he appeared right in front of Meng Haiyun. Slap! Another heavy slap caused the other side of Meng Haiyun's face to cave in. Meng Haiyun screamed in pain. Meng Haiyun glared at Fong Ming. "Fong Ming, how dare you treat me this way? Have you forgotten who backs me?" Fong Ming sneered, looking at Meng Haiyun. "Talking about backing, you think you qualify? Normally, Chief Fong Ming would indeed be wary of Meng Haiyun. However, last night Fong Ming had made contact with Ling Tian's grandfather. Ling Tian's grandfather had truly recovered, and he had established connections with one of the 3 major official forces of the Dragon Nation, the military department. Who was Ling Tian's grandfather? A powerhouse from the new era's first batch of strong warriors, a martial arts master who achieved great military merits at just 30 years old, a venerable elder of the military department. The Meng family behind Meng Haiyun was nothing in comparison. Ling Tian expressionless came up to Fong Ming. "Uncle Fong, leave Meng Haiyun to me, I want her to pay the price," Ling Tian said loudly, his aura filled with murderous intent. Fong Ming frowned. "Ling Tian, this has already blown up big, they are already so miserable, maybe it's time to stop." "Impossible." Ling Tian flatly refused, walked over to a table and surprisingly pulled out a mini camera. "They tortured me using electric batons, gasoline whips. I cannot swallow this humiliation." What? Everyone, including Meng Haiyun and Fong Ming, was stunned upon seeing the mini camera in Ling Tian's hands. Ling Tian had already known they would resort to torture. He always carried a small camera on him. As soon as he entered the interrogation room, Ling Tian had discreetly stuck the camera under the table. Everything that Meng Haiyun and her people had done to Ling Tian was now fully recorded. Ling Tian sneered, looking at Meng Haiyun, whose face was completely disfigured, and Zhao Haibo and Yin Xinghua, who were gasping for breath. Meng Haiyun was immensely shocked. This young man, looking no more than 17 or 18, had such scheming. It seemed he had already guessed what she would do. Fong Ming furiously exclaimed, "Meng Haiyun, just this morning at 9 o'clock Ling Tian was officially approved." The headquarters of the Dragon Nation Ministry of Education officially issued a document making Ling Tian the top scholar of the Dragon Nation in the 2025 National College Entrance Examination. "You, without any approval, secretly captured Ling Tian and even tortured him, harming a pillar of the nation. Your actions have severely violated national laws." Fong Ming's words rang out forcefully, word by word it echoed clearly in everyone's ears. What? The entire law enforcement bureau was shocked. They could never have imagined that the high school student they had casually apprehended was a national pillar of talent, a top-level college entrance examination candidate. If they angered the higher-ups, everyone involved in this operation would suffer. At this moment, Ling Tian walked up to Meng Haiyun, grabbed her hair and lifted her. Meng Haiyun was usually stronger than Ling Tian, however things were different now since Fong Ming had seriously injured Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun's strength was reduced to a tenth and Ling Tian could easily manipulate her. Director Fong Ming looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, if you hadn't recorded their video of torture for confessions, I might not have let you act recklessly today, but now with your evidence, rest assured, if you want a vent, I'll cover for you. I'll give you 20 minutes, I'll watch the door, and as long as you don't kill anyone, you do as you please." Ling Tian looked at Meng Haiyun with a cruel smile on his face. In his past life, Meng Haiyun, this despicable woman, had tormented him. Today Ling Tian was going to make her suffer twice as much. "Everyone out," Director Fong Ming commanded. His powerful aura, characteristic of an Earth-level martial artist, burst forth, causing the minds of the enforcement officers present to sway. They knew of Meng Haiyun's abuse of power, capturing a national top-ranking high school student without any evidence, even resorting to private punishment. They, lacking Meng Haiyun's solid backing, hurriedly left the Law Enforcement Bureau, fearing this incident might implicate them. Soon only Meng Haiyun and Ling Tian were left in the interrogation room. Ling Tian immediately took out a pair of handcuffs and shackled Meng Haiyun. At this moment, Meng Haiyun began to tremble, fear apparent in her eyes. Usually, she was the one administering punishment to others, and she had never dreamed that such a day would come for herself. "Ling Tian, I am from one of the 4 major families of Yundian province, the Meng family. If you dare..." Before Meng Haiyun could finish her sentence, Ling Tian kicked her hard. Meng Haiyun screamed in pain. The powerful kick, carrying nearly 1,000 pounds of force, made Meng Haiyun feel as if her internal organs were about to shift. Unable to help herself, she opened her mouth and a large mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Ling Tian's eyes were filled with cold indifference, his mind filled with images of Meng Haiyun torturing him in his past life. In his previous life, she controlled him with drugs, even assaulted him, and even more perversely allowed others to assault Ling Tian. Regardless of gender, picking up an electric baton, Ling Tian turned the power to maximum and viciously electrocuted Meng Haiyun. Her screams of agony continuously echoed. Those standing outside the Law Enforcement Bureau felt a chill run down their spines just hearing the sounds, able to imagine the scene inside. Only when the electric baton ran out of power did Ling Tian stop the electrocution. But the torture did not end there. Ling Tian picked up a whip and began to brutally whip Meng Haiyun, who screamed continuously until she quickly passed out. Several minutes later, Meng Haiyun regained consciousness and immediately felt a wave of heat assaulting her face. She sensed something was terribly wrong. In front of her stood Ling Tian, gripping a law enforcement iron rod, channeling the 9 Extreme Skyfire, which was scorching the rod red hot. Meng Haiyun shuddered as she watched Ling Tian advance towards her step by step. What are you going to do? Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Meng Haiyun, don't you enjoy tormenting others? Now it's your turn to experience despair. With that, he lifted the glowing red-hot rod in his hand. I'll give you a choice, but you only have 3 seconds to decide. How should I use this enforcement rod to punish you? Oh no. In an instant, Meng Haiyun's pupils dilated and her body broke out in cold sweat. It was the most desperate moment of her life. No, Ling Tian, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, spare me. I shouldn't have treated you that way. It's all my fault, please don't. Ling Tian's expression turned cold. 3 seconds are up. I'll make the choice for you. A piercing, agonizing scream echoed so loud that it reached hundreds of meters outside the law enforcement agency. Director Fong Ming outside the agency was utterly shocked. Such a miserable scream, what had Ling Tian done? However, Director Fong Ming wasn't worried that Ling Tian might have killed someone. Just yesterday Lu Ruyan had been cut in half, yet in the end not even a wound could be found. It was expected that when Ling Tian emerged no wounds would be found on Meng Haiyun either. Indeed, at this moment Meng Haiyun had completely passed out. Ling Tian activated his healing talent, quickly treating Meng Haiyun's injuries. His healing ability, however, had its limits. It only absorbed the strength of others when the injuries were severe enough to be permanent. Meng Haiyun, having sustained such injuries, now met the conditions. As he healed Meng Haiyun, Ling Tian also absorbed much of her martial potential. After all, Meng Haiyun was a level 7 yellow tier martial artist, far stronger than Lu Ruyan, and her potential was indeed worth absorbing. Ling Tian felt his own meridians being rapidly cleared by the absorbed power. 87, 88, 89, he cleared 3 meridians in one breath. Truly absorbing martial potential was the fastest way to improve one's strength. The stronger the martial artist, the more potential power could be absorbed. Unlike marrow cleansing fluids, which required time to absorb, however, Ling Tian couldn't frequently absorb the potential power of other martial artists. After all, doing so could shatter their foundations and render them incapacitated and act against both natural law and morality, likely to bring trouble to Ling Tian. Of course, when facing enemies, Ling Tian didn't care much about these considerations. Satisfied, Ling Tian left the scene. Meanwhile, the awakened Meng Haiyun, although fully healed and showing no signs of injury, could still feel a faint pain in her lower body. Meng Haiyun roared in anger. Ling Tian, I will never let you go. The reason Ling Tian spared Meng Haiyun's life was not out of mercy. According to the events of his previous life, Meng Haiyun had connections throughout Yin City, particularly with the members of the tribunal. She had worked with them to imprison Ling Tian. The same events were bound to occur in this life. They were all Ling Tian's enemies, and he needed Meng Haiyun to identify these individuals. On the day of his trial, Ling Tian planned to annihilate all his accomplices. As Ling Tian slowly walked out, Director Fong Ming approached him. Are you alright? Nobody died, right? Yes, rest assured, not a single scratch can be found on my body, Ling Tian replied. Just then Director Fong Ming presented Ling Tian with a document. Ling Tian, congratulations, you have officially become a top national scholar among high school students. Here is your identification. Ling Tian accepted the document, looking gratefully at Fong Ming. Thank you, Uncle Fong. If there's ever anything you need, just say the word. I will always remember your kindness. Director Fong Ming, with a satisfied look, said, you are a grateful person, which shows that my help was not in vain. He looked at Ling Tian with relief. Good boy, you've earned this yourself. You've also solved a big problem for the Ministry of Education. Oh, Ling Tian looked puzzled. Director Fong Ming explained, this year is called the Golden Age. Talents have gathered, and among the 34 provinces of the Dragon Country, several S-level talented awakeners have emerged. In Modu and Guangshi, there are even 2 dual talent awakeners, one S-level and one A-level. They have already secured 2 top scholar positions. The other provinces are fighting over the last spot. Now, with your emergence as a dual system S-level talent, there's no need for them to argue. The last spot is yours. Ling Tian nodded, recalling his previous life. Indeed, that year was a golden era filled with extraordinary talents. Normally, reaching the yellow level tier 1 was enough to rank in the top 30 provincially, but that year even making it to the top 150 was a struggle. The number of candidates reaching yellow level martial artist before the college entrance exam had quintupled. An S-level talent that usually emerged every 3 to 4 years appeared in more than a dozen individuals that year. Ling Tian, you must have unlocked 81 meridians by now, Fong Ming noted, sensing a stronger and more robust vitality in Ling Tian than the day before. Yes, that's about right, Ling Tian nodded. Pleased with the answer, Director Fong Ming nodded approvingly. Very good, Ling Tian. Strive to use all the marrow cleansing liquid to unlock the meridians. In 3 days we'll have the Western Joint Preliminary Exam in Yundian Province. The Joint Preliminary Examination is the greatest opportunity for all the candidates in Yundian Province before the college entrance examination every year. Oh? Ling Tian looked puzzled. After all, in his previous life he had already been captured by Meng Haiyun at this time. When he left prison it was 7 years later. He had no idea about the Western Yundian Province Joint Examination. Fong Ming explained, the Western Joint Preliminary Examination is held jointly by 10 prefecture-level cities and their subordinate county-level cities in Western Yundian Province. If you can rank in the top 3 in the final exam you can enter Yunding Mountain and soak in the True Sun Spirit Spring for a day. True Sun Spirit Spring. Ling Tian became excited. Yunding Mountain was the premier cultivation holy site in Yundian Province. It was so revered because of the True Sun Spirit Spring situated on its peak. The Spirit Spring had a powerful effect of cleansing and strengthening the meridians. For aspiring martial artists the effects were miraculous. It was rumored that even a martial artist who had already opened 90 meridians could open up to 5 more just by training there for 1 day. It is important to note that the more meridians one had opened, the more difficult it became to open new ones. For instance, Lin Tian had already opened 89 meridians and the difficulty of opening the 90th was 1.5 times that of the 89th. The 91st would be 1.5 times the 90th, and so on, increasingly getting harder. Ling Tian immediately looked forward to it. If he could enter the True Sun Spirit Spring, just 1 day of training and the number of meridians he could open was unimaginable. Fong Ming explained further, Ling Tian, you need to open as many meridians as possible because the Western Joint Preliminary Exam is somewhat special. Oh, please enlighten me, Uncle Fong. Director Fong Ming explained, for fairness the preliminary examination does not allow the use of innate talents or abilities. You should know that in martial arts the foundation is the key, tempering the physical body, strengthening one's own power. Although talents are rare, they are merely a means to enhance combat effectiveness. The stronger the individual, the more powerful the innate talents developed. Thus, in the Western Preliminary Exam, the one with the most meridians opened has the biggest advantage. It is said that among the students in this year's Western Joint Examination, some have already opened more than 90 meridians, and you are currently not strong enough. Ling Tian nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed he must strengthen himself quickly. Director Fong, since I have already become a top national candidate, I would like to venture outside the city to the Great Wilderness Mountains for some experience. May I use my authority to request a prefecture-level martial artist as a bodyguard to accompany me? The Director Fong Ming responded, all right, since the joint preliminary exam is still 5 days away and Big Wilderness Mountain is merely a D-level beast zone, it's a good place to practice. Thanks, Uncle Fong. Could you have him come to find me at school before noon tomorrow? Sure. Meanwhile, Ling Tian already had a plan in mind. Although it had only been 3 days, Ling Tian had managed to open 89 of his meridians. However, he felt that his strength was still insufficient. Even now he wouldn't be able to defeat Meng Haiyun despite his potential being among the top in the country, yet he was far from being able to dominate his peers and sweep through undefeated. Big Wilderness Mountain was his opportunity for a breakthrough. In his previous life, a secret realm had appeared in Big Wilderness Mountain. Located 150 miles outside of Yun City, a formidable individual had seized the opportunity there to awaken an SS-level talent, the Extreme Path Twin Pupils, and eventually became a martial saint. The Extreme Path Twin Pupils, a rare spiritual pupil technique talent, could control minds with the left eye and life and death with the right, possessing power close to an SSS-level talent. Now, having returned to his past, this SS-level Extreme Path Twin Pupils would be Ling Tian's first SS-level talent ability. Big Wilderness Mountain, situated 150 miles from Yun City, is a D-level beast zone in the Dragon Country. The area is inhabited by first and second tier beasts, making it an ideal training ground for martial artists who have just entered the Yellow Realm. Many martial artists like to form teams, enter Big Wilderness Mountain and hunt these beasts. They sell the beast cores they obtain for profit. At the entrance of the Big Wilderness Mountain range, a strikingly handsome young man about 17 or 18 years old with a sharp gaze walks side by side with a woman dressed in a black tight outfit, her figure voluptuous. The young man was Ling Tian and the woman was Chenyu. Chenyu was a third-level Earth-tier martial artist bodyguard whom Ling Tian had managed to recruit using his privileges as the top national high school student. Chunyu, originally from Yundian province, a region that perennially ranks low in the national college entrance examination, had taken on the task as part of her university credit assignments at Dragon City University. Despite her youthful age of 20, she was more formidable than even director Fong Ming, which was unexpected even by the director himself. Chunyu, with her delicate features and seemingly cold demeanor reminiscent of a goddess of ice and snow, was actually warm-hearted beneath her frosty exterior. This was why she had traveled all the way from Dragon City to protect Ling Tian, a mere high school student. Chunyu looked at the 17-year-old boy in front of her with a puzzled expression. Was he really the national top-scoring high school student? He seemed robust, having opened at least 81 meridians, but certainly no more than 90. She was curious about what made Ling Tian so special that he stood out among millions of students nationwide. As they prepared to venture into the Beast Zone, Ling Tian smiled slightly and said, "Understood, thank you, senior sister." Ling Tian led Chunyu deep into the mountain range. Throughout their journey they encountered no fierce beasts, which left Chunyu feeling somewhat bored. However, Ling Tian was quite pleased. He knew well that the strongest beasts in the Dehuang mountain range were only of the second-order equivalent to a Shin-level martial artist. Chunyu, being a D-level martial artist, naturally emitted a robust aura that intimidated any lurking beasts, deterring them from making an appearance. The two of them walked one after the other through the forest, occasionally consulting the map in their hands. Both were not very talkative, and thus they walked in silence for 3 hours. In all that time, they did not spot a single beast, yet Ling Tian did not complain and simply continued on their path. Soon, they arrived at the base of a peculiarly shaped mountain peak. "Let's go up," Ling Tian said. Chunyu nodded, her response echoing the most words she had spoken since they arrived at the mountain range. The peak had a large hole at its center, through which fierce winds blew, deterring any birds from approaching. The hole resembled a profound eye watching over the world of Dehuang Mountain. Chunyu frowned slightly, sensing that this mountain did not seem like a gathering place for fierce beasts. What was Ling Tian's purpose here? Yet she did not question him and followed him up the mountain. Both Ling Tian and Chunyu possessed physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, allowing them to ascend the several hundred feet tall mountain in just about 10 minutes. Upon reaching the summit, Ling Tian located a large rock and sat down cross-legged. "We've arrived, let's rest here for a while," he suggested. Chunyu nodded, though her curiosity remained. 3 hours passed swiftly. Ling Tian continued his cultivation without any conversation between them. Eventually, Chunyu could no longer hold back her curiosity. "Ling Tian, aren't we going to hunt any fierce beasts?" Ling Tian shook his head slightly. "No." Chunyu was taken aback. "If you're not here to hunt fierce beasts, what are we doing in Dehuang Mountain? Don't tell me it's just for cultivation." Chunyu was somewhat angry. She had come to see Ling Tian's capabilities. If she had known she was merely accompanying Ling Tian for his cultivation, she would have never agreed to come. Ling Tian, however, spoke calmly. Chunyu felt helpless but nonetheless accompanied Ling Tian in his cultivation. As night fell, Ling Tian showed no signs of taking any action, which made Chunyu grow impatient. "Ling Tian, you are here to train, you won't gain anything by just sitting here." Ling Tian simply smiled. "Senior sister, don't worry, the opportunity for real training is about to come." Then Ling Tian glanced at his phone. It was 9:40 p.m. "Soon, just another 20 minutes," he murmured. Chunyu, puzzled, decided to wait patiently. Soon 10 p.m. arrived. Just as Chunyu was about to ask Ling Tian whether they should make a move, a thunderous roar shook the entire mountain range violently. The ground at the very center of the mountaintop suddenly sank, and it seemed as if a major earthquake around magnitude 7 or 8 had struck. Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up. "It's here." "What's here?" Chunyu wondered aloud. In an instant, at the center of the mountain, a beam of light shot up into the sky like a pillar connecting heaven and earth. The light illuminated the area for miles around, attracting countless people within the Dehuang mountain range. Under the glow of the light, the hollow at the center of the mountain they were on seemed to transform into a real eye. Witnessing this, Chunyu suddenly realized what was happening and was immensely shocked. A secret realm? Yes, this extraordinary phenomenon is clearly the emergence of a secret realm. On Blue Star, there had been a martial era thousands of years ago, but as the spiritual energy of the world depleted, martial artists gradually vanished. It wasn't until over 70 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, that martial artists re-emerged on the world stage. The ancient martial artists had left many secret realms and caves behind. Now, as secret realms began to appear frequently on Blue Star, each emergence caused a tremendous disturbance accompanied by endless dangers and opportunities. Shin Yu finally understood that Ling Tian had known all along that a secret realm was about to appear here. The two quickly reached the top of the mountain where a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters had formed. The pit was emitting an incredibly dense and pure spiritual energy far surpassing the energy outside in the mountainous world by more than tenfold. Shin Yu hesitated and looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, having discovered a secret realm, we should report it to the authorities first and not rush in. Ling Tian shook his head. This secret realm's entrance will only open for an hour. If we don't enter now, we won't be able to later. Saying this, Ling Tian grabbed Shin Yu's hand and jumped into the pit. Shin Yu, stunned, looked at Ling Tian in surprise. At Longdu University, she was known as the Ice Mountain Beauty, unapproachable and distant. Few men dared to approach Shin Yu, but now this young man, 3 years her junior, had taken her hand, stirring unusual feelings within her. Ling Tian hadn't intended to take advantage. Such a natural phenomenon had alerted everyone in the Dahuang Mountain range. Soon, many martial artists would arrive. The weakest among them would be at the yellow level first rank and the strongest could be at the profound level. A fighter from the previous life who had awakened an SS-grade talent and possessed the supreme dual pupils might also arrive, possibly a ground-level martial artist. If he didn't bring Shin Yu with him, they wouldn't stand a chance against so many martial artists. The moment the two entered the pit, they felt a powerful current of air surging from below, lifting them gently and allowing them to descend slowly. Shortly after, they arrived inside a cavern adorned with stalactites. Ling Tian led Shin Yu deeper into the cavern until they stood before a massive stone gate. Inscribed on the gate were several large characters that read, "Requires 100 people to open." Ling Tian patiently waited, glancing at Shin Yu. "Let's wait." Shin Yu, puzzled, asked, "Will 100 people actually come?" Ling Tian nodded. "Yes, there are hundreds of martial artists hunting fierce beasts in the vast Dahua Mountains. 100 people will gather in no more than 20 minutes. Shin Yu looked at Ling Tian with new eyes. Initially, she had thought of him merely as a high school student with exceptional talent. But now Ling Tian seemed unfathomable to her. As time ticked by, indeed, after just over 10 minutes, martial artists began to arrive at the giant stone gate. Most were of the yellow level, with the strongest among them possessing the strength of the 7th or 8th yellow level. These individuals, upon seeing Ling Tian, who appeared not to be a martial artist, immediately showed a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. However, this changed when they saw Shin Yu by his side. Recognizing her as a powerful Earth-level practitioner, they knew that even 59th-level yellow practitioners could easily be defeated by her. Soon, martial artists of the Xin level began to enter. At that moment, a handsome young man dressed in black martial arts attire with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes approached. "Junior sister, hello, are you a student of Longdu University?" Shin Yu frowned slightly. She was not fond of speaking with strangers. The reason the young man knew her affiliation was because of the university emblem on her clothes. Ling Tian noticed the young man and felt a ripple in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. "Yes, my senior sister is indeed a student at Longdu University. She's not good at socializing. If you have anything to say, talk to me." The young man smiled warmly, a smile that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Feng, a third-year student from the magic capital's Tianlong University. This time I am leading some juniors on a hunt for fierce beasts and stumbled upon this secret realm." "Qin Feng, are you the Qin Feng from the 8 Greats of Magic Capital?" Shin Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. Shin Yu nodded in recognition. Magic Capital Tianlong University's Qin Feng awakened with an S-level talent, 1000 Spirit Illusion Eyes, one of the 8 great talents, and reached Earth level at just 20 years old. Qin Feng nodded. "It seems I have some reputation. How about we join forces? Our universities have good relations and it's better to have support while exploring together." Ling Tian agreed. "All right, let's move together then." Ling Tian kept a calm expression on his face, but inside he was elated. Qin Feng from his previous life was the one who had awakened an SS-tier talent ability called the Supreme Dual Pupils in this secret realm. It was precisely because Ling Tian had treated Qin Feng in his past life and had acquired Qin Feng's abilities and memories that he was so familiar with this mystical place. As more and more people gathered in front of the stone gate, the number finally reached 100. Among these 100, the weakest in cultivation was Ling Tian, who had unlocked 89 meridians. There were 85 yellow tier martial artists, including 53 below the 5th level of yellow tier, 12 at the Xin tier, with the strongest only at the 4th level of Xin tier. Qin Feng and Shen Yu, 2 first-class Earth tier masters, were here, significantly outmatching others in strength. as the entrance to the secret realm closed completely, the grand doors slowly opened. "Let's go," Ling Tian said, and the trio entered through the gate. Soon all 100 people entered through the stone gate into a vast internal space. Inside, there were 100 stone stools divided into 10 sections. And in front of these stools stood a massive stone stele. "Take your seats and begin the test," were the instructions given. Qin Feng did not hesitate and immediately sat down in the first seat. No one dared to compete for Qin Feng's seat given his strength. Following him, Chen Yu moved towards a stool, but Ling Tian quickly grabbed her arm, causing her to pause with a look of displeasure. Was Ling Tian taking advantage of her on purpose? However, with a serious expression, Ling Tian warned, "Sister, you do not choose seats 2 to 10, listen to me." Although puzzled, Chen Yu, recalling that Ling Tian had known about the emergence of this secret realm early on, did not question further and chose to sit in the 11th seat. Soon everyone had taken their seats, leaving only the 100th seat vacant. Everyone felt that it was fitting for Ling Tian, the weakest in strength, to sit in the last position. Most were indifferent about where they sat, but Ling Tian was not in a hurry. Instead, he scanned the crowd and his gaze settled on the 66th seat, where a bald, scarred strongman sat, his cultivation at the 5th level of the yellow tier. Ling Tian approached the bald strongman and politely requested, "Hello, I would like to switch seats with you. Could you please move to the 100th seat, Scram?" The scarred strongman bellowed, his face turning fierce as his true energy burst forth, making Ling Tian's clothes flutter from the blast, yet Ling Tian remained calm. His expression unchanging. "Can't we negotiate? Moving there would be in your best interest, for your own good," I said. "Scram, you little wretch." Before the strongman could finish, he stood up and raised his fist to strike Ling Tian, but in a swift flash a shadow moved. Smack! A heavy slap landed on the bald strongman, sending him flying and crashing into the wall, tumbling down in a heap. The man striking down the strongman was none other than Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng unleashed the formidable aura of a 5th-tier Earth-level warrior. The surging energy waves were like tumultuous ocean waves, shaking the spirits of all who felt them. "Ling Tian is my brother. Bully him. You're courting death." His domineering voice echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to lower their heads in fear. Among the crowd, Chen Yu was also taken aback, not expecting Qin Feng to make the first move. Her impression of Qin Feng improved somewhat, and her gaze no longer held the rejection it did just moments before. The strongman, feeling helpless, knew that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Qin Feng then turned to Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, if you like this spot, it's yours." Ling Tian smiled slightly. "Thank you, brother Qin Feng." The strongman's face was filled with frustration, as he too had his pride. Reluctantly, the strongman moved to seat number 68, confronting another warrior of the 3rd-tier yellow level. "Move, this spot is mine now," he demanded. The yellow-level warrior, looking displeased yet compliant, vacated the spot and moved to seat number 100. The scar-faced strongman was still visibly upset. After all, being a yellow-level warrior himself, it was a huge humiliation to have his seat taken by someone he considered far beneath him. However, just as all 100 participants had settled into their seats, a sudden rumble shook the ground. The entire space burst with a dense spiritual energy. Instantly, this energy formed a light barrier, creating a protective dome that divided the 100 seats into 10 separate zones. Seats 1 to 10 formed one zone and 11 to 20 another, and so forth. Ling Tian, Chen Yu and Qin Feng found themselves separated into different zones. Both Chen Yu and Qin Feng looked puzzled, not understanding why Ling Tian wanted them apart. Without their protection, wasn't Ling Tian in danger? But as they pondered this, the answer soon became clear. In the center of the space, a massive stone stele appeared. Everyone saw the words on the stele: "Trial condition. Of the 10 zones, only one person may survive." What? Everyone was instantly stunned, faces filled with horror. They all knew that entering a mystic realm involved risks. Typically, these realms were graded, with the lowest being D level, where the death rate wouldn't exceed 10%. But this was the Great Wilderness Mountains Mystic Realm, a low-level ferocious beast area. By all rights, it shouldn't have exceeded a C level, where the death rate wouldn't be more than 30%, yet, what was this situation? This was only the first trial and the death rate was over 90%. However, what shocked Qin Feng and Chen Yu the most was the realization of why Ling Tian had them separated. They were to be divided among the 10 zones. In a certain region, only one person can survive. If 3 people sat together, they would have to engage in a deadly battle. Take a closer look at Ling Tian's area, number 7. Which is the weakest among the 10 areas. The strongest. There is a bald man at the 5th level of the yellow tier. There are as many as 5 people at the 1st level of the yellow tier, yet Shen Yu's expression looks particularly unpleasant. Even if Ling Tian's area is the weakest, what of it? Ling Tian hasn't even reached the level of a yellow tier martial artist. But the bald man with a scar on his face burst into excited laughter. Ha! He looked ferociously at Ling Tian. You little runt, weren't you arrogant before, and now it seems even the heavens are helping me. What are you worth? A trash that hasn't even reached the yellow tier dares to steal my seat. Everyone present was taking pleasure in Ling Tian's misfortune, thinking that his end was certain. A 5th level yellow tier fighting a mere novice martial artist, wouldn't that be as easy as slaughtering a chicken? The scarred muscular man glared at Ling Tian and couldn't help but laugh loudly again. Ha ha ha, boy, regretting now. Flaming sky slash. However, in that instant Ling Tian roared angrily, cutting off the bald man's laughter abruptly. Ling Tian stepped forward, his arms spread wide, whirling. A dazzlingly brilliant blaze enveloped his body, illuminating the entire area 7. He directly executed the first move of the 9 extreme flames slash. Endless flames gathered in his hands, forming a sword of fire, and with one slash whoosh, the sound of tearing the air erupted. The speed was so fast it reached the extreme. In a mere instant, the fiery sword she cut the bald strong man in half at the waist. The blood was instantly evaporated by the scorching flames. His whole body was engulfed by flames, turning him instantly charred. He fell to the ground, barely alive. What trash dares to make me regret? Ling Tian snorted coldly, his body's energy bursting forth, surrounded by 8 swirling stars of blood energy. His formidable aura swept across the entire area. His voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone was utterly stunned. The whole place fell into silence. A genetic talent. A young man, not even a martial artist, had awakened a genetic talent, and upon seeing the 8 blood energy stars on Ling Tian's body, everyone knew Ling Tian had actually opened 89 meridians. A 5th level yellow tier strong man was instantly killed by one move. And the move Ling Tian clearly used was a martial skill, and a high level one at that. Shen Yu recalled that during his high school exams he was only at the 5th level of the yellow tier strength, and Ling Tian, not even a martial artist, could instantly kill a yellow tier 5th level martial artist. Even Qin Feng had a look of complete shock in his eyes, filled with admiration for Ling Tian's death. However, while everyone was still shocked by Ling Tian stomped on the ground, his figure swift as the wind. He rushed out. His hand formed the 9 extreme heavenly fire into a sharp sword. With one slash, the stars of blood energy shone. His sword directly slashed across another yellow tier 4th level martial artist's neck. With a splurt, blood sprayed and the head was severed. Ling Tian, rallying all the 9 extreme heavenly fire, then gathered endless flames. Furious dragons roar. The flames morphed into the head of a dragon, charging toward the remaining 7 yellow level martial artists. Accompanied by screams, 3 individuals were instantly engulfed by the fire. It was a massacre. These yellow-level martial artists stood no chance against their adversary, as Ling Tian easily dominated them. In less than a minute, under Ling Tian's thunderous onslaught, all 9 were defeated. A tornado devastated the parking lot. Ling Tian's 9 extreme sky fire transformed into a massive flaming tornado enveloping all 9 combatants. The details of the chaos within were unknown to the onlookers. Ling Tian approached the bald burly man who was barely clinging to life and began to use his healing abilities. At that moment, the bald man could distinctly feel his life force rapidly returning. However, before he could revel in excitement, Ling Tian began to frantically absorb his martial potential, causing his very foundations to shatter. Drained completely by Ling Tian, the man turned into a charred corpse after being momentarily restored. In less than 3 minutes, all 9 were drained by Ling Tian. The power was crazily absorbed by Ling Tian, continuously clearing his meridians. 90-90. 1 inch 92-93. Finally, Ling Tian had cleared 95 meridians. 14 blood essence stars emerged on his body. Behind the barrier of the flame wall, Qin Feng and Shen Yu were oblivious to the events unfolding. As the wall of fire dissipated, they were shocked to find only Ling Tian remaining in Zone 7, his body adorned with 14 twinkling blood essence stars and his dazzling fire talent manifesting. Qin Feng remembered that even during his high school days as a quasi-warrior he had only managed to clear 100 meridians. Yet Ling Tian, with over 3 months left until the college entrance examination, had already successfully cleared 95 meridians. Such talent was rare even in the prestigious Dragon University. nobody had expected that Ling Tian, considered one of the weakest among the 100 participants, would be the first to eliminate all his opponents in his zone. As the barrier of Zone 7 rapidly dissolved, a stone pillar about a meter high rose from the ground in front of Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Shen Yu and Qin Feng, no longer concerned about Ling Tian, were focused on defeating their own adversaries. Soon after they had dealt with their enemies and their zone's barrier disappeared, a similar stone pillar emerged topped with an ancient box. The pillar bore the inscription, "Completion Reward, 1 Marrow Cleansing Pill." The Marrow Cleansing Pill. Qin Feng and Shen Yu were stunned. This pill was an invaluable medicinal treasure, its effects comparable to a grade B marrow cleansing fluid but much easier to absorb and refine. For Earth-level martial artists, this pill can help them quickly break through their current level. For those who are almost martial artists, it will swiftly open their meridians. Now, just having passed the first challenge, such a reward is given. One can only wonder what the ultimate reward hidden deeper within this secret realm might be, a thought too daunting for many to consider. The battle concluded in less than 20 minutes, with only 10 out of 100 competitors remaining. Among these 10, aside from Ling Tian and his two companions, there was only one martial artist at the yellow level 7th rank. The others were all at the Shen level. Just as the dust settled, the entire space began to tremble. Not far ahead, a massive door, about 4 to 5 meters tall, emerged on the wall. Above the door was an hourglass with sand steadily falling. Ling Tian spoke calmly, "Rest while you can. When the hourglass runs out, the door to the second challenge will open. We need to be at our peak condition." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Yu and Qin Feng nodded. Without hesitation, they placed their marrow cleansing pills into their mouths. Everyone knew the price of a single marrow cleansing pill was nearly 50 million, but this was not the time to be frugal. The secret realm was unforgiving, and they needed every second to enhance their strength. The stronger they were, the better their chances of survival. The remaining 7 followed Ling Tian's lead and swallowed their pills. As the pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, Ling Tian tasted a sweet flavor. A powerful force entered his body and was quickly absorbed. This absorption was several times faster than with marrow cleansing liquid. Ling Tian couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, the medicinal pills of ancient martial artists were superior. Although the marrow cleansing pill and the marrow cleansing liquid had the same effect, the pill was much easier to absorb. Ling Tian felt his meridians rapidly opening, 95, 96, 97, 98. After just over 10 minutes, Ling Tian had smoothly absorbed all the medicinal powers, successfully opening 99 meridians. Unseen to others who were still deep in cultivation, 18 blood energy stars emerged around him. Ling Tian nodded satisfactorily. This time his goal wasn't just to achieve an SS tier talent or the extreme path twin pupils. The secret realm was filled with competitors. In this kill or be killed environment, Ling Tian could unscrupulously absorb their potential energy to enhance his own strength. He also reflected on the difficulty of opening meridians beyond the 81st. The effect of the grade B marrow cleansing liquid was the same as the marrow cleansing pill, but whereas last time Ling Tian had opened 30 meridians, this time he only managed 4. Time swiftly passed, and soon an hour had elapsed. Everyone gradually awoke from their cultivation. Shen Yu and Qin Feng had each advanced a level. Shen Yu reached Earth level 4, and Qin Feng directly achieved Earth level 6. The others also improved by 1 level. Suddenly, the sands in the hourglass completely fell and the door opened, revealing a pathway that appeared before them. Without hesitation, everyone headed towards the passageway, with Qin Yu vigilantly guarding Ling Tian's side. Soon, they arrived at a vast internal space, twice the size of the first level. The entire area was filled with countless massive crystals so smooth they resembled mirrors, perfectly reflecting the images of everyone present. There, they spotted the entrance to the second level's internal space, marked by a stone stele that clearly stated, "Find the exit, proceed to the third level." Without any doubt, the group entered the internal space. Due to the numerous crystals, the second level's internal space resembled a small labyrinth. They ventured into the crystal maze together. At that moment, Qin Feng turned to Ling Tian and asked, "Ling Tian, do you know something about this secret realm?" Ling Tian nodded. "Indeed, I've read about this secret realm in an ancient tome, although the details there were sparse. However, one thing is certain, the exit of the second level is right across the crystal maze." Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Initially, they might have doubted such a claim from Ling Tian, but they had seen how he had strategically separated from Qin Feng and Shen Yu during the first level, positioning himself in the weakest area. Thus, they trusted Ling Tian's words. As they entered deeper into the crystal maze, an airy sensation washed over them, making their heads feel heavy. Just then Shinyu suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Startled by her scream, everyone turned to look at her. Shinyu pointed at a crystal in front of her. "There's someone inside the crystal." However, when everyone else looked at the crystal Shinyu was pointing to, they saw no one. Shinfeng furrowed his brow. "Are you seeing things?" "Ah!" But before he could finish his sentence, a Xian-level martial artist among the 10-person team let out a horrific scream. Blood splattered as his head was severed from his body, rolling on the ground lifeless. "Everyone back to back, stand firm," Shinfeng shouted. Everyone's body tensed and sweat beads continuously dripped from their foreheads. However, Ling Tian rushed to the fallen Xian-level martial artist's side. Wanting to attach someone's head back as long as they are still breathing is something Ling Tian could heal. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Tian arrived, the Xian-level martial artist had already died completely. Such a pity. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. His healing abilities could not be activated once a person was truly dead. It was a pity to lose a Xian-level martial artist. If he could have healed the person and then drained their potential energy, Ling Tian might have had a chance to open up 100 meridians. The difference between 99 meridians and 100 is monumental. Once opened, the blood energy in the body could double, greatly enhancing Ling Tian's strength. Shenyu hurriedly rushed to Ling Tian's side, vigilantly watching their surroundings to protect him. Shinfeng also frowned deeply. He was a 6th-level Earth-tier expert, and yet he hadn't noticed how that Shin-level martial artist had died. Everyone stood back to back, cautiously watching their surroundings as they moved through the crystal maze. About a minute into their walk through the maze, another Shin-level martial artist, this one a 3rd tier, shouted loudly, "There are people in the crystal." It was just such a scream that drew everyone's attention to the mirror. In the mirror, they saw a humanoid figure, dark all over, with blades sticking out of its body. This creature stood next to the Shin-level 3rd-tier martial artist within the mirrored world of the crystal. However, in the real world, there was no such creature beside the martial artist. Everyone clearly saw the creature in the mirror world raise a blade, grin broadly with a mouthful of dark blood-stained yellow teeth, creating a sinister and terrifying image. The creature then attacked the Shen-level 3rd-tier martial artist in the mirror world. "Get out of the way," Ling Tian shouted loudly. The Shen-level 3rd-tier martial artist tried to dodge, but it was too late. Blood sprayed in an instant. Everyone saw clearly as the martial artist in the mirror world slashed the creature from head to toe, splitting it in half. A living person was cut in two, blood spraying everywhere. "What?" Everyone screamed in horror. Clearly, there was no creature next to the Shen-level 3rd-tier martial artist. The creature had attacked from within the mirror world, yet when the person in the mirror world died, the person in the real world was also cut in half. What was happening? Everyone screamed in terror. Killing someone in the mirror world was an ability they had never encountered before. Ling Tian frowned deeply. "It's the mirror demon, mirror demon." Everyone was stunned, looking at Ling Tian with confusion. Ling Tian nodded. "This is a type of magical beast that appeared thousands of years ago. They are weak in combat, but they possess a special supernatural talent. They can hide in the mirror world, and if someone with them in the same mirror world is killed in the mirror image, they will also die in the real world." What? Everyone was shocked. They hadn't anticipated encountering such a bizarre thing. One of the martial artists glared at Ling Tian angrily. "Why didn't you tell us?" Ling Tian looked disdainful as he replied, "How was I supposed to know there was a mirror demon here? The ancient books I've read, the records of this secret realm, are incomplete. I only know some basic content." Of course, Ling Tian deliberately didn't mention it. He wanted them to be severely wounded. Facing a mortal threat would allow him to activate his healing ability, absorbing their warrior potential energy to enhance his own strength. "Keep moving back to back, and make sure not to let the mirror world catch your own reflection." Following Ling Tian's instructions, everyone sprang into action. However, at that very moment, the figure of the mirror demon reappeared in the mirror world. This time, his target was a warrior of Shen-level double-layered strength. "Dodge!" Ling Tian roared, but it was too late. The Shen-level warrior was a fraction slow. A splatter of blood ensued as the warrior let out a painful scream. Along with the scream, one of his arms was severed clean off. Fortunately, his life was spared. A flicker of joy passed through Ling Tian's eyes. "I'll help you," he declared, catching the severed arm and attaching it back to the warrior's wound. Everyone looked on in confusion, unsure of what Ling Tian was attempting to do. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian activated his healing talent. Shinfeng, witnessing this scene, was utterly astounded. Under the power of Ling Tian's healing ability, the warrior's injuries rapidly healed. In less than half a minute he was completely restored to his peak condition as if he had never been injured at all. Chen Yu spoke coldly. Ling Tian is this year's national top scholar in high school, having awakened dual S-grade talents. He is a key protected individual by the Dragon Nation and one of his talents is healing. Those of you thinking of laying a hand on him had better consider the consequences carefully. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was shocked. Even he had only awakened a single S-grade talent. Ling Tian had awakened two, including an incredibly powerful healing ability. Ling Tian spoke calmly. My healing ability can cure you as long as you don't die instantly. Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was once again astounded. Their murderous intent towards Ling Tian completely dissipated. They had been resentful before, questioning why they had to share the secrets of the mystical realm with someone who wasn't even a warrior. But now, knowing Ling Tian's healing talent, everyone's attitude shifted. As long as Ling Tian was with them and as long as he wasn't killed in one strike, they could all be healed. The Shen-level warrior looked at Ling Tian with gratitude. Thank you, young man, he said. Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. It appeared that the Shen-level second-tier martial artist had been healed. However, Ling Tian had extracted nearly one-third of the martial potential from him. This might mean that the martial artist would never be able to reach the earth level. Ling Tian only dared to absorb 30%. Absorbing more could cause the other party's strength to regress and expose flaws. Ling Tian sighed inwardly. Absorbing one-third of a Shen-level second-tier martial artist's potential only completed 10% of my goal to unblock 100 meridians. It seems that unblocking 100 meridians is not so easy. At that moment Ling Tian spoke up. Everyone shatter the mirror crystals. Once the mirror demon loses the mirrored world, it will appear. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone nodded. The mirror demon kills within the mirror world. Without the mirrored world of the crystals, it posed no threat to them. With this thought, they decided to act immediately. Qin Feng burst forth with his true essence. Boom! A strong wave of true essence enveloped Qin Feng, his clothes billowing. Then with a punch he unleashed a wave of energy. However, only a few cracks appeared on the crystal. Qin Feng frowned and Chen Yu looked at him disdainfully. Didn't you eat? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng replied, Junior sister Chen Yu, I only used 10% of my strength, fearing I would deplete my true essence. If something unexpected happens later, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Just then Ling Tian stepped forward. Brother Qin Feng, don't worry, look at this. Saying so, Ling Tian took out his backpack and pulled out several bottles of pills. He immediately poured out a Qi recovery pill and its rich fragrance filled the air. Qin Feng was delighted. A Qi recovery pill could replenish the true essence of an earth-level martial artist within 10 minutes. However, they were quite expensive, costing 300,000 each. These were what Ling Tian had requested from Director Fong Ming before leaving, promising to return them upon his return. Ling Tian said, Senior brother, here are 30 Qi recovery pills, feel free to destroy the crystals. With Ling Tian's encouragement, Qin Feng held nothing back. With your word, I won't hold back. Ling Tian added, Brother Qin Feng has the strongest ability to destroy the crystals efficiently. Everyone pay attention to the mirrored world to prevent the mirror demon from sneaking in attack. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Qin Feng unleashed his full power, his true essence bursting forth, wrapping him in a purple glow. The energy roared, and with a punch the wind howled and his bones crackled crisply. Crack! Instantly the sound of shattering echoed. 3 crystals were directly smashed into powder by Qin Feng's punch. Everyone remained vigilant, watching the surrounding crystals as Qin Feng continued to strike. Crack after crack the sounds echoed. Soon more than 30 crystals were shattered. Qin Feng's true essence had also depleted by nearly 30%. Qin Feng was extremely cautious. Ling Tian, I've used up 30% of my true essence. Everyone was somewhat speechless. Only 30% depleted and already needing a Qi recovery pill? Wasn't that wasteful? But Ling Tian did not hesitate and directly threw the pills over. Brother Qin Feng, just use them, there are 30 pills, enough for you. Ling Tian tossed 10 pills at once. Qin Feng immediately took out a Qi recovery pill and swallowed it. Then he continued to smash one crystal after another. Pop, 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 accompanied by the shattering of each massive crystal. Everyone grew excited. Ling Tian said the mirrored demon's strength in the real world was very weak. Without these crystals forming the mirrored world, they were able to easily defeat the mirrored demon, as it had nowhere to hide. At that moment, Ling Tian saw not far from him a crystal mirror world. The sinister and terrifying mirror demon reappeared, intending to attack him, but Ling Tian simply smiled coldly. he remained silent and stepped aside, avoiding the mirror world's reflection. Unfortunately, the last yellow-tier martial artist behind him suffered the consequences. The mirror demon lifted its butcher knife and charged towards a Shin tier 3rd level martial artist. He's hiding here. Ling Tian intentionally warned a moment too late, however it was already too late when everyone saw the mirror demon. Ling Tian roared, and in an instant the 9 extreme sky fire erupted. A tornado destroyed the parking lot. In an instant a massive flame tornado enveloped Ling Tian and the Shin tier martial artist. Everyone clearly saw the mirror demon in the mirror world chopping down on the Shin tier martial artist. With a splash, blood sprayed everywhere. Just as everyone saw the yellow tier martial artist's head about to fly off, Ling Tian grabbed his head, preventing it from falling off. His healing ability activated. The yellow tier martial artist, who had initially resented Ling Tian for not warning him earlier to dodge, now felt his injuries rapidly healing and gratitude appeared in his eyes. However, his gratitude lasted only a few seconds before his expression drastically changed. His cultivation strength rapidly regressed. Having recently broken through to the 9th level of the yellow tier with a marrow cleansing pill, his cultivation quickly fell to the 7th level, then the 6th, and in just a few breaths it dropped to that of an ordinary person's. Ling Tian had completely drained him. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's progress in unblocking 100 meridians also reached 30%. Enveloped by the flame tornado, no one knew what Ling Tian was doing. As the flame tornado dissipated Ling Tian and the martial artist's body appeared before everyone, Ling Tian helplessly said, "A bit too slow, his head was already severed by the time I started healing." At this moment Ling Tian felt no guilt. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. After all, this yellow tier martial artist had harbored the intent to kill him just moments before, moreover draining someone dry right before everyone's eyes brought a thrill to Ling Tian. Everyone felt that Ling Tian using the flames to envelop the two was to block the mirror world, preventing the mirror from reflecting them, which was understandable. Everyone shook their heads helplessly, unable to blame Ling Tian. Ling Tian, who wasn't even a martial artist and was considered the weakest in the field, was expected to protect you. Surely that was a sign of madness. Moreover, the death of one more person meant one less competitor to share the secrets of the mystic realm with. Ling Tian dared to act this way precisely because he understood everyone's mindset. In his heart, Ling Tian thought, if only I could directly drain a Shin-level martial artist, I wouldn't be far from unlocking 100 meridians. Now, of the 100 people who entered the mystic realm, only 7 remained. Besides Ling Tian and his 2 companions, there were 3 at Shin-level triple layer, 1 at Shin-level quadruple layer and 1 at Shin-level quintuple layer, draining the Shin-level quintuple layer martial artist might just unlock 100 meridians. Meanwhile, Qin Feng hastened his pace, shattering crystals continuously. Qin Yu initially wanted to help, but Ling Tian stopped her, explaining that if she attacked the crystals, she would be distracted and unable to protect herself. With the sound of crystals shattering, half an hour later, all the crystals within the inner space were finally destroyed. Everyone then saw the exit of the 2nd level. At the exit there were 10 boxes identical to the ones containing the marrow cleansing pills at the 1st levels, and excitement surged among them. Success was within reach. However, before a Shen-level triple layer martial artist could finish his sentence, his head flew off suddenly, blood spurted out like a fountain and he died instantly. Everyone was shocked and began to scream. How could this be? The crystals were shattered, there were no mirrors left, so how could the mirror demon kill? Seeing the dead Shen-level triple layer martial artist, Ling Tian was speechless. The mirror demon killed with a single strike. Otherwise he could have absorbed quite a bit of latent power. Qin Feng and Shen Yu bowed their heads in thought. Indeed, they saw the exit and could leave and complete the level. The rewards were right before their eyes, but they couldn't feel happy. The mirror demon could kill silently and follow them at any time, putting them constantly in danger. How could they feel excited or happy under such circumstances? It's the eyes. Suddenly Ling Tian spoke with a grim face. The eyes, everyone shuddered. Yes, the eyes, the pupils, they could also reflect the mirror world. In that case, as long as someone's gaze was fixed on another person, the mirror demon could enter the mirror world and kill. What were they to do now? Could they simply not open their eyes? Qin Yu frowned. Qin Feng commanded everyone, close your eyes. As long as we don't see each other, we'll be safe. Following Qin Feng's command, everyone closed their eyes. We 6 will each look in a different direction. I'll watch 12 o'clock Ling Tian, you take 2 o'clock, and Chen Yu watch 4 o'clock. Upon hearing Qin Feng's instructions, everyone complied. They all stood tensely together, frowning, uncertain of the best course of action. Just then Ling Tian spoke up. I have a plan. Everyone do as I say. Everyone paused, surprised. Qin Feng said, speak Ling Tian. Ling Tian instructed, everyone close your eyes, and in a moment all of you open your eyes towards the direction above our center. Hearing Ling Tian's plan, everyone was puzzled, wondering what Ling Tian intended to achieve by this. What was the significance of Ling Tian's actions? Ling Tian instructed, just do as I say. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Qin Feng could only nod in agreement. Ling Tian's way of thinking was different from theirs. Without him, Qin Feng estimated that fewer than 6 of them would still be alive. At that moment everyone turned around. It was then that Ling Tian suddenly shouted loudly, open your eyes, look up at the sky. As his voice fell, all 6 people opened their eyes. At that moment Ling Tian pulled out a palm-sized mirror crystal and threw it into the air. All 6 gazes were immediately drawn to the crystal. However, in that instant Ling Tian's 9 extremes heavenly fire erupted, sending a brilliant, dazzling light soaring into the air. The radiant light was so intense that it hurt everyone's eyes, forcing them to close them again. Ling Tian noticed that in the direction of Chen Yu's gaze a black beam of light flashed and rushed towards the mirror crystal. Everyone else realized it too. The previous mirror demon had been hiding within the mirrored world reflected in Chen Yu's pupils. Now, with everyone's eyes closed, the mirror demon had no mirrored world to hide in. It had no choice but to rush towards the mirror crystal. Don't open your eyes, Ling Tian shouted. By then, the mirror demon had already entered the mirrored world within the mirror crystal. Ling Tian was the only one who opened his eyes, and as he did, the 9 extremes heavenly fire erupted again, directly melting the crystal. At this point Ling Tian was the only one with his eyes open. With the crystal gone and no other carrier for the mirrored world, the only remaining vessel was Ling Tian's own eyes. The mirror demon transformed into a black light rushed towards Ling Tian's pupils. However, Ling Tian was already prepared. Flame slash of the heavens. With his strongest attack, the 9 extremes heavenly fire condensed into a fiery blade. It cleaved through the air and struck the black beam directly. A horrifying scream echoed in everyone's ears. Then a humanoid monster about 1.5 meters tall fell to the ground. It was the mirrored demon. As the mirrored demon fell, it lost its vitality. Ling Tian then said, open your eyes. Everyone opened their eyes and saw the burnt, charred remains of the mirrored demon on the ground, completely dead. They looked at Ling Tian in shock. How did you do it? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. Everyone else looked at Ling Tian with puzzled expressions. Ling Tian smiled slightly and explained, I had quietly pocketed a piece of mirror crystal earlier. I had already guessed that the mirrored demon might use the mirrored worlds in our eyes as a carrier. When I threw the mirror crystal into the air, everyone's gaze was simultaneously drawn to it. I used the light of the celestial fire to temporarily blind you all. The mirrored demon had only one way to enter, through the crystal. However, when I shattered the mirror and opened my eyes, the mirror demon could only enter through my pupils. All I needed to do was to prepare in advance and strike him down the moment he emerged from the crystal mirror world. After hearing Ling Tian's explanation, everyone was astounded and couldn't help but admire him. A 17-year-old high school student, yet so meticulously thoughtful. Without him, it's likely that a mirror demon would have been the end of them all. Ling Tian in his previous life had only known about such occurrences after obtaining the memories of Qin Feng. In his past life, Qin Feng had killed all those who entered the 2nd level of the secret realm. Eventually he had closed his eyes, forcing the mirror demon to appear in the real world, where Qin Feng finally killed him. But Ling Tian had already come up with a countermeasure before even entering the secret realm. At that moment they saw the hourglass embedded above the gate at the exit of the 2nd level begin to move. Everyone knew then that they had passed the 2nd level. Ling Tian also began to look forward to what came next. The 3rd level was up next, and by passing it, they could receive the rewards of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone grew excited. The death rate in such a perilous secret realm was high, and the final reward could only be imagined as incredibly formidable. Qin Feng spoke calmly, we have 1 hour to rest, let's divide the rewards. Saying this, everyone gathered around the stone platform where 10 marrow cleansing pills were laid out. Qin Feng suggested this level. Ling Tian put in the most effort. Without him we'd all be dead, and he was the one who killed the mirror demon. There are 6 of us. I propose that Ling Tian gets 3 marrow cleansing pills. Chen Yu and I will take 2 each, and the rest of you 1 each. Any objections? The 3 Shin level martial artists shook their heads reluctantly. No objections. Chen Yu also looked at Qin Feng with a much warmer gaze. This distribution seemed fair. Ling Tian had contributed the most and thus received the most. It was reasonable. The two of them being of Earth level getting two each was also justifiable. The other three, who could almost be said to have breezed through without effort, deservedly received one marrow cleansing pill each. Naturally, they dared not object. Without hesitation, they distributed and immediately consumed all the marrow cleansing pills. Ling Tian also began his cultivation, rapidly absorbing the power within the marrow cleansing pills. After the power of the first marrow cleansing pill was completely absorbed, Ling Tian's meridians successfully broke through to the 100th. A robust surge of vitality burst forth from his body. Moreover, he was now halfway to breaking through the 101st meridian. Although he had only opened one meridian, Ling Tian was immensely pleased. The difference between 99 and 100 meridians was a quantum leap. Among 100 geniuses who had opened 99 meridians, perhaps only about 3 could break through to the 100th. Now Ling Tian, having successfully opened 100 meridians, had his vitality doubled. Whether it was strength, speed, or physical defense, all had significantly improved. At this moment, Ling Tian was confident that with his use of the 9th extreme celestial fire, executing the first strike of the 9th extreme fiery slash, he could instantly kill a martial artist of the 6th level of the yellow tier. Even as a level 7 yellow grade martial artist, Ling Tian was ready for battle. Following that, Ling Tian continued to consume the second marrow cleansing pill. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Tian absorbed the medicinal power of the third marrow cleansing pill, successfully clearing 101 meridians. At this moment, Ling Tian had 20 vibrant blood chi stars emerging around him. However, everyone was so focused on assimilating the power of their marrow cleansing pills that they failed to notice the blood chi stars around Ling Tian. Ling Tian kept the last marrow cleansing pill in his backpack. Just like the marrow cleansing liquid, the pills of the same level lose their effect after the third use. With this last pill, Ling Tian could potentially sell it for 50 million, which would allow him to repay the debt of 30 chi replenishing pills he owed. Soon everyone had completed their cultivation. Qin Feng broke through from level 6 to level 7 of the Earth grade, while Chen Yu advanced from level 4 to level 5 of the Earth grade. The other three profound grade martial artists progressed from levels 3, 4, and 5 to levels 4, 5, and 6 respectively. Chen Yu was baffled. Originally hired as a bodyguard for a high school student aspiring to be a martial artist, she found herself inexplicably advancing 2 minor levels within a day. Was she clinging to Ling Tian for advancement, or was it the other way around? Just then the gate to the third challenge opened. They all entered the passageway and soon arrived at the site of the third trial. There, they saw a massive platform, and atop it was an enormous creature. It was a gigantic fox demon with multiple elegant tails. The moment they saw the giant fox demon, everyone was stunned as it slowly opened its eyes. A terrifying demonic aura, like a primal chaotic flow, swept over them. The horrifying aura distorted the space around them, twisting it and engulfing the 6 of them. The demonic energy seemed to crush their physical bodies, pushing them to near despair. They didn't even have the courage to meet the fox demon's gaze. "This is a 7th order beast emperor," Qin Feng screamed in horror. The beast emperor was equivalent to a martial emperor among human martial artists, a level above the Earth grade and the innate master realm. Beyond that were the realms of true martial king, spirit martial emperor, and sky martial saint. The presence of the giant fox demon was utterly despairing. Qin Feng, the strongest student at Tianlong University and someone who had experienced a similar aura from the university president, recognized the overwhelming power. It was immediately evident that the creature before them, a monstrous fox, was equivalent to a 7th-tier beast emperor in human martial stages, a level of power where a single individual could devastate a large city. Confronted with such a terrifying aura, they nearly succumbed to despair and collapse. An emperor could fly through the skies, move mountains, fill seas, and withstand nuclear blasts with their physical body alone, and now they were facing such a defiance of the natural order. The fox, noting their terror, chuckled and astonishingly spoke in human tongue. "Little ones, don't panic, I won't kill you." As it spoke, the fox reigned in its formidable presence, much to everyone's relief, their backs already drenched with sweat. The fox, with a hint of curiosity, observed them all. "First of all, congratulations on reaching the final stage of the Heavenly Spirit secret realm," it announced. "Pass my test, and you'll receive the rewards left by my master." Despite its reassurance, the tension was palpable. After all, they were facing a 7th-tier beast emperor, a creature that could extinguish their lives with a mere breath. The fox introduced itself. "My name is Xuanning, and I am a 9-tailed celestial fox. I'm quite kind and I adore honest people. My test is simple. Prove your honesty to me, demonstrate your wisdom, and I will let you pass. Qin Feng, furrowing his brow, managed to suppress the fear in his heart and asked, How should we prove it to you? The fox smiled subtly. Simple, I'll ask you a question and you must answer truthfully. If you're truthful, you pass, but if anyone lies, there will be consequences. Everyone was stunned. That's it? They wondered. The nine-tailed fox smiled, its tail swaying hypnotically, adding to their dizziness. Despite its fearsome nature, the fox's expressions were richer and more varied than those of humans. The fox added with a sly grin, Oh, and just so you know, my master was a martial saint from 3,000 years ago. He possessed an awakened talent in pupil technique, a powerful mentalist warrior. The rewards he left are substantial. It continued, revealing that the final prize included a mystical spirit elixir to enhance mental strength, a profound mental cultivation technique known as the Great Thousand Spirit Divine Scripture, and most importantly, a saint's heart that could evolve mental type abilities. Hearing this, everyone nearly lost their minds. These were legendary items, each capable of causing storms of blood and desire in the outside world. Qin Feng's breathing quickened with excitement. The saint's heart seemed tailor-made for him. Even Shen Yu was dumbfounded, feeling as though she was dreaming. Only Ling Tian remained calm, for he had known what was in this place all along. Despite his knowledge, some things were still beyond his control. In his previous life, when he reached this third stage, Qin Feng was the only one left, and the fox had recognized him as a warrior with an awakened S-tier talent. When the Thousand Illusion Spirit Eyes awakened, Qin Feng directly received the ultimate reward of the secret realm, gaining the entire legacy of an ancient martial artist. However, this time there were 6 people who reached the 3rd level of the secret realm. Ling Tian remained calm amidst this development. A minor mishap like this was not enough to perturb him. At that moment, a playful look appeared in the eyes of the fox demon as she gazed at the group. Are you all ready? After hearing the fox demon's words, the 6 people exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. We are ready. Good, then I shall ask my question, the fox demon continued. Have any of you awakened any special abilities? If so, what are they? The group was momentarily stunned by her question. The first martial artist at the 4th level of the Xian tier shook his head regretfully. I have not awakened any special abilities. The other 2 martial artists, one at the 5th level and the other at the 6th level of the Xian tier, also shook their heads. Neither have we. This did not raise any suspicions, as it was commonly understood that martial artists typically had a higher chance of awakening special abilities only after reaching the Earth tier, and it was quite rare for those below that level. It was exceptionally unusual for someone like Ling Tian, who had awakened a special ability without even being a martial artist. This revelation was unexpected for everyone. They hadn't anticipated such a straightforward question from the fox demon. At this point, all eyes turned to Qin Yu, who stated coldly, I have awakened an A-level talent, Beixian Ice Cold. Upon hearing this, the 3 Xian tier martial artists looked at him with envy. Most people, even those who had awakened to special abilities, only possessed abilities of B or C grade, and A grade was already considered prodigious. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's expression was filled with confidence and he smiled slightly. Elder, the talent I've awakened is of the S grade, the Thousand Illusion Spirit Eyes. The 3 Xian tier martial artists were visibly shocked and awed by this revelation. Qin Feng, though only a 7th level Earth tier martial artist, had awakened an S grade talent, indicating that he could potentially compete even with typical first-level heaven-tier martial artists. Even the fox demon showed a hint of joy upon hearing Qin Feng's declaration, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent, I did not expect that you would awaken the 1,000 Illusion Spirit Eyes. It seems the heir to the master's legacy has appeared. Finally, everyone's gaze shifted to Ling Tian. They had all witnessed that Ling Tian had used 2 different special abilities. Everyone was eager to know what exactly Ling Tian's special abilities were. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian openly shared, I awakened with S-rank talents, the 9 Extreme Skyfire and the S-rank Healing Recovery. What? Even the Beast Emperor's eyes revealed a shock this time. You must know, awakening dual S-rank talents before even becoming a martial artist is unheard of. Even in the ancient era of martial artists spanning thousands of years, such genius was 1 in 10 million, a true super genius. Yet now such a formidable prodigy has appeared in the Dragon Nation. However, just when everyone was anticipating passing the trial, the seemingly calm face of the demon fox suddenly showed a trace of anger. Fools, someone is lying. With a roar, the sound wave exploded like thunder from the heavens. The shockwaves rippled through the air, creating waves upon waves. The entire 3rd layer of the trial grounds shook violently. The terrifying pressure crushed everyone, making it difficult for the 6 of them, including Ling Tian, to even breathe, let alone move. How is this possible? Everyone screamed in shock, sweat beads trickling down Qin Feng's forehead, his heart filled with immense rage. It was supposed to be simple. Telling the truth would have allowed them to pass, but someone had to lie. This indicated that someone harbored ill intentions and did not wish to share the ultimate reward. The demon fox glared at the six, bellowing, "You scoundrels dare to lie in front of me! Do not say I did not give you a chance. Speak now and reveal the liar among you, otherwise I will let all of you die here." Upon hearing the demon fox's words, panic showed in everyone's eyes. Who was it? Who lied? I'm giving you 10 breaths to point out the liar. The demon fox's tail swished violently, stirring up a massive gust as if to suffocate them all. Qin Feng's face turned deathly pale. No one truly knew who the liar was. My talents are no secret at the magic capital Dragon University. Qin Feng spoke loudly, and Sister Chen Yu is also a prodigy at Longdu University. Both our talents are public knowledge, visible on our school forums. As for Ling Tian, everyone has seen his talents and abilities along the way. It must be one of you three. Qin Feng glared fiercely at the 3 Shin-level martial artists. Suddenly, the 3 of them panicked. I really didn't lie. Yet at this moment the demon fox's voice echoed ominously like a death knell from hell. You have 5 breaths left. Everyone's mental defenses nearly collapsed. It's him. At that moment, a Shin level 6 martial artist pointed at the weakest Shin level 4 martial artist. I sensed a cold aura within his true essence earlier. He definitely concealed his abilities and has awakened a talent. I didn't. The accused Shin level 4 martial artist was on the verge of tears, clearly being bullied due to his weaker strength. The fox spirit's eyes flashed with a cunning gleam which was not missed by Ling Tian. The fox spoke with a threatening tone, 3 more breaths, and if you don't point out the liar, all of you will die. Almost simultaneously, Ling Tian and his group pointed towards a Shin level 4th stage martial artist. In near despair, the accused martial artist pleaded, I really didn't lie. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp blade flew out from the fox spirit, cutting him in half at the waist. The fox spirit looked indifferently at Ling Tian and the others. I'll give you one more chance, cherish it. However, at that moment Ling Tian approached the bisected martial artist, activating his special abilities. He quickly restored the Shin level 4th stage martial artist. Ling Tian frantically extracted the latent potential of the martial artist's abilities, which rapidly opened his own meridians. In a short time Ling Tian had cleared 102 meridians. Witnessing this, the fox spirit, now revealed to be a beast emperor, showed a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting Ling Tian's gifted abilities to be so extraordinary and monstrous. The man was halved, yet Ling Tian was still able to revive him. With a cold snort, the fox beast emperor's killing intent erupted. The one I wanted dead, you dare to save. But before the fox beast emperor could finish, Ling Tian activated the 9 extreme skyfire, transforming it into a flaming blade that severed the neck of the Shin level martial artist. The martial artist, who had thought he was going to live, was killed again by Ling Tian. Respectfully, Ling Tian bowed to the fox beast emperor. If the senior does not wish him saved, then naturally I will not save him. Seeing Ling Tian's understanding, the fox beast emperor nodded in satisfaction. Just this once, not again. However, Ling Tian had not truly intended to save the man, he merely wanted to extract the martial potential from him. The fox beast emperor looked at the remaining 5 people. I am going to ask now, lie again and you bear the consequences, he declared, then asked, how old are you all? Everyone was stunned by such a simple question, feeling that the fox beast emperor was merely toying with their psyches. He had told them from the start what the ultimate reward would be, simply to magnify their greed. The more people died here, the more substantial the final reward they would receive. I'm 35, I'm 33, 2 Shin level martial artists answered. 20 years old, Chen Yu and Qin Feng also responded. I'm 17. Finally it was Ling Tian. Someone is lying. In that instant, the fox beast emperor's eyes once again revealed intense murderous intent, accompanied by an angry shout. The sound wave, like a millennium flood, instantly overwhelmed the entire trial area, causing everyone's mind to waver. Feeling as if their bodies were about to be crushed by the terrifying blast of air, they shivered unconsciously. However, at this moment a smile appeared on Ling Tian's lips as he gazed at the shaking tail of the demonic fox beast emperor. The beast emperor roared loudly, you have 10 breaths to tell me who is lying. Otherwise everyone dies. The 2 Shin level martial artists were so frightened that they were nearly in tears. Even Qin Feng and Chen Yu's faces turned extremely ugly. I am really 35 years old. Qin Feng and Chen Yu quickly pulled out their student IDs. we are indeed only 20 years old, so who could it be? But Chen Yu exclaimed, it can't be Ling Tian, he is really 17. I sought his information when I took on the school's mission to protect him. It's you. Qin Feng suddenly exploded with murderous intent. His eyes seemed to transform into two bottomless vortices, as if they were about to suck their souls into them. Seeing this, the two Shin-level martial artists were so desperate that they almost cried out. They simply didn't know how to explain themselves. We really didn't lie, Qin Feng with a cold face said. Why not kill these two? Then no one would be lying. Qin Feng was certain that Chen Yu and Ling Tian were telling the truth. After hearing Qin Feng's words, the two Shin-level martial artists nearly collapsed. We didn't lie, we really didn't. Watching their crying and shouting, the demonic fox beast emperor became even more excited. You have 5 more breaths to tell me who lied. Qin Feng's murderous intent exploded, directly targeting the two Shin-level martial artists, preparing to accuse them. Just at this moment, Ling Tian spoke up. I know who lied. Who? Everyone was stunned, turning to look at Ling Tian in shock, and the two Shin-level martial artists looked at him as if he was a lifeline. Everyone's eyes fixed on Ling Tian. The demonic fox beast emperor also looked at Ling Tian with interest. Little guy, speak up, who is lying? At that moment, Ling Tian turned to the demonic fox beast emperor. It's you, senior beast emperor, the one lying is you. What? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone was shocked, staring at the demonic fox beast emperor. A flicker of anger appeared in the emperor's eyes. Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? Ling Tian looked at the beast emperor. Senior beast emperor, please stop joking with us. From the beginning you have been deceiving us. You said you were kind, but you crushed our people like ants. You said you liked honest people, yet you told us to use our intelligence to pass the test. This doesn't make sense at all. Moreover, you claim to be a 9-tailed heavenly fox, but you only possess the strength of a beast emperor. Ling Tian continued breathlessly, and the crowd increasingly convinced of Ling Tian's speculation listened intently. Ling Tian continued, Senior Beast Emperor, I have read the scriptures. Among your demonic fox clan, a 7-tailed spirit fox possesses the strength of a beast emperor, an 8-tailed spirit fox has the strength of a holy beast, and a 9-tailed heavenly fox is the legendary beast god. Since our arrival, you claim to be a 9-tailed heavenly fox, yet you kept shaking your tails, preventing us from seeing clearly how many you actually have. From the beginning you have been lying to us. From start to finish it has been you deceiving us. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the demon fox was momentarily stunned, then it burst into hearty laughter. Well done, kid, you really hit the nail on the head. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be so meticulous. Indeed, I have been lying all along. My purpose in this trial was to test if the candidates are meticulous and talented enough. After all, inheriting my master's legacy is no trivial matter, and I cannot simply choose an inheritor at random. Ling Tian nodded in understanding as all became clear to him. In his previous life, Qin Feng had to pass the second trial by eliminating everyone, which he couldn't do. Seeing Qin Feng's talent, the 7-tailed spirit fox, in its quest to find a suitable inheritor, could not just let him pass directly. Now, with 6 people having reached the third trial, it was natural for the 7-tailed spirit fox to test them. The fox laughed out loud. Congratulations on passing the trial. I have completed my task and now I am free. Go ahead. With a thunderous rumble, the trial grounds began to shake violently. Soon the passage to the final reward sanctuary was opened. As they were leaving, the 7-tailed spirit fox and Qin Feng exchanged glances. Watching Ling Tian's departing figure, the fox's eyes revealed a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and the two Shin-level martial artists were incredibly excited. Chen Yu's opinion of Ling Tian had risen several notches. It could be said that without Ling Tian today they might have all perished there. The final trial was the reward stage. After claiming their rewards, they would be able to leave the sanctuary. At that moment they saw an exit at the deepest part of the passage. They quickened their pace and soon reached the final area of the sanctuary, the inheritance treasury. Upon entering the treasury, they were overwhelmed by an incredibly dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Inside, there were 3 massive stone platforms. On the left platform, there were 10 crystal vials. Everyone was thrilled knowing that the contents of these vials were the extremely rare Shenling spirit fluid. Consuming it would greatly enhance one's spiritual power. On the right platform stood a tome. Everyone realized that this must be the ancient martial spirit cultivation manual mentioned earlier by the 7-tailed spirit fox. In the middle platform, there hovered a heart-shaped treasure glowing in 7 vibrant colors. Radiating a dazzling and blinding light was the Saint's Heart, an artifact capable of evolving talents related to the Mind-Eye techniques and other special abilities. The mesmerizing glow accelerated everyone's heartbeat and ignited a fervor among them. At this moment they also observed inscriptions on the pedestal that held the saint's heart. The inscriptions read, "Only by successfully refining the saint's heart can one inherit all and take away the mysterious spirit essence and the thousand spirits divine technique, and only then may one leave this place." Understanding dawned upon everyone. To obtain everything one must refine the saint's heart. Only through refining the saint's heart could one acquire the other treasures and leave the secret realm. However, there were 5 of them, but only one saint's heart. The initial excitement on everyone's faces vanished upon realizing this news. They knew that it would be difficult for them to benefit now. It was at this moment that Ling Tian suddenly spoke up. "Brother Qin Feng, let the saint's heart be yours." Everyone was stunned upon hearing Ling Tian's words. The saint's heart could evolve a talent by one whole level, and here was Ling Tian without a hint of hesitation offering it up. How could this not shock and surprise everyone? Qin Feng was visibly taken aback. "Ling Tian, are you really giving it to me?" Ling Tian responded calmly, "As for the talents, I already possess dual S-grade abilities. As my strength improves, I have a great chance of evolving my abilities on my own. Moreover, my abilities are not of the mental or technique type, so even though the saint's heart is useful, it may not guarantee evolution." Similarly, Senior Chen Yu's ice ability might not evolve completely either. Ling Tian continued, "But you are different. The saint's heart is tailor-made for you. It's your exclusive item. You can absorb it effortlessly and evolve your ability with certainty. If you don't use the saint's heart, then who will?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng himself became excited, feeling that the saint's heart was indeed destined for him. Chen Yu was also moved by Ling Tian's generosity. After all, Ling Tian had come for these treasures. The saint's heart, even if not used by him, could be sold for billions, perhaps even hundreds of billions. Ling Tian without any hesitation chose to offer it to Qin Feng. "Brother Qin Feng, if you obtain the inheritance, just share some of the mysterious spirit essence with us. As for the cultivation manual, if you're willing, let us have a look." Qin Feng was stirred by the conversation. "No problem." Then he walked directly towards the saint's heart. Meanwhile, everyone failed to notice the fierce killing intent that burst forth in Qin Feng's eyes at that moment. Chen Yu watched the 2 Shin-level martial artists. They didn't dare to snatch the saint's heart. If they harbored any thoughts of doing so, Chen Yu was prepared to kill them instantly. At this time, Qin Feng had reached the saint's heart, and without any hesitation he took it and swallowed it. In an instant, a miraculous power surged into Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng immediately felt his power peak as his 180 trillion cells joyously celebrated, thumping alive within him. His mind, caught in an excited frenzy, was paradoxically clear. His body radiated an immensely dazzling array of colored lights. Ecstatic, Qin Feng couldn't help but roar aloud. His aura continued to climb higher and higher. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy burst forth. Qin Feng's cultivation level rocketed from the Earth level 7 stage directly to the 8th and then to the 9th. Yet it did not stop there. To the sky level 1st stage. Boom! In less than 3 minutes, Qin Feng's cultivation leaped to the realm of sky level 1. But that was not the end. Qin Feng's aura kept skyrocketing wildly. This was the heart of the saint, a legacy where a saint before death condenses their unique talents and martial power into the essence, transforming it into the heart of the saint to pass on to their next generation. Sky level 2, sky level 3, he surged up to sky level 7 before it finally ceased. It was at this moment that Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. In his left eye there appeared a colored vortex, while his right eye seemed overlaid with a layer of black flame. Those eyes seemed capable of disturbing the mind and perhaps even destroying all things. "Supreme twin pupils," Ling Tian exclaimed excitedly. "Supreme twin pupils." Qin Yu was also shocked. The supreme twin pupils, he had heard of them, counted among the 36 top SS grade talents, with the left eye controlling the mind and the right eye commanding life and death. If used properly, their power could approach the SS grade talents. Everyone was nearly driven mad by the revelation. However, just as everyone's shock had yet to subside, Ling Tian suddenly whispered into Chen Yu's ear, "Qin Feng is going to kill us, get ready to dodge." Chen Yu was jolted as if an electric current surged through his body. Before he could express his surprise, Qin Feng's murderous intent soared. "Die, all of you!" Zhang! In an instant, the void seemed as if it was about to be devoured, emitting an unbearably shrill noise. From Qin Feng's right eye, a black flame burst forth, shooting towards Ling Tian and the others. At that very moment, Chen Yu pushed his unique talent to its limit. Instantly, 9 massive ice walls rose from the ground, shielding Ling Tian and Chen Yu. the two Shin-level martial artists didn't even have a chance to react, directly hit by the destructive black flame of the supreme twin pupils. With a crashing sound, they didn't even have the chance to scream before they were obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence. But the devastating black flames continued their relentless advance toward the ice wall conjured by Chinyu. The ice wall, in the face of those destructive black flames, offered no resistance at all. It vaporized instantly, disappearing without a trace, but it did buy them time to evade. Ling Tian and Chenyu successfully dodged the attack of the black flames. With a crashing sound, in an instant the black flames struck the walls of the secret realm. The walls were scorched, leaving a crater over 10 meters in diameter and 2 meters deep. What? Chenyu watched the scene in shock, completely dumbfounded. The terrifying destructive power, he feared that even a typical innate realm martial arts master, if struck, would be utterly annihilated. Such fearsome power was beyond imagination. An SS-level psychic talent, the Extreme Path twin pupils, instilled deep fear in Chenyu's heart. And Chenyu was also enraged. If it wasn't for Ling Tian's timely warning, he would have already perished under those devastating black flames. Qin Feng, have you gone mad? Why do you want to kill us? Chenyu shouted angrily, his face flushed with rage. They had supported each other all along the way. Without Ling Tian's help, Qin Feng would never have obtained the Saint's Heart. But now, having just received the Saint's Heart and enhanced his strength, awakening the Extreme Path twin pupils, he wanted to kill them. How could Chenyu not be angry, not feel enraged? However, Ling Tian remained calm, completely indifferent. He had known all along what kind of person Qin Feng was. Qin Feng's actions were all within Ling Tian's expectations. Ha ha ha! Qin Feng burst out laughing, his eyes filled with madness and ferocity. What are you? Do you also deserve to share the inheritance? Everything here is mine, the mysterious spirit elixir, the great thousand spirit technique, all mine. What right do you have to compete with me? Qin Feng then looked at Ling Tian. Boy, you don't seem surprised at all? Ling Tian calmly replied, I've known all along that you would do this. You're using me, but am I not using you as well? Qin Feng found it laughable. Boy, I admit you have some strength and some smarts, but unfortunately my strength now is beyond your imagination. At Qin Feng have awakened the Extreme Path twin pupils. My strength has skyrocketed to the 7th level of the Sky Realm. From now on, at Tianlong University, I will be the strongest. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Qin Feng's body, forcing Ling Tian and Chenyu to stagger back. Although Qin Feng was not yet a martial arts master, his power now surpassed one. Qin Feng looked at Chenyu and Ling Tian with a smug expression. Ling Tian, Chenyu, you both are rare talents. I somewhat regret having to kill you. How about this? I'll give you a chance to live. What do you say? Chenyu frowned as he looked at Qin Feng. What exactly do you want? Qin Feng smiled slightly. It's simple, my Extreme Path twin pupils, the left eye can control minds. With simple use, it can make people experience illusions they cannot escape from. The most potent method, Qin Feng declared, is to control a person's mind. If you do not resist and accept my control, becoming my slaves, I will spare your lives, he proposed, his eyes filled with insatiable greed as he brazenly surveyed Chenyu. Chenyu felt an overwhelming discomfort, a wave of nausea washing over her as she outright rejected him, saying, in your dreams. She knew all too well that if she were to become Qin Feng's slave, she would be utterly powerless to resist whatever he intended to do to her. Despite the escalating tension, Ling Tian remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the impending danger. Enraged by Chenyu's refusal, Qin Feng shouted angrily. Lifting his hand, he unleashed his spiritual power, creating a blade of energy several meters long that sliced through the air and shattered the sound barrier, hurtling towards Chenyu. In response, Chenyu quickly mobilized her innate ability and spiritual power, forming a massive ice shield in the blink of an eye. The collision between the energy blade and the ice shield was thunderous. The shield shattered instantly, turning into countless ice crystals that scattered in the air. Blood spurted as a severe wound appeared on Chenyu's chest, and she fell heavily to the ground. Shock filled her heart. She knew her strength was comparable to Qin Feng's, but now that he had successfully assimilated the Saint's Heart, his power had grown so immense that he could easily defeat her with a mere flick of his hand. Now even 50 Chinyes would be no match for Qin Feng. However, Ling Tian, composed as ever, approached Chenyu and activated his healing ability. With ease, he restored her to full health. As this happened, Qin Feng, looking on with admiration, began clapping enthusiastically. Impressive. Such incredible healing power to cure wounds in an instant, he exclaimed, thoroughly pleased. Ling Tian, do you know why I haven't killed you? It's because your healing ability fascinates me. How about it, if you submit to me, together we would be an invincible duo. We could sweep across the Dragon Nation, conquer Blue Star, and you would stand second only to me among billions. Still, Ling Tian remained calm, his face stoic as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how about I give you a chance? Cut off your own arms, kneel and submit to me, and I will. Spare your life, he offered. Stunned by Ling Tian's proposal, Qin Feng stared at him as if he were looking at a fool. Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? Do you realize the vast chasm that lies between us? I am a 7th level heavenly powerhouse, and you're not even a martial artist. Even if you have awakened dual system special talents, you remain but an ant to me, one I could crush with a mere flick of my finger. And you expect me to submit to you? Yet Ling Tian responded with unwavering confidence, I've told you from the very beginning you've been within my grasp. My capabilities are beyond your comprehension. But before Qin Feng could burst into rage, Qianyu stood up, her voice thundering in a roar. Ling Tian, find a way to escape. As she roared, she produced a vial of blood-red potion from her hand. Qianyu, stop. But Ling Tian couldn't finish his plea. Qianyu had already swallowed the potion. Gulping it down, boom, in an instant vital energy surged and waves of power roiled. Qianyu's eyes turned blood-red, veins bulging on her forehead as her aura climbed higher and higher. Ling Tian recognized immediately that the potion Qianyu had ingested was a Fury Potion. A Fury Potion is a type of drug that causes a martial artist's blood and vital energy to burn intensely for a short period, pushing them into a frenzied state which significantly boosts their strength. However, once the effect wears off, it inflicts irreversible damage to the user's foundation. At best, it could cause one's cultivation to regress. At worst, it could render a person crippled, stripping away all their power and even endangering their life. As the powerful waves of energy continued to emanate from Qianyu, her level soared from the 5th tier of the earthly level straight to the 6th and didn't stop until reaching the 8th tier of earthly level. Ling Tian, I'm buying you. Time run, Qianyu shouted loudly. In her eyes, she was supposed to be Ling Tian's bodyguard protecting him. However, since entering this secret realm, it had always been Ling Tian protecting her. Without him, she might have already been dead. Moreover, Ling Tian, who had awakened dual S-level special talents, was destined to surpass her in importance to the Dragon Nation. In her mind, sacrificing herself if it meant Ling Tian could survive was worth it. Suddenly the temperature around plummeted. The last layer of the secret realm seemed to have plunged into an ice cellar. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous noise, gigantic walls of ice formed around Qin Feng, rapidly building into a massive icy cage that trapped him within. Before Ling Tian could even speak, Qianyu leapt into the air, jumping over 10 meters high to arrive right above Qin Feng. Her vital energy and special talents merged, operating at their limit as powerful energy enveloped her, transforming into a suit of ice armor. Then she conjured a massive ice battle axe spanning over 10 meters. Die! With a furious shot from Qianyu, the axe gleamed brilliantly, its blade cascading like a waterfall. In an instant it slashed down from the void, aiming straight for Qin Feng's head. Qin Feng, with a look of disdain in his eyes, wrapped his arms in thick vital energy. He lifted his right hand and reached out to grasp the massive ice battle axe. With a muffled thud and a surge of waves, incredibly, the gigantic ice axe was caught barehanded by Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's grip, the ice battle blade seemed to be welded solidly with cement, making it impossible for Qianyu to move even slightly. With a series of loud cracks, Qin Feng exerted force and the blade instantly spread numerous fissures, shattering into countless ice crystals scattering all around. Qianyu's form uncontrollably plummeted downward. With a look of disdain, Qin Feng threw a punch, and in that instant his fist roared like a dragon. The searing rush of his blood chi surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Qianyu completely. A heavy punch landed squarely on Qianyu's chest. Qianyu felt as though her chest was being pierced through like a kite with its string cut, thrown violently backwards. With a thunderous crash, she slammed against the wall, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. She could feel her internal organs as if they were about to shatter. Life seemed to ebb away bit by bit from her, leaving her helpless. The gap in strength was just too vast. The saint's heart was overwhelmingly powerful, having boosted Qin Feng's strength by a whole major realm. Even after taking a rage potion, she was no match for him. She looked in the direction where Ling Tian had been. Exhaling deeply, she thought, if I am to die, at least Ling Tian has escaped. I hope he manages to get away. But just then, a gentle force entered Qianyu's body, bringing a wave of comfort. Soon, she could distinctly feel her injuries healing rapidly. Even the damage from the rage potion was quickly recovering. A hand was placed on her chest, and the owner of that hand was none other than Ling Tian. Instantly, Qianyu panicked. Not feeling any joy from her injuries being healed, she was instead filled with immense anger. Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? I created a chance for you to escape, why didn't you leave? However, Ling Tian just smiled faintly, looking at Chen Yu with a heart full of emotion. They had known each other for less than 2 days, yet he was willing to risk his life for her. Thinking of his own father, his cousins who treated him like a dog, he reassured her, I told you it'll be alright. Qin Feng is not a threat to me. The confidence in Ling Tian's eyes stunned Chen Yu. Could it be that Ling Tian really had some secret trump card? However, compared to Qin Feng, Ling Tian was far too weak. She couldn't think of any way Ling Tian could turn the tide. Even Qin Feng couldn't bear to watch anymore, wondering if there was something wrong with Ling Tian's brain. Boy, do you still not understand the situation? My patience is limited. I'm asking you one last time, will you submit or die? Qin Feng raised his voice, and his words like a wave of energy caused Ling Tian's clothes to flutter, yet Ling Tian remained calm and relaxed. Ling Tian reached into his backpack and pulled out a bottle of potion. Seeing the potion, Qin Feng scoffed, boy, even if you consume a potion to temporarily boost your strength, it won't make any difference. The gap in our powers is too vast. Chen Yu was also puzzled and anxiously said, Ling Tian, if even the berserk potion is ineffective, could your potion be stronger? Ling Tian shook his head and smiled slightly. Who said this was a potion? At that moment, Ling Tian threw the bottle onto the ground. The bottle shattered with a crash, releasing a rich fragrance of flowers that filled the entire space. Perfume, Chen Yu immediately realized. She didn't understand why Ling Tian would take out a bottle of perfume at such a time. Boy, you really are a fool. Ling Tian just smiled slightly, looking at Qin Feng without a trace of fear. Qin Feng, I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you're courting death, you can't blame me. Ling Tian's eyes twinkled mischievously, looking as if he had Qin Feng completely figured out. This greatly irritated Qin Feng, a mighty 7th-tier celestial warrior with an SS-level talent and the awakened Extreme Path twin pupils. And yet Ling Tian, who wasn't even a martial artist, dared to belittle him. You're seeking death, he roared as he began to channel his true essence. However, just as Qin Feng's true essence had completed a minor cycle, he felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in agony and fell to the ground. Convulsing violently, his face turned a terrifying shade of purple as he screamed loudly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He's been poisoned. As Qin Feng convulsed, foam formed at the corners of his mouth. Chen Yu looked at Ling Tian for answers. Ling Tian nodded. Inside, Qin Feng was shocked. He had been poisoned? Could it be the perfume bottle that Ling Tian had thrown earlier that was poisoned? But why was he the only one affected? What have you done to me? Qin Feng felt completely powerless, unable to channel his true essence. Any attempt to exert strength only intensified the poison ravaging his organs. Ling Tian smiled faintly. Qin Feng, did you enjoy the qi supplementing pill I gave you? What? In an instant, both Qin Feng and Chen Yu realized the source of Qin Feng's poisoning wasn't the thrown perfume, but the qi supplementing pill Ling Tian had given him earlier. Why, I checked the pills you gave me, they were not supposed to be toxic. Ling Tian chuckled. Qin Feng, from the moment you approached us, I knew you had ill intentions. Although you disguised it well, I never trusted you. My qi supplementing pills, I merely added a bit of Azure Dragon salt, which is harmless under normal circumstances. But just now, the perfume I spilled contained Rhino Soul fragrance. Within 3 days of consuming Azure Dragon salt, once exposed to Rhino Soul fragrance, it would transform into deadly poison. Not just any celestial martial artist like you, even a congenital master would succumb to death from its effects. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, both Chen Yu and Qin Feng felt a storm rising within their hearts. It turned out that from the moment they entered, everything was under Ling Tian's control. What terrifying foresight he had! Originally, among 100 people, he was the weakest, yet he managed to manipulate everyone at his will. How could they not be shocked by this? Ling Tian slowly walked towards Qin Feng. In no time, he was standing right in front of him. Ling Tian, I was wrong. I know my mistakes. Please, I beg you to spare me. However, Ling Tian paid no attention to Qin Feng's pleas. Instead, he stepped on Qin Feng's face with his foot, unleashing a formidable murderous intent. Qin Feng, Ling Tian would certainly not let him go. Looking at Qin Feng, Ling Tian felt disgusted. Previously, Meng Haiyun had triggered memories of his past life. Meng Haiyun not only violated him but also let others do the same. And in his past life, among those who violated him was Qin Feng. Qin Feng appeared upright and was seemingly easy to get along with, however, in reality he was scum with multiple sexual orientations. In his past life, Qin Feng had tormented Ling Tian, and after breaking free from Meng Haiyan's control, Ling Tian had killed him. In that past life, Ling Tian had not spared Qin Feng, and in this life, he would not either. With a heavy stomp, Ling Tian crushed Qin Feng's arm under his foot. With a snap, flesh splattered and Qin Feng screamed in agony. Along with Qin Feng's scream, his arm was completely crushed. Ling Tian. But before Qin Feng could utter more than those two words, snap snap, Ling Tian continuously broke Qin Feng's limbs. Ling Tian extended his hand, emanating a terrifying murderous intent. Qin Feng screamed in horror, "Senior Ling Hu, save me." It was at this moment, just as Ling Tian's hand reached Qin Feng, a voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm. The cold, domineering and undeniable voice reverberated in their ears. An invisible pressure made Qinya tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, at the entrance, a massive figure moved swiftly towards them. It was the seven-tailed spirit fox they had encountered before. Qinya was shocked. He hadn't expected Qin Feng to call for help from the seven-tailed spirit fox. In the blink of an eye, the seven-tailed spirit fox arrived close to where Ling Tian and the others were. The imperial might it carried seemed to solidify the space around them. The overwhelming pressure made Qinya sweat profusely, trembling until he finally collapsed on the ground. The seven-tailed spirit fox looked disdainfully at Qin Feng, who appeared as if he had seen a lifesaver. "Senior spirit fox, save me. I have already assimilated the saint's heart. I am your young master." The seven-tailed spirit fox looked disdainful. "What a useless fellow, not even a martial artist, and almost killed you." Though these words were spoken, the seven-tailed spirit fox had no choice. After all, it had made a pact with its master. Those who receive the inheritance must become the protector of the other. Only when the inheritor's strength reaches at least the level of a true martial realm martial king can it leave. At this moment, the seven-tailed spirit fox wasn't in a hurry to attack Ling Tian, otherwise with its strength it could kill Ling Tian before he could even react. "Boy, I know your healing abilities are strong. Heal Qin Feng or else I will kill you." Ling Tian nodded. "Okay." Qinya felt utterly hopeless. He had thought Ling Tian could turn the situation around, but now with the seven-tailed spirit fox appearing, everything seemed truly doomed. Qin Feng, feeling his injuries rapidly healing, became excited and loudly taunted Ling Tian. "You little brute, you were so arrogant. Did you not expect this? Senior spirit fox is my protector. As we were leaving, she used telepathy to tell me that I had become the inheritor. The secrets here must be sealed. If you want to leave alive, you must become my slaves, or you will die. I admit I was at a disadvantage before you, but now you still have to obediently heal me." Watching Qin Feng's smug face, Qinyuchi trembled with anger. However, Ling Tian remained completely calm. "I know, everyone was stunned. I've said before, everything is under my control, and I knew that you and the seven-tailed spirit fox were together. What does this mean?" At this moment, Qin Feng's injuries quickly healed, but his strength was also rapidly declining. From the 6th level of the heavenly stage to the 5th, then the 4th, and soon he plummeted to the earth stage. What exactly is happening? Meanwhile, Ling Tian's aura became increasingly powerful. Boom! At that moment, a powerful surge of blood energy burst forth from Ling Tian. The sea of qi shone with stars, 20 blood energy stars in total. Has he opened up 101 meridians? Everyone was shocked. When did Ling Tian open so many meridians? As Ling Tian healed Qin Feng, he crazily absorbed his latent martial potential, martial technique insights, including the SS level extreme Dao twin pupils. Ling Tian's meridians were also rapidly being opened. 102, 103, 104, each meridian opened, the difficulty increased exponentially. 105, 106, at this point Ling Tian successfully opened 106 meridians. Ling Tian did not stop. He continued to absorb Qin Feng's power to break through. Opening the 106th meridian was as difficult as a master breaking through to the innate realm, even comparable to a true martial realm martial king. Opening meridians, the further you go, the harder it gets. And opening the 107th meridian was equivalent to a true martial realm martial king advancing a level. In the realm of true martial arts, a strong practitioner typically takes 1 to 2 years to break through a level, and sometimes even 3 to 4 years. No martial artist would usually spend such a long time just to clear a single meridian, yet Ling Tian managed to do just that. Wrapped around him were 25 dazzling blood qi stars, making him appear almost godlike. At the age of 17 he had cleared 106 meridians, shocking even the seven-tailed spirit fox. Such a feat was rare even among the warriors of ancient times. Xin Feng's cultivation was weakening rapidly, now reduced to the first level of the profound grade. Continuously being drained by Ling Tian, around Ling Tian the outline of the 26th blood chi star was beginning to emerge. Stop, Ling Tian, you must stop, Xin Feng screamed in horror. He knew he could no longer allow Ling Tian to continue draining him. If this went on, he would surely be left a cripple. The seven-tailed spirit fox, snapping out of its shock, glared at Ling Tian and roared furiously, "Boy, stop now!" However, Ling Tian paid no heed to the spirit fox. "You're seeking death," ignored. The seven-tailed spirit fox enhanced its aura to a terrifying level, stirring up a storm as if to end the world itself. The powerful mental assault knocked Xinyu unconscious on the spot. The killing intent surged like a dam burst, inundating Ling Tian in an instant. Yet Ling Tian calmly turned around to face the seven-tailed spirit fox. "Are you sure you want to strike me?" His tone was mild but filled with immense confidence. As he turned, he locked eyes with the seven-tailed spirit fox. "Supreme twin pupils, how is this possible?" the fox roared, feeling its heart nearly leaping out of its throat. The terrifying gaze and fierce aura were beyond belief. Ling Tian's eyes were extraordinary, his left eye swirled with multicolored vortexes seemingly capable of swallowing souls, while his right eye was wrapped in black flames, exuding dominance. "How could you possess my supreme twin pupils?" Xin Feng bellowed. Ling Tian smirked. "I forgot to mention my healing ability not only treats injuries but also absorbs others' martial potential and perfectly replicates any innate abilities. Your saint's heart power has been absorbed by me, and you have helped me awaken the supreme twin pupils." As Ling Tian's words fell, both the seven-tailed spirit fox and Xin Feng were utterly dumbfounded. Such a heaven-defying talent was unheard of and unseen before. With a powerful burst of blood chi, Xin Feng was completely restored but also permanently reduced to a man devoid of any true essence. Ling Tian was now surrounded by 26 incredibly shining blood chi stars. You've taken everything from me," Xin Feng roared, his fists clenched and pounding fiercely against Ling Tian's body. However, Ling Tian remained unmoved. Now merely immortal, Xin Feng's punches on Ling Tian felt no more impactful than a tickle. Even the seven-tailed spirit fox sensed Ling Tian's terrifying power. Since their arrival, they had been under the constant watch of the seven-tailed spirit fox. Ling Tian willingly gave up the saint's heart. It was because Ling Tian's 9 extremes heavenly fire and healing abilities did not match the type of the saint's heart. Even if he consumed it, the chances of Ling Tian's abilities evolving were less than 30%. However, if Xin Feng consumed the saint's heart, he could fully awaken his extreme path twin pupils. By then Ling Tian could acquire the extreme path twin pupils through Xin Feng, but Ling Tian had already anticipated that he and Xin Feng would be together. Even the seven-tailed spirit fox, a beast of imperial caliber, was calculated by Ling Tian. At this moment the seven-tailed spirit fox could clearly sense the aura of the saint's heart emanating from Ling Tian, and Xin Feng. He showed no signs of having consumed the saint's heart. Angry, Xin Feng screamed, "Ling Tian, give me back my power!" He lunged to attack Ling Tian again. With a single punch, Ling Tian struck Xin Feng's stomach hard. The punch sank deep into Xin Feng's belly, while Xin Feng kneeled, vomiting blood, clutching his stomach in agonizing tremors. Unwilling to give up, Xin Feng cried out, "Spirit Fox Senior, help me!" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the seven-tailed spirit fox's massive paw descended. Xin Feng's body instantly burst into a mist of blood. Dead. The seven-tailed spirit fox licked the fresh blood on its hand. "Fool, don't you realize I am now your protector?" the seven-tailed spirit fox said to Ling Tian. It wasn't upset that Ling Tian had tricked it. Initially, during the third trial, the seven-tailed spirit fox had observed Ling Tian and felt it was a pity. In its view, Ling Tian's talent and temperament were worthy of receiving its master's legacy. Unfortunately, Ling Tian's awakened talents were not of the psychic or pupil technique type. Now Ling Tian had awakened the extreme path twin pupils. He was the heir the seven-tailed spirit fox was truly satisfied with. After Ling Tian acquired the power of the saint's heart, he also distinctly felt a connection forming within his body and soul. This connection seemed to prevent the seven-tailed spirit fox from harming him. Ling Tian no longer paid attention to the seven-tailed spirit fox, but instead walked towards the place where the mysterious spirit essence and the great thousand spirit scripture were kept. Ling Tian extended his hand and directly bypassed the restrictions on the two treasures, successfully obtaining them. The seven-tailed spirit fox sighed in relief. Only someone who had perfectly refined the saint's heart and awakened an SS-grade pupil technique ability could obtain those items. Now that Ling Tian had easily acquired them, the seven-tailed spirit fox was assured. Ling Tian was the one it had to protect in the future. As long as it protected Ling Tian until he reached the true martial realm, the warrior king stage, it would be free, and it believed that with Ling Tian's extraordinary talents, following him in the future would never bring disgrace upon itself. At this moment Ling Tian was surrounded by 26 blood energy stars. The sheer vitality that Ling Tian possessed roared to such an extent that it transformed his surroundings into a gigantic furnace. Now his vitality was several times stronger than before. Ling Tian was confident that with his formidable physical strength and vitality alone he could obliterate a martial artist of the yellow rank 8, with the use of level 9 heavenly fire he could even instantly kill an average martial artist of yellow rank 9, and now he had also awakened the extreme path twin pupils. Ling Tian himself was unsure of the full extent of his strength. He thought to himself, the joint basic assessment in Yundian province of the Western Union only allows physical strength and vitality in combat without the use of special abilities. Who has more meridians open is the boss. While I, Ling Tian, have opened 107 meridians, I wonder how will the other examinees cope. However, opening the last meridian was not an easy task for Ling Tian at the moment. In the entire Dragon Nation he was known to have opened the most meridians among quasi-martial artists in nearly a century, 107. It wasn't that others couldn't open more, rather opening the last meridian was several times, even 10 times harder than the others. It was rumored that the difficulty of opening the 108th meridian was comparable to a peak martial emperor breaking through to become a martial saint. No one would waste so much time during their quasi-martial artist phase to spend 10 years or even longer to open just one meridian. Yet, now Ling Tian had the opportunity, the potential to open the 108th meridian. After all, he was only 17 years old, a high school student who hadn't even taken his college entrance exams yet. Ling Tian had every chance to create a miracle. Now, whether it was his vitality or the physical strength, Ling Tian was an overwhelming force among his peers. His only weak point was his spiritual power. Upon awakening the extreme path twin pupils, his left eye could cast illusions, even control minds, while his right eye could unleash the destructive black flame, seizing life and death. However, the basic condition for activating the power of the twin pupils was spiritual power, much like how a martial artist needs to use vital energy and true essence to activate martial techniques. Currently Ling Tian was unable to unleash the power of the extreme path twin pupils. However, Ling Tian was not worried. He turned to the seven-tailed spirit fox. Xuanning, help me with the protection. The spirit fox nodded lightly, then emitted a white glow from its body, gradually shrinking in size. In a short while it transformed into a human form. A woman with a perfect figure and unparalleled beauty stood before Ling Tian. Her features were perfectly proportioned, her skin so delicate it seemed a mere puff of air could break it, and her eyes twinkled like stars, bright and captivating. Every gesture she made was enchanting, exuding a charisma that could topple cities and nations. On her there seemed not a single flaw. She was Xuanning, the seven-tailed spirit fox, transformed into human form. Ling Tian, upon seeing Xuanning, was momentarily entranced, utterly fascinated. Ling Tian knew that fierce beasts, upon reaching the 6th rank and enduring the transformative tribulation of thunder, could morph into human form. However, he had never imagined that a demon beast could attain such breathtaking beauty. Aren't you practicing anymore? Xuanning, noticing Ling Tian's mesmerized gaze, chuckled. Her eyes, shimmering like autumn waters, seemed capable of ensnaring souls. This completely stirred Ling Tian's heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, having faced numerous trials in his past life, he wasn't one to fall for a woman so easily. You help me protect the law and also take good care of my sister. With these words, Ling Tian then took out the Xianling spirit liquid. Although Ling Tian's spiritual power was much stronger than a normal quasi-martial artist, since his return it was still relatively weak. Drinking a bottle of the Xianling spirit liquid, he immediately felt his thought processes accelerate by many times, even tens of times. His mind felt as if it was continuously being unlocked. Following the De Qin spirit god technique, Ling Tian began practicing rapidly. In less than 10 minutes his spiritual power broke through, reaching a level comparable to a second-tier yellow rank martial artist. Then 3rd tier, 4th tier and 5th tier followed swiftly. Watching Ling Tian's spiritual strength break through successively, Xuanning was incredibly surprised. She hadn't expected Ling Tian to enhance his spiritual strength so effortlessly. Soon a night passed and Ling Tian's spiritual power ceased its breakthroughs. Having reached the strength of a typical 9th-tier yellow-rank martial artist, Ling Tian couldn't help but marvel. The Xianling spirit liquid was indeed coveted even by martial emperors. At his current level, using more of it would be wasteful. Despite his spiritual strength leaping directly to the 9th-tier yellow rank, Ling Tian had absorbed less than 10% of the demonic power from the Xianling spirit liquid. The rest was wasted due to his insufficient strength. Ling Tian decided that he would not use the Xianling spirit liquid for the time being, as his current strength was too weak to fully absorb its potency. Similar to ordinary medicinal elixirs and pills, the Xianling spirit liquid could only be used up to 3 times. Any further use would be ineffective. However, by this point Ling Tian's spiritual strength had already reached a level comparable to a 9th-tier yellow-rank martial artist. He was now capable of unleashing the power of the Extreme Path Twin Pupils. Without any hesitation, a powerful surge of vitality burst forth from Ling Tian. 26 vital stars intertwined around him, his left eye shining like a brilliant star, his right eye like a destructive black hole, as a domineering aura spread from his body. Clang! In that instant Ling Tian launched the destructive black flame, and in a flash the black flame, like a dark meteor, stretched through the void, forming a long chain. In the blink of an eye Ling Tian crashed against the mystical barrier. With a loud crash, the wall disintegrated inch by inch, swallowed up by the destructive black flames. A crater 2 meters in diameter and half a meter deep appeared instantly. Ling Tian felt a wave of dizziness and weakness overwhelm him. Despite this, he was thrilled. His destructive black flames, though not as powerful as when Qin Feng had used them, now revealed their formidable strength. Ling Tian was convinced that even a typical 2nd-tier martial artist at the Xian level could be killed instantly by it. However, he resolved to use this power only in dire circumstances, as the strike had nearly depleted all his spiritual energy, temporarily robbing him of his combat abilities. In battle, such a momentary loss could mean death, but the satisfaction of wielding such power was immense. At that moment Shenyu awoke from her unconscious state. "You sister, you're awake," Ling Tian said with a smile as he looked at Shenyu. Startled at first, Shenyu quickly regained her composure. Her eyes filled with apprehension. "Where's Qin Feng and the 7-tailed spirit fox?" Ling Tian smiled gently. "Don't worry sister, Qin Feng is dead." Shenyu, still not fully calm, inquired about the 7-tailed spirit fox. "Am I not here?" responded the 7-tailed spirit fox, gazing at her eyes alluring and smiling. At this, Shenyu was taken aback, her face a picture of shock. Although Xuanning had transformed into human form, Shenyu could recognize the familiar aura. Fear was evident on her face. Ling Tian reassured her with a smile. "There's no need to be afraid sister, Xuanning will not harm us. I have successfully inherited the secrets of the mystical realm and Xuanning is now my guardian." What? Shenyu was stunned by the revelation that Ling Tian had gained the inheritance of the mystical realm. However, she accepted this fact and wisely chose not to press Ling Tian further. Shenyu understood that everyone has their secrets. "It's time to leave," Ling Tian declared, as they prepared to exit the mystical realm. Xuanning had changed into a set of sportswear brought by Shenyu, looking strikingly vibrant and even more stunning. Shenyu herself, despite being considered a campus beauty at Longdu University, seemed plain in comparison to Xuanning. The three of them set off on their journey back, their mission accomplished. It was time to return. Ling Tian was also preparing to set his plans in motion. With his newfound strength, participating in the Western Union baseline assessment was no longer a concern. However, Ling Tian was aware of a significant threat looming over him, Meng Haiyun. Knowing that Meng Haiyun would not let him go easily, he had to be prepared. With the Extreme Path Twin Pupils, Ling Tian was confident. Those who had betrayed him in his previous life were doomed to die. Just as Ling Tian and his companions reached the outskirts of Yun City, the air was filled with the roars of ferocious beasts echoing all around. Shenyu was stunned. "This is a safe zone, how could there be ferocious beasts here?" Xuanning smiled faintly. "They must have sensed my presence. The beasts from the Dehuang mountain range must have come out." Although Xuanning had completely concealed her aura now, she had not hidden it at all when she first emerged from the secret realm. The strongest beasts in the Dehuang mountain range were only 2nd tier, but Xuanning as 7th tier beast emperor had appeared. The beasts dared not approach and had fled the Dehuang mountain range. Little did they expect this would cause a crisis in Yun City. "Let's go and see." Ling Tian's grandfather Ling Zhenhua had joined the military at the age of 17 and became a glorious warrior. defending the homeland and fighting against ferocious beasts were his duties. As Ling Genoa's grandson Ling Tian always remembered that he was a proud citizen of the Dragon Nation. Protecting Dragon Nation and defending its people and territory were his innate responsibilities. Now faced with an attack from ferocious beasts, Ling Tian would not stand idly by. Ling Tian quickened his pace, his figure swift as the wind, his vitality bursting forth, shining like the stars. He sped up, moving towards the beast horde at a velocity of 17 to 18 meters per second. In a small town on the northern outskirts of Yun City, 1,000 warriors were engaged in battle with several hundred ferocious beasts. Ling Tian, swift and fierce like the wind, charged into battle. He was enveloped in Ji Tian fire, turning him into a meteor. Shen Yu also unleashed his innate ability, the North Shin Cold Ice. He formed an ice armor around himself, wielding a long ice spear as he charged into the fray. Among the 1,000 warriors, the strongest was a 9th-tier Earth-level warrior. However, the over 600 ferocious beasts had a maximum strength of only 2nd-tier 9th tier. Despite their strength, these 1,000 warriors were completely focused on ensuring the safety of the civilians and could not concentrate fully on combating the beasts. For a moment the beasts actually gained the upper hand, forcing the warriors into a retreat. Commander, these beasts have gone mad. They seem to have realized that our weak point is the ordinary civilians. They are attacking the civilians aggressively and we are in a passive position. The commander, a 9th-tier Earth-level warrior, frowned deeply. Find a way to hold on and ensure all civilians are safely evacuated. However, at that moment, they saw two powerful auras erupt nearby, one blue and one red. Two figures were dashing towards them. Upon seeing Shen Yu in his ice armor, they also recognized the school emblem on him. The commander smiled. They are students from Longdu University. Join them in the action and make sure they are not harmed. In a few breaths' time, Ling Tian and Shen Yu had already plunged into the midst of the beast horde. Ling Tian, with his Ji Tian fire, instantly conjured a giant flaming sword several meters long. With a fiery slash, a red crescent tore through the void. The sound of the void tearing apart rang out. Pu blood spurted. In an instant, 7 or 8 first-tier ferocious beasts were effortlessly slain by Ling Tian. Ling Tian's vitality surged immensely today, making the first form of the 9 extreme fiery slash almost effortless for him. He immediately turned to Xuan Ning and instructed, Xuan Ning, go into the town and release your aura. Let it keep the beasts at bay. We will handle them. Nodding, Xuan Ning rushed to the edge of the town. With just a slight release of her aura, the regal presence was enough to send shivers down the spines of all the beasts, instilling in them a deep, soul-rooted fear that took control of their bodies. Almost instantly, every beast turned tail and fled, daring not to approach the town any closer. What's happening? Everyone around was stunned. The beasts, which had been furiously attempting to attack the town, were now all retreating. This provided a perfect opportunity for the warriors. Attack, spare none. With no need to worry about their rear, the 1,000 warriors' morale soared. They channeled their true essence, causing multicolored lights of true essence to flicker outside the town. Ling Tian and Shen Yu, one on the left and the other on the right, one embodying heat and the other cold, launched their attacks. Like tigers entering a flock of sheep, they slaughtered wildly. The lower-level beasts stood no chance against Ling Tian. The evil dragon roared, flames reaching the skies. The 9 extremes heavenly fire transformed into several fire dragons, weaving through the crowd of beasts. It formed a massive wall of fire, blocking the beasts' escape routes. A beast of the yellow rank 9th layer, the Ironback Silver Wolf, charged at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, with a look of disdain, then conjured a flaming battle saber and stepped forward, slashing through the air. In an instant, a massive cascade of flames fell like a celestial waterfall. The second form of the 9 extreme fiery slash flame breaks the firmament. In a fleeting moment, blood sprayed and the gigantic head of the Ironback Silver Wolf was severed. The blood vaporized into mists of blood. The surrounding warriors, upon witnessing this, were utterly shocked. So fierce, Ling Tian had seemed like a weak warrior, perhaps not even a warrior at all, yet he could slay a yellow rank 9th layer monster. Meanwhile, Shen Yu directly condensed a giant ice lotus. When the Ice Lotus fell into the midst of the beast crowd, it exploded instantly, transforming into countless icy blades that continuously pierced through the beasts. The area was filled with the beasts' agonizing cries. Seeing this, the warrior spirits were greatly lifted, and they charged into battle frenziedly. Blood sprayed and limbs flew. In just under 3 minutes, the tide had turned against the beast crowd. Within 10 minutes, the beasts were thoroughly routed, with only the last 30 or 40 struggling to hold on. Jumping dozens of meters with a single bound from the ground, Ling Tian executed flame breaks the firmament again, severing 3 beasts at the waist. Accompanied by the final whimpers, the battle concluded, and the 9 extremes' heavenly fire gradually dissipated along with the vital energies of the stars. As the last traces of the 9 extremes' heavenly fire disappeared completely, everyone clearly saw the blood chi stars gradually dissipating around Ling Tian's body, amounting to more than a dozen. Of course, they hadn't seen all the blood chi stars, as during the battle the Jujishan fire enveloped Ling Tian's body, obscuring the stars. A quasi-martial artist, the scene left thousands in shock. They were astounded as they looked at Ling Tian, a young man who could slay a Tier 1 senior beast yet was only a quasi-martial artist. Just then the leader of the battle soil came up to Ling Tian and Shen Yu, with Xuan Ning also returning to the duo's side. "Fellow students, thank you," he said. "If it weren't for you, our fight with the beast would not have ended so easily." The battle soil leader then introduced himself. "I am Zhao Feng, a 1-star commander from the Yunqing Military Department. May I know how to address you too?" Shen Yu revealed a smile, though still cold. "Longdu University junior year, Shen Yu." Ling Tian spoke more. "Commander Zhao, hello, I am a student of the martial arts class at Yunqing's first high school. My name is Ling Tian." At Ling Tian's words, those present were shocked again. They looked at Ling Tian in surprise. Ling Tian was also taken aback. "You know of me?" Commander Zhao Feng nodded excitedly. "Who doesn't know you? The first national top scorer in the history of Yunqing, awakened with dual S-level talents. I never expected to meet you here." Ling Tian nodded. "Indeed, a national top scorer, a prodigy unprecedented in Yunqing's history." In just a few days, his fame had spread across the entire martial arts community in Yunqing. At that moment, another battle soil approached Zhao Feng. "Commander, the casualty figures are in. 23 civilians were injured. Our troops none dead, but there are 328 with minor injuries and 97 with severe disabilities." Zhao Feng's face darkened. These losses were minor compared to what could have been fighting hundreds of frenzied beasts. With no deaths was already a good outcome. However, the severely injured, over 70% disabled, would never be able to serve as honorable battle soil again. Those were his subordinates, his brothers, his comrades. Receiving such news naturally did not uplift Commander Zhao Feng. Ling Tian smiled slightly. "Commander Zhao, let me treat their injuries." Zhao Feng was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with excitement. He had almost forgotten that Ling Tian was a quasi-martial artist with an S-level healing talent. "Ling Tian, are you confident you can heal them?" Ling Tian smiled. "Commander Zhao, please do not doubt the value of a healer." Saying this, Ling Tian walked directly up to the injured battle soil, placing his hand on one whose arm had been bitten off. He activated his healing ability and everyone fell silent, watching Ling Tian intently. Instantly Ling Tian felt the pain several times over, but he merely furrowed his brow. Just then, unable to contain himself, Commander Zhao Feng shouted out loud in amazement. As everyone observed, the severed arm of the warrior was regenerating at a visible rate, regrowing right before their eyes. Ling Tian, however, had not absorbed the warrior's potential. He would never harm these honorable warriors. After all, Long Nation relied on them for its protection. In less than half a minute, a warrior was completely healed. Ling Tian did not hesitate and moved towards another injured warrior, activating his healing ability. At this moment, Ling Tian's vitality was more than 10 times stronger than during his previous talent assessment. Without absorbing the power of others, healing 50 people in one breath was no challenge. After healing 50 people, Ling Tian was pale and nearly drained of strength, gasping for air. Commander Zhao Feng looked at Ling Tian with concern. "Take a rest, Ling Tian, recover before continuing." Ling Tian nodded, circulated his cultivation technique and took some chi restoring pills. In just half an hour he was back to his peak condition. In just half a day, Ling Tian had healed all the warriors. The 1,000 warriors now looked at Ling Tian with a completely new respect. Originally, after today's battle, they would have lost some reliable comrades, friends they lived with day and night, yet Ling Tian enabled them to continue as honored warriors fighting against ferocious beasts. Commander Zhao Feng, watching Ling Tian, spoke with immense respect, bowing deeply. "On behalf of Yun City's military department's Squad 8, we all thank you," he said. The 1,000 warriors also looked at Ling Tian with tremendous respect, not merely seeing him as a 17-year-old student. "Yun City Military Department Squad 8 thanks you, student Ling Tian." The 1,000 warriors roared together, giving Ling Tian a standard military salute. Their voices soared to the heavens, deafeningly loud. They knew well that without Ling Tian today they would not all have been safe. it would not have been possible to easily repel those ferocious beasts, and Shen Yu, watching Ling Tian, also had a look of admiration and her heartbeat quickened. Who would have thought that the famous ice snow goddess of Longdu University would admire a 17-year-old youth, a boy not yet a recognized warrior? Ling Tian, looking at Commander Zhao Feng, responded humbly, Commander Zhao Feng, there's no need for formality. I am a citizen of Long Nation. Defending the people and fighting against beasts is my duty. These injured brothers are Long Nation's sharp swords, crucial in battling against beasts. Their warrior careers should not end here. Healing them is my responsibility. Commander Zhao Feng admired Ling Tian's spirit. If every person in Long Nation fought like Ling Tian, how could our nation not be strong? What fear would we have of mere beasts? As the beast attack had thoroughly ended, Ling Tian also prepared to leave. Commander Zhao watched Ling Tian, Shen Yu and Xuan Ning as they left. A smile spread across his face. It won't be long before we meet again. I'll have a surprise for you then. He knew that in 2 days a preliminary exam would be held in Yundian province, where he would be in charge of security at the examination site. Given Ling Tian's excellent academic record, he was certain to attend. Upon reaching Yunqing, Chen Yu and Ling Tian went together to register at the Education Bureau. Chen Yu's task was complete and it was time for them to part ways. With a look of reluctance, Chen Yu finally couldn't help but ask Ling Tian, which university do you plan to attend after the college entrance exam? Without any hesitation, Ling Tian replied, Longdu University, Longdu. Hearing his answer, Chen Yu's face broke into a sweet and radiant smile. Junior brothers, see you at Longdu University. It seemed to be the first time Ling Tian saw Chen Yu smile. The icy beauty's smile was stunningly beautiful. Chen Yu shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red like ripe apples, exquisitely enchanting. She then turned and hurried away. Seeing Chen Yu's flustered departure, Ling Tian's gaze was somewhat mesmerized. He thought to himself, could it be that Sister Yu has fallen for me? Watching this scene, Xuan Ning also showed a meaningful smile. The girl has gone far, why are you still staring? Just then a voice brought Ling Tian back to reality. A middle-aged man approached. It was none other than Director Fong Ming of Yunqing Education Bureau. Ling Tian greeted, hello Uncle Fong. Fong Ming scrutinized Ling Tian, shocked. He could clearly sense the intense aura of ferocity and a fiery wave enveloping him. Goodness, you've grown stronger in just 2 days. You must have unlocked 95 meridians by now. Ling Tian smiled. Slightly something like that. Receiving Ling Tian's response, Fong Ming became even more astonished. His smile could hardly be concealed. Goodness, 95 meridians. With tomorrow's preliminary examination, securing a top 3 position and a spot to train at the Xinyang spiritual pool should be no problem for you. Ling Tian nodded, offering no further explanation. If Director Fong is there tomorrow, he will naturally see how strong I have become. Uncle Fong, by the way, during my recent trip to the Great Wilderness Mountain, I unexpectedly found 5 marrow cleansing pills. I used 3. Could you help me handle the remaining 2? Previously, Ling Tian had obtained 4 marrow cleansing pills in a secret realm, using 3 and leaving 1. Qin Feng also found 3 but had only time to use 2 before Ling Tian killed him. Now Ling Tian had 2 left. Marrow cleansing pills? Fong Ming was stunned, incredulously asking, are you sure they're marrow cleansing pills, comparable to grade B marrow cleansing liquid but easier to absorb? Indeed, Ling Tian promptly took out a redwood box containing the marrow cleansing pills and handed it to Fong Ming. Upon opening the box, the rich aroma of the medicinal pill wafted out, intoxicating Fong Ming. It felt as if every pore in his body was opening up in relaxation. Fong Ming gazed at the marrow cleansing pill inside the box and exclaimed excitedly, it really is the marrow cleansing pill. He finally understood why, in just 2 days, Ling Tian had undergone such a transformative change. It turned out that Ling Tian had stumbled upon a great fortune and obtained the marrow cleansing pill. Fong Ming, slightly trembling, asked Ling Tian, could you possibly sell me one of these marrow cleansing pills? Ling Tian smiled faintly and replied, Uncle Fong, you are too courteous. Didn't I borrow 30 chi nourishing pills from you before? Let me return 1 marrow cleansing pill to you as repayment and consider the rest as my thanks for your care. Are you serious? Fong Ming's body shook as he looked at Ling Tian. It was known that Fong Ming had been stuck at the first tier of the earth level for 2 years already. If he were to consume this marrow cleansing pill, he was confident he could break through 2 levels and reach the 3rd tier of the earth level. Of course, Uncle Fong, do I look like I'm joking with you? If you don't accept it, you treat me like an outsider. Seeing Ling Tian's serious expression, Fong Ming finally confirmed that Ling Tian was not joking. Alright, Fong Ming nodded. If that's the case, it would be pretentious of me to refuse. Ling Tian, rest assured, with the remaining marrow cleansing pill I will not disappoint you, I will fetch a good price for it. Then thank you, Uncle Fong. Afterwards, the two chatted leisurely for a while before going their separate ways. Watching Ling Tian's departing figure, Fong Ming's eyes were filled with admiration and amazement. This kid Ling Tian, I really made the right choice. Initially Fong Ming just thought that Ling Tian was exceptionally talented and deserved some support. However, his own slight help to Ling Tian had been repaid so generously in return. The 30 chi-nourishing pills he had provided Ling Tian were worth at most 10 million, but this marrow cleansing pill was worth at least 50 million and was priceless on the market. Even selling it for an extra 5 million would be effortless. Leaving the Education Bureau, Ling Tian did not go home but instead headed to the outside of the Enforcement Bureau. Snow Ning followed Ling Tian, camouflaging her presence as per his request. For Snow Ning, Ling Tian also held a surprise. Originally he thought that after spending a long time in the secret realm she would be out of place in the human world, but only now did Ling Tian realize his mistake. After sleeping for 3,000 years in the secret realm, Snow Ning woke up when the blue star underwent a mystical resurgence. She often transformed into human form to roam the human world, not at all like an ancient relic who had lived for thousands of years. Ling Tian, what are we doing here? She asked. Revenge. Ling Tian coldly spat out 2 words. A chilling intent to kill erupted around Ling Tian as if the space around him had suddenly plunged into an ice cellar. It seemed as though even the air itself had frozen. Even Xuanning, a beast of the emperor level, felt uncomfortable. This surprised her. Ling Tian was merely a quasi-martial artist, yet his terrifying murderous intent actually affected her. She didn't understand how Ling Tian had managed to cultivate such a formidable intent to kill. Meanwhile, Ling Tian waited quietly. The reason Ling Tian was so obsessed with the extreme path dual pupils was because he needed their power, the ability to control people with his left eye. With this ability, Ling Tian could smoothly carry out his plan for revenge. The Enforcement Bureau, the tribunal, those who had betrayed him in his previous life, they would all pay for their deeds. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a law enforcer with a buzz cut and a square face left the Enforcement Bureau by car. This enforcer was a yellow grade level 5 martial artist. Ling Tian was familiar with him. Just a few days ago he and Meng Haiyun had brought Ling Tian to the Enforcement Bureau together. He was the law enforcer who had come from the provincial city with Meng Haiyun, named Huang Hai. Huang Hai, who usually went for a drink before finishing work each day to relieve stress, did not return to his hotel as usual after leaving the restaurant. Instead, he walked to a blind spot in the hotel's parking lot. Huang Hai spoke lightly. Come out. You've been following me since the restaurant, aren't you tired? As his voice fell, 2 figures appeared. It was Ling Tian and Xuanning. Seeing Ling Tian, Huang Hai was initially stunned, then showed disdain. Is it you, kid? Ling Tian looked at Huang Hai and spoke indifferently. Officer Huang, it's been 2 days. How is the fake evidence that you and Meng Haiyun concocted? Let me guess, you planted my fingerprints on the brakes of Zhao Kuan's car, right? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Huang Hai's body shook, violently shocked. He had been in charge of fabricating the evidence that Ling Tian killed Zhao Kuan. The fingerprints were his responsibility, a secret. How did Ling Tian know? However, Huang Hai quickly composed himself. Kid, you really are brave, coming to find me with just a girl. Saying this, Huang Hai relaxed visibly. He then took off his coat, elegantly placing it on the hood of a car, and spoke lightly. I've already thought of tomorrow's headline in Yun City. Murderer follows law enforcer Huang Hai to destroy evidence. Huang Hai kills genius high school student, the psychopathic murderer Ling Tian. How about that? Should make me quite famous, right? Huang Hai's face was full of mockery, confident in his victory. In his view, Ling Tian was at best a first-level quasi-martial artist. Even with dual S-grade talents, he was just a student who hadn't even reached the yellow grade. Yet Ling Tian looked disdainful and grim. He then took steps towards Huang Hai. Huang Hai sneered, looking at Ling Tian. Kid, I admire your courage. Prepare to die. With a thunderous boom, energy surged around Huang Hai, his warrior's essence wrapping around his body. Layers of energy formed, causing his clothes to flutter wildly. Filled with confidence, Huang Hai roared, die. As he bellowed, he charged forward rapidly like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, his hands glowing with a radiant energy. He threw a punch with such force that it seemed as if a yellow glove was enveloped around his fist. The punch sent the air hurtling towards Ling Tian, causing his hair to sway wildly. However, in just an instant Ling Tian raised his hand and countered with a punch of his own, unleashing the 9 extreme skyfire that wrapped around his fist. It looked casual, but his punch collided with Huang Hai's in a flash of light. Huang Hai, with a look of disdain, had thought Ling Tian foolish to meet his attack head-on, but before he could even finish his thought, he felt the intense heat of Ling Tian's 9 extreme skyfire melting his own energy, a tremendous force shattering his arm at an unnatural angle. The pain was immediate and intense, causing Huang Hai to howl loudly, yet Ling Tian's attack was far from over. He drove his fist directly into Huang Hai's stomach with such power that Huang Hai felt as if his stomach was about to be pierced through. Accompanied by a dull thud, Huang Hai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood as the 9 extreme skyfire burned a large hole through his clothes, the scent of charred flesh filling the air. Shocked and unable to believe what had just happened, Huang Hai trembled and fell to his knees, powerless, taking a long time to catch his breath. He looked up at Ling Tian in shock and began to ask, "Why you?" But before he could finish, Ling Tian grabbed his face. Lifting Huang Hai by his face, Ling Tian's palm continued to burn with the 9 extreme skyfires scorching his skin. Huang Hai screamed in agony, his mind a whirlwind of shock and fear. He was, after all, a 5th level yellow rank enforcer, yet now he was utterly no match for Ling Tian, a 17-year-old high school student. The terrifying murderous intent emanating from Ling Tian filled him with despair. Huang Hai tried to threaten Ling Tian, enduring the pain and bellowing loudly, "Ling Tian, I am an enforcer. I belong to Captain Meng Haiyun. If you kill me, she..." But before he could finish his threat, he froze. Despair filled his heart, a deep-seated fear taking hold as he saw Ling Tian's left eye transform into a swirling vortex of multicolored light. A fundamental suppression overwhelmed Huang Hai, leaving him in utter despair. Huang Hai felt as if his soul was about to be sucked into Ling Tian's left eye. Mind control. This was the power of Ling Tian's supreme dual pupils, the left eye, which could enslave and control those whose mental strength was inferior to his own. Huang Hai's pupils quickly lost their luster, becoming hollow and lifeless. He locked gazes with Ling Tian for about a minute. When Ling Tian finally released him, his own eyes regained their sparkle. "Master." The moment Ling Tian let go of Huang Hai did not hesitate and immediately knelt on one knee before Ling Tian, his eyes filled with devout worship, as if Ling Tian had become the supreme deity in his heart. Ling Tian had planted his own mental imprint in the depths of Huang Hai's mind, completely altering Huang Hai's thoughts. Unless Huang Hai's mental strength surpassed Ling Tian's by more than tenfold, he would never be able to free himself from this control. Ling Tian too was exhausted from the effort, gasping for breath and sitting on the ground with beads of sweat covering his forehead. After all, controlling someone's mind was no easy task. Fortunately, Ling Tian had previously consumed the Xin Ling spirit fluid, and although it no longer enhanced his mental strength, it helped him recover quickly. In just a few minutes, Ling Tian had returned to his peak condition. Meanwhile, Xuan Ning was utterly bewildered by the scene. Although her master also possessed an SS-tier spiritual pupil technique and was a powerful martial artist, his abilities were geared towards insight and combat, nowhere near as versatile as Ling Tian's supreme dual pupils. In the future, if Ling Tian grew to be as powerful as her own master, she might not even realize if she became enslaved by him. Ling Tian looked at Huang Hai and demanded, "Tell me, how have you and Meng Haiyun been plotting against me these past few days?" Huang Hai nodded respectfully. "Master, to target you, Meng Haiyun has already made connections with the Yun Dian Province Enforcement Bureau and the Divine Court of Yun City. She has also communicated with 21 identification experts in Yun City to fabricate evidence of murder against you. The witnesses even include your father, whom Meng Haiyun has also contacted." Upon hearing Huang Hai's words, Ling Tian's expression immediately darkened and a dense murderous intent radiated from his eyes, chilling Huang Hai to the core. Here it comes again. Even Xuan Ning, a beast emperor equivalent to a human martial emperor, was shocked. She couldn't understand why she felt apprehensive about the murderous intent from Ling Tian, a mere quasi-martial artist. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Huang Hai continued, "Master, Meng Haiyun has gone to the provincial city to meet with the head of the Enforcement Bureau. They will probably arrive in Yun City to judge you within 3 days. Ling Tian, however, remained unusually calm, for everything was under his control. "You will stay close to Meng Haiyun these next few days and gather all the evidence of her violations, illegal activities and crimes." "Yes, master," Huang Hai nodded. Ling Tian's murderous intent grew increasingly intense, his eyes flashing with exhilaration. In his past life, Meng Haiyun colluded with the Judicial Court of Yun City, including 3 chief judges and 21 appraisal experts, to fabricate evidence of him committing murder. This led to Ling Tian being thrown into prison. 3 days later, all his enemies from his past life, including people from the judicial court, the law enforcement officers from the criminal division, and the appraisal experts, would gather at the Yun City Judicial Court. Overwhelmed with a towering rage, Ling Tian vowed, 3 days, I'll give you 3 days, and after that you all will die. In Yun City, at the Yunshan No. 1 villa, Ling Tian made his way towards the Yun family's residence. Accompanying him was a slender masked beauty, Xuanning, who had transformed into a 7-tailed spirit fox. The reason Xuanning wore a mask was due to her striking beauty, which could easily attract trouble in crowded places. Thus, to avoid any unwanted disturbances, Ling Tian had her wear a mask. As they progressed, Ling Tian checked his phone and received 2 messages, both of which pleased him greatly. Returning to Yun City seemed to have brought him a streak of good fortune, with continuous good news arriving. One of the messages was from his grandfather, informing Ling Tian that they had found the real murderer of Zhao Kuan. Within 3 days, they would be able to bring the culprit to Yun City, with the real perpetrator present. Any fabricated evidence by Meng Haiyun and the experts would be useless. Another piece of good news was about Ling Tian's marrow cleansing pill. He had just announced his intention to sell it when a wealthy businessman from the province bought it for 60 million, a sum that pleasantly surprised Ling Tian, as he had only expected 55 million. Director Fong Ming directly transferred the 60 million to Ling Tian. With this money, Ling Tian could finally leave the Ling family, buy his own house, and live independently. The Ling family, apart from his grandfather, showed him no kindness. No one there liked him. His own father even helped Meng Haiyun to slander him and send him to prison. The Ling family was a place of disgust for Ling Tian, and he did not want to stay there for another day. He had returned only to collect his things and leave. Ling Tian went to his room and began packing his belongings. Soon everything was packed in a large suitcase, making him wish for a spatial talent to easily store them in a dimensional space. It seemed time to find a spatial ability. Just as Ling Tian with his belongings was about to leave, he reached the living room and immediately sensed the hostile gazes from around, filled with animosity. In the living room, Ling Tian's cousins Ling Kuan and Ling Shui watched him with cold sneers, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Seated before them on the sofa were 2 middle-aged men bearing a striking resemblance to each other in both appearance and aura. Their temples were slightly bulging, indicating the strong vitality flowing through them. Both dressed in suits, they exuded the formidable authority of high-ranking figures. In this small town of Yun City, they were undoubtedly among the top masters, one being a 9th-level sky rank and the other a 7th-level sky rank practitioner. The 9th-level sky rank was Ling Tian's father Ling Hanshang, and the 7th-level practitioner was his uncle Ling Hanyu. Ling Tian, disinterested in engaging with them, grabbed his things and prepared to leave with Xuanning. Ling Tian, stop right there. Ling Hanshang, seeing his son daring to ignore him, bellowed angrily. His voice, infused with his true essence, caused a sonic boom that reverberated through the living room. The shockwave trembled the hearts and minds of everyone present in the Ling family. What's the matter? Ling Tian asked coldly, turning to face Ling Hanshang. Taken aback by Ling Tian's audacity, Ling Hanshang was momentarily stunned. Ling Tian had always been fearful of him, but today he was blatantly defiant and disrespectful. Good, very good, Ling Hanshang repeated, his voice heavy with irony. So your wings have hardened and you no longer acknowledge your father? Ling Tian smirked without bothering to explain further. Previously he had regarded his father as one of the most important people in his life. However, everything changed after his mother's disappearance. Ling Hanshang turned bitter, constantly claiming that Ling Tian's mother had eloped with another man, branding Ling Tian as a fool born of his mother's affair. Whenever Ling Tian saw Ling Hanshang, his father hardly acknowledged him. We're leaving, Ling Tian said to Xuanning, who nodded in agreement. As they tried to leave, Ling Kuan, furious, blocked Ling Tian's path. Ling Tian, you dog, didn't you hear your uncle's words? But before he could finish, Ling Tian's hand flew up, striking him across the face. The forceful slap sent Ling Kuan flying several meters, crashing into a wall that immediately cracked like a spider web. Ling Kuan spat out blood and collapsed, unable to move. You're courting death, you little beast, Ling Hanyu roared. Instantly, the entire Ling household was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Ling Tian's boldness, never imagining he would dare to strike Ling Kuan right in front of Ling Han Cheng and Ling Hanyu. Ling Hansheng fixed his gaze on Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you truly are audacious. Do you even consider me your father anymore? After hearing Ling Hansheng's loud question, Ling Tian responded not with anger but with a laugh. Well, since you asked so nicely, let me tell you, no, since grandfather isn't here today, I might as well make things clear. Ling Tian, as of today, I sever my filial ties with you, Ling Hanchang. Ling Tian's declaration resonated clearly and forcefully around them. What? In an instant, everyone was stunned, even Ling Hancheng himself felt surprised. He had not expected that Ling Tian, who was usually timid and cowardly, would dare to utter words about severing the father-son relationship. Ha ha! Immediately Ling Hancheng laughed out loud in anger. Ling Tian, are you trying to scare me? Do you really think you've grown strong? Are you sure you want to sever ties with me? Don't think I don't know. The little strength you have now is all because your grandfather secretly used the Ling family's resources to help you. Without me, Ling Hancheng, could you awaken the dual system talent? Without me, Ling Hancheng, could you become a national top student? Hearing Ling Hancheng's words, Ling Tian almost laughed in anger. How could he say such things? Ling Hancheng, don't think too highly of yourself. It's true that my grandfather has helped me, but what about you? Have you ever treated me as your son? Over these years, have you ever looked at me properly? Have you ever cared about my grades? Have you ever given me even a single bottle of marrow cleansing liquid? Even Ling Kuan, that failure, took 3D grade marrow cleansing liquids in his sophomore year. I, Ling Tian, haven't even received a single residue. The grievances and anger in Ling Tian's heart erupted in that moment. Ling Shui and Ling Kuan have lived without worry since they were young, but me, once grandfather, fell into a coma. I didn't even have a full meal. When Ling Shui and Ling Kuan slandered me for stealing, did you ask me anything? What have you done besides beat me? Ling Kuan said I was at the bottom of the school in terms of grades. Did you ever find out if that was true? Since I can remember, have you ever given me a smile, a bit of warmth? I was slandered for murder by people at school, and you didn't help me find the real culprit. Instead, you hoped I would go to prison? Ling Tian hadn't felt so emotionally agitated for a long time. These words had been in his mind since his previous life, but he never had the chance to ask them. Now Ling Tian could no longer endure it. Tell me, do you deserve to be my father, being the person you are? Ling Hancheng, if you still consider yourself a man today, sever the father-son relationship with me. That way I might still respect you a bit. Each word of Ling Tian, every character, was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. The people present were all dumbfounded. Ling Hancheng himself was also stunned by Ling Tian's questioning. Boy, are you sure you want to sever the father-son relationship? Remember, everything you have today is given to you by the Ling family because of your father. Me, Ling Tian sneered. Get lost. My achievements today have nothing to do with you. Ling Tian felt it was ridiculous if not for his own journey back. With the memories of his past life, Ling Tian knew he had been utterly ruined by Meng Haiyun at the Law Enforcement Bureau. If Ling Tian could truly rely on Ling Hancheng, how could he have been framed and imprisoned in his previous life? At this moment, Ling Tian found Ling Hancheng utterly shameless and thick-skinned. Seeing Ling Tian's firm stance, Ling Hancheng bellowed in anger. Fine, fine, you said it yourself, Ling Tian. Don't you regret this? I will tell everyone in Yun City right now that you, Ling Tian, are no longer related to me or the Ling family. I won't regret it, Ling Tian responded resolutely. Ling Hancheng sneered with immense confidence. No, you will regret it because once you leave the Ling family you will find it impossible to make any progress. Sooner or later you will come crying back to me. However, to Ling Tian, Ling Hancheng's confident demeanor appeared utterly foolish. Ling Tian decided to ignore him and was about to leave when Ling Hancheng shouted, hold on. Since you are no longer a part of the Ling family, there is something you must leave behind. At that moment, Ling Tian turned to look coldly at Ling Hancheng. What do you want? Ling Hancheng spoke indifferently. The day your grandfather recovered from his injury, he gave you something. You know what it is. Hand it over. Ling Tian immediately understood. His grandfather had given him the marrow cleansing liquid and a token which Ling Hancheng was clearly after. Ling Tian chuckled coldly. That token was given to me by grandfather and it rightfully belongs to me. Why should I give it to you? You have no right to take it back. If anyone should, it would be grandfather. Call him now. If grandfather agrees to give it to you, I will return it right away. Hearing this, Ling Hancheng was momentarily stunned. If the old man was willing to give it to him, why would he need to ask Ling Tian for it? Seeing Ling Hancheng speechless, a look of disdain crossed Ling Tian's face as he prepared to leave. You little fools, stop right there, Ling Hancheng roared, his powerful aura erupting around him. As a sky-level 9th layer expert, his true essence surged and his A-grade talent, the 6 Young True Fire, burst forth encircling him. The intense aura, filled with immense pressure, instilled fear in everyone from the Ling family, causing their backs to be soaked with sweat. However, Ling Tian remained utterly calm and continued walking away from the Ling house. Ling Hansheng roared to stop him. Immediately, 2 yellow level 3rd layer bodyguards from the Ling family charged towards Ling Tian, releasing their own true essence in a burst of power. It seemed like an easy task for 2 yellow level warriors to handle a mere apprentice warrior like Ling Tian. Scram! However, with just a fierce shout, Ling Tian swiftly extended his arms, and with incredible speed before the 2 warriors could react, his hands were already pressed against their faces. The terrifying force transmitted through Ling Tian's fingers made them feel as if their faces were about to be crushed. Ling Tian took a lunge forward. With a thunderous roar, in an instant he pressed down on the faces of 2 men and smashed them heavily into the ground, accompanied by echoing sounds. Stones scattered everywhere, and the heads of the 2 yellow-level martial artists were directly embedded into the ground. Everyone was stunned and looked at Ling Tian in shock. Even Ling Han Sheng felt an immense surprise. Ling Tian was just a 17-year-old high school student, yet, without even using his special talents, Ling Tian had easily defeated them. How powerful must Ling Tian have become after breaking through to the yellow-level martial artist? Xuanning showed impatience on her face. Ling Tian, is he really your father? If he treats you badly and even steals from you, how can such a person have the face to be someone's father? Do you want me to deal with him for you? Xuanning communicated with Ling Tian telepathically. Ling Tian shook his head. No, let's give my grandfather some face. While everyone was still shocked by Ling Tian's strength, Ling Tian coldly looked at Ling Hansheng. Ling Hansheng, today for my grandfather's sake I won't hold this against you, but if you dare to obstruct me again, even if you were my father, I won't tolerate it. Ling Tian's loud and clear voice resonated in everyone's ears. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, looking at Ling Tian as if he were insane. Indeed, Ling Tian's strength was top-notch among his peers, virtually invincible. However, he was confronting Ling Hansheng. Ling Hansheng, a 9th-level sky-level martial artist known as the #1 master of Yun City. He was just one step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster. Ling Tian actually threatened Ling Hansheng, making everyone think Ling Tian had gone mad. Ling Hansheng was instantly furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his mind overwhelmed by rage. You little beast, today I want to see how you won't tolerate me. With a furious shout, a wave of heat surged and the 6 young true fire instantly swept across the entire Ling family. Flames slashed the heavens. Ling Hansheng's 6 young true fire condensed into a 4 to 5 meter long blade of flames. The raging flames made the entire Ling family seem like a gigantic furnace. With one strike, he slashed towards Ling Tian, the terrifying flames carrying a momentum that seemed to boil the seas. However, Ling Tian stood with his hands behind his back, coldly watching Ling Hansheng. His eyes showed not a trace of fear, but rather a thick disdain. Everyone thought that Ling Tian must have been scared silly by Ling Hansheng. After all, Ling Hansheng was a 9th-level sky-level martial artist with an A-grade talent awakened. Even facing a martial arts grandmaster of the 1st innate level, he would still have the power to fight. Killing Ling Tian was hardly a challenging task. Suicidal, Xuanning scoffed as she saw the attack from Linghan City nearing Ling Tian. With a casual punch, she struck the towering blade of flames. In a flash, her fist collided with it, causing a muffled boom and sparks to fly everywhere. The flames formed by the 6 young true fire dissipated instantly. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The strike, potent enough to threaten an innate master, was shattered by a single punch from the masked woman beside Ling Tian. Without pausing, Xuanning's fist continued its trajectory, plunging deep into the belly of Linghan City. He felt as if his stomach was about to be pierced through, his organs nearly shattered. Unable to hold back, he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and felt his strength drain away, legs buckling, ready to kneel. Xuanning, with a look of disdain, reached out and grabbed Linghan City by the neck, lifting him as if he were mere trash. Ling Tian, cried Ling Tian's second uncle Linghan, you wanting to intervene? Who dares to move dies. Xuanning's voice, cold and lethal, echoed throughout the Ling family. Everyone tightened inside as if a blade had struck their hearts, freezing them in place. Xuanning's terrifying aura made it clear that no one dared to make a move. You think you can kill Ling Tian right under my watch? Xuanning, appearing only in her 20s yet a demon who had lived for thousands of years, addressed Linghan City. Little boy, do you think the Guardian do not exist? Just then Linghan, you couldn't help but shout, a master of the innate realm. What, a master? But everyone suddenly realized that Linghan City, known as the top expert of Yun City with his 9th-level earthly rank and special talents, was close to the innate master's realm in combat strength. Now that Linghan City was defeated in a single strike, it was clear that Xuanning was at least a master of the innate realm. Perhaps even stronger, something they dared not contemplate. Normally, even Yun City didn't possess a single innate master, let alone Yundian province, where the strongest in the provincial capital was only at the true martial realm. Now, they understood why Ling Tian was so daring. He had an innate realm master by his side. Such a master could easily handle not just one Linghan City but 10. Xuanning, still looking disdainfully at Linghan City, spat on his face, an act that might seem lacking in manners, but Xuanning was a fierce beast, not human. She turned to Ling Tian. Shall I kill him? Ling Tian shook his head, filled with disappointment. Forget it, he is after all born of my people. A man who lacks the courage to investigate even his own wife's departure is nothing but a waste, posing no threat to me. Let's go. Ling Tian's words prompted Xuanning to nod in agreement. She then discarded Ling Hanchang like throwing out trash and drifted away with Ling Tian. The sounds of their conversation carried from the doorway. Ling Tian, is he really your father? I remember my dad sacrificed his life to protect me when I was a child. Your father, on the other hand, wants to kill you. How is such a man worthy of being a father? That's why he's no longer my father from now on. Hearing their dialogue, Ling Hanchang roared furiously, his anger echoing throughout the Ling household. Fool, fool, fool. The murderous intent frightened the people of the Ling family. Ling Tian's parting words deeply wounded him. Ling Tian's mother had left the Ling family, a fact that Ling Hanshang was aware of. This matter was connected to one of the 5 great super families of Longdu, the Han family, which had previously warned Ling Hanshang in person to refrain from searching for Ling Tian's mother. The Han family, one of the top 5 families in Longdu, possessed assets worth trillions and included martial emperor-level powerhouses, a super-dominant family that could annihilate the Ling family with a mere breath. Hence, Ling Hanshang never mustered the courage to seek out Ling Tian's mother. Ling Tian's recent words undoubtedly hit a sore spot, proving that he indeed was a coward, too scared to even look for his own wife. Ling Hanshang's eyes grew increasingly fierce. Ling Tian, I will make you realize that without the Ling family you are nothing. Sooner or later you will pay for what you did to me today. With that, Ling Hanshang took out his cell phone and made a call. Captain Meng Haiyun, I'm free tomorrow, we need to talk about Ling Tian. After finishing the call, he dialed another number. Director Wang, the joint underground inspection in Yundian province tomorrow is led by you, right? Meanwhile, having left the Ling family, Ling Tian quickly calmed down. He and Xuanning conversed, sharing the grievances he endured over the years at the Ling family. Xuanning felt deep sympathy for Ling Tian. Although he had a father and a loving mother, he never truly felt their love. Even he, a fierce beast, had experienced parental love. The next morning, after spending the night in a hotel, Ling Tian left thinking, it seems I need to buy a house. I can't stay in hotels forever. Just then his phone rang. Hello, Ling Tian, do you remember me? Ling Tian recognized the familiar voice. Commander Zhao Feng? Yes, it's me. Congratulations, Ling Tian. Ling Tian was startled and asked in confusion, Commander Zhao Feng, what are you congratulating me for? Zhao Feng replied, the incident where you helped our military division slay the fierce beast and treat the wounded has been reported by me. The higher-ups have unanimously agreed to make you an honorary second lieutenant in our military division. Moreover, seeing that you use a straight sword technique, I have also applied for a grade C battle saber for you. I am in charge of the joint preliminary examination. When you arrive at the examination site, I will give you your reward. Ling Tian was taken aback, not expecting such benefits. Ah, how annoying. I wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems I'll have to show off in front of my classmates again. This morning, the playground of Yun City's first high school was bustling with excitement. Almost all the teachers and students had gathered together because today was the day of the Western Combined Preliminary Examination. Yun City's first high school, known for its excellent educational achievements, had 5 students who had qualified to participate in this examination. Look, it's Ling Tian. At that moment, the entire school burst into cheers and shouts of excitement. Everyone looked in the same direction to see a handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall slowly walking towards them. The young man had an almost perfect appearance with fair and smooth skin, exuding a strong confidence and robust vitality. Every move he made radiated an aura not typical of a high school student. In just 2 or 3 days, Ling Tian's appearance and temperament had undergone significant changes. The students in the school shouted excitedly, Ling Tian is so handsome, how did I not notice this before? Cut it out, you just realized Ling Tian is handsome? If it weren't for Ling Kuan, Lu Ruyan and Zhao Kuan slandering him before, Ling Tian would have already been a notable figure in the school. Indeed, the radiance of a strong person cannot be hidden. Ling Tian, I want to have your babies, the girl screamed wildly. Even the boys became excited, as when someone's excellence makes them feel desperate, they no longer feel jealous but only admiration. Ling Tian, you're awesome. Everyone cheered wildly, watching everyone go crazy. Even Ling Tian himself felt overwhelmed. Principal Zhu took the stage. Everyone please quiet down. The leader for this preliminary examination, Director Wang, has arrived. Director Wang, the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, was the leader for this joint preliminary examination. He would lead students from 5 high schools in Yun City, totaling 17 high school students, to participate in the exam. Director Wang stepped onto the platform and said in a calm voice, I will now announce the participants of the preliminary examination. Those called, please come and stand behind me and we will set off together. As he spoke, everyone fell silent. The spots for the examination were provided by the schools, but the Education Bureau made the final selection. Thus, even the schools did not know which 5 from the First Martial High School would participate in the joint examination. However, everyone was certain that Ling Tian, a national top-level high school student, would be one of them. Initially, the leader of the team was supposed to be Fong Ming, the director of Yunchi City Education Bureau. However, Fong Ming had to leave Yun City suddenly due to an urgent matter yesterday noon. Thus, the leadership for this examination fell to Deputy Director Wang Gang. Deputy Director Wang Gang began announcing, first up for the scholars class, Zhao Yang. As Zhao Yang's name was called, everyone looked towards the crowd from where he emerged. Holding a long sword, Zhao Yang walked slowly towards the podium, his demeanor full of arrogance. Upon reaching the front, he looked directly at Ling Tian in the crowd. Then arrogantly he raised his thumb and pointed it downwards, a clear gesture of provocation towards Ling Tian. Yet, in Ling Tian's eyes, Zhao Yang was nothing more than a clown. A few days ago, during the potential assessment, Zhao Yang had been effortlessly defeated by him. Now, as Ling Tian's strength had greatly increased, Zhao Yang was even less of a match for him. But at this moment, Zhao Yang was brimming with confidence. After that day, Zhao Yang had gone home and recounted his encounter with Ling Tian to his father, Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming spared no expense, paying 8 million more than the market price to acquire a bottle of grade B marrow cleansing liquid and a bottle of grade C marrow cleansing liquid for his son. These enhancements skyrocketed Zhao Yang's abilities, allowing him to successfully clear 88 meridians and gather 7 blood chi stars. Confidently, Zhao Yang believed that Ling Tian was no longer his match. Isn't that Zhao Yang? I thought Ling Tian would be the first, one spectator remarked. Look at him being all arrogant, he's just one of Ling Tian's defeated foes. Another added, I get it now. Someone chimed in, Ling Tian, being the best, is obviously going to appear last. The main character always makes a late entrance. The crowd buzzed with discussions, but Zhao Yang paid no heed to their words. Instead, he stared at Ling Tian and declared, with me here you won't even pass the first test. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Ling Tian just shook his head, too indifferent to respond. Deputy Director Wang Gang continued announcing Scholars Class Li Tao, Scholars Class Zhang Yi, Scholars Class Sun Hao. He called out 4 more names in succession. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Ling Tian. Being the top high school student in Yun City, the last spot was surely reserved for him. Yet when Deputy Director Wang loudly announced Scholars Class Li Bo, the auditorium erupted in surprise. Even Principal Zhu was stunned. Everyone had assumed the last spot would definitely be Ling Tian's. What's going on? How could Ling Tian not be called? The crowd murmured in confusion. Principal Zhu frowned and looked at Director Wang. Director Wang, could there be some mistake? Director Wang Gang, with a composed expression, spoke lightly. Yes, the 5 students from the first high school representing Yunqing in the joint preliminary examination are indeed them. How is that possible? Principal Zhu and all the teachers and students exclaimed in shock. Ling Tian's face darkened. He could guess the reason. It had to be his enemies, likely Meng Haiyun and others. If not them, the only others who resented him were from the Ling family. Ling Tian scoffed, looking at Director Wang. Director Wang, there must be some mistake. How could Ling Tian not be included? Ling Tian is a top national examinee. He should definitely be on the list, Principal Zhu said anxiously, and the crowd nodded in agreement. Exactly, Ling Tian should definitely be included. Director Wang shook his head. I am not mistaken, Ling Tian is indeed not included. Ling Tian is suspected of being involved in a murder case according to information from the law enforcement authorities. there's a more than 70% chance that he is the murderer. How can we allow a murderer to participate in the joint exam? Director Wang's words resonated clearly with everyone. Ling Tian laughed out loud. Good, good. Good, he exclaimed, his aura suddenly bursting forth menacingly. Wang Gang, I didn't expect that you would pull such tricks in Director Fong Ming's absence. It's like when the cat's away the mice will play. Tell me, who put you up to this, Meng Haiyun or that waste Ling Hancheng? Wang Gang instantly became furious. You little rascal, how dare you speak to me like that? And what do you mean by calling Ling Hancheng a waste? He is your father. It seems I was right not to let you attend the Western Region Preliminary Examination. A disloyal and unfilial murderer like you has no right to go. Ling Tian laughed again, almost sure now who was behind this scheme. He quickly calmed down. Wang Gang, are you sure about your decision to stop me? Can you bear the consequences? Wang Gang was momentarily stunned, not understanding where Ling Tian's confidence to threaten him came from. You little punk. If it weren't for your status as a top scholar, I would strip you of your eligibility for the college entrance examination. Right now, you threaten me? Well, let me make it clear, I will not let you go and I am ready to face any consequences. Ling Tian also became angry. Old dog, remember your words, soon I will make you kneel in front of the entire school and beg me to participate in the joint exam. What? At this, the entire school was stunned, their faces showing utter bewilderment. It was unexpected for Ling Tian to be so audacious. This was a deputy director of the Education Bureau, yet Ling Tian was openly insulting him in front of all the students and teachers. However, everyone felt a sense of thrill at this defiance. Director Wang Gang was clearly blind to reject a nationally recognized top student, wasn't preventing him from attending the joint exam, sabotaging his future. Even Principal Zhu felt exhilarated, knowing well that the better Ling Tian performed, the more substantial the rewards and advancement opportunities he would receive as the principal. Wang Gang's actions seemed to be nothing less than an obstacle in his own career. Director Wang also became furious. You little beast, it's outrageous, your father is absolutely right about you, you're an ungrateful wretch, a scum. In my view, you're the one who killed Zhao Cohen. Just wait, the law enforcers will punish you. As a deputy director, Wang Gang couldn't possibly resort to physical violence against Ling Tian in front of so many people, so he resorted to humiliating him instead. Wang Gang, with a resolute voice, declared in front of everyone gathered at the school square. Little brat, I, Wang Gang, am telling you right here and now, even if it's the end of the world, even if the sky falls, I will never beg you to let you attend the joint exam. His words echoed clearly across the entire square. Everyone looked on in anger, fully aware that Wang Gang was deliberately targeting Ling Tian. However, there was nothing they could do. Director Fong Ming was not in Yunqing. The only person who could decide if Ling Tian could attend the joint examination was Wang Gang alone. Ling Tian responded with a cold smile and calmly walked up to the podium, where he found a chair and sat down. He then looked at Wang Gang, his gaze filled with disdain. Wang Gang, I'll be waiting for you to come and beg me. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone felt helpless, thinking that Ling Tian must have been driven mad by Wang Gang's provocation. How could Wang Gang, the deputy director of the Yunqing Education Bureau, possibly stoop to beg Ling Tian? Principal Zhu watched as Ling Tian sat defiantly on the podium of the sports field, unwilling to leave. He tried to persuade him gently. Ling Tian, go back to class. Don't worry, I will report this matter. I will make sure that Wang Gang and the person in charge of the joint exam give you a reasonable explanation. However, Ling Tian remained confident. Principal Zhu, don't worry, give it at most 2 hours and he will definitely come begging me to return to the exam. Hearing this, Principal Zhu looked at him with sympathy, shaking his head helplessly, thinking that Ling Tian must really be out of his mind. Well, if you prefer to stay here, then stay, he said, leading the other students away. After all, everyone needed to prepare for the college entrance examination. It was not feasible for so many people to wait with Ling Tian on the sports field for Wang Gang. After everyone had left, a murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Xuening. Ling Tian, it's obvious that your father is targeting you. Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Ling Tian shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. Forget it, I know he's playing tricks behind the scenes, he's just a jumping clown. Does he think I'm still the old Ling Tian? He isn't qualified to control me now. 60 miles north of Yunqing lies the location of the Western War Zone of Yundian Province, and it is here, within the Western War Zone, that the Yundian Province Western Joint Baseline Examination is held. This area houses a trial maze filled with mechanical beasts created by modern technology, ranging in strength from first to Second tier, the trial maze consists of 20 levels typically used during training sessions in the battle zone. Trainees are sent into a mechanical maze to combat mechanical beasts. At this moment in the Western Battle Zone, the Martial Arts Plaza is bustling with activity. Wang Gang, the deputy director of Yun City Education Bureau, has brought 17 students to the plaza. They are among a total of 1,000 students gathered here to participate in the joint preliminary exam. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the exam to start. The stakes are high for this exam. Those who place in the top 3 will earn the opportunity to travel to the provincial city and immerse themselves in the true Sun Spirit Spring, a place of cultivation even masters of the innate realm rarely get to experience. This represents a significant opportunity for the senior high school students of the province, a chance to dramatically enhance their abilities before the national college entrance examination. As almost all participants have arrived, the plaza's loudspeaker suddenly comes to life, calling for silence. The once lively plaza instantly falls quiet, so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Soon after, battle-hardened warriors from the battle zone, all wearing serious expressions, position themselves around the plaza. 2 men in warrior attire ascend to the high platform of the plaza, radiating potent aura. One of them is a formidable 9th-level Earth-tier fighter and the other a 3rd-level Heaven-tier warrior? If Ling Tian were present, he would recognize the 9th-level Earth-tier fighter as Commander Zhao Feng, whom he had encountered battling beasts before. Accompanying him is Commander Gao Feng, the highest-ranking leader of Yun City's Western Battle Zone, equivalent in stature to the city's lord. Commanders Gao Feng and Zhao Feng are responsible for overseeing this preliminary examination, tasked with assessing the students' performances and ensuring their safety. Commander Gao Feng, now standing at the podium with a microphone, addresses the students. "Welcome to the Western Joint Preliminary Examination," he announces. "This is a tremendous opportunity before your college entrance exams to alter your fate. I hope you all seize it." His words ignite excitement among the students, especially for Zhao Yan, who feels confident in his abilities, having unlocked 88 meridians. He is eager to secure one of the top 3 spots and advance to the true Sun Spirit Spring. Widening the gap between himself and Ling Tian, just as the students buzz with anticipation, Commander Gao Feng prepares to make another announcement, drawing curious glances from the crowd. Upon hearing the words of Commander Gao Feng, everyone was only slightly surprised. What did this have to do with them, a group of high school seniors? It was only after we asked that we learned the young hero like you was also a senior in high school, a senior like us. The entire square erupted into excitement. While they were comfortably attending classes in school, someone their age was already battling fierce beasts and protecting the citizens. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be amazed? Commander Gao Feng continued. After Commander Zhao Feng reported this to me, I immediately related to the Yundian Provincial Military. The Yundian Provincial Military unanimously agreed to award the young hero the honorary rank of 2nd lieutenant in our Longhua military. What? Instantly, everyone became excited. Their eyes filled with envy, and they began to speculate about who this person could be. After all, the title of honorary 2nd lieutenant was akin to being an officer in the military. Though it carried no real power, once one graduated from university and chose to join the military, they could immediately become a squad leader in charge of 50 people. Many who had been in the military for 7 or 8 years hadn't qualified for such a promotion, and this young hero was one of you who came to take the exam today. What? The whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was shockingly looking around, eyeing each other, guessing who it could be. That person was among us, an examinee. Who could possess such strength? Then someone pointed at a handsome young man dressed in a black combat suit. Could it be you, Ma Ming? You've unblocked 99 meridians and your strength is equivalent to a level 4 yellow warrior. Only you have such capabilities. Hearing the discussions, the young man named Ma Ming shook his head. Not me, I was in class at school the day before yesterday. Seeing Ma Ming's denial, everyone's gaze then shifted to a girl wearing a white skirt with a beautiful face. Lin Yu, could it be you? You've unblocked 97 meridians and awakened an A-level ability. You must have the energy, right? Lin Yu also looked embarrassed and shook her head in denial. The crowd became even more puzzled. Lin Yu and Ma Ming were respectively the top students from the cities, ranked 3rd and 4th in educational achievements in Yundian province. If not them, then who? At that moment, Commander Gao Feng turned to Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao Feng, please tell everyone who this young hero is. Let's bestow this honor upon him in front of all of us, so he knows he is the pride of Yundian province. Upon hearing the words of Commander Gao Feng, Commander Zhao Feng nodded and then picked up the microphone. This young hero is none other than Ling Tian from Yun City's first high school in Yundian province, a top national scholar. The announcement caused an instant uproar. The crowd burst into excited chatter as everyone turned their eyes towards the students from Yun City, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. Ling Tian, the same Ling Tian, people whispered among themselves, recalling the recent news. I had almost forgotten that last week our Yundian province produced its first top national scholar. Yes, and I heard he awakened dual SS rank talents, including a healing ability. Didn't Commander Gao Feng just mention that he healed hundreds of wounded warriors? We had almost overlooked Ling Tian. Amidst the cheers and excitement, Deputy Director Wang Gang stood stunned within the crowd. Feeling as if struck by a bolt of lightning, completely dumbfounded, Commander Gao Feng looked towards the Yun City students with a smile and gestured warmly. Now let us welcome Ling Tian with warm applause to come up and receive his military rank. Claps thundered through the venue. However, Commander Zhao Feng's brow furrowed as he noticed that Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen among the Yun City students. The crowd continued to cheer Ling Tian. Ling Tian, yet there was no movement from the Yun City side, their expressions growing increasingly awkward, especially that of Director Wang. As the confusion mounted, Commander Gao Feng spoke out. Student Ling Tian, are you perhaps too shy? Come up quickly and accept your award, you truly deserve it. Still, the Yun City students remained motionless as if their feet were cemented to the ground. The awkwardness was palpable. At that moment, Commander Zhao Feng looked towards Commander Gao Feng with a concerned expression. Commander Gao Feng, Ling Tian isn't here. Hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, struck by the unexpected turn of events. This is the Western Union baseline assessment. Every school sends its best students. Ling Tian, undoubtedly the top scholar from one of Yun City's 5 major high schools, how could he not be here? Commander Zhao Feng grew anxious, turning to Director Wang. Director Wang, where is Ling Tian? Director Wang's face turned exceedingly grim as if he had swallowed something bitter, struggling to find words. Director Wang, I'm asking you, where is Ling Tian? Today is the Western Union baseline exam, and as a top national scholar, why wouldn't he be here? Director Wang, visibly embarrassed, finally managed to speak. Commanders, I also do not know. We had indeed planned for Ling Tian to be here. However, Ling Tian suddenly had important private matters to deal with at home, so he couldn't come, and we had someone else take his place. What? Upon hearing Director Wang's words, a look of surprise appeared in everyone's eyes. It is well known that the Western Union preliminary examination is an incredibly rare opportunity for everyone. If it were any other candidate, even if their parents had died, they would probably still attend the exam. Director Wang just said that Ling Tian couldn't come because of private family matters, which was unexpected for everyone. Is this capricious? Is this what a national top scholar acts like? This is an opportunity to enter the true Sun Spirit Spring for cultivation, and he simply says he won't come? Most people believe Director Wang's words. After all, Ling Tian is a candidate of national top scholar level. Not letting Ling Tian come would be utterly foolish, wouldn't it? At this moment, Commander Zhao Feng became furious. Wang Gang, do you think I'm an idiot? This morning I was still on the phone with Ling Tian. Ling Tian never mentioned that he wouldn't come. It's only when it gets to you that it turns into a family matter. Commander Zhao Feng loudly scolded. If Ling Tian really couldn't come, he would at least make a phone call to let me know, wouldn't he? Director Wang still tried to argue, though one is from the Ministry of Education and the other from the military department. In terms of position and rank, both Zhao Feng and Gao Feng firmly suppress him. He didn't dare to be arrogant, showing a face full of grievance. What I said is true. Ling Tian really couldn't come because of a last-minute issue, he said, looking towards the 5 students from Yun City's #1 high school. You tell me, am I right? Zhao Yang nodded. Yes, Ling Tian indeed had a last-minute issue and couldn't come. The others also nodded their heads. However, there was one exception. This person was Zhang Yi from the top scholar class. Zhang Yi is the nephew of Principal Zhu, who has no children of his own and treats Zhang Yi as his own son. While others may fear Wang Gang's tyranny, Zhang Yi does not. Zhang Yi was still displeased today. As long as Ling Tian and he achieved good results, Principal Zhu's advancement into the Ministry of Education would be a breeze. But Director Wang actually didn't let Ling Tian come. Nonsense! Zhang Yi was instantly enraged and roared loudly. He rushed close to where Commanders Zhao Feng and Gao Feng were standing. Pointing at Director Wang, he said, Commanders, this old Wang Gang is lying. He deliberately didn't let Ling Tian come. This morning, I overheard him confronting Ling Tian and I know a bit about it. It seems that Ling Tian's father had a disagreement with Ling Tian and wanted to mess with him. He colluded with Wang Gang not to let Ling Tian attend the exam, trying to put Ling Tian in his place. While Director Fong Ming was away, Wang Gang took advantage of the situation, declaring Ling Tian a murderer unworthy of participating in the joint examination. What audacity! Upon hearing Zhang Yi's remarks, a wave of shock swept over the entire martial arts arena, stirring a buzz among the crowd. No one had anticipated such a revelation. Instantly, Director Wang Gang, infuriated, his face red with rage, bellowed loudly, "Zhang Yi, you little beast, stop slandering me. Do you know the consequences of defamation? Believe it or not, I can bar you from taking the college entrance exam." Zhang Yi was furious. "You scoundrel, do you think the Ministry of Education is your family property? You say I can't participate, and so it shall be. Are you planning to treat me like you did Ling Tian? What I said is true. Thousands of students at Yun City know. One high school saw it, just ask anyone." Wang Gang, unable to contain his anger, shouted back, his whole body surged with energy, ready to unleash his murderous intent on Zhang Yi. "You're courting death." At that very moment, two furious roars echoed from Gao Feng and Zhao Feng, leaders in their own right, sounding like thunderclaps, their voices rolling like waves. In an instant, the figures of the two commanders, swift as lightning, positioned themselves in front of Director Wang Gang. Commander Gao Feng threw a punch, landing it directly on Wang Gang's stomach. While the force of the punch deeply indented into his stomach, the blow passing through Wang Gang's body, propelling him dozens of meters back. Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as if his body was about to be pierced through. Clutching his stomach, he was about to kneel. However, before he could kneel, Commander Zhao Feng grabbed his hair, lifting him as if he were picking up trash. Slap! With a heavy hand, he delivered a powerful slap across Wang Gang's face. Wang Gang's features were mashed together, letting out a painful scream with two teeth flying out from the impact. Commander Zhao Feng was livid to the extreme. Early in the morning he had called Ling Tian intending to surprise him, and now, because of Wang Gang, Ling Tian hadn't shown up. Was this not a slap to his own face? How could Zhao Feng not be furious? How could he be pleased? Zhao Feng glared at Wang Gang. "Wang Gang, in your desperation, exposed, and still you wish to harm a student. I ask you one last time, is what this young man said true? Did you or did you not bar Ling Tian from coming? You better think clearly before you answer." After hearing Zhao Feng's words, Director Wang Gang was struck with fear. The morning's events were no secret. They couldn't be hidden. Initially, Wang Gang didn't think it was a big deal. Yet unexpectedly, Ling Tian was involved with the military. "Linghan City, you've doomed me," Wang Gang's inner voice screamed in anger. Then, with a mournful expression, he said, "Commanders, you can't blame me for this. Ling Tian was implicated in a murder case. It was his father who said not to let Ling Tian come. Since it was Ling Tian's father who spoke, it was a family matter, fool." Upon admitting this, an enraged Zhao Feng slapped Wang Gang again. Commander Gao Feng's expression darkened to the extreme, his face seeming almost to drip water, carrying a terrifying pressure. "Wang Gang, I'm giving you 2 hours. No matter what it takes, get Ling Tian over here for me. The Western Union preliminary exam today will start whenever Ling Tian arrives. If not, you can forget about your job. I'll use all my connections to block you." "What?" After hearing the command from Commander Gao Feng, Wang Gang was truly terrified. He knew that Commander Gao Feng had the power to do so. After all, Commander Gao Feng was equivalent to the Lord of Yun City, a position of considerable influence. Dealing with his own affairs would be effortlessly easy for him. It was just past 10 in the morning at Yun City's first high school. On the podium of the sports field, where Ling Tian sat on a chair, beside him sat Xuanning, who wore a mask. The ringing of the bell indicated that the day's 2 periods had already ended. Everyone looked helplessly at Ling Tian, who remained seated on the podium, and their faces showed sympathy. Today Ling Tian had the chance to make a name for himself at the Western Union preliminary exam and secure an opportunity to train in the True Sun Spirit Spring. However, because of Director Wang and his ludicrous father, he lost this chance. Alas, poor Ling Tian, having kept a low profile for over 2 years, finally had a chance to soar high, only to encounter these absurd situations. Everyone discussed among themselves, feeling pity for Ling Tian. However, at that moment, a car from the Education Bureau sped into Yun City's first high school and drove swiftly onto the sports field. The teachers and students in the teaching building were stunned. "Look, isn't that Director Wang Gang's official car?" In an instant, the entire school fell silent. Hadn't Director Wang already gone to the exam site? Why had he returned? Everyone was filled with doubt. Even Principal Zhu looked puzzled at the scene. At that time, they remembered what Ling Tian had said earlier. He had declared that Director Wang would have to kneel and beg him to go to the exam. At the time everyone thought Ling Tian was just speaking out of anger. Could it be that it was really Director Wang in the car? Was Director Wang actually begging Ling Tian to return to the exam? But that seemed impossible. How could such a high-ranking official, a deputy director, do something so humiliating? This was surely a slap in the face. Just then everyone saw a slightly overweight man with a swollen red face step out of the car. Everyone was shocked. Director Wang, what had happened to his face? Despite the visible injuries, everyone easily recognized him. Director Wang jogged all the way and directly approached Ling Tian. With a sycophantic expression, Director Wang looked at Ling Tian and laughed. Ling Tian, my boy, it's all a misunderstanding." The entire school, teachers and students alike, witnessed the drastic change in Director Wang's demeanor, which had transformed completely from just moments before, catching everyone utterly off guard. Laughing, Director Wang said to Ling Tian, "It's like the flood has invaded the Dragon King's temple." Ling Tian, who would have thought you knew the military leaders? It was all a misunderstanding. If there were any offenses, I apologize to you, Ling Tian. As he spoke, Director Wang slightly bowed towards Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, my boy, I was wrong just now. Let's go and take the exam," Director Wang said, his voice not very loud yet audible to many people around the school. Instantly, the entire crowd was shocked. The hearts of the students and faculty were storm-tossed, having never expected that Ling Tian was serious. Director Wang had indeed come to fetch Ling Tian back to the exam. However, facing Director Wang's invitation, Ling Tian showed no emotional fluctuation and said indifferently, "Director Wang, you know what you need to do to have me return to the exam." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Director Wang was stunned. Just before, Ling Tian had demanded that he kneel down and beg him to return. "Ling Tian, let's be reasonable, I need to maintain some dignity. Can you give me some face, please?" Director Wang pleaded. "Get lost." Yet Ling Tian gave no face at all, spitting out just one word. Everyone was dumbfounded. Director Wang had humbled himself so low, yet Ling Tian gave him no face at all. In a flash of anger, Director Wang exploded, "You ungrateful brat, you take kindness for weakness, don't you? I'm telling you now, you're going to take this joint exam whether you like it or not." Suddenly, Director Wang burst out with a terrifying aura, his true energy swirling as he rushed towards Ling Tian, reaching out to grab him. He was confident that as an Earth-level martial artist, capturing Ling Tian would be effortless. Seeking death, however, standing beside Ling Tian, Xuanning angrily rebuked. Slap, accompanied by a heavy slap. The slap landed on Director Wang's face, almost caving in half of it. His feet left the ground as he was sent flying, tumbling over a dozen times. Before he barely stopped, Director Wang was completely dazed by Xuanning's slap. Before he could react, Xuanning approached, lifting him like he was trash. The immense true energy in her body surged into Director Wang, effectively immobilizing him, preventing even a finger from moving. The overwhelming pressure from Xuanning felt suffocating to Director Wang. Could it be a congenital grandmaster? Terrified, Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat, his soul trembling. Internally he wailed in despair. "Linghan City, you damned fool, you never told me Ling Tian had such a formidable protector." Thus, Xuanning brought Director Wang before Ling Tian. Xuanning spoke calmly. "Ling Tian asked you to kneel and beg him to go to the exam. Did you take his words as nothing but wind?" Her calm tone carried a subtle hint of murderous intent. The murderous intent was pure and resonated clearly in every corner of the school. The terrifying oppression nearly drove Director Wang to despair. I know I was wrong," Director Wang screamed in fright, utterly terrified. Xuanning, with a face full of disdain, left Director Wang behind. With a thud, Director Wang knelt directly in front of Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, please go back to the exam." His voice echoed clearly over the playground. Was this a dream? The entire school, teachers and students alike, even ignoring the bell that had already rung for class, stared dumbfounded at Ling Tian. Everyone initially thought that making Director Wang kneel and beg him to return to the exam was just an angry remark from Ling Tian, but now it had all come true. It was as if Ling Tian had known that this would happen. Ling Tian looked at Wang Gang kneeling on the ground, then showed a satisfied smile. "All right, let's go." Ling Tian didn't want to embarrass Director Wang any further. After all, he couldn't disrupt his own plans just for one person. Now Ling Tian had already opened up 107 meridians. His plan was to secure the first place in the joint examination, enter the True Sun Spirit Spring, and open all his meridians in one go. This way Ling Tian could break through the yellow level martial realm. Ling Tian was confident that once he broke through to the yellow level, he would at least advance 5 levels, reaching at least the 5th tier of the yellow level. And so, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Tian followed Director Wang and left, leaving behind the bewildered teachers and students of Yun City's #1 high school. Ling Tian is here. In the western war zone of Yundian province on the Yanwu Square, accompanied by an excited roar, all eyes were focused on Ling Tian. In front of Director Wang, a young man and a woman wearing a mask slowly approached. The young man, with an extraordinary temperament, handsome and charismatic, exuded the confidence of a strong man. The invisible vigor seemed to form waves of heat around him as if to engulf the space. He was indeed Ling Tian. Zhao Feng, the commander, excitedly shouted, "Ling Tian, come up here." All the candidates focused their attention on Ling Tian, buzzing with excitement. Is this the top national candidate? He really stands out. It's unbelievable that the exam hasn't even started yet. He's so handsome. I thought Yun City's candidates weren't that good looking. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Tian approached the podium. Ling Tian, this is Commander Gao Feng from our Western War Zone. Ling Tian nodded, neither servile nor overbearing, and greeted with a fist. Commander Gao Feng, Commander Zhao Feng, I've caused you some trouble. Ling Tian showed an apologetic expression while Gao Feng and Zhao Feng both smiled warmly. At that moment, Gao Feng presented a set of documents and a medal. Ling Tian, 2 days ago, outside the town of Yun City, you assisted the military in slaying a ferocious beast and healed more than 300 of our troops. To recognize your valor, the military is awarding you the honorary rank of 2nd Lieutenant and a Class C battle saber. Amidst the watchful eyes of all present, Gao Feng pinned the medal on Ling Tian. Everyone looked on with great envy, at a time when all were still students and hadn't even taken their college entrance exams. Ling Tian had already become a 2nd lieutenant in the military. Gao Feng turned to Ling Tian and said, "Tell us, how are you feeling right now?" Ling Tian shook his head and replied, "I merely did what is expected of a citizen of Longguo and a martial artist. I believe any of my classmates would have done the same in my position." The crowd watched Ling Tian with admiration, and both Commander Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng's eyes filled with appreciation for him. At the same time, Ling Tian also received the Class C battle saber prepared for him by the military named Qi Yang. The Qi Yang saber, forged from special metals, could easily penetrate the defenses of 2nd and even 3rd tier ferocious beasts. Ling Tian had always wanted to buy a weapon but never had the time. Now, the military had conveniently prepared one for him. Now that everyone is here, let's prepare for the exam, Commander Gao Feng declared. Following that, the 1,000 students, along with the warriors from the Western War Zone, headed to the entrance of the trial maze. There, Ling Tian and the others were briefed on the rules of the trial. Inside the maze, there were numerous mechanical beasts whose strengths varied from the 1st to the 9th rank of martial warriors. The trial maze consisted of 20 levels, with the 1st and 2nd being the most complex in terms of terrain, making them difficult to navigate. Conversely, the later levels were easier to traverse, but the mechanical beasts were significantly stronger. The student who passed through the most levels would score the highest. If students cleared the same number of levels, their scores would be calculated based on the time taken to pass those levels. The shorter the time, the higher the score. As the students stood ready outside the trial maze, a deep rumble accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth signaled the opening of the giant doors of the maze. Commander Gao Feng stood outside the maze and loudly announced, "I declare the start of the Western Union preliminary examination." As his words fell, bursts of energy exploded and lights flickered. The students participating in the exam began to activate their cultivation techniques, their vitality bursting forth. Stars of vitality sparkled. The students then pushed their speeds to the limit. With sounds of breaking air, they raced against time and dashed into the trial maze. Meanwhile, Ling Tian remained calm, slowly walking towards the maze holding the newly acquired Qi Yang saber in his hand. He could feel the warmth emanating from the Qi Yang saber as he circulated his own vital energy. The power of vitality enveloped the Scarlet Sun saber, casting a crimson glow all around. A faint hum emanated from the blade, indicating a perfect harmony with Ling Tian, who seemed to be in sync with the weapon as if it were excitedly calling out. A look of joy appeared on Ling Tian's face. Although the Scarlet Sun saber was only a C-grade weapon, it was more than sufficient for Ling Tian's current needs. In less than 3 minutes, 1,000 candidates had entered the maze. Leading the pack were 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in blue, a young man in a black battlesuit and a girl in a white skirt. They were none other than Ma Ming and Lin Yu, 2-star students from this year's Western Alliance examination. Ma Ming's body shimmered with 18 vitality stars, his robust vitality bursting forth, making him extraordinarily conspicuous as he dashed into the maze and reached the first fork in the path. Without any hesitation, Ma Ming chose the path to the right, accompanied by a beastly roar. A mechanical tiger beast standing 1.5 meters tall charged towards him. Ma Ming, with a look of disdain, pushed off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, arriving in front of the mechanical tiger in an instant. He then unleashed a punch. The punch vibrated through the air, his vitality boiling over, and with a loud thud, the energy crystal on the tiger's forehead instantly shattered. The mechanical tiger was sent flying with a single punch, instantly losing its combat ability. Following close behind was Lin Yu-ru, who possessed 17 vitality stars. Her speed was only slightly slower than Ma Ming's. Her movements were agile and graceful. As she turned a corner, a mechanical wolf beast launched an attack. Lin Yu-ru, with a calm expression, moved as if she were stepping on lotuses, her vitality blooming brilliantly. She ghosted past the mechanical wolf, and at the moment of contact, her dagger pierced through the energy crystal on the wolf's forehead. The mechanical beasts of the first level could not stop them. Outside the trial maze, the teachers and warriors watched in astonishment. They hadn't expected Lin Yu-ru from Nanyan City to have unlocked 98 meridians. Previously, it was rumored that she had only unlocked 95. Both were considered super geniuses, growing stronger each day, and could not be viewed through the same lens as ordinary people. Through the monitors, everyone watched the scenes unfolding within the maze. Commander Gaofeng laughed and said, "In the maze there is a special device that suppresses innate abilities, so it won't be easy for Ling Tian to take the lead. Under normal circumstances, a preparatory martial artist having opened 90 meridians is equivalent in strength to a level 1 yellow rank martial artist. After 90 meridians, every 3 additional meridians opened increase one's strength by 1 level. Ma Ming, having opened 99 meridians, is equivalent to a level 4 yellow rank martial artist. Ordinary students simply cannot match him." However, Commander Gaofeng smiled confidently and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Ling Tian has also opened at least 99 meridians. Do not underestimate Ling Tian's strength, Commander Gaofeng. He can at least pass the 6th or even the 7th stage." "Oh, but it seems Ling Tian is encountering some trouble." Commander Gaofeng's eyes showed intense interest as he looked towards the large screen. At the entrance of the maze, Ling Tian was already surrounded by more than 30 students. The leader among these 30 students was none other than Ling Tian's old friend Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with fierce hostility, and he was full of animosity towards Ling Tian. Zhao Yang, filled with rage, shouted at Ling Tian, "You murderer of my brother, I will not let you go. Today I, Zhao Yang, will make sure you fail right at the first stage of the joint examination." Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Ling Tian looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Ling Tian had already stated that he did not kill Zhao Kuan, but the other party simply did not believe him and insisted that it was Ling Tian who had killed Zhao Kuan. Ling Tian was too lazy to explain further, knowing that you can never wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. Ling Tian looked indifferently at the people around him and said, "Get lost. If you don't provoke me, you might still achieve a good result. Otherwise you will bear the consequences those students had received benefits from Zhao Yang and had agreed to trap Ling Tian in the first stage of the trial maze. Naturally, they would not leave easily." Zhao Yang, with a roar, burst out with vitality. Blood vitality stars began to form and float around him. Soon 7 blood vitality stars appeared around Zhao Yang. With a face full of confidence and madness, Zhao Yang looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, seeing Zhao Yang's self-assurance, remained calm and full of mockery. Then he walked towards the crowd. Seeing Ling Tian underestimate him, Zhao Yang's anger surged over his head. "You're seeking death!" Zhao Yang roared furiously, boosting his speed to the limit. Like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, he charged at Ling Tian and threw a punch. The intense blood vitality turned into shockwaves, sweeping towards Ling Tian. Scram! With a shout, Ling Tian counterattacked with a slap. His arm stretched like a whip and then became a blur. With the speed of thunder and lightning, Zhao Yang had no time to react. Slap! A slap landed directly on Zhao Yang's face, distorting his features with its terrifying force. Thrown backward with force, he crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling continuously. After tumbling 7 or 8 times, he finally came to a stop. Shock was written all over everyone's faces upon witnessing this scene. It was known that Zhao Yang had indeed unlocked 88 meridians. Yet, in the presence of Ling Tian, he was defeated in an instant without even a chance to react. Ling Tian walked forward with a calm demeanor, step by step. Zhao Yang watched Ling Tian furiously. Why am I not your match even after unlocking 88 meridians?" Desperation filled his eyes. 88 meridians? You think that's a lot?" Ling Tian said disdainfully, and then he spoke. Boom! The moment his words fell, a surge of blood energy erupted from Ling Tian's body, creating waves of energy around him. This rich blood energy condensed into stars of blood energy emerging. One after another, 1 inch, 2, 3, soon 9 blood energy stars surrounded Ling Tian. How is this possible? 9 blood energy stars, you've unlocked 90 meridians, Zhao Yang screamed in shock. Just last week Ling Tian had only unlocked 75 meridians, it hadn't even been a week since then. Even with the potential enhancing marrow cleansing fluid he received as a reward, such a rapid advancement was terrifying. 90 meridians, who do you underestimate? Ling Tian stood proudly, his blood energy bursting forth. More and more blood energy stars kept emerging, 10 inch, 11, 12. Those dazzlingly bright stars shimmered, swirling around Ling Tian. In just under 2 breaths, a total of 20 blood energy stars appeared around him. This can't be. Zhao Yang's pupils dilated, feeling nearly suffocated. Outside the trial maze, the spectators were equally astounded. Ling Tian had actually unlocked 101 meridians, condensing 20 blood energy stars. Even the leader of the summit, Gao Feng, showed a look of amazement in his eyes. Zhao Feng, the leader, was full of confidence. How about that, Gao Feng? I told you this kid is strong. With 101 blood energy stars without using any special talents, his strength is comparable to a 4th-tier warrior of the yellow level. Considering the National College entrance exam, Ling Tian is a shoo-in for the top 10. No, I'm wrong. With over 2 months left until the exam, Ling Tian has plenty of room for improvement. Top 3 in the country for sure, the crowd discussed excitedly. Ling Tian's powerful vitality surged like an invisible tidal wave, sweeping towards the crowd. As he scanned the students who were attacking him, he shouted, "Scram!" With a voice that exploded like a sonic boom. It reverberated like thunder, shaking everyone's spirits. Yet Ling Tian remained calm, walking towards the deeper parts of the labyrinth under everyone's gaze, as if strolling leisurely in his own garden. Zhao Yang, who had rallied people to ambush Ling Tian, found that not a single one dared to make a move against him. Meanwhile, at the exit of the first level of the trial maze, 2 figures moved swiftly. They were none other than the 2 seed contestants of this joint examination, Ma Ming and Lin Yuru. As they charged towards the exit, a mechanical bear almost 3 meters tall blocked their path. Both contestants' vitality burst forth, speeding up to their limits. Like shooting stars, they zipped past the mechanical bear, simultaneously shattering the energy crystals on its body, easily clearing the first level. On the other hand, Ling Tian was taking his time within the maze, not appearing rushed at all. He strolled slowly, and whenever he encountered mechanical beasts, Ling Tian simply swung his red flame battle saber, cleaving them apart. Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, on the other hand, advanced through the maze with unstoppable momentum. Time swiftly passed, and soon Ma Ming and Lin Yuru reached the 3rd level, where the mechanical beasts were as strong as martial artists of the yellow tier 1, yet they still could not halt the duo's progress. As Ma Ming and Lin Yuru continued to lead effortlessly, reaching the 5th and 6th levels in less than 20 minutes, they arrived at the clearing station of the 6th level. Their 3 mechanical beasts, each with the strength of a yellow tier 4 martial artist, awaited. However, the 2 contestants hesitated not a bit and charged directly at these mechanical beasts. Ma Ming glanced at Lin Yuru. "Shall we join forces?" "Yes." They nodded at the same time. In an instant, their vitality surged once more, with stars of vitality twinkling around them, and new stars of vitality emerged. 18, 19, 19 stars of vitality appeared around each of them. Impossible, they had actually hidden their strength, having opened up over 100 meridians. The spectators outside the trial maze exclaimed in surprise. The leader Gao Feng looked on with admiration. Impressive, impressive. No wonder this year is called the Golden Era. Just a preliminary joint examination in the Western Union has revealed 3 geniuses who have opened more than 100 meridians. The crowd watched excitedly as Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, swift as wind, rushed into the midst of the mechanical beasts. Engaging in combat, both displayed strength comparable to ordinary yellow tier 4 martial artists, yet they handled the mechanical beasts with ease, their weapons clashing and sparking against the mechanical opponents. Meanwhile, Ling Tian continued to leisurely stroll through the trial maze. This was not because Ling Tian did not wish to clear the levels quickly, but because he found the trial maze rather intriguing, noticing a particular formation within the maze that suppressed the abilities of martial artists entering it. If the strength of a martial artist was too overwhelming, however, the formation array could not suppress the innate abilities, but it was easy enough to suppress these high school students. Ling Tian could see that the trial maze was enveloped by a huge barrier. On top of that barrier there flowed a series of formation runes. In his previous life, Ling Tian had healed a master of formation arrays, thus becoming a master himself. Ling Tian was very interested in formation arrays. The talent suppressing formation array within the trial maze was very useful for Ling Tian's comprehension of formations. While everyone saw Ling Tian taking a stroll, he was actually studying the formations. As for the clearance time, Ling Tian didn't need it. In joint exams, clearance time only mattered if everyone cleared the same levels. For Ling Tian, as long as he could pass more levels than everyone else, clearance time was meaningless. Soon Ling Tian reached the 5th layer and he had almost completely deciphered the maze's formations. At this moment, if Ling Tian wished, he could render the maze's formations ineffective. It's about time. Ling Tian looked ahead and spoke lightly. By now Ling Tian had almost completely understood the grand formation of the maze. Suddenly he bent his legs and stamped on the ground. In an instant the ground shattered, a terrifying aura surged forth and his blood energy transformed into an invisible wave of blood. Ling Tian burst forth, moving nearly 20 meters per second, swiftly rushing forward. Along the way, a mechanical tiger equivalent to a 3rd-level yellow warrior charged out. Ling Tian held the red sun saber. With a swing, it extended like a crimson chain through the air. With a crisp metallic sound, the mechanical tiger was split in half by Ling Tian. Without turning his head or even sparing it a glance, he moved on. Outside the maze, everyone saw Ling Tian's progress suddenly skyrocket. High Peak Commander looked helpless. He's speeding up now, but it might be too late. Ling Tian's strength is probably only enough to pass the 6th level. Ma Ming and Lin Yuru were about to pass the 6th level and reach the 7th. The people around nodded helplessly in agreement, feeling that Ling Tian's acceleration was too late. However, at least Ling Tian securing a top 3 position and gaining the opportunity to cultivate in the True Sun Spring was assured. Meanwhile, at the 6th level's exit, Ma Ming and Lin Yuru were catching their breaths. They looked at the defeated mechanical beast in front of them and shared a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting their satisfaction. Without hesitation, they opened the gate to the next level and headed towards the 7th level. However, as soon as they stepped into the 7th level, they were stunned. A roar from a massive beast echoed throughout the labyrinth of the 7th level, the sound deafening. In front of them stood 10 mechanical beasts, each with the strength equivalent to a 5th-tier yellow-level fighter. Both were dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had struggled against 3 mechanical beasts equivalent to 4th-tier yellow-level fighters, and now, upon just arriving at the 7th level, they were faced with 10 5th-tier mechanical beasts. How were they supposed to cope? Along with another roar, a mechanical tiger pounced towards Ma Ming before either of them could react. The tiger raised its gigantic paw and struck Ma Ming heavily. Ma Ming quickly circulated the qi throughout his body, his muscles bulged and veins popped up on his arms. With his long sword in hand, he struck at the mechanical tiger. The clash of metal sparked fire and the force shook Ma Ming, causing a painful sting in his hands. Immediately Ma Ming's body uncontrollably staggered backwards. Before he could regain his footing, another mechanical tiger lunged at him. Lin Yuru quickly stepped in front of Ma Ming, sweeping her dagger across. Another loud clash of metal resounded, and Lin Yuru was forced to retreat repeatedly. What was happening? Why were all these mechanical beasts gathered at the entrance of the 7th level? Leaders Gao Feng and Zhao Feng frowned as they watched from the large screen outside the trial maze. Something's wrong, leaders. The mechanical beasts of the 7th level have malfunctioned. They've all gathered at the entrance, exclaimed a technician rushing up to them. Everyone was stunned, clearly not expecting such a development. At that moment, at the entrance of the 7th level, the tail of a mechanical tiger heavily struck Ma Ming's chest. Ma Ming felt as if his bones were about to shatter. As he flew backwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yuru also struggled to fend off the attacks from the mechanical beasts. Just then, an announcement echoed through the trial maze. Attention all participants. The mechanical beasts of the 7th level have malfunctioned. Please evacuate the 7th level immediately. Ma Ming and Lin Yuru looked distraught. If the beasts had been acting individually as before, the duo might have had a chance to pass the 7th level. Now that they were all concentrated together, how could they possibly get through? Retreat! Ma Ming yelled without hesitation, and they both fled without a second thought. Just then, a whooshing sound filled the air. Not far from Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, a figure clad in a black combat suit surrounded by 20 swirling spheres of qi, approached rapidly with incredible speed. Ling Tian. As soon as they saw the young man, both Ma Ming and Lin Yuru shouted out loud. There was Ling Tian holding the Crimson Sun saber, moving with incredible speed. His vital energy erupted as he swiftly reached the side of Ma Ming and Lin Yuru. When Ma Ming and Lin Yuru noticed that Ling Tian had as many as 20 vital energy stars. Around him, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. However, they quickly calmed themselves and urgently warned him, Ling Tian, don't go forward, there are 10 mechanical beasts ahead equivalent to a 5th level yellow rank martial artist, you are no match for them. Yet Ling Tian remained utterly calm, ignoring the two and accelerating past them, stirring up a huge gust of wind. Roars echoed as the mechanical beasts, which had chased them from the 7th barrier, appeared. The terrifying presence of the beasts, with their oppressive aura, caused cold sweat to trickle down the foreheads of Ma Ming and Lin Yuru. Don't go, they yelled loudly. In their eyes, Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than them, having opened just one more meridian. His strength wasn't significantly greater than theirs. Facing 10 mechanical beasts on his own equivalent to 5th level yellow rank warriors, wasn't that suicidal? People outside the trial maze watching Ling Tian thought he was overestimating his abilities. Even Gao Feng became anxious. If only he could use his special talents, Gao Feng thought. If it were possible to use supernatural abilities, he believed Ling Tian could defeat the mechanical beasts of the yellow rank 5th level strength. But now inside the trial maze, the use of such abilities was impossible. Come back, shouted Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, but it was already too late. Ling Tian had collided head-on with the 10 mechanical beasts. Roaring furiously, he yelled, Flame Slash of the Heavens! In that instant, Ling Tian's cold voice echoed around, with his vital energy. Swirling around, Ling Tian's Crimson Sun saber was swung down in a chopping motion. The sound of the saber echoed all around. Enveloped in vital energy, the saber seemed wrapped in blazing flames. Instantly, it transformed into a red crescent moon, colliding with the beasts. With a bang, Ling Tian's speed surged and his saber easily sliced through the mechanical beasts. Boom, boom, boom. By the time Ling Tian stopped, 3 of the mechanical beasts were cleanly bisected by his waist. The explosion erupted suddenly, leaving everyone in shock. Ma Ming and Lin Yuru roared in astonishment, their pupils dilated with disbelief. It felt like they were dreaming. After all, neither of them could defeat even a single mechanical beast. Yet, in front of them, Ling Tian with just one strike effortlessly defeated 3 mechanical beasts. Before anyone could react, Ling Tian slightly bent his body, extended his arm, and with a swift slash of his sword, blood chi surged and spread out. Shattering the sky with flames, Ling Tian executed the second technique of the 9 extreme fiery slash, immediately unleashing a tyrannical aura as endless blood chi transformed into invisible flames. The blood chi turned into sword energy, seemingly slicing through the void itself. The crisp sound of metal being sliced echoed around continuously. Ling Tian's form swiftly moved through the remaining 7 mechanical beasts. With loud explosions echoing, in just a matter of seconds, Ling Tian easily defeated 10 mechanical beasts, each equivalent to a 5th level yellow rank martial artist. The heat wave from the explosions made Ling Tian's clothes flutter wildly and his hair sway freely, yet his expression remained calm, as if he had done something as mundane as eating or drinking. It wasn't something Ling Tian felt was worth celebrating or boasting about. Outside the trial maze, the onlookers roared in shock. Ma Ming and Lin Yuru were utterly dumbfounded. They were the top high school students from their respective cities, the pride of their towns. However, now Ling Tian made them feel a profound sense of helplessness, striking a heavy blow to their proud egos. Ma Ming couldn't help but shout loudly, Why, you've only opened up 101 meridians, just one more than me and Lin Yuru. Why is your strength so much greater than ours? This was not only Ma Ming's question but also the question on everyone's mind outside the maze. Ling Tian turned to look at Ma Ming and said, Who told you I've only opened 101 meridians? As he spoke, a violent and intense blood chi erupted from his body. The surging chi waves shook Ma Ming and Lin Yuru to their core, and the blood chi stars around Ling Tian began to emerge one after another. 21, 22, 23. When the count reached 23, it confirmed that Ling Tian had successfully opened 104 meridians. The crowd was once again shocked. 104 meridians, but this was not Ling Tian's limit, as the blood chi stars around Ling Tian continued to shine. His count of blood chi stars increased again, 24, a full 24 blood chi stars, meaning Ling Tian had at least opened 105 meridians, equating to the strength of a 6th level yellow rank martial artist. Yet everyone still underestimated Ling Tian. Another flash of light and 25 blood chi stars appeared. 25, how could this be? Could Jundian province really produce such an unparalleled genius? Even the leaders outside the trial maze, High Peak leader and Zhao Feng, were stunned. 25 blood chi stars meant that Ling Tian had opened 106 meridians. After opening 105 meridians, each additional meridian opened could drastically increase his strength by one level. In Yunnan Province, one of the 34 provincial administrative regions of the Dragon Country, ranking towards the bottom, not a single person had managed to open up as many as 105 meridians, let alone more. However, the shock that Ling Tian brought to everyone was more than just that. Boom, Ling Tian's vitality surged to another level. The dazzling 26 blood stars shone to their utmost, hovering above Ling Tian's head. 107 meridians. Almost everyone in the venue roared in astonishment. It seemed as if their jaws would drop to the ground, each expression more exaggerated than the last. 107 meridians. Ling Tian had actually opened up 107 meridians. Neither the people outside the trial maze nor those within it, like Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, could help but roar. Lin Yuru and Ma Ming, with their expressions incredibly exaggerated, opened their mouths wide in shock. Despair, helplessness, that was what they felt towards Ling Tian at this moment. They had previously thought that the gap in talent between themselves and Ling Tian could be bridged with effort, but now they realized what an insurmountable chasm really meant. Throughout the 70-plus years of martial arts history in Dragon Country, the maximum meridians opened before becoming a martial artist was 107, and now Ling Tian was at this level. Ling Tian's achievements among pre-martial artists had already ranked him among the top 3 in history. No wonder. Commander Zhao Feng, seeing the dazzling stars on Ling Tian, exclaimed excitedly, no wonder that Kid Ling Tian could easily kill beasts equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the yellow rank. He had opened up 107 meridians, and just with his vitality alone his combat power was equivalent to an 8th level yellow rank martial artist. However, Ling Tian remained calm. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Ling Tian once again started to move. Swoosh! Ling Tian completely unleashed his power, boosting his speed to the extreme. He turned into a blur on the spot, reaching a startling speed of 23 meters per second. Ling Tian directly charged to the 7th stage of the trial maze. Along the way, the mechanical beasts he encountered couldn't even catch up to him. Soon he arrived at the checkpoint of the 7th stage, Flame/Heaven. With one slash, it seemed to shatter space itself. Boom, accompanied by an explosion. The mechanical beast at the checkpoint was instantly severed by Ling Tian. Then Ling Tian entered the 8th stage, where the mechanical beasts had the strength equivalent to a 6th level yellow rank martial artist. Yet Ling Tian did not stop for a moment, charging through the trial maze unabated. Boom, boom, boom. Mechanical beasts were continuously defeated by Ling Tian. The 9th level, the 10th level. It took Ling Tian just 10 minutes to breeze through to the 10th level of the trial maze, the gateway to success. There he easily defeated the mechanical beast guarding the passage. Afterwards, Ling Tian ceased to move further. Instead, he sat down at that very spot, quietly waiting for the test to conclude. Because reaching the 10th level was a feat that halted all other competitors in their tracks, it was also the best performance in the history of Yundian Province. As the sun set behind the mountains, thousands gathered at the Wuyu Square in the western military zone of Yundian Province, marking the formal conclusion of the Western Union's preliminary examination. The expressions of the examiners, military personnel and candidates alike were complex. Some were excited, others shocked, but above all there was joy because they had witnessed history being made. Ling Tian, with 107 meridians and strength comparable to an 8th level martial artist of the yellow rank, had triumphantly secured the top spot in the joint examination. Commander Zhao Feng, with a face full of excitement, stood beside Ling Tian. Let us congratulate Ling Tian, Ma Ming and Lin Yuru for securing the top 3 positions in this examination. Let's give them the warmest applause. The applause that followed was like a tidal wave, with Ling Tian standing on the podium, a smile gracing his face. Next on his agenda was training at the True Sun Spirit Spring, where he aimed to break through to the yellow rank and become a true martial artist. Commander Zhao Feng looked towards the trio. You 3 need not leave. Tomorrow morning I will take you to the provincial city myself. You will go directly to train in the True Sun Spirit Spring. Yes. Upon hearing Commander Zhao Feng's words, Ling Tian and his companions nodded. Meanwhile, envy was clearly visible on the faces of the thousands of students at the Wuyu Square. The trio's entry into the True Sun Spirit Spring meant their gap with the rest would only widen. As for the teams from Yun City, the atmosphere was incredibly somber. Due to director Wang Gang's influence, no one dared to speak up. At that moment Director Wang Gang's face was as dark as if it would drip water, an expression so grim it seemed he might devour someone. This was because Wang Gang had received a piece of news. Today his covert actions to prevent Ling Tian from taking the exam had been reported to the Yundian Provincial Education Bureau by Commander Gao Feng and others. Wang Gang had just received a notice of demotion, dropping 2 ranks. With such news, how could Wang Gang be in a good mood? Just then Wang Gang's phone suddenly rang. It was Ling Hancheng, Ling Tian's father, on the line. Thinking of Ling Hancheng, Wang Gang felt his anger surge. If not for Ling Hancheng's schemes, if he had not kept to himself the special relationship between Ling Tian and the military and the fact that there were Grandmaster protectors involved, how could he have been beaten by 3 people and demoted today? Wang Gang answered the call. Director Wang, how did it go? Ling Tian didn't attend the exam, right? I was just discussing matters with the chief law enforcement officer Meng Haiyun in the provincial city. Director Wang grimaced. Ling Tian did attend the exam. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, anger flashed in Ling Hancheng's eyes. What exactly happened? Wang Gang, I gave you my favor and you couldn't handle this simple task. Suddenly Wang Gang became angry. How dare you criticize me when Ling Tian actually has an extraordinary relationship with the military department? Zhao Feng and Gao Feng, the 2 commanders, specifically asked me to bring Ling Tian for the examination. What could I do? But you. Just as Wang Gang was about to scold Ling Hancheng interrupted him sharply. This little beast, again relying on my Ling family's connections, dodged a bullet. My father is a veteran of the military department. Gao Feng and the others know me. How could they refuse to give me face? I should have contacted Gao Feng and the others earlier. Ling Tian, this little beast, claims that his achievements today have nothing to do with me, Ling Hancheng. Yet, it turns out he still needed to rely on my influence to even take the exam. Originally, Director Wang was about to expose Ling Hancheng, but then he thought differently. Isn't Ling Hancheng just setting himself up? Then it's only fair for me to play him at his own game, right? Director Wang nodded in agreement immediately. Yes, that kid Ling Tian was indeed relying on your connections to take the exam. If it weren't for Commander Gao Feng and Commander Zhao Feng considering your influence, there's no way Ling Tian could have participated in today's exam. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Ling Hancheng nodded. Indeed, I was careless today. I didn't consider everything thoroughly. Thank you, Director Wang. Wang Gang sneered. I should be the one thanking you. Saying so, Director Wang abruptly ended the call. He didn't bother to explain further because he knew of Ling Tian's talent, which was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Surely he would be given considerable attention throughout the entire Dragon Nation. By not explaining to Ling Hancheng, the conflict between Ling Hancheng and Ling Tian would only intensify, eventually leading to Ling Hancheng's downfall. This would serve as a perfect revenge for today's resentment. On the other end of the phone, Ling Hancheng was left puzzled. Feeling that Wang Gang's thanks were somewhat strange, however, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was odd. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Wang Gang approached Ling Tian. Ling Tian, may we talk? Ling Tian nodded indifferently. Go ahead. Wang Gang said, Ling Tian, today's incident has already resulted in my punishment and demotion. I hope we can end this matter here. The sincerity in Director Wang's eyes was apparent. Ling Tian nodded. He had no personal grudge against Wang Gang. Wang Gang had not only been beaten up today but also knelt down to him, and to top it off, he was demoted. The man was already miserable enough, and now he came to apologize. Naturally, Ling Tian was not one to hold a grudge relentlessly. Relieved at last, Director Wang Gang knew very well that with Ling Tian's current talents, he was destined to become a master of the Xiantian level in the future. If Ling Tian were to take revenge, it would be an effortless task for him. Seeing that Ling Tian had agreed to his request, Director Wang finally felt at ease. Ling Tian, be careful on your trip to the provincial city this time. I have received news from your father. Your father and Meng Haiyun have struck a deal in the provincial city, and it's likely that they will try to prosecute you there. You might not even be able to successfully enter the Xinjiang Ling Spring to cultivate. It would be best if you talk to Commander Gao Feng and the others. They might be able to help you. Meng Haiyun's power in the provincial city is beyond your imagination. After hearing Director Wang's words, Ling Tian nodded. I understand. I will be cautious. At that moment, a murderous intent was evident on Ling Tian's face. In his past life, he had been captured and brought to the provincial city's court by Meng Haiyun. After all, Meng Haiyun had a vast network of connections within the city. While it was not so easy for Meng Haiyun to deal with him in Yunqing, things would be much more convenient in the provincial city. Ling Tian looked in the direction of The provincial city, Meng Haiyun, let's settle our grievances from past and present, lives in the provincial city. Judges, experts, law enforcers, all of you who framed me, prepare to meet your end. The next day arrived swiftly. Ling Tian, along with Ma Ming and Lin Yuru, led by Commander Zhao Feng, headed to Yunqing Airport. They boarded a military aircraft bound for the provincial city. As for Xuening, Ling Tian instructed her to remain hidden and wait for him. She could explore near him if there was no danger. Given Xuening's strength, the martial artists of Yundian province wouldn't be able to detect her presence. Once on the plane, Ling Tian closed his eyes to rest. At that moment, an elderly man with streaks of silver in his hair and a kindly face yet exuding an aura of authority took the seat next to him. Ling Tian was surprised to feel the immense pressure emanating from the elder. His presence was subdued and unfathomable, making it impossible to discern his true strength. Ling Tian guessed that this elder was at least at the Xiantian master level, possibly even stronger, perhaps even reaching the level of a martial king. The elder looked at Ling Tian and smiled, nodding his head. After coughing a few times, he did not speak further. Ling Tian refrained from conversing much with the elder as well. Throughout the journey, Ling Tian kept hearing the elder's continuous coughing. Out of curiosity, Ling Tian activated his supreme Dao twin pupils. His powerful spiritual energy converged on his eyes, significantly enhancing his insight. To his surprise, he discovered that the elder was severely injured and had accumulated a deadly poison in his body. The toxins were deeply entrenched within his organs, making them difficult to expel. However, his condition was much better than that of Ling Tian's grandfather, who was in the late stages of his illness and could die at any time. The elder seemed to be actively suppressing the poison and could live another decade. Seeing the elder's discomfort, Ling Tian couldn't help but speak. "Elder, you've been poisoned, haven't you?" The elder was startled by Ling Tian's question, but then he smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, a few years ago, I encountered a major beast tied at the border. In the midst of a fierce battle, a mythical purple snow python appeared, inflicting its venom upon an old warrior." Hearing the elder's plight, Ling Tian nodded in understanding. "Elder, I have recently awakened a healing talent. May I try to heal your wounds?" he offered. The elder gave a gentle smile in response. "A young man, that would be great, please go ahead." Ling Tian was inherently kind-hearted. Learning that the elder had been battling ferocious beasts to protect the country, he knew he could not stand idly by while such a person suffered from deadly poison. Just then, a man in his 30s with golden glasses approached. Ling Tian could feel an immense, invisible pressure emanating from him, indicating his strength far surpassed that of a 9th-level martial artist. The man addressed the elder. "Uncle, have you forgotten the advice of Dr. Lu Changsheng, the medical sage? Your internal organs are extremely fragile. External forces might further damage them and accelerate the toxin's effects." Yet, the elder simply chuckled. "What else can I do? Let the poison slowly devour me and face a gradual death." The middle-aged man looked helpless, unsure of how to respond. Turning towards Ling Tian, the elder asked, "Young man, are you Ling Tian, this year's top national scholar from Yundian province?" With a modest smile, Ling Tian replied, "Yes, that's me." The elder nodded. "You remind me of your grandfather when he was young. I'm very interested in your healing talent. Please proceed." Ling Tian nodded and began to channel his unique abilities, directing them into the elder's body. He could feel the elder's vitality swiftly returning. However, Ling Tian also discovered that the elder was an A-grade earth element ability awakener. Instead of copying or absorbing the elder's power, Ling Tian received insights into a martial technique that enhanced agility, which flooded into his mind. Meanwhile, he furrowed his brow as the elder's pain transferred to him, reaching a staggering level 6 intensity. Within moments, Ling Tian was drenched in sweat but managed to heal the elder's injuries in just 2 minutes. Am I cured?" Old Master Li's face was filled with astonishment as he felt something incredible. His previously pale complexion now had a healthy flush, and his entire demeanor was calm. He no longer appeared to be a man suffering from poisoning. Ling Tian smiled slightly. "It seems so." Both Old Master Li and the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses were utterly shocked. It was well known that even the 4 great saints of Long Country had been unable to heal his injuries, yet Ling Tian had managed it. Ling Tian spoke. "Old Master, please take a moment to feel your condition. I believe your strength will soon return to its peak." As his words fell, Old Master Li eagerly began to circulate his cultivation technique, and indeed the spiritual energy in his body flowed smoothly for an entire cycle. You should know, previously, due to the severe poisoning, he had been utterly unable to successfully circulate his spiritual energy. Whenever he tried, it felt as though the poison would devour his internal organs, causing him immense pain and worsening his condition, but now he was truly healed. Watching old Master Li meditating, Ling Tian stood up and maintained some distance. The middle-aged man's gaze towards Ling Tian had changed significantly, becoming much warmer and friendlier. Then he extended his hand. Ling Tian, hello, my name is Qian Yu, thank you for healing my uncle. Ling Tian returned the smile. The old master is a hero who protects our nation, healing him is my duty. Qian Yu chuckled, to tell you the truth, Ling Tian, old Master Li specifically came today to see you. Ling Tian was startled. No wonder they had traveled to the provincial city. They could have taken the same plane, but Ling Tian had been arranged on a different flight. Qian Yu explained. Ling Tian, do you know who my uncle is? Ling Tian, puzzled, asked for clarification. Qian Yu smiled. My uncle, who was once comrades in arms with your grandfather, was poisoned by the purple snow demon python during a beast tide on the frontier 5 years ago, forcing him to retire from the front lines. He then came to Yundian province and became the lord of the provincial city. What? He is Lord Li Yuntian of the provincial city? Ling Tian's eyes showed his surprise. Yes, it was your grandfather who told my uncle a few days ago that you might be able to heal him. Initially, my uncle came here just to try his luck, and I wasn't very confident at first, but you really succeeded. Ling Tian nodded. This was indeed a great gift from his grandfather. This act had effectively saved the life of the lord of the provincial city of Yundian. This would certainly make his future actions within the city much more convenient. Meanwhile, Lord Li had entered a state of cultivation. The poison had set back his strength, but now with his injuries healed, his power was gradually recovering. Throughout the journey, Ling Tian and Qian Yu engaged in pleasant conversation, and it took only 40 minutes to reach the provincial city airport. Qian Yu looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, you go ahead, I'll wait for the city lord. Alright, Ling Tian nodded and then walked down the plane. But just as he disembarked, Ling Tian sensed a murderous intent in the air. Seize him, a furious voice echoed clearly all around. A familiar figure appeared in Ling Tian's line of sight. It was a fierce-looking woman accompanied by dozens of law enforcers armed with guns, completely surrounding Ling Tian. The woman, with a crazed look on her face, was none other than Meng Haiyun. Clearly, this time Meng Haiyun had come prepared. Among the people present, each one was a powerful martial artist. One of them had even reached the 9th level of the heavenly tier, his aura stronger than Qian Yu's, whom Ling Tian had encountered on the airplane. Ling Tian, duck and cover. Meng Haiyun glared furiously at Ling Tian as she shouted her command. However, Ling Tian remained calm, staring coldly at Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun, what do you mean by this? Ling Tian responded. Ling Tian, I have gathered evidence of your murder. The day after tomorrow you will be tried at the High Court in Yunhai City. You are no longer free. Come back with us. Upon hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Ling Tian could only scoff at the absurdity. Behind Meng Haiyun stood a familiar face, her assistant Huang Hai, who looked at Ling Tian with a worried expression. Huang Hai had been subdued by Ling Tian, making Ling Tian his master. In Huang Hai's heart, Ling Tian was even more important than himself. As they spoke, several law enforcement officers charged towards Ling Tian. Murderous intent flashed across Ling Tian's face as he coldly watched them approach. Let's see who dares to touch Ling Tian. At that moment, a furious shout echoed in everyone's ears. Zhao Feng, the commander, moved swiftly to Ling Tian's side, blocking the officers. Ling Tian is the top scholar of the Western Regional Joint Exam of Yundian Province. He is to train in the True Sun Spring on Cloud Peak Mountain, and no one is allowed to take him away. Upon seeing the military rank on Zhao Feng's uniform, everyone's gaze filled with apprehension, hesitant to make a move. However, Meng Haiyun remained calm, turning her attention to a heavenly Tier 9 powerhouse in the crowd. Uncle, please. The heavenly Tier 9 powerhouse nodded slightly and then slowly approached Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao Feng, allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Hao, the Deputy Director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Department of Yundian Province. We need to arrest this suspect, Ling Tian, so please step aside. Hearing the words of the heavenly Tier 9 powerhouse, Zhao Feng frowned. The director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Department held a position half a rank higher than his own, indeed leaving no room for face-saving. Deputy Director Meng Hao chuckled. Arrest warrant? The dignified Deputy Director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Department need an arrest warrant to make an arrest. Step aside. With a shout, Meng Hao released his powerful aura like a torrential river, overwhelming Commander Zhao Feng. Blocking Meng Hao, Commander Zhao Feng argued, Ling Tian is a national top scholar, you cannot arrest him without a warrant. Meng Hao roared loudly, raising his hand to slap. wrapped in spiritual energy. His strike was incredibly swift, as fast as lightning. With a crisp slap, a loud smack landed heavily on the face of Commander Zhao Feng. Caught off guard, Zhao Feng was struck by the slap and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A ringing filled his ears, and his eyes showed the color of pain. At that moment, Meng Haiyun looked confidently at Ling Tian. "You little beast. Do you think Zhao Feng, a mere commander, can protect you?" she taunted. "Let me tell you, such a backer is not enough to stop us." Meng Haiyun's dominance was unquestionable. She was determined to capture Ling Tian today. Even Ma Ming and Lin Yu, who were nearby, trembled under the oppressive aura exuded by Meng Haiyun and her group. They all feared for Ling Tian's safety this time. "And what if I add my support? Is that sufficient?" At that moment, an angry rebuke echoed around. A middle-aged man wearing golden glasses descended from an airplane. The man with slightly bulging temples exuded an aura of power with every move he made. This man was Qian Yu, an associate of Elderly. Originally, Qian Yu was on the plane waiting for Elderly to finish his cultivation, but he came out upon hearing the commotion outside. Upon emerging, Qian Yu witnessed Meng Haiyun and Meng Hao arrogantly confronting Ling Tian. The atmosphere of a level 5 celestial expert emanated from Qian Yu, causing the law enforcement officers present to show signs of wariness. Only Meng Haiyun and her nephew Meng Hao remained defiant. "You want to protect Ling Tian?" Meng Haiyun looked at Qian Yu with disdain. "Yes," Qian Yu admitted without hesitation. "And who are you to protect this scum?" Meng Haiyun's face twisted in anger as she loudly challenged him. "What is your worth? Dare to snatch people in front of me?" Qian Yu exploded in rage, his aura bursting forth. The powerful presence of a celestial level expert shook Meng Haiyun's spirit. Where did this wild dog come from, barking here? In that instant, Meng Hao, veins throbbing on his forehead in fury, exploded with energy. He raised his hand and delivered a slap that broke the air. Although Qian Yu was also a high-level celestial, Meng Hao's strength was 4 minor levels higher. Caught off guard by Meng Hao's sudden action, Qian Yu was struck hard on the face. Instantly, his golden glasses shattered from the impact of Meng Hao's slap, and he fell heavily to the ground. Enraged, Qian Yu had not expected to encounter such arrogance, that someone would strike him without a word of disagreement. It is important to note that Qian Yu was not just any person. He was the nephew of Li Yuntian and had recently become the secretary to the newly appointed city lord, Li Yuntian, having been in the position for less than a month. It's not surprising that nobody knew him, but what Qian Yu didn't expect was that the other party would start a fight right away, completely lawless. Qian Yu's eyes were filled with blood vessels from anger. "You dare hit me? I'm hitting you exactly," Meng Hao bellowed in fury. With a backhand slap, he struck Qian Yu's face again. A loud smack, and Qian Yu's face swelled up from the force of the slap. Qian Yu was shocked, feeling wronged and furious as a mix of emotions surged within him. He had never felt so humiliated before. Meng Haiyun watched Qian Yu as if he were watching a clown. "A mere heaven-level martial artist dares to protect Ling Tian? Just the two of you are not enough." Then he added, "What if an old man like me joins? Is that enough qualification?" As soon as Meng Haiyun finished speaking, a sonic boom erupted. It was as if an invisible storm swept across the airport, like a divine thunder from the heavens above, striking right beside everyone's ears. The impact made everyone's heads roar and their ears buzz. Before anyone could react, they all distinctly felt a terrifying pressure, like a waterfall from the heavens plummeting straight down, crushing them so much that it made breathing difficult. Just then, from inside the airplane, an elderly man dressed in his Zhongshan suit slowly walked out. His presence was so imposing that he seemed like a king, every movement exuding the majesty of a mountain. The moment Meng Hao saw the old man, he was stunned. He had never dreamed that this figure of great terror would be here. The old man was none other than Li Yuntian, Lord Li, the city master of Yundian province's capital. Seeing Li Yuntian appear, Meng Hao's body trembled violently as if struck by a bolt from the blue, leaving him completely dumbfounded and petrified, unable to move. At that moment, Qian Yu, his face full of grievances and anger, cried out loudly, "Uncle, these scoundrels are lawless, resorting to violence over nothing." Seeing Qian Yu, his eyes nearly bursting, his face swollen like a pig's head, Li Yuntian's expression darkened tremendously, as if about to drip water. "Who did this?" Li Yuntian roared furiously. It had been a long time since he had been so angry. To think that such arrogance existed under his jurisdiction in Yundian province. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Qian Yu pointed at Meng Hao. It was him. In an instant, Meng Hao looked utterly hopeless. He trotted up to Li Yuntian's front. "I slap." Before Meng Hao could finish his sentence, Li Yuntian, with a swift motion, struck out. Immediately, the sound of a sonic boom reverberated around them. The blow landed squarely on Meng Hao's face. In an instant, half of his face caved in, completely distorting his features. The powerful force threw him out of control of his own body. He was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. He rolled over and over, tumbling a dozen times before coming to a stop. Shocked, the onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. This was Meng Hao, the deputy director of the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, who had just been slapped into the air by Li Yuntian. Amidst the chaos, Meng Haiyun had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. "Old dog, you're seeking death," she shouted furiously. "Do you know who my uncle is? How dare you lay a hand on him?" Her arrogance flared as she confronted Li Yuntian, whose anger was now boiling over. Unable to contain himself, he retorted, "Your uncle? Who the hell is he? Do you know who I am?" Meng Haiyun's face contorted in rage, snapped back, "I don't care who you are. You assaulted my uncle, obstructing an officer during the execution of his duties. You better be ready to rot in jail." Hearing Meng Haiyun's words, Li Yuntian could only laugh in anger. "You want to put me in jail? It was your people who attacked first," he roared. "Meng Hao, you fool, if you're not dead, get over here." Meng Hao, who had been lying on the ground, quickly sprang up, his body wrapped in spiritual energy, and rushed to Li Yuntian at top speed. "Subordinate Meng Hao, at your service, Lord City Master." His voice, filled with terror, echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The crowd was stunned into silence. The area fell deathly quiet, as if the air itself had stopped moving and time and space had frozen. Meng Hao, incredibly, was addressing the other as Lord City Master. In the entire Yundian province, who else could be addressed as such by Meng Hao other than the top leader of the province, the Lord City Master himself? How could this be possible? After a few breaths of stunned silence, Meng Haiyun could no longer contain her shock and began screaming. The Meng family, as one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital of Yundian, had always been confident. Meng Haiyun believed that on her own turf she could easily manipulate Ling Tian, but now Ling Tian had brought Li Yuntian as his backer. Not even Meng Hao nor the greatest support of the Meng family could touch Ling Tian now. Ma Ming and Lin Yueru were also visibly shocked. Ling Tian had been traveling with Li Yuntian, a top-tier powerhouse, all this time. Li Yuntian, with a stern face, turned to Qian Yu. "Qian Yu, tell me what exactly happened here." Qian Yu, visibly angry, explained. "These scoundrels without a warrant attempted to arrest Ling Tian. I intervened and they started beating me and Commander Zhao Feng." Li Yuntian exclaimed loudly. "Well done. Without a warrant you attempt to forcibly arrest a national top scholar and assault a military commander and the city master's secretary. Great job." At that moment the law enforcement officers present were utterly dumbfounded. This was a serious crime. Assaulting 2 high-ranking officials could land them in prison for decades. Suddenly Meng Hao fell to his knees, begging desperately. The lord of the city was implored, "This is all a misunderstanding, please give us a chance." After hearing Meng Hao's words, Li Yuntian's expression grew increasingly grim. Even Meng Haiyun was frozen in place, unsure of what to do. He knew that with Li Yuntian present he could not take Ling Tian away. Just then Ling Tian suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Li, since they are so eager to convict me, I will attend the trial at the courthouse the day after tomorrow. However, today they dared to break the rules and hurt people. This cannot be overlooked." "Oh." Everyone was startled by Ling Tian's words. Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian, asking, "How do you wish to resolve this?" With a wicked smile, Ling Tian turned his gaze to Meng Haiyun, causing her heart to tighten with an ominous premonition. "Today's events were all provoked by Meng Haiyun targeting me," Ling Tian declared. "How about handing Meng Haiyun over to me for 20 minutes? I'll teach her a lesson and then they can leave." "Oh, you're sure it's that simple?" Ling Tian nodded lightly. "Mr. Li, a lesson for them today will suffice. At the courthouse the day after tomorrow it will become clear who is right and who is the true villain deserving of punishment. Why not leave it all until then? What do you think?" "Good." Seeing such confidence in Ling Tian, Li Yuntian agreed, feeling assured. He then turned to Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, hand over this woman to Ling Tian for a small lesson and I will let you leave. How about that?" Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, Meng Haiyun's heart tightened. The familiar scenes and memories haunted her mind. The trauma she could not erase resurfaced. Meng Haiyun would never forget the day at the law enforcement office in Yun City, how Ling Tian had tormented her. With a look of horror, her eyes wide and tears swirling in her sockets, she gazed at her uncle Meng Hao. This was the first time Meng Hao had seen such a fearful look in his niece's eyes. To him, his niece was someone who feared neither heaven nor earth. Why was she so terrified now? Could it be that Ling Tian was a demon, lord of the city? "There won't be any problems, will there?" Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, how do you intend to punish her? Can you tell us?" Ling Tian gave a slight smile, but in Meng Haiyun's eyes, that smile was the most terrifying thing in the world. Mr. Li, rest assured, I guarantee that Meng Haiyun will not suffer even the slightest injury. Li Yuntian also understood that Ling Tian's ability to heal was fearsome. Even if Meng Haiyun was tortured horribly, it was likely that in the end she would bear no injuries. Nodding, Li Yuntian turned to Meng Hao. Have you heard? Ling Tian has already said that he won't let your niece get hurt. Meng Hao looked helplessly at Meng Haiyun. You'll just have to suffer a bit for us, otherwise today we fought the city lord's secretary. Once the city lord starts investigating, none of us will have it easy. Meng Haiyun was almost in despair, continuously shaking her head. At this moment Ling Tian had already approached Meng Haiyun. Looking at her, he said, please come with me. Meng Haiyun's expression suddenly turned fierce, almost maniacal. You little beast, you want to torment me again? I'll fight you. With a boom, as soon as her words fell, a powerful surge erupted from Meng Haiyun. The space around her rippled with waves. Meng Haiyun's appearance turned completely ferocious. Accompanied by a roar, she charged towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian, with a look of disdain, easily dodged Meng Haiyun's punch. Then, with a burst of energy, he struck out with a punch. Ling Tian's fist heavily sunk into Meng Haiyun's stomach. Meng Haiyun felt as if her stomach was about to be pierced through. She couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of acid and immediately lost the ability to fight. Collapsing, Ling Tian grabbed Meng Haiyun by the collar, lifting her as if she were trash, his face full of disdain and mockery. I originally wanted to settle our grievances at the tribunal, but you couldn't wait to come to me and let me vent my anger. Since that's the case, I will gladly satisfy you. Saying this, Ling Tian took Meng Haiyun back to the airplane. Meng Haiyun painfully clutched her stomach. Gasping for breath, she was shocked. In just 1 week, Ling Tian had become so powerful. She, a 7th level yellow tier martial artist, was no match for him. But while Meng Haiyun was still in shock, a wave of heat rushed towards her, pulling her out of her astonishment. At this moment, Ling Tian's hand, which was now holding a handgun, was unknown to her. In his other hand, the 9 Extremes heavenly fire was burning fiercely, engulfing Meng Haiyun's handgun in high-temperature flames. The handgun had turned red hot. Ling Tian revealed a smile. Meng Haiyun, guess where I want to put this red hot handgun? Meng Haiyun, nearly in despair, screamed loudly, don't come any closer, don't come any closer. The entire airport echoed with Meng Haiyun's heart-wrenching screams. The sound made everyone at the Enforcement Bureau feel a chill in their hearts. Once again, Meng Haiyun was once again tortured by Ling Tian. 20 minutes later, Meng Haiyun had a vacant look in her eyes. Devoid of any spark, it was as if she had lost her soul. While no injuries could be seen on Meng Haiyun's body, she still felt a dull pain in her lower body. Ling Tian, carrying Meng Haiyun, walked out and then threw Meng Haiyun in front of Meng Hao. At this moment, Meng Haiyun was just as Ling Tian had said, unharmed. But from her expression, everyone could see that she was in great pain. Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, let's go. Li Yuntian nodded, then spoke with a decisive tone, let's go. With that, he and his companions gracefully departed under the watchful eyes of Meng Hao and others. Meng Haiyun, overwhelmed with fury, roared vengefully, Ling Tian, I will kill you, I swear I will. Her resentment was palpable to everyone around, yet when Meng Hao inquired what exactly Ling Tian had done to her, Meng Haiyun remained stubbornly silent. 2 hours later, the group arrived at Yunding Mountain in the capital of Yundian Province, led by Zhao Feng and Mayor Li. Ling Tian and the others reached the revered site of cultivation in Yundian Province, the True Sun Spirit Spring, situated atop Yunding Mountain. Guarding the entrance were 2 men with restrained auras and indifferent expressions. These were the guardians of the True Sun Spirit Spring. Ling Tian could instantly sense that their strength was far beyond that of heavenly warriors, indicating that both guardians had reached the level of innate Grandmasters. Lord Mayor, the guardians respectfully called out upon seeing Li Yuntian, who responded with a slight nod. I brought the top 3 students from the Western Alliance exam to cultivate at the True Sun Spirit Spring. The 2 guardians stepped aside to let them pass. Soon, the group reached the location of the True Sun Spirit Spring. At the summit lay a massive pool, encircled by layers upon layers of rocks divided into 9 distinct tiers. The spring water within the pool was the True Sun Spirit Spring itself. Ling Tian and his group could feel the dense spiritual energy of the entire True Sun Spirit Spring, which was many times more concentrated than the outside world, perhaps even more than a dozen times richer. At that moment, Xian Yu stepped forward to explain, the True Sun Spirit Spring is divided into 9 layers. The first layer is suitable for quasi-martial artists. The second layer is for those at the yellow level, and so forth up to the 9th layer, which is suitable for warriors at the Martial Saint realm. When you immerse in the spring, the high temperature of the water will rapidly destroy your physical body. However, the water also contains a miraculous power that allows for instant healing of the destroyed tissues. Xian Yu continued, the True Sun Spirit Spring is designed to temper your body through rapid destruction and recovery, helping you open more meridians and achieve breakthroughs. Ling Tian, Lin Yu and Ma Ming nodded in understanding. Xian Yu reminded, before you enter you can try to go as deep into the spring as possible. The deeper you go, the better the effect. However, do not be greedy. The intense heat in the deeper parts of the spring could overwhelm you, leading to immense pain and possibly causing you to faint. In a state of unconsciousness, they couldn't absorb the power from the spirit spring to heal their bodies. They risked being literally scalded to death by the spring water. Understood? Ling Tian and his two companions nodded before leaping into the spring. Shen Yu, Zhao Feng and other leaders watched with great interest. What do you think? How many levels of the True Sun Spirit Spring's heat can these three youngsters endure without fainting? Zhao Feng, the leader, chuckled. They are all prodigies from our Yundian province. They should at least withstand the second level of the True Sun Spirit Spring. Li Yuntian nodded and responded, Ling Tian, this kid has endured much hardship over the years. His mental will is very strong. He might even have a chance at the third level. Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with growing anticipation. As they spoke, Ling Tian and his companions had already jumped into the True Sun Spirit Spring. Upon entering, Ling Tian, Ma Ming and Lin Yu immediately felt a fierce and pure energy surge into their bodies. The scorching temperature seemed to be damaging their bodies. However, if they could absorb the energy from the True Sun Spirit Spring, they could easily heal their injuries. The temperature inside the spring was terrifying. Just at the first level, Ma Ming and Lin Yu were already sweating profusely, yet their goal was not to stay at the first level. As soon as they entered the True Sun Spirit Spring, they made their way towards the second level. Soon all three successfully reached the second tier of the True Sun Spirit Spring. The temperature there was significantly higher than the first level, causing Ma Ming and Lin Yu to feel as though their skin was being easily scorched. Both frowned, their faces clearly showing signs of pain as they endured the agony and absorbed the power from the spring to heal their injuries. Ling Tian, however, appeared calm, seemingly impervious to the pain caused by the high temperature of the spring, walking through it as if he were strolling through a pool, looking completely at ease. It should be noted that before reversing the flow of time, Ling Tian had endured countless tortures from Meng Haiyun. The pain he experienced in the second layer of the True Sun Spirit Spring was negligible to him. Seeing Ling Tian unhesitatingly move towards the third level, Ma Ming and Lin Yu gritted their teeth and followed him. In less than a minute, the three of them reached the third level of the True Sun Spirit Spring. Upon arriving, they immediately felt a surge in temperature. Instantly, the skin of all three was scorched by the high heat, causing Ma Ming and Lin Yu to grimace in pain, unable to manage their expressions well. However, Ling Tian still wore a look of relaxed calmness, even showing some anticipation. The power contained in the spirit spring of the third level was exceptionally pure and strong, which was greatly beneficial for his body tempering. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian moved towards the fourth level. Ling Tian, you're going to the fourth level? Ma Ming and Lin Yu looked at Ling Tian in shock. The temperature of the third level was nearly unbearable for their warrior level physical strength. The third level was almost their limit. Ma Ming and Lin Yu thought that if they ventured to the fourth level, the excruciating heat would likely plunge them into unconsciousness instantly. However, Ling Tian maintained a calm and relaxed demeanor. If you can't endure it, it's fine to cultivate on the third level. Ling Tian's words left Ma Ming and Lin Yu visibly displeased. Since Ling Tian was heading to the fourth level, they insisted on joining him. At this moment, Zhao Feng, the commander, and Li Yun, the city lord, were both somewhat surprised. The intense heat from the True Sun Spirit Spring on the third level was uncomfortable even for typical Earth-level fighters, and it was usually the limit for ordinary yellow-level martial artists. Yet now Ling Tian showed no sign of discomfort and even intended to move to the fourth level. Zhao Feng couldn't help but speak up, cautioning Ling Tian, the temperature on the fourth level is incomparable to the third. Be sure you're prepared, the heat could very well knock you unconscious, and that would pose a fatal risk. Ling Tian just smiled faintly. Don't worry, Lord Mayor, I have a plan. With it, he proceeded towards the fourth level, with Ma Ming and Lin Yu reluctantly following. But as soon as Ma Ming and Lin Yu reached the third level of the True Sun Spirit Spring, they felt the terrifying heat. The heat began to decompose their skin's surface immediately. It was as if even their blood was melting, causing both of them to cry out in agony. They quickly realized that the fourth level of the True Sun Spirit Spring was beyond their capability. the two of them hastily retreated back to the safety of the third level. In contrast, Ling Tian had already reached the fourth level. His expression remained unchanged despite the heat continuously eroding his flesh. Instead of showing any signs of pain, he rapidly absorbed the power from the True Sun Spirit Spring. The parts of his body that were eroded by the high temperature were also quickly healing. He was actually withstanding it. Li Yun, the city lord, Zhao Feng, the commander, and Xian Yu all showed expressions of astonishment. In 10 years, less than 3 aspirant martial artists had been able to endure the extreme temperatures of the fourth level of the True Sun Spirit Spring. Ling Tian truly was a prodigy, maintaining his composure under the scorching assault of the spring. Ma Ming and Lin Yu, with no other choice, shook their heads in resignation, knowing the third level was their own limit. Subsequently, they began their cultivation within the third level of the True Sun Spirit Spring. This time, they planned to utilize the true power of the Xinyang Spirit Spring to push their meridians to their limits. Inside the spring, they aimed to elevate their cultivation and achieve the rank of a yellow-level martial artist in one fell swoop. However, just when everyone thought that Ling Tian would commence his training within the fourth layer of the spring, their expressions drastically changed. Ling Tian, contrary to expectations, did not stop moving within the fourth layer. In fact, he continued to walk further into the spring. Could it be that Ling Tian intended to proceed to the fifth layer? Everyone watched in shock. It was widely known that the terrifyingly high temperatures of the fifth layer of the Xinyang Spirit Spring could only be endured by a warrior of the heavenly rank. Ling Tian, merely an almost martial artist, dared to train in the fifth layer. The onlookers couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Ling Tian, have you gone mad? Stop right now. Despite the pleas, Ling Tian had no intention of stopping. Instead, he quickened his pace and stepped directly into the fifth layer. The horrific temperatures instantly began to corrode his physical body. Everyone clearly saw Ling Tian's flesh being devoured before their eyes. One could only imagine the pain he endured. Yet Ling Tian remained unfazed, effortlessly absorbing the power from within the spring. The flesh that had been corroded was instantaneously healed, continuously eroded, and then restored. The onlookers, including Li Yun Tian, were astounded by Ling Tian's endurance. Here was Ling Tian, a mere preparatory martial artist, training unfazed in the fifth layer of the Xinyang Spirit Spring despite his physical body being corroded. Commander Zhao Feng knew very well that even he, a ground-level martial artist, could not withstand the intense heat of the spring. What they didn't realize was that the pain from the fifth layer's high temperature was merely a level 3 pain for Ling Tian. For him, such pain was child's play, hardly a concern. Just when everyone thought Ling Tian would finally stop, he did not halt his advance. What are you doing, Ling Tian? Do you want to die? Mayor Li Yuntian couldn't help but loudly scold him, yet Ling Tian remained relaxed. Don't worry, Mayor, the fifth layer is not my limit. I can endure more. Saying this, Ling Tian had already moved towards the sixth layer. Madness, sheer madness. What should we do? Should we stop Ling Tian? Mayor Li Yuntian, Commander Zhao Feng, and Xian Yu looked at each other in dismay, unsure of what to do next. No, we cannot let Ling Tian go like this. However, as they decided to stop him, Ling Tian had already reached the sixth layer. The terrifying high temperature of the sixth layer instantaneously corroded Ling Tian's flesh. Everyone clearly saw that, in just the blink of an eye, the horrific heat had exposed his meridians, yet Ling Tian remained unfazed. He absorbed the power from within the Xinyang Spirit Spring even faster now, letting the speed of his flesh being eroded not keep up with the speed of its repair. Thus, Ling Tian was only injured in that initial moment upon entering the sixth layer. For the rest of the time, he suffered no further harm. Ling Tian could feel the surging strength of his vitality within him rapidly growing stronger as he moved closer to unlocking all 108 meridians in his body. How is this possible? Xian Yu exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Ling Tian's feat. Ling Tian was soaking in the sixth layer of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, a place where even he, a celestial-level martial artist, could hardly bear the scorching temperatures. Yet Ling Tian remained unfazed, a terrifying feat indeed. What has he been through to possess such formidable willpower? Mayor Li Yuntian couldn't help but shout out loud as a storm of awe and disbelief churned within everyone's hearts. A mere quasi-martial artist was cultivating in the sixth layer of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, an unheard of occurrence. However, before their shock could subside, Ling Tian did something that startled them even more. He quickened his pace, rushing towards the seventh layer of the True Yang Spiritual Spring, causing waves to ripple through the waters with his every step. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Mayor Li Yuntian and the others yelled in astonishment. but before they could fully process their shock, Ling Tian had already plunged into the 7th layer. The terrifying temperatures of the spring instantly attacked his flesh and meridians. Everyone watched in stunned silence, yet Ling Tian endured the excruciating heat, rapidly absorbing the spring's power and healing faster than he was being harmed. Within mere moments he was back to normal, feeling his vitality surge even stronger than before. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Mayor Li Yuntian couldn't help but roar in amazement, for even he could only withstand the 7th layers. Temperature at his peak, a true martial realm, a king-level warrior, yet here was Ling Tian, a mere quasi-martial artist, cultivating just as he could. Still, this was not Ling Tian's limit. Don't tell me Ling Tian is going for the 8th layer. Everyone was numb, staring blankly at Ling Tian. Shen Yu mechanically nodded. It seems so. At this moment the three were dumbfounded, unsure whether to stop Ling Tian. In the 7th layer of the true Yang spiritual spring, the pain Ling Tian felt was at most a level 5, a level that only made him slightly frown. But now Ling Tian hastened his steps and charged directly into the 8th layer of the true Yang spiritual spring. The horrifying temperature instantly melted Ling Tian's flesh and meridians, exposing his stark white bones. Finally Ling Tian showed a look of pain, yet Ling Tian still did not lose consciousness and quickly absorbed the power from the true Yang spirit spring, rapidly healing his wounds. Incredibly, he endured it again. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The shock they felt was beyond words. The 8th layer of the true Yang spirit spring is usually practiced by martial emperors, or at least martial kings. Even masters in the congenital realm, if they fall into it, would forget to absorb the power of the true Yang spirit spring to heal themselves due to the intense pain, thus dying in the spring, consumed and melted by the terrifying high temperatures. However, Ling Tian, merely a quasi-martial artist, withstood it. His willpower was terrifyingly incomprehensible. Yet, from the beginning, Ling Tian aimed for the 9th layer, and without any hesitation he immediately rushed towards it. Reaching the 9th layer, Zhao Feng and the others widened their eyes, almost as if their eyeballs would fall out of their sockets. After Ling Tian entered the 9th layer, the terrifying high temperatures instantly corroded his flesh, tendons and bones. In less than a breath's time, only his skeleton remained as his organs were gradually devoured. Yet Ling Tian still endured the agony, although his face showed signs of pain. But this was at most a level 7 pain, and Ling Tian could still bear it. He frantically circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the power from the true Yang spirit spring, and his injuries quickly recovered. He endured it, he actually endured it. Everyone was completely flabbergasted. Ling Tian, a quasi-martial artist, endured the 9th layer's high temperatures that even typical martial emperors couldn't withstand. How could everyone not be shocked? This seemed utterly impossible to them. However, Ling Tian remained calm, as training on the 9th layer was part of his plan from the start. Since it was planned, there was naturally nothing that should shock him. At this moment Ling Tian felt the blood energy within his body accelerating at an exaggerated speed. This robust blood energy continuously gathered into his 107 meridians. His physical body and meridians were eroding and being repaired continuously. With each cycle, Ling Tian's blood energy grew stronger by 3 parts, and so did his physical strength. Time swiftly passed and Ling Tian felt an incredibly terrifying accumulation of blood energy within him. Now Ling Tian's blood energy might even surpass that of a martial artist at the first level of the profound rank. Boom! At that moment Ling Tian's aura surged, climbing higher and higher. Around him blood energy stars began to condense. 1, 2, 3, 24, 25, 26. Could it be? Witnessing this scene, Xian Yu, Mayor Li Yuntian and Commander Zhao Feng were so shocked they held their breath, their mouths agape. They were completely unable to suppress the storm within their hearts. Whoosh! In an instant, the dazzling 27th blood energy star appeared above Ling Tian's head. Ling Tian had achieved it, the only person in history to break through the 108 meridians. The crowd roared with excitement, unblocking a total of 108 meridians. This was the era of universal cultivation, and he was the only one who had done it. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not be stirred? At this moment Ling Tian, merely relying on his strong physique and vital energy, could easily defeat a martial artist of the 9th level of the yellow tier. With his special abilities added, Ling Tian's combat power was unfathomable. With such a terrifying foundation, not just in the entire Dragon Nation but even across the whole blue planet, who could compare? The city master Li Yuntian couldn't help but exclaim loudly. becoming a pre-martial artist and unblocking meridians was a foundational process. The more meridians one unblocked, the more solid the foundation, and the more remarkable the future achievements would be. Shen Yu and Zhao Feng, the leaders, nodded in agreement, their inner shock still unable to settle. Shen Yu looked at Ling Tian. Having unblocked 108 meridians, he should be breaking through to the yellow tier next, right? After all, Ling Tian had reached the limit of a pre-martial artist. Next, he should be breaking through to the realm of a yellow tier martial artist. Normally, unblocking 90 meridians would guarantee a smooth breakthrough to the yellow tier martial artist realm. 4. Ling Tian, who had unblocked 108 meridians, breaking through should be as easy as eating and drinking. However, Ling Tian had yet to make a breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the True Yang Spirit Spring, Ma Ming and Lin Yu, who were in the third layer of cultivation, also quickly unblocked their own meridians. Both successfully unblocked 102 meridians, which was their limit. Without any hesitation, they immediately began their breakthrough to the martial artist realm, yet Ling Tian showed no signs of breaking through. Instead, his vital energy grew even stronger. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted. At that moment, everyone clearly saw a crimson glow flickering on Ling Tian's body. To be precise, it was his 108th main meridian shining brightly and piercing through his skin. Ling Tian's 108 meridians were frantically circulating. The water in the True Yang Spirit Spring formed a huge vortex with Ling Tian at its center. The spiritual energy from the surroundings for miles around crazily surged towards Ling Tian, forming a massive tornado of spiritual energy. The terrifying aura caused everyone's hearts to tremble uncontrollably. What on earth was Ling Tian doing? Li Yuntian and the others were stunned. Ling Tian's body was aglow with the brilliance of his meridians, becoming increasingly dazzling. Not only did the 108 main meridians surface, but the smaller branches within his body also flickered incessantly. What was happening? Li Yuntian and the other two exclaimed in shock, their voices hoarse as if their throats were about to split. They clearly saw Ling Tian's minor meridians continually merging until at that moment they converged into one. Finally, they formed the 109th meridian. With a thunderous roar, the density of Ling Tian's qi surged to an unimaginably terrifying level. Even a martial artist at the 9th level of the profound stage might not match Ling Tian's intensity of qi. Above Ling Tian's head, the 28th qi star suddenly appeared, reigning supreme among the stars, emanating a terrifying aura that spelled doom. At this moment, Ling Tian's entire being seemed to undergo a sublime transformation. Even Li Yuntian, the city lord and a warrior at the King realm, felt an intangible pressure emanating from Ling Tian. It was as if there was a natural suppression, as though Ling Tian was inherently superior. 28 Qi stars, 109 meridians, am I dreaming? Li Yuntian and his companions roared, their expressions more exaggerated than ever. Today they witnessed Ling Tian shatter historical records. After becoming a historical first, he had successfully broken this record again. Li Yuntian couldn't help but shout out loud. Ling Tian had refined all his subsidiary veins into the 109th meridian and successfully condensed 28 Qi stars. What kind of monster was this? Shen Yu and Zhao Feng, the commanders, were utterly dumbfounded, unable to describe their feelings at the moment. However, just as they were still in shock, an extraordinary change occurred again in Ling Tian. Suddenly the sky churned with wind and clouds, and thunder and lightning roared. Then a vast dark cloud formed overhead, and at that moment a massive rift appeared in the clouds. A 9-colored auspicious light enveloped Ling Tian. The terrifying flames on Ling Tian's body burned fiercely. The 9 extreme heavenly fire, carrying an aura that could boil the seas, seemed to transform Ling Tian into a flaming war god. The appearance of the 9 extreme heavenly fire rapidly evolved, its scorching heat seemingly melting the very space itself. Witnessing this terrifying and awe-inspiring phenomenon, City Lord Li Yuntian was completely dumbstruck. A transformation in the essence of life, and evolution in abilities. Ling Tian's abilities were evolving. What? Shen Feng and Commander Zhao Feng roared. Ling Tian's abilities were actually evolving. Everyone knew that when a martial artist reached a certain level of strength, their life's essence improved, and at this moment, there was a slim chance for abilities to evolve. For most people, the evolution of abilities autonomously occurred when their cultivation moved from the heavenly stage to the innate grandmaster stage. Stepping beyond the bounds of ordinary humans, some individuals ascend to a status akin to terrestrial immortals. Among martial artists, a rare few evolve their special abilities when they break through from the 9th level of the sky tier to the 1st level of the innate tier. Typically, out of 10 Sky Tier Level 9 warriors, only one successfully advances to the first level of the innate Grandmaster realm, and of those 10 only one experiences an evolution of their abilities. This illustrates the immense difficulty of spontaneous ability evolution. Ling Tian, currently only a quasi-warrior with strength far inferior to those in the innate Grandmaster realm, astonishingly undergoes an ability evolution. The terrifying heat emanating from Ling Tian is so intense that even Li Yun Tian, a warrior of the true martial realm, feels his soul shudder. Flames engulf Ling Tian, burning ferociously, their color deepening into a violet hue as if the very space around him was melting. Suddenly, the flames enveloping Ling Tian shift from a bright red to a deep purple. Powerful gusts of air spread continuously, obliterating the air around them. At this moment, Ling Tian hardly resembles a mere quasi-warrior who hasn't yet broken through to the yellow tier. In an instant, Ling Tian's 9 extreme sky fire completely transforms into a purple flame. Li Yun Tian, the city lord, roars excitedly, recognizing it as an SS tier fire-based ability, the infinite sky fire. Hearing Li Yun Tian's words, Qian Yu and Zhao Feng, the commanders, are filled with excitement and agitation, their expressions nearly crazed, unable to verbally express their overwhelming emotions. However, their excitement has not yet settled when Ling Tian's eyes emit a terrifying aura. His left eye swirls with a mesmerizing, multicolored vortex, pulling at one's soul, while his right eye, like a black hole, emits a tyrannical black flame. His body flickers with a green light. The trio is stunned once more. Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? To everyone's disbelief, Ling Tian manifests fluctuations of 3 different innate abilities. Zhao Feng curses in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. Everyone is driven into a frenzy by Ling Tian's astonishing display, their minds reeling. Shen Yu is completely dumbfounded. What you see is real. Ling Tian truly possesses 3 types of innate abilities. Li Yun Tian, heart racing as if it might burst from his chest, loudly roars. Ling Tian is an awakener of 3 innate abilities, and the other 2 are not inferior to the infinite sky fire. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Yu can hardly stand. Across the entire Blue Planet, billions have awakened to their unique talents and abilities. Among them, only a few hundred possess dual talent abilities. Even more rare are those with 3 talent abilities, numbering no more than 5 individuals. Among these known possessors of triple talents, at most one had an SS level ability. However, Ling Tian was different. All 3 of his talents were at the SS level. Naturally, they dared not even think towards higher possibilities, because Ling Tian knew that his healing ability far exceeded the SS level. In fact, it was even more potent than an SSS level talent. Ling Tian felt it. Every one of the 1,080,000,000 cells in his body was cheering and leaping for joy. Is this the ultimate winning hand from the start? In his past life, Ling Tian had become a martial artist only at the age of 20, but now, not yet 18, he already possessed 2 SS level abilities. His combat prowess far surpassed his previous life when he was merely a quasi-martial artist. At this moment, Ma Ming and Lin Yu had completed their breakthroughs. Their cultivation had successfully advanced to the 5th level of the yellow tier. With their strength, defeating opponents 3 minor ranks higher within the 8th yellow tier was not a problem at all. They had broken through. Had the gap with Ling Tian narrowed a bit, Lin Yu wondered, what on earth is this? However, before Lin Yu could open her eyes, she heard Ma Ming's roar beside her. Ma Ming looked in shock toward the deepest part of the True Yang Spring. At that moment, Ling Tian, immersed in the True Yang Spring, was wrapped in purple celestial fire, his eyes supremely commanding, controlling life and death, bewitching minds. His skin shimmered with a green glow, and around his body were 28 blood chi stars. The star above his head was several times larger than a normal blood chi star. Astonishingly, Ling Tian had not yet become a martial artist, but the aura he emitted made everyone feel despair. The anomaly in the heavens and earth gradually faded. Ma Ming and Lin Yu left the True Yang Spring and approached Commander Zhao Feng. Commander Zhao, what has happened to Ling Tian? Commander Zhao's face was numb. Ling Tian has cleared 109 meridians, his life essence has transformed and his talent abilities have evolved autonomously. Now Ling Tian has awakened to 3 SS level talent abilities. What? Ma Ming and Lin Yu were petrified, rooted to the spot. A tumult of thoughts stormed through their minds. Commander Zhao, are you sure you're not speaking nonsense? That was what Ma Ming and Lin Yu were thinking. Aren't there supposed to be only 108 main meridians? What do you mean 109? Wasn't Ling Tian known for dual SS level talents? What do you mean triple SS level talents? Wait, Ma Ming and Lin Yu's bodies trembled suddenly. Indeed, there were 28 blood chi stars on Ling Tian's body. Indeed, there were fluctuations of 3 different talent abilities. What kind of monster is this? Finally, unable to hold back any longer, Ma Ming and Lin Yu roared. However, at that moment the fluctuations of talent abilities around Ling Tian completely disappeared. Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes. Having fully unblocked all his meridians and evolved his abilities, it was time for Ling Tian to make a breakthrough and reach the realm of a martial artist. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian activated his cultivation technique and made the breakthrough. A muffled sound echoed as a wave of energy spread out from around him, causing ripples in the True Yang spiritual spring. Effortlessly, Ling Tian advanced to the first level of the yellow grade, yet his breakthrough did not pause even for a second. Ling Tian continued to break through, advancing consecutively. Second level of the yellow grade, third level, fourth level, still there were no signs of him stopping as the sounds of breakthrough echoed around him. Fifth level, sixth level, seventh level, Ma Ming and Lin Yu screamed in disbelief. The breakthrough was as loud and celebratory as beating drums and gongs. Was this even human? In less than 10 seconds he had consecutively broken through 7 realms, yet Ling Tian showed no signs of stopping. His momentum continued to climb and his strength surged dramatically. 8th level of the yellow grade, 9th level. Everyone thought that Ling Tian's strength would stop after reaching the 9th level of the yellow grade. However, they were proven wrong. Ling Tian did not stop. This was the result of his profound accumulation. With another muffled sound, Ling Tian's cultivation broke through directly to the first level of the mysterious grade. How was this possible? Everyone was completely astounded. It was everyone's first time witnessing such a rapid succession of breakthroughs, and with that Ling Tian finally ceased his breakthroughs. In one session he had advanced 10 levels consecutively, a feat unprecedented and unparalleled. What was most shocking was, while Ma Ming and Lin Yu, who had advanced 5 minor levels, were now quite unstable in their cultivation foundation, Ling Tian, having advanced 10 levels, still maintained a robust and unshakable foundation. Ling Tian then ceased any further breakthroughs. The reason he could advance through so many realms in one go was due to his thorough preparation, having unblocked 190 meridians and the effects of cultivating in the True Yang spiritual spring. Ling Tian keenly felt the power coursing through his body. At this moment, within the core of his energy, his vital force was producing true essence, transforming into a vast sea of true essence. This essence, whether in terms of its profound thickness or its purity, was 10 times that of a martial artist of the same level. Ling Tian estimated that with his powerful true essence and physical strength alone, without using any special abilities, he could easily defeat a 7th level Xian tier fighter. If he were to use the Wujishan Fire, even a 9th level Xian tier martial artist could potentially be defeated. Moreover, with his powerful extreme path twin pupils, even a first-level D-tier fighter could be challenged. This truly was the strength to cross a major realm. It can be said that Ling Tian's speed of advancement had now become the fastest in history. It seems that this year our Yundian province is going to produce a national scholar. After sensing the aura emanating from Ling Tian, Mayor Li Yuntian couldn't help but exclaim. Shenyu, Commander Zhao Feng, Ma Ming and Lin Yu mechanically nodded in agreement. There was no helping it. Ling Tian had not yet taken the college entrance exam and was already at the first level of the Xian tier. Such strength could already be called the strongest high school student in history. In Dragon Country, the strongest high school student in the past decades at the time of their college entrance exams was only at the 9th level of the Huang tier. Ling Tian, with 2 months still to go before his exams, had already reached the first level of the Xian tier. By the time of the college entrance exams, his strength would definitely be even greater. At that moment Ling Tian emerged from the True Yang spirit spring. He then stretched his muscles. Crisp popping sounds came from his body. Ling Tian felt the surging blood and explosive power within him. With a breath he threw a punch. The invisible fist wind, like a long dragon, surged forward over 10 meters. Ling Tian felt an unprecedented confidence in himself. Mayor Li Yuntian and the others took a long time to recover. However, the shock in their hearts was still difficult to calm. Just then Mayor Li Yuntian asked Ling Tian, "There's still half an hour till the end of your training session. Wouldn't you like to train a bit more in the True Yang Spirit Spring?" Ling Tian smiled slightly. "I won't. I've already broken through 10 levels consecutively. Training should be balanced between relaxation and tension. Half an hour won't make much difference to me now." Hearing Ling Tian's words, Mayor Li Yuntian also nodded in agreement. Just then Ma Ming and Lin Yu loudly said, "We'll train a bit more." And without waiting for a response, they jumped back into the True Yang spirit spring. At this moment, Ma Ming and Lin Yu had completely given up on surpassing Ling Tian. What they desired was to close the gap with him. At that moment, Mayor Li Yuntian looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, congratulations on your great increase in strength, but now is not the time to be happy. Ling Tian nodded slightly, immediately guessing what Mayor Li Yuntian was about to say. Mayor, is it Meng Haiyun again? Making moves, Mayor Li Yuntian nodded. Indeed, Meng Haiyun, using the entire Meng family's influence, wants to have you imprisoned. They are already waiting below Yunding Mountain, and if it weren't for my presence, they probably couldn't resist charging in to capture you. Oh, as expected, Ling Tian just nodded lightly. Seeing Ling Tian's relaxed and confident demeanor, admiration appeared in Mayor Li Yuntian's eyes. It seems you already have a plan to deal with this. If you need my help, just ask. Ling Tian nodded. Thank you for your concern, Mayor, but I should be able to handle it. Just then Ling Tian's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ling Tian frowned. On the other end of the line was Ling Tian's father, Ling Hancheng. A chill passed over Ling Tian's face as he picked up the phone, curious to see what Ling Hancheng wanted. Ling Tian, you're quite lucky. As soon as the call connected, Ling Tian heard Ling Hancheng's sarcastic tone. Ling Tian responded coldly, just say what you need to say or I'm hanging up. Ling Hancheng scoffed, ha, kid, don't play tough with me. Didn't you boast about not relying on your old man? Without me you'd be in jail by now. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. When have I ever relied on your connections, Ling Hancheng? Ling Hancheng's tone grew even more disdainful. Ling Tian, how could I have a thankless wretch like you? Are you still pretending? If it weren't for the fact that on the day of the joint exams, Commander Zhao and his colleagues were old acquaintances of mine, do you think they would have let you take the exam? If it weren't for City Lord Li Yuntian giving me face, you would have been taken away at the provincial city airport already. You still talk tough? Thought you had some integrity? Try not relying on your old man for once. Ling Tian was utterly speechless, finding the situation increasingly ludicrous. Over this period, Ling Tian had been thriving largely due to his own efforts and strategic planning. The day he took the joint exams was because he had established his own merits by assisting Commander Zhao Feng, which is why Zhao Feng supported him. Moreover, even if Commander Zhao Feng and his colleagues hadn't assisted him, it would have been perfectly normal for Ling Tian, a top national high school student, to participate in the Western joint examination. If Ling Tian wasn't qualified to take the exam, frankly speaking, no one in Yundian province would be. As for that day at the provincial city airport, the reason City Lord Li Yuntian helped him was that Ling Tian had treated his injuries. Out of gratitude, Li Yuntian decided to repay him. If it were really about relying on the Ling family, it was only because of his grandfather, who had made connections for him with City Lord Li Yuntian, prompting Li Yuntian to seek him out. What did all this have to do with Ling Hancheng? Ling Tian didn't want to waste time explaining to Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng, I don't want to talk to an idiot. If you called just to say this, then I'm hanging up. Enraged, Ling Hancheng exploded, you little beast, do you even understand your current situation? Meng Haiyun and the others will definitely make things very difficult for you, and right now the only one who can save you it was just me. If you return what your grandfather gave you, I'll help you out this once, I proposed. Ling Tian was utterly speechless. What kind of talk was that? Were these words that a person could actually say? The items Ling Tian's grandfather gave him, why should Ling Tian return them to Ling Hancheng? Were they Ling Hancheng's belongings? What did he mean by return, idiot? Ling Tian spat out 2 words and hung up the phone. On the other end, Ling Hancheng was so furious that he nearly went mad. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed, you little beast, how dare you hang up on me? But when Ling Hancheng tried to call back, he discovered that Ling Tian had already blocked his number. Ling Hancheng roared loudly in anger, you little beast, just wait, you'll understand soon. Without the Ling family, without me, Ling Hancheng, you're nothing. Soon the day of cultivation in the True Sun Spirit Spring had ended. Mayor Li Yuntian and his group, including Ling Tian, left the area. But just as they reached the foot of Yunding Mountain, they were met with a surprise. Nearly 100 law enforcement officers were there, completely blocking the exit. Each officer was a martial artist with at least the strength of a yellow grade level 4 or 5, and the strongest among them included 3 individuals who had reached the heavenly grade. Leading the group were Ling Tian's old acquaintance Meng Haiyun and the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau Meng Hao. Not only were there law enforcement officers, but members of the judiciary were also present. A young man around 27 or 28 years old, wearing silver glasses and exuding a cold demeanor, stepped forward. Ling Tian, I am the judge from Yundian Province's Supreme Judiciary, here is your subpoena. the Law Enforcement Bureau has obtained evidence of your involvement in a homicide, please come with us. Ling Tian looked at the judge named Zhao Yuan, a star judge from the provincial judiciary who, despite his young age, was a martial artist at the profound grade level 4 and had handled many major cases. In a past life it was he, together with Meng Haiyun, who had wrongly convicted him. Ling Tian nodded calmly. I will cooperate with your judiciary. Taking the subpoena, he read the details with the trial set for tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Meng Haiyun glared at Ling Tian with murderous intent in his eyes, rushing up to him and shouting, Ling Tian, put your hands on your head and squat down. Ling Tian looked coldly at Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun, I have not been convicted of any crime yet. Why should I act like a criminal and squat with my hands on my head? Hearing this, Meng Haiyun's expression turned fierce. Scum, we have evidence of your murder which is enough to prove that you are the murderer. Going to the judiciary is just a formality. You a murderer, put your hands on your head and squat down. Despite Meng Haiyun's words, Ling Tian remained calm. What evidence? Did you find it or did you forge it yourself? Ling Tian's tone was full of mockery and his words seemed to strike a nerve. Indeed, Ling Tian could have potentially killed Zhao Cohen as they were enemies. However, they couldn't find any evidence to prove that Ling Tian had killed Zhao Cohen. The so-called evidence Meng Haiyun mentioned was all fabricated by her. Furious and frustrated, Meng Haiyun glared at Ling Tian and shouted loudly, get down on your knees, you runt. Meng Haiyun shouted as she brandished her handgun at Ling Tian. Despite her fury, Ling Tian's expression remained calm, unbothered by her threats. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Meng Haiyun, his voice steady. Have you considered the consequences if this operation fails? Meng Haiyun, his indifferent eyes looked down on her as if she were nothing more than an insignificant ant. Meng Haiyun had always been the one controlling the fates of others, but now she felt as if her own destiny was being manipulated by an unseen force, which irritated her immensely. You're courting death, she roared, lifting her gun to strike Ling Tian on the head with the butt. However, before her arm could fully descend, Ling Tian grasped her wrist in a vice-like grip. Meng Haiyun felt as if her arm was cemented in place, utterly immobilized. You little beast, let go, Meng Haiyun couldn't finish her sentence as Ling Tian tightened his grip, crushing her bones with his hand. She screamed in agony. At that moment, the onlooker, Judge Zhao Yuan, intervened furiously. Scum, how dare you attack an enforcer? Are you seeking death? Release Meng Haiyun immediately. Ling Tian turned his cold gaze towards Zhao Yuan, smiling mockingly. Oh, seeing your lover in danger has got you worried? Zhao Yuan's rage boiled over. Despite being married, he had a murky relationship with Meng Haiyun, which explained his vehement defense of her. You little beast, you're dead, he bellowed. In an instant, his powerful aura exploded, causing his clothes to flutter wildly as he unleashed the full force of a level 8 Xian tier warrior. Die, he roared, launching a punch towards Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian's eyes showed only disdain. He watched the punch coming with a look of contempt. As the two fists collided, a tremendous force erupted, sweeping across the surroundings like a tumultuous wave crashing ashore. The impact burst through the air, creating a fierce wind. In that brief moment, their fists met with a thunderous crash. With a crisp snap, the sound of breaking bones echoed clearly around. The moment the two fists made contact, a powerful force impacted Zhao Yuan's body. Immediately his arm broke at an exaggerated angle. However, Ling Tian's punch did not lose its momentum and went straight for the kill, smashing directly into Zhao Yuan's face. In an instant, half of Zhao Yuan's face caved in and his features twisted grotesquely. His feet left the ground and he was hurled through the air, moving horizontally for over 10 meters before crashing into two thick trees that finally halted his flight. A large mouthful of fresh blood spewed out and his pupils dilated with a look of horror in his eyes. Xian level 1. The crowd felt the powerful aura emanating from Ling Tian and roared loudly. The enforcers and judges present knew very well the target they had come to capture. The opponent was merely a high school student who had not yet taken the college entrance examination, yet he possessed the cultivation of Xian level 1. What was most terrifying was that he could easily kill Zhao Yuan, a Xian level 4 practitioner, with a single punch. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be amazed? So strong. Even City Lord Li Yuntian was startled by Ling Tian. Clearly Ling Tian had only just broken through to the Xian level 1 realm, yet he was so powerful that he could easily kill a Xian level 4 warrior with a single punch. Just then Meng Hao approached, audacious. Ling Tian, you murderer, not only did you refuse the summons, but you also dared to attack the enforcers and judges. You're seeking death. With Meng Hao's angry rebuke, all the enforcers immediately went into combat mode, pulling out their pistols and aiming at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was full of murderous intent. These scoundrels, all of whom had framed him in his previous life. Ling Tian was now fully prepared and had no reason to show them any face. In a moment the whole scene was tense, as if a great battle was about to erupt at any moment. "Stop it, all of you!" a furious shout like thunder. Exploding, the sound waves rolling, it vibrated everyone's ears, buzzing, and their minds were shaken. A look of terror appeared in their eyes. City Lord Li Yuntian stepped forward. "Meng Hao, what do you think you're doing? Do you think I, the City Lord, do not exist?" After hearing Li Yuntian's words, Meng Hao frowned. "Lord City Lord, this is no way to conduct affairs. Even if you are the City Lord, Yundian province is not yours alone. Last time when we captured Ling Tian you said there was no arrest warrant and I accepted that. But this time we came with a subpoena from the Court of Judgment and you still want to stop us?" City Lord Li Yuntian sneered. "You came with a subpoena and naturally Ling Tian should be tried at the Court of Judgment. But now he is not yet a criminal. Only after the final judgment comes down can you decide Ling Tian's life or death." "That's right. Normally if you receive a subpoena you just need to appear in the Court of Judgment on the appointed day." Meng Hao frowned. "Lord City Lord, you're not wrong, but Ling Tian is a murder suspect. What if he runs away?" Ling Tian shouted. "I, Ling Tian, am not a murderer, nor will I enter the Court of Judgment as a murderer. Tomorrow I will enter the Court of Judgment as a proud warrior of the Dragon Nation, and I will walk out of the Court of Judgment in that same dignified manner." Ling Tian's body burst with immense confidence. City Lord Li Yuntian nodded. "Indeed, Ling Tian is not a murderer. Tomorrow Ling Tian will definitely appear. You all can leave. If Ling Tian runs away I will bear all the consequences." As his words fell, the powerful aura of a martial king from Li Yuntian pressed down, making everyone feel like they were about to faint. Mayor Li Yuntian's words had already reached such a decisive point. No one dared to disagree. Meng Haoran, with a face of helplessness, said, "Fine, let's go." With that, Meng Haoran led Meng Haiyun and Jia Yuan away, their departure marked by a sense of defeat. Damn it, damn it." Inside the car, Meng Haiyun roared in anger. She had thought that with the court summons she could have captured Ling Tian and tormented him all night, but her plans had fallen through once again. Not only did she fail to capture Ling Tian, but she was also taught a lesson by him. Meanwhile, Meng Haoran's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with apprehension. "Meng Haiyun, are you sure everything is foolproof for tomorrow?" Meng Haiyun nodded. "Don't worry, uncle, I have prepared everything for tomorrow's court. Whether it's the law enforcers, the judges, or the forensic experts, they are all our people. Even Ling Tian's father has personally delivered the evidence. Ling Tian will surely die tomorrow." "That's good." Seeing Meng Haiyun's confidence, Meng Haoran felt reassured. He then said, "Meng Haiyun, you must give it your all tomorrow. You've seen how formidable that brat Ling Tian is. To think he became a Xian-level martial artist before even taking his college entrance exams. With such strength and talent, it's hard to find a second one in the entire Dragon Nation. We have completely fallen out with him. If he escapes tomorrow, once he grows stronger, we will be the ones to die." "I understand, uncle." Meng Haiyun nodded, her eyes filled with intense murderous intent. The next day, outside the Supreme Court of Yundian Province, the atmosphere was bustling. The court staff were busy preparing for the trial to begin. Many reporters also gathered outside the court as news had spread that this year's national top scholar Ling Tian might be a murderer. The trial regarding Ling Tian was set to start at 9:30 a.m. Inside the court, Ling Tian had already arrived and was sitting in the defendant's seat. On the judge's bench, a chief judge and 2 deputy judges sat solemnly waiting for the session to begin. Below them were a dozen jurors. On the right side, 21 forensic experts were seated in the witness area. The plaintiff was Zhao Kuan's father, Zhao Ziming. At this moment, Zhao Ziming's eyes were bloodshot, wishing nothing more than to tear Ling Tian apart alive. In Zhao Ziming's view, Ling Tian was the murderer who killed his son. Meng Haiyun also accompanied Zhao Ziming. At the back, the jury members who were there to observe sat. In the courtroom, the chief judge Lin Dong loudly announced, "I declare the trial of the Yuncheng high school student murder case officially open." As the chief judge's words fell, everyone's anticipation heightened. Subsequently, the judges began to announce the charges against Ling Tian. Notably, Ling Tian had no defense attorney by his side. The presiding judge turned to Ling Tian and asked Ling Tian, "Do you have any rebuttal?" Ling Tian responded calmly, "First and foremost, the victim Zhao Kuan died at 12:30 a.m. in the northern suburbs of Yun City. At that time I was at Yun City's First People's Hospital receiving treatment. It would take at least half an hour to travel from the hospital to the crime scene. I have solid alibi evidence. There is surveillance footage in the hospital that can prove I never left the premises." The presiding judge nodded and asked the plaintiff to present their argument. The plaintiff's attorney stated, "Your Honor, our investigation of the surveillance footage revealed that during the time of the crime Ling Tian did visit the restroom once. He stayed there for exactly 30 minutes. This 30-minute window would have been sufficient for Ling Tian to travel to the northern suburbs and kill Zhao Kuan." This statement sparked a heated debate between the two parties. Immediately afterward, Meng Haiyun presented a compelling piece of evidence. Meng Haiyun addressed the court, "Your Honor, on the day of the incident, Zhao Kuan drove to the northern suburbs in his own car. We found Ling Tian's footprint on Zhao Kuan's brake pedal." As she spoke, Meng Haiyun produced a photograph of the shoe print and a pair of shoes. "Your Honor, these shoes belong to Ling Tian and were provided by his father, Mr. Ling Hanshang. According to 21 forensic experts from our law enforcement agency, the footprint on the brake pedal matches the one from Ling Tian's shoes. After killing Zhao Kuan, Ling Tian drove Zhao Kuan's car and disposed of Zhao Kuan's body at a landfill in the northern suburbs." The courtroom was shocked by this evidence. Even the jury members like Zhao Feng and Li Yuntian furrowed their brows. The judges and other officials then carefully examined the evidence presented. Ling Tian sneered, realizing his own shoes had been produced as evidence. It was clear to him that his father Ling Hansheng must have given the shoes to Meng Haiyun, but what did that matter? A few minutes later, the presiding judge looked sternly at Ling Tian and said, "Ling Tian, after examination it is confirmed that your footprint is on the brake pedal. Do you have any explanation?" Meanwhile, Zhao Ziming roared furiously, "What more is there to explain? This scum killed my son, you little fool, I want your life." The judge loudly called for order and then turned to look at Ling Tian. Ling Tian burst into laughter. "You fools, a single footprint counts as evidence." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Ling Tian found so amusing. Ling Tian looked at the forensic experts and loudly challenged them, "You call yourselves experts? You say I killed Zhao Kuan and then drove his car to dispose of the body? The brake has my footprint, but why not the accelerator? You idiots, if you're going to forge evidence, at least make it credible. Can a car be driven by only stepping on the brake?" Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone in the courtroom was stunned and speechless, and Meng Haiyun furrowed her brow, realizing she had been too careless. After all, Linghan City had just given Meng Haiyun Ling Tian's shoes yesterday, and by now not even 12 hours had passed. The attempt to forge evidence was flawed. Li Yuntian, the city lord, and Zhao Feng, the commander, couldn't help but show scornful smiles. "This evidence is laughably forged. Are you all in this together? Are you trying to send me to prison? At least make your fabricated evidence look a bit more convincing." Instantly, the jurors and the reporters became furious. Is this how the court bullies the honest people? To actually plot a disaster and forge evidence? The entire courtroom became chaotic, stirring up everyone's anger. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the judge shouted for silence and then loudly announced, "We will recess for half an hour and the trial will continue after that." Ling Tian sneered, as this development was almost identical to his previous life. He hadn't even bothered to hire a lawyer because he knew exactly what they were going to do and had prepared to counter it. Quickly, the half-hour break passed. The presiding judge announced the continuation of the trial. Turning to the plaintiff, he said, "The evidence you provided just now still cannot directly prove that Ling Tian is the murderer. Do you have any more evidence?" Upon hearing the judge's words, the jury members breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ling Tian would be able to clear his suspicions today. At that moment, Meng Haiyun presented some documents. "Your Honor, as mentioned earlier, we found Ling Tian's footprints in the car." As she spoke, she brought out a stack of photos. The photos showed Ling Tian's footprints on the brake and accelerator. Everyone was stunned. The judge coldly looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, are these your footprints?" Ling Tian couldn't help but clap his hands in applause. "Amazing. You really think you can do whatever you want, treating me and everyone else here as fools?" Earlier everyone saw the photos. There were no footprints of mine on the accelerator, and now, within just half an hour, they appear. The judge, infuriated, shouted, "Ling Tian, answer my question directly. We ask you something, you answer just that, nothing else. Tell us, are those footprints yours?" Ling Tian laughed, but inside a raging fury burned. "Yes. But those footprints were clearly forged, clearly added just now." The judge became furious instantly. "Do you think our forensic experts are idiots? Whether it's forged or not, can't they figure it out?" Then, looking at the forensic experts, he demanded, "Gentlemen, tell everyone your findings. Is the evidence forged?" At that moment, an elderly expert in his 60s stood up. Based on my 40 years of experience in forensics, these footprints are at least 20 days old. Indeed, these footprints are from a long time ago. The other forensic experts also echoed his statement. Ling Tian's murderous intent surged, remembering that in his previous life, these were the people who blatantly lied. The jurors could see it too clear as day that anyone with a sound mind would realize it was all a setup against Ling Tian. The presiding judge looked at Ling Tian and asked pointedly, Ling Tian, do you have anything else to say? Ling Tian burst into laughter. If you wish to frame someone, won't you always find an excuse? I ask you one last time, have you decided to frame me? Are you really going to collude with Meng Haiyun to plant evidence against me? Can you bear the consequences? Impudent! The whole courtroom roared in anger. To threaten the judges in public, Ling Tian, your crimes are even greater now. I ask you one last time, anything else to rebut? Ling Tian was furious, his cold laugh echoed as he stared down everyone in the courtroom. I have nothing more to say. The jurors were visibly infuriated, gnashing their teeth in anger. Even Ma Ming and Lin Yueru could feel the tense atmosphere. Damn it, this is too much, treating everyone as fools? Those footprints on the pedal, if you dare project the photo on the big screen for all to see. Exactly, this is nothing but blatant framing. Zhen Yu and Zhao Feng, the leaders, were extremely worried and turned to look at City Lord Li Yuntian. Lord, you must quickly think of a way to help Ling Tian, he is clearly innocent. City Lord Li Yuntian frowned and checked the time. Don't worry, Ling Tian still has a card up his sleeve, he said as everyone's gaze turned towards Ling Tian, who stood in the defendant's dock utterly composed and far from despair. Ling Tian sneered at the judges, the jury, the forensic experts, and the law enforcement officers. I now offer you a chance to redeem yourselves. Just confess your act of fabricating evidence and colluding to slander me, and I might not pursue your responsibilities. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the room burst into laughter. Ling Tian, even now you remain defiant. We'll see how arrogant you are in prison. Meng Haiyun was visibly thrilled, convinced of her victory. She exchanged a glance with the presiding judge, who then loudly announced, I hereby declare, in the case of the Yun City murder, this case is closed and Ling Tian is formally sentenced. Based on the testimonial and physical evidence, it has been proven that Ling Tian is guilty of murder, sentencing him to, damn it, is there no justice? The jurors screamed in outrage. Wait, along with a furious roar, the doors burst open. A group of robust, fully armed military men stormed in, leaving everyone in the courtroom startled. A tall, formidable man in his 40s stepped forward. Hold on, he bellowed. Everyone noticed the military insignia on his uniform, a one-star general, a rank equivalent to City Lord Li Yuntian himself, akin to the head of a province. Upon seeing the man, a smile spread across the face of Lord Li Yuntian of the city. Wang Teng, you would have been too late if you had delayed any longer. At the mention of Wang Teng, everyone was taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise. The name Wang Teng was well known to those present. Wang Teng, a top general from the Yundian military, a true martial realm warrior and a martial king. In Yundian province, he was considered an equal to Lord Li Yuntian. Now he too had arrived at this place. Wang Teng glanced at Li Yuntian, then swept his gaze over everyone in the courtroom. His eyes finally rested on Ling Tian. Ling Tian, it was your grandfather who sent me. I brought the person you asked for. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Ling Tian replied with a smile. At that moment, Meng Haiyun and others began to panic. Clearly, they had not anticipated Ling Tian's connections to be so formidable. Previously, Lord Li Yuntian had assisted them, but today, with Li Yuntian unable to intervene, another figure of equal stature had appeared. The presiding judge looked coldly at Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng, this is a matter for the judicial court. It is not the military's place to interfere. Meanwhile, the victim's father, Zhao Ziming, became hysterical. Ling Tian is the murderer. Why do you all help him? He should be sentenced to death. Why support him and abet tyranny? Ling Tian looked coldly at Zhao Ziming. I bear you no grudge. Are you seeking death? You beast, you killed my son and you say you have no grudge against me. Ling Tian sneered. Meng Haiyun says I killed him, so it must be true. If I say you did it, does that make you a murderer too? Silence, shouted the judge, mind your manners. Just then Wang Teng stepped forward and looked at the judge. I can prove that Ling Tian is innocent. What? The crowd was stirred upon hearing Wang Teng's declaration. The judge's face turned cold, well aware of the implications if Ling Tian was found innocent today. If Ling Tian were acquitted, it would mean a complete affront to him. Given Ling Tian's potential, his rise was only a matter of time, and they would not be able to withstand his retaliation. Thus, even if Ling Tian were truly innocent, he must be sentenced to death today. The judge looked at Wang Teng. Lord Wang Teng, unless there is direct evidence proving Ling Tian's innocence, I am afraid it won't help him. Direct, it must be direct, Wang Teng declared loudly, then he turned to the warriors behind him, bring him forward. At that moment a man covered in scars and with wild, disheveled hair and crazed eyes was brought forth. He is the real culprit who killed Zhao Kuan, and the A-level fugitive you and the Law Enforcement Bureau have been pursuing the serial killer Cheng Feng. What? This person is Cheng Feng. Suddenly, the entire courtroom exploded into chaos. Everyone shockingly stared at the deranged man. Cheng Feng's deeds had indeed shaken the entire Dragon Nation. Over 5 years within Dragon Nation's borders, he had committed over 10 cases of robbery and murder. He had always been on the wanted list. And now he had finally been found. At this moment, Meng Haiyun and others internally cursed their luck. Cheng Feng was a 9th-tier celestial warrior. For a 9th-tier celestial warrior to kill a high school student, especially in the suburbs, it would be too easy to erase the crime scene evidence. Wang Teng, looking at Cheng Feng, said, Cheng Feng, tell everyone, did you kill a high school student in the suburbs of Yun City about 20 days ago? Cheng Feng's face twisted into a mad grin. Indeed, that kid was quite arrogant, claiming his dad was a wealthy businessman in Yun City with assets worth billions. I just wanted some money to spend and he didn't cooperate, so he can only blame himself. What? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the entire courtroom, the internal members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, had grim and terrible expressions. Could it be that Cheng Feng really was the murderer? Cheng Feng, do you have any evidence that you killed that person? Cheng Feng laughed loudly. Evidence? Of course I have it. My mobile phone recorded the whole process of me killing that kid at that time. Just then Wang Teng, the leader, glanced at his subordinates. Immediately taking the mobile phone, he ordered the courtroom staff to project the video onto the big screen. As the video played, a young man was seen, his face bruised and swollen, pleading with Cheng Feng in agony. Big brother, please don't kill me, I'll give you the money. In the video, Cheng Feng had a deranged look in his eyes. Slap, a heavy slap struck Zhao Kuan's face. Begging for mercy now is too late, son, my son. At this moment Zhao Ziming, as if struck by lightning, shouted loudly, his eyes showing despair, ah, my son. In the video, Cheng Feng then pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into Zhao Kuan's neck. He brutally decapitated Zhao Kuan. The evidence is irrefutable. What else is there to say now? The whole place fell silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen. The truth was clear. The murderer was not Ling Tian. How is that possible? Meng Haiyun screamed out loud, completely unable to accept it. In Meng Haiyun's heart, Ling Tian was the murderer. It was just that Ling Tian was too clever, successfully committing the perfect crime without leaving any evidence. Therefore Meng Haiyun, even without evidence, had to fabricate evidence Ling Tian was the murderer. She also had to prove to the entire Dragon Nation that she was the star of law enforcement. She is the fastest female detective in Dragon Nation. However, she was wrong now. How could she accept this? Meanwhile, Ling Tian's fury also erupted at this moment. Whoosh! He directly rushed to the chief judge, grabbed him by the collar. Slap! Ling Tian fiercely slapped the chief judge, completely distorting his facial features. The man Cheng Feng killed. What the hell does it have to do with me, Ling Tian? The chief judge was instantly dumbfounded. The presiding judge, a formidable figure with the strength of the 9th celestial level, was utterly humiliated by Ling Tian on his own turf, a slap across the face, no less. Enraged, the judge bellowed, you insignificant brat, you're courting death. It is you who are courting death. His roar thundered like a clap of lightning, his majestic aura descending like that of a sovereign. Amidst the jury, a shapely woman wearing a mask let out a furious yell. Instantly, her spiritual energy transformed into a gigantic hand that lifted the judge into the air. The enormous hand squeezed, causing the judge's bones to creak ominously. The terrifying pressure instilled fear in everyone present, including Li Yuntian and General Wang Teng, both of whom wore looks of apprehension. The woman was none other than Ling Tian's protector, the seven-tailed spirit fox, Xuanning. Since Ling Tian had left the True Yang spirit spring, Xuanning had concealed her presence, secretly safeguarding him. Ling Tian introduced her city lord Li Yuntian, Uncle Wang Tong Chi is my protector. It was only after learning that Xuanning was Ling Tian's protector that they breathed a sigh of relief. They were internally astonished, clearly not expecting Ling Tian to have such a formidable protector capable of manifesting a giant spiritual hand. Her strength likely reached the pinnacle of martial king. City Lord Li Yuntian spoke to the judge. Judge, you'd better let Ling Tian have his way. You know very well what you've done today. Although Ling Tian initially wanted to vent his anger, he restrained himself. He coldly observed everyone in the courthouse. Now that the true criminal has been caught, let's proceed with announcing the verdict. The people of the courthouse were visibly tense, and finally, with reluctance, the judge announced, "I declare in the case of the Yun City robbery and murder, Ling Tian is innocent." Following this, the courthouse and law enforcement officials were eager to leave the scene. "Hold on," Ling Tian bellowed. He then turned to Wang Tang, Li Yun Tian, and Commander Zhao. "Feng, please assist me in sealing off the scene. Today no one leaves. They've ended their harassment of me, but my business here isn't finished yet." "Very well." Li Yuntian and the military personnel immediately secured the area. No one from the courthouse or the law enforcement, including the 21 experts, could leave. Meng Haiyun's face turned pale. "Ling Tian, it was just a mistake and we are willing to accept any punishment." "But you punishing us, that's impossible," Ling Tian loudly retorted. "Impossible? Why not? Today, right here in this courthouse, I will judge you 21 forensic experts and 8 law enforcement officers." There were 5 judges and Ling Tian's gaze swept across them, his intent to kill palpable. "Now I give you a chance to confess all the crimes you have committed, including how you conspired to frame me, otherwise bear the consequences." His words shocked everyone present, including Wang Tong and Li Yuntian. However, the judges, law enforcers and experts quickly regained their composure. "Ling Tian, we don't know what you're talking about. This was a mistake in our work, there was no framing." Ling Tian laughed. "Really? Of course." Everyone nodded affirmatively, though their hearts faltered. They were confident, all in the same boat. As long as no one admitted anything, it would just be considered a workplace error. At worst, they might be demoted or lose their jobs, and at most, they would get a suspended sentence without any prison time. So they would not admit to anything? Good, good, good. Ling Tian looked at these shameless people, repeating the word thrice. Just then Huang Hai, a law enforcement officer standing behind Meng Haiyun, stepped forward. His face was full of excitement and devotion as he looked at Ling Tian. "Master Ling Tian." Ling Tian spoke indifferently. "Bring out all the evidence you prepared." "Yes," Huang Hai responded loudly. "What?" In an instant, Meng Haiyun was dumbfounded. Huang Hai, young and handsome, had an affair with Meng Haiyun, who always kept him close, but now Huang Hai had turned against her. Huang Hai directly displayed the evidence he had gathered on the big screen. It started with Meng Haiyun and her uncle Meng Hao both looking murderous. "Ling Tian must go to jail, guilty or not, or we can't bear the consequences if he seeks revenge later." Then the judges appeared. "Gentlemen, if you help me pull this off, I promise that everyone here will be promoted within 2 years." Next was the chief judge. "Chief judge, didn't you fancy that young model? We've arranged that for you. And the 50 million gambling debt your son racked up in college? We've covered it. And the experts, just make sure this evidence is solid and you all get a bonus of 100,000 by the end of the year, and your children will get an extra 10 points in their college entrance exams." Watching one video after another, everyone was shocked and angry. They had not expected Meng Haiyun, the law enforcers and the judges of the court to be such a nest of snakes and rats, so utterly corrupt. After seeing these videos, the expressions of the law enforcers, judges and experts turned ugly, their faces red as liver, their expressions spectacularly vivid. Ling Tian coldly watched the surrounding people, finding their situation absurdly funny. "Is this what you call a work mistake?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, everyone suddenly fell silent, utterly clueless on how to respond to him. "Speak up." Ling Tian's angry shout, like a thunderclap, shook everyone, their minds swaying. Then tension rose. Ling Tian wasted no time, his gaze shifting to the forensic experts. "Didn't you say that the footprint was mine? Weren't you confident in your forensic accuracy? It seems you are blind. Such dog eyes are better off gone. I offer you a choice. Gouge out your own eyes and I will spare your lives." The chilling words of Ling Tian reverberated through the hall, leaving everyone in shock. Eyes wide with horror, they stared at Ling Tian, hardly believing what they heard. This was the tribunal after all. Could Ling Tian truly dare to kill someone here? Just then an appraiser, fueled by outrage, bellowed, "Ling Tian, I warn you, do not push us too far. We have erred, and the law will punish us. It is not your place to." His words were abruptly cut off. With a mere flick of his fingers, Ling Tian released a bullet of Warji heavenly fire, which pierced through the void, stretching through the space and striking the appraiser's head with brutal force. In an instant his head exploded, the blood evaporated by the flames into a rising mist of blood. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, including high-ranking officials like General Wang Tong and City Lord Li Yuntian. None had expected Ling Tian's audacity to reach such extremes. Indeed, the appraisers were criminals, but this was the tribunal. Even if they were wrong, it was the law's duty to judge them, not Ling Tian's. Turning his cold gaze to another appraiser, Ling Tian posed the grim choice. Gouge out your eyes or die. The appraiser's eyes twisted with viciousness. You fool, you were innocent before, but now you've killed in here. Even if we go to prison, you'll join us. His threat was left unfinished as another muffled explosion interrupted. Ling Tian's Woji heavenly fire, compacted into a fiery bullet, had blasted through his head. A mist of blood filled the air as the appraiser's headless corpse slumped to the ground. Everyone present was frozen in place, witnessing the horror unfold. Ling Tian then coolly turned to the next appraiser. Your turn, will you gouge them out? But before the man could even respond, Ling Tian had already exploded his head. With a composed demeanor as if performing a mundane task, Ling Tian's eyes remained cold and indifferent. He moved on to the fourth person, who, filled with anger, barely managed to utter a word before his head too was destroyed. Ling Tian then turned to another, continuing his grim demand. This time, this man, without uttering a single word, simply glared furiously at Ling Tian. However, in the next second the head of the appraiser exploded, leaving behind a headless corpse utterly deceased. At that moment, Mayor Li Yuntian and General Wang Tang were both shocked, bellowing loudly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? Even if they committed capital offenses, you can't just kill them here. Yet Ling Tian remained expressionlessly cold, his demeanor unusually calm. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing Ling Tian's words only bewildered everyone further. How could he claim to be in control? If he was, would he kill people indiscriminately like this, without regard for the situation? Ling Tian then turned his cold gaze towards the remaining appraisers and said chillingly, I won't ask you anymore. Starting from the left, if you don't want to die, gouge out your own eyes. As soon as these words fell, before any of the appraisers could react, Ling Tian raised his hand and a bullet formed from the primordial heavenly fire burst one appraiser's head. With each loud pop, the sound of exploding skulls echoed around them. One by one the appraisers turned into headless corpses. The scene was bloody and violent. 11, 12, 13. Soon Ling Tian had killed a total of 15 people. Out of 21 appraisers, only 8 remained. Finally, one of them couldn't bear it any longer and screamed out, I'll do it, I'm sorry, Ling Tian. Accompanied by his wails, his hands trembling, he plunged them into his eyes and gruesomely gouged them out. The others too were struck by fear, their eyes filled with horror. They knew that if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to gouge out their own eyes. With a sickening squelch and a continuous spray of blood, the appraisers screamed in agony as they removed their eyes. Everyone was stunned, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Ling Tian's gaze then shifted to Meng Haiyun. Meng Haiyun trembled as Ling Tian approached step by step. Don't come any closer. Meng Haiyun felt a throbbing pain in her lower body, her fear escalating. She immediately knelt on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. However, at that moment Ling Tian ignored Meng Haiyun and walked past her, his gaze landing on Deputy Director Meng Hao of the Enforcement Bureau. Confess all your crimes voluntarily and I won't kill you. How about that? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Meng Hao erupted in anger. You scum seeking death, do you think you'll be fine after killing me today? However, Ling Tian simply shook his head helplessly, then looked towards Xuanning. Xuanning, immediately understanding Ling Tian's intention, Xuanning stretched out her right hand, space twisted, and a giant hand of true essence formed above Meng Hao's head, gripping him tightly, rendering him unable to move. Everyone panicked. Meng Hao was not an ordinary person. He was the second in command of the Enforcement Bureau. Could it be that Ling Tian really intended to kill him? The pure ice-cold intent to kill in Ling Tian's eyes frightened everyone. They all knew that Ling Tian was not joking. He genuinely wanted to kill Meng Hao. Ling Tian, stop. At that moment, Commander Zhao Feng, City Lord Li Yuntian and General Wang Tang all shouted loudly. They rushed towards Ling Tian, who was not far ahead. Including the troops brought by General Wang Tang, they surrounded Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian frowned as he looked at Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, don't do anything foolish. You are one of the top talents of Dragon Nation with a bright future ahead of you. You have killed many people and we can still help you withstand the pressure, but Meng Hao is different. Meng Hao is the director of the Enforcement Bureau, backed by the Bureau itself and the Meng family. Even if he has committed a crime, it should be sanctioned by law, not by your hand. General Wang Tang nodded in agreement. Ling Tian, don't be impulsive, let go of Meng Hao. Seeing Li Yuntian and others stepping out to stop Ling Tian, the fear on Meng Hao's face quickly diminished, replaced by smug arrogance. He laughed loudly. Boy, do you see, you think you can kill me? I am the glorious Deputy Director of the Enforcement Bureau. Meng Hao shouted angrily. Even if I have committed a capital crime, it should be punished by the law, not by whether you are a talent or not. What's so great about being a talent? In this world, it's all about background and power. You think you can kill me, you're not qualified. Everyone looked at Ling Tian helplessly. City Lord Li Yuntian said with resignation. Ling Tian, although Meng Hao's words are harsh, he is right. You currently do not have the qualifications to kill Meng Hao. Hearing City Lord Li Yuntian's words, Ling Tian remained calm, his murderous intent not diminishing in the slightest. Instead, he calmly asked, "I'm not qualified." As his words fell, he reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. With a swift motion, he flung the object like a shooting star towards General Wang Tang. General Wang Tang caught the object with a puzzled expression. Ling Tian shouted, "Today I am representing Dragon Nation, representing the law to eradicate you who oppress the common people and treat human lives as grass." Ling Tian's words were powerful and resonant, echoing clearly in every corner around them, shaking everyone's spirits. An invincible, confident aura spread from Ling Tian. Meanwhile, General Wang Tang looked at the object Ling Tian had thrown. The moment General Wang Tang saw the object, he trembled as if a current of 10 million volts surged through him, leaving his entire body paralyzed. The token, engraved with the words God of War on the front and a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon on the back, sent shivers through General Wang Tang's body, his eyes brimming with excitement and thrill. Meanwhile, Meng Hao became even more frenzied. Ling Tian, a mere beast. Like you representing Long Nation and the law, by what right? Meng Hao roared loudly. However, Ling Tian simply replied with a cold smile, "I have no right to." "Uncle Wang Tang, tell everyone, do I have the right?" His deep voice boomed in everyone's ears. Wang Tang, immensely stirred, lifted his head to look at Ling Tian and shouted yes. Then he knelt on one knee before Ling Tian and loudly proclaimed, "Wang Tang, military commander of Yundian province, greets the Lord." His shout, heavy like a hammer, struck everyone's chest. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. Just moments ago, the same General Wang Tang who was about to intervene against Ling Tian was now kneeling before him. As the crowd puzzled over the situation, General Wang Tang raised the token high above his head. "The God of War token is here. Who dares disobey?" His roar exploded like a sonic bomb throughout the courtroom. The terrifying sound waves transformed into an invisible shockwave, causing everyone's minds to reel and their ears to buzz. What? The God of War token? City Lord Li Yuntian and Commander Zhao Feng were stunned. They had not anticipated that Ling Tian would possess such a significant token. The fact that Ling Tian's grandfather had bestowed him this important item shocked and amazed everyone. What? Meng Hao and Meng Haiyun were completely flabbergasted. As the military personnel regained their senses, they too knelt one by one before Ling Tian, shouting, "Military personnel greeting the Lord." Their voices echoed throughout the courtroom, piercing through everyone's hearts. The entire assembly was stunned. Even City Lord Li Yuntian, upon seeing the God of War token, felt a tremendous pressure and immediately knelt down. Li Yuntian greets the Lord. The God of War token, a symbol of the highest honor in the military. Each holder is a veteran who has made significant contributions to Long Nation. As the direct grandson of Elder Ling and with the authorization bestowed by Elder Ling himself, Ling Tian had the right to wield the War God command. What? Everyone was shocked upon hearing the Commander Wang Tang's statement. It was clear that no one had expected Ling Tian to possess such formidable power. Ling Tian actually had the War God command. The City Lord Li Yuntian also grew composed. No wonder Ling Tian had always been so confident. He had been well prepared all along. Loudly, City Lord Li Yuntian declared, "Today, anyone who breaks the law, Ling Tian can kill whomever he wishes to kill." His words instantly plunged everyone in the court into despair. Faces turned deathly pale, even the presiding judges were visibly terrified. They had not anticipated the situation to escalate to this extent. With the War God command now revealed, Ling Tian was in a position not just to deal with Meng Hao, a mere deputy director. Even if City Lord Li Yuntian himself committed a crime and was caught by Ling Tian had the authority to punish him. Xuanning, Ling Tian bellowed in anger. Meng Hao immediately felt a deadly force enveloping him. He screamed in terror, "No!" But before he could finish his plea, the giant palm formed from Xuanning's condensed essence burst without waiting, crushing Meng Hao's body instantly. Meng Hao exploded, his body turning into a mist of blood. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Clearly no one had expected such a turn of events. While Li Yuntian and the others witnessed Meng Hao's death, their eyes revealed a hint of indifference. Now that Ling Tian had even brought out the War God command, the guilt of Meng Hao and his conspirators was undeniable. There was nothing wrong with Ling Tian killing them. They felt no pressure to intervene. Then Ling Tian turned his gaze toward the officers of the Law Enforcement Bureau. "You sever your own hands and I will spare your lives." Upon hearing Ling Tian's command, the faces of these law enforcement officers were filled with fear, yet they had no choice. They had collaborated to frame Ling Tian, and now that their scheme had backfired, they could blame no one but themselves. One by one, the enforcers broke their own hands. The sound of snapping bones echoed through the court, accompanied by their agonizing screams. Meng Haiyun trembled with fear, never having felt such despair. At that moment, Ling Tian looked towards Commander Wang Teng. "Uncle Wang Teng, take Meng Haiyun and these 3 judges away." "Yes," responded Commander Wang Teng, upon hearing Ling Tian's words. The military personnel did not hesitate for a moment. They rushed forward and subdued the 4 individuals. As for Zhao Kun's father, Zhao Ziming, Ling Tian's gaze was icy cold. "I've said it before, I didn't kill Zhao Kun. All the evidence has proven that Zhao Kun's death had nothing to do with me. Why do you still insist on pinning this on me? Do you really think I, Ling Tian, am so easily bullied?" Ling Tian questioned loudly, his voice booming like thunder. Zhao Ziming's face was filled with fear as he looked at Meng Haiyun. "Meng Haiyun, you set me up." If it wasn't for Meng Haiyun insisting that Ling Tian was the murderer, he wouldn't have offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. "I will kill you." As he spoke, Zhao Ziming charged towards Meng Haiyun, grabbing her neck, attempting to strangle her. Meng Haiyun, her face twisted with madness, cried out, "Let go of me." However, Zhao Ziming had no intention of releasing her. Instead, he channeled his true energy and threw a punch at Zhao Ziming. At that moment, the military personnel who had been holding Meng Haiyun let her go. Meng Haiyun's punch hit Zhao Ziming hard. In that instant, a stream of Xuaning's true energy entered Zhao Ziming's body. Combined with Meng Haiyun's force, it directly shattered Zhao Ziming's internal organs. Zhao Ziming collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his head turning to the side, and he died instantly. Ling Tian looked coldly at Meng Haiyun. "Meng Haiyun, with the death of an innocent civilian, your list of crimes has grown longer." Meng Haiyun suddenly snapped back to reality. "How is this possible? I only hit him lightly with 1 punch." Ling Tian scoffed coldly, then turned his gaze back to Meng Haiyun. Afterwards, he ordered the military personnel to take away Meng Haiyun and the other 3, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers in the court. The next morning at 8 o'clock, in Yundian province, at the first primary school of the provincial capital, all teachers and students gathered together. The old principal stood on the podium and announced loudly, "Teachers and students, congratulations to our 6th grade student Wang Zhenda for winning first place in the provincial primary school essay competition. Now, I invite our Wang Zhenda to give a speech on his essay." My father, the chief judge. At the back of the playground, a group of people stood coldly watching Wang Zhenda on the podium. This group was none other than Ling Tian, the chief judge Wang Teng, the city lord Li Yun, and Meng Haiyun. Chief Judge Wang Yu, seeing Ling Tian, displayed a face full of horror. "Ling Tian, why have you brought me to our son's primary school?" Ling Tian looked coldly at the chief judge. In the past, besides Meng Haiyun, Chief Judge Wang Yu had also harmed Ling Tian severely. The chief judge, in collusion with Meng Haiyun, had controlled Ling Tian with drugs to treat many people, thereby gaining benefits. Wang Yu had risen from being the chief judge of Yundian province to the chief judge of the entire Dragon country. Now that Ling Tian had been given a second chance at life, he naturally could not let Meng Haiyun and Chief Judge Wang Yu die too easily. "Wang Yu, you have made a grave mistake this time. There won't be another chance for you to see your son again. I heard you loved your son dearly, so out of humanity, I allowed you to see him one last time." Meanwhile, Wang Zhenda stood passionately reading his essay on the podium. "My father, the chief judge. My father is a glorious chief judge. He is impartial and just. He is open and upright. He is a hero to the people. He is the embodiment of justice. He has never wrongfully judged any case. My father, the man I admire most in this world," heard his son's reading. Wang Yu, ashamed, bowed his head in agony worse than death. Ling Tian sneered at Wang Yu. "Wang Yu, isn't it ironic? Your son says you are impartial, upright, and have never misjudged a case." "Enough, Ling Tian, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered you. I know my mistake. Please let me go." Ling Tian smiled coldly. Even Wang Teng, the leader, and Li Yuntian, the city lord, wore faces of awe. To kill a man's spirit, there is no greater pain. Soon the composition reading was over and waves of applause erupted across the field. The principal stepped up to the podium and loudly proclaimed, "We are all grateful our nation has a paragon of justice like the father of our student Wang Zhen. Today we have invited the Honorable Judge Wang Yu to our school." Look, the principal pointed to Judge Wang Yu at the back of the field. The entire school's gaze focused on him. Wang Zhen looked on with pride and admiration at Judge Wang Yu. The principal smiled kindly. "Go on, Wang Zhen, go hug your father." Wang Zhen, excited, called out, "Dad," and rushed out. Just as they were about to embrace, "Take him down," commanded Ling Tian. Several military officers immediately seized Judge Wang Yu by the head. In front of all the students and teachers, they forced him to the ground and handcuffed him. In an instant, silence fell over the entire field, a hush like the quiet of birds in fright. What's going on? The crowd was bewildered. This was supposed to be a touching father-son moment. Why was Judge Wang Yu being taken down? At this moment, the elementary school principal was stunned. He stood on the podium, bewildered, looking towards City Lord Li Yuntian. "Lord City, what is happening?" This morning assembly and Wang Zhen's essay speech had been arranged by City Lord Li Yuntian, but now Li Yuntian and the military had apprehended Judge Wang Yu. "Let go of my dad." Wang Zhen rushed over but was stopped by Ling Tian. At that moment Ling Tian shouted loudly, "Wang Yu, he is a criminal." The words rang out powerfully, exploding through the ears of everyone present, shocking them all. Clearly no one expected such a turn of events. Wang Yu went mad, finally realizing what Ling Tian intended to do. Wang Yu cared most deeply about his son, who saw him as a hero, his ultimate idol. However, Ling Tian was about to shatter Wang Yu's reputation and with it his image in his son's heart. In a public gathering, Ling Tian exposed him fiercely. "Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Yu has perverted the law for personal gain, fabricated evidence, and caused countless miscarriages of justice. He has accepted bribes. Today, together with Mayor Li Yuntian, we are here to arrest this criminal. Wang Yu has committed capital offenses." The crowd was stunned by Ling Tian's revelations. Previously, Wang Yu's son Wang Zhenda had been proudly reading out loud as his father, a judge, won first place in a composition contest. In his dreams, Wang Zhenda saw his father as an incorruptible and noble official, a truly good man, but now Ling Tian was painting a completely different picture, declaring Wang Yu a man of private gain under the guise of public good. The shock was immense. Wang Zhenda was frozen in disbelief and suddenly shouted, "No, no, let me go, don't bully my dad. Dad, tell them you're not like this, you're a good person, right?" Ling Tian sneered at Wang Yu. "Tell your son what kind of man you really are. Let him see how vile and filthy you are. Tell him you don't deserve to be a father." Every word from Ling Tian struck Wang Yu like a dagger, torturing him with the truth. Wang Yu was in agony, nearly driven mad by his tears and regret. He could have been the hero his son always believed him to be, but he chose to betray the law and accept bribes instead. Overwhelmed by his own despair, Wang Yu didn't know how to face his son, who watched his father's tears in silent desperation. Wang Zhenda, desperate for his father's innocence, began to cry out, "Dad, tell everyone you're framed, that you're not that kind of person, say something." But how could Wang Yu speak? "Tell your son the truth, Wang Yu," Ling Tian pressured. "You could have been just. You betrayed the nation's trust in you. Let him learn not to follow in your footsteps." Meanwhile, Wang Zhenda's classmates, reveling in the scandal, mocked him relentlessly. "The mayor himself has shown up with irrefutable evidence. Wang Zhenda's father is a disgrace," they jeered. As the tide turned against him, Wang Zhenda's suffering deepened. "It's not true, my dad isn't a bad person," he wailed, even as Wang Yu, in a fit of rage and newfound strength, broke free from the guard's restraint. Rushing to Meng Haiyun's side, Wang Yu confronted her fiercely. "What are you doing?" Before Meng Haiyun could even finish her sentence, a painful scream echoed around them. Meng Haiyun's ear was bitten off abruptly. Unsatisfied, Wang Yu lunged for her neck. However, before his teeth could sink into her flesh, he was seized. Wang Zhen cried out loudly, "Dad, you are not a bad person. Are you? You're not right." His cries were like the last straw breaking the camel's back. Wang Yu looked at his son, his face twisted in agony. "Son, your father is so sorry." As he spoke, Wang Yu channeled his energy and raised his hand to his own head. Then with a heavy slap, he struck himself. Accompanied by a dull thud, Wang Yu's head caved in under the force, his eyes nearly popping out. The slap shattered his brain. Unable to face his son, Wang Yu took his own life. Following this tragic event, Ling Tian, expressionless, led the remaining two deputy chiefs along with Meng Haiyun back to the military headquarters. Inside the military prison, the three were confined together. Ling Tian confronted the deputy chiefs. "I'm sorry, we realize our mistake now. Please let us go." They were terrified, fearing Ling Tian might deal with them as he had with Wang Yu. The image of Wang Yu's suicide haunted their minds incessantly, unforgettably. Meng Haiyun, meanwhile, was already shivering in a corner filled with regret. She didn't understand why she had opposed Ling Tian when there was no bad blood between them. At that moment, Ling Tian presented 2 vials of a potion. "Drink this, and I'll spare the two of you." Without hesitation, the deputy chiefs drank the potion. Instantly, their eyes turned blood red and their hair began to grow rapidly as if they were transforming into hungry, ferocious beasts. They completely lost their sanity, like zombies in a biohazard crisis attacking humans and beginning to feed. Meng Haiyun's heart-wrenching screams resonated until only a pile of bones remained. Watching this gruesome and violent scene unfold, Ling Tian's expression remained utterly calm, yet his heart felt incredibly satisfied. Meng Haiyun, one of the people he despised most, had finally met a tragic end. As her screams grew fainter, the light in Meng Haiyun's eyes dimmed until, in less than half an hour, all that was left of her was a cold skeleton. Utterly defeated, only 2 deputy judges as devoid of life as zombies remained. General Wang Teng, Commander Zhao Feng and Lord Li Yuntian of the city looked at Ling Tian with complex expressions. They had to marvel at how someone so young could possess such cunning. During this trial, Ling Tian had made 3 preparations. First, the real culprit Chung Feng was caught. Second, the inside man Huang Hai gathered evidence. Third, the command of the war god. Any of these preparations would have allowed Ling Tian to rest easy, especially the command of the war god, which if revealed would make even the strongest families in the Dragon Kingdom think twice about crossing him. However, Ling Tian, who could endure so much, only revealed it at the very last moment for the sake of swift and satisfying retribution. Turning calmly, Ling Tian faced the 3 men. "Gentlemen, let us go." The death of Meng Haiyun was merely the beginning of Ling Tian's rebirth. His life was far from over. In his past life, Meng Haiyun was just one of many who had tormented and harmed him. This time, Ling Tian had killed Meng Haiyun and Meng Hao. The Meng family behind him would certainly not let him off. A battle with the Meng family was inevitable. Currently, his strength at the first tier of the Xin level was far from sufficient. With the National College entrance exam less than 2 months away, normally being at the first tier of the Xin level would almost guarantee him the top score in the country. However, Ling Tian was not satisfied with just that. His goal was to reach the Earth level before the exam, to dominate his contemporaries with overwhelming power. According to his memories from his previous life, this year's exam offered a tremendous opportunity. If he could seize it, he would soar to new heights. However, his current strength at the first tier of the Xian level was not enough to grasp that great opportunity. General Wang Tung stepped forward and looked at Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I came to find you under your grandfather's commission. He's currently busy with many affairs and asked me to relay a message." Ling Tian's expression became serious and he looked at Wang Tung. "Uncle Wang Teng, please speak." Wang Teng said, "Your grandfather has fully recovered from his injuries and has entered the sacred training ground of the War God Temple. In just half a month, his strength has returned to its peak and he has re-entered the true martial realm. Currently in the sacred training ground, he is striving to break through to the heavenly martial realm to become an emperor-level warrior. He wants you to fully demonstrate your talents. Once he leaves the sacred ground, he will be your strongest support. You need not fear the Meng family. Only by showing your own value can you gain more resources." Ling Tian nodded, understanding that his grandfather was telling him not to hide his strength. In this world, where remarkable talents were often envied, the greater the value you demonstrate, the more resources you receive. Without an invincible heart of a warrior, how could one reach the pinnacle of the martial path? Ling Tian was well aware of what it meant to be an emperor-level warrior. That was a being on the same level as the 7-tailed spirit fox, Xuanning. Currently in the Dragon Kingdom, the 8 peak masters were martial saints, and an emperor was just below a martial saint. With his grandfather as his support, Ling Tian truly had no need to be overly cautious. "Ling Tian, may I ask you something?" At that moment, Lord Li Yuntian spoke up. "Please, Lord Mayor." Ling Tian replied politely. Ling Tian's healing abilities were the subject of discussion. "Can your healing powers only mend injuries, or can they cure diseases as well, such as cancer?" asked Li Yuntian, the city lord, with an eager tone. Zhao Feng, the commander, and Wang Teng, the general, also looked on with intense curiosity. Ling Tian responded, "My healing ability should actually be called healing recovery. The key part is recovery, which can restore a person's state to normal. This means that whether it's an injury or a disease, as long as you're not in a normal state, it can be restored. Even if your vital energy is excessively depleted, it can be recovered." This revelation left the city lord nodding excitedly, a look of astonishment evident in the eyes of all 3 men. It was undeniable. Ling Tian's healing recovery ability was extraordinary. Normally, those who awakened healing abilities such as the healing holy light could only mend physical injuries, but they were helpless against diseases. Meanwhile, those who awoke wood-based recovery abilities could only quickly restore physical strength and vital energy. none were as evidently effective as Ling Tian's. As long as you are in a negative state, be it disease, physical exhaustion, or severe injury, healing recovery can address it. This is quite fearsome, remarked the city lord. Li Yuntian then spoke up. Ling Tian, in a week it will be my father's 80th birthday. I would like to invite you to the birthday banquet and also to take a look at my father's condition. He was diagnosed with lung cancer last year. It's almost at its terminal stage and quite troublesome. Do you have the time? Ling Tian smiled. Rest assured, Lord City, I will be there on time. Thank you very much. After some casual chatting, everyone dispersed. No sooner had Ling Tian left than his phone rang, showing a number he didn't recognize. With a puzzled face, he answered the call. Hello, it's me. At that moment, a familiar voice came through. Ling Tian frowned. The caller was his father, Ling Hanchang. Ling Tian, I really look down on you. You say you don't rely on our Ling family, but when have you not depended on us? I've heard about your situation at the tribunal. If it weren't for General Wang Tang's intervention, you'd be in prison by now. Ling Tian, feeling the irony, responded coldly. Ling Hanchang, just state your purpose. His father's voice was icy. You should understand by now, without the Ling family you are nothing. Ling Tian found himself in an impossible situation, unable to participate in the Western Union examination nor travel to the True Sun Spirit Spring for cultivation. The trial was set to land him in prison. Without me, you can't even begin to imagine your fate. My patience is limited. Hand over the war god. Command, you are not worthy of it. Ling Tian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Get lost. He had thought Linghan City would react with anger, but on the other end of the phone, Linghan City was eerily calm. Ling Tian, you have until noon today. This is your last chance. If you don't return the war god command, you'll bear the consequences. Hearing Linghan City's words, Ling Tian was speechless, muttering idiot, before hanging up the phone. Previously, Ling Tian had blocked Linghan City's number, but this time Linghan City had switched phones to contact him. Without a second thought, Ling Tian turned his phone off. He left the military department and didn't head back to Yun City. Instead, he set his sights on the provincial city where a towering twin-tower structure reached into the clouds, the location of the Yun Dian Provincial Martial Arts Association branch. The Martial Arts Association, the largest civilian force in Dragon Country, was founded by one of the 8 great martial saints of Dragon Country, the Mad Thunder Martial Saint. The association controlled hundreds of secret realms, large and small, across Dragon Country. Stepping into the Martial Arts Association, Ling Tian entered a grandly decorated lobby bustling with people. Releasing his spiritual energy subtly, he could tell that the hall was filled with masters. There were dozens who had reached the earth level of cultivation and several at the heavenly level. Without hesitation, Ling Tian made his way to the membership registration desk. The staff member responsible for registration was a curvaceous woman with curly hair. With a slight smile, she said, "Young man, the D-level membership desk is on the left. This is the C-level desk." After hearing the curly-haired woman's words, Ling Tian simply smiled slightly and then circulated his blood energy in true yuan. Boom. In an instant, an aura typical of a profound-level warrior surged around him, his clothing fluttering wildly with the force. Ling Tian placed his palm on the testing device at the registration desk. Immediately, the data flashed on the screen. Profound level 1. The people around were startled, their eyes filled with shock. A profound level 1 warrior. Even the curly-haired woman looked surprised. In the Martial Arts Association, profound level warriors were common, but Ling Tian looked to be under 20 years old. How could they not be shocked by a young man not even 20-inch possessing such a level of cultivation? Ling Tian looked at the curly-haired woman, his face still calm, and asked, "May I register here?" Yes. The woman quickly recovered from her shock. "Please give me your ID card and I will register your information." Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Sure." As he spoke, he pulled out his ID card and handed it to the curly-haired woman, who then took it and began to register him seriously. Ling Tian, male, age 17. Upon seeing this place, the curly-haired beauty was momentarily stunned. Her expression then changed, and her pupils dilated. Her calm mood was once again stirred into a massive tumult. 17, you're only 17. Her exclamation of surprise echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Everyone was baffled. What? No one could have imagined that someone could reach the profound level 1 at the age of 17. This was unprecedented. Just a moment ago, everyone had learned that Ling Tian had reached profound level 1 and they were merely surprised and astonished. But now, knowing that Ling Tian was only 17 years old, everyone was utterly dumbfounded, not to mention the curly-haired beauty. Everyone present was witnessing for the first time a 17-year-old martial artist at profound level 1. Ling Tian smiled slightly. please go ahead and register me. Once the registration is done, I plan to visit the mystical realm of the Provincial Martial Arts Association." The curly-haired beauty then numbly nodded her head and completed all the registration details. Soon Ling Tian received a certificate. With this, Ling Tian officially became a C-level member of the Martial Arts Association. Being a member of the Martial Arts Association has its benefits, that is, one can undertake bounty tasks issued by the association to receive many rewards that are not available elsewhere. Moreover, one can enter the mystical realms owned by the Martial Arts Association for training. Holding his certificate, Ling Tian headed towards the trial tower of the Martial Arts Association. The Provincial Martial Arts Association's trial tower has 72 floors, each topped with a teleportation array that can directly transport martial artists into mystical realms for trials. The mystical realm of the trial tower, unlike the one Ling Tian encountered in the Great Wilderness Mountain Range, is a permanent type of mystical realm. The Great Wilderness Mountain Range's realm, left by a martial saint, was a one-time mystical realm that would self-destruct once someone completed it. However, the mystical realm inside the trial tower is different. It is a permanent type of realm. Even if someone clears the realm and the beasts inside are slain, the realm will again generate a summoning array to bring new beasts into the realm. For martial artists, a mystical realm is both an opportunity and a significant threat, because a permanent realm, if not cleared for a long time, will accumulate more and more beasts. Too many beasts can cause the realm to overload and collapse. Once the realm collapses, the beasts would pour into the human world, attacking and killing humans. Therefore, the Martial Arts Association's mystical realms are unconditionally open to the public. The higher the floor, the higher the level of the trial mystical realm. For instance, the 9th floor realm is generally for yellow-level martial artists. From the 10th to the 18th floor, the corresponding levels were for Xian-level martial artists. The highest floor, however, was reserved for the martial saints, the strongest of warriors. Ling Tian and Xuanning arrived side by side at the elevator. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian directly ascended to the 16th floor of the trial tower. The 18th floor of the tower housed 8 mystical teleportation arrays. The strongest beasts within these mystic realms possessed the power of a second-tier 9th level, slightly more formidable than a typical 9th level Xian warrior, nearing the strength of an ordinary 1st level D warrior. Ling Tian approached one of the teleportation arrays. The attendant there spoke indifferently. "The fee to enter the beast forest is 30,000. Ling Tian nodded and promptly transferred 30,000 via his mobile phone, handing over his Martial Arts Association membership card to the attendant. The attendant, taken aback, frowned and cautioned Ling Tian, "Young man, think this through. The beasts in the beast forest are generally stronger than the 3rd level of Xian class. You, being only at the 1st level of Xian class, will find it extremely dangerous in there." Ling Tian responded calmly, "I understand. If I find myself outmatched, I will retreat immediately." Seeing Ling Tian's resolute attitude, the attendant no longer dissuaded him and activated the teleportation array to let him enter. Ling Tian stepped into the teleportation array, turning to Xuanning, "Wait for me outside." Xuanning nodded and left the Martial Arts Association to wander outside. Ling Tian's figure vanished within the teleportation array. Meanwhile, inside the building, 5 martial artists coldly watched Ling Tian disappear into the array and dialed a phone number. "Mr. Ling Tian has entered the beast labyrinth of the Martial Arts Association and his protector did not accompany him." The person on the other end of the line was none other than Ling Tian's father, Ling Hancheng. At that moment, Ling Hancheng's expression darkened. "Follow him in and make that boy hand over the War God token." After hearing Ling Hancheng's command, one of the martial artists frowned. "Mr. Ling Hancheng, no offense, but your son seems quite rebellious. If we use normal means, he might not hand it over willingly." Ling Hancheng's expression turned vicious. "No matter what you have to do, make him hand it over. Even if it means killing him, it's not out of the question. I just want the War God token." Ling Hancheng's face was nearly maniacal. He couldn't accept why his father had given the War God token to Ling Tian instead of him. If he had the War God token, he wouldn't be stuck in the Smolian city. He probably would have already advanced to the provincial city and become a major power there. Hearing Ling Hancheng's resolve, the 5 martial artists felt reassured. "All right, with Mr. Ling's word, we brothers can proceed with confidence." The weakest among these martial artists was already a 1st level D warrior and the strongest was a 3rd level D warrior. They were confident that capturing Ling Tian would be an easy task. Inside the teleportation array, light flickered around Ling Tian. Then suddenly his surroundings brightened and he found himself in the beast forest realm. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast forest with towering trees reaching up to dozens of meters high. The complex terrain turned the beast forest into a natural labyrinth. The celestial beast forest is divided into 3 sections, the outer, inner, and core areas. In each of these sections resides a powerful sovereign beast. The forest nurtures a rare natural treasure known as the vermilion fruit. A single vermilion fruit aged 10 years can enhance the cultivation of a Shen-level martial artist by 1 tier. These sovereign beasts are the guardians of the vermilion fruit. Defeating them is the only way to obtain these fruits. This is precisely why Ling Tian chose to venture into the mystic realm of the celestial beast forest. If he could traverse the forest successfully, he would be guaranteed at least 3 vermilion fruits. These fruits could boost Ling Tian's strength from the 1st tier of the Shen level to the 4th. However, acquiring the vermilion fruit is no easy task. The celestial beast forest is classified as a grade C mystic realm, allowing entry to martial artists up to the 9th tier of Shen level. Any higher and their cultivation would be suppressed to the 9th tier of Shen level. The sovereign beasts of the forest possess combat abilities that far exceed their apparent tier, making them formidable second-order peak beasts. For a Shen-level martial artist, obtaining the vermilion fruit is fraught with high risk. As Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings, contemplating his next move, a sudden whoosh broke the silence. A metallic spear sliced through the air, aimed at Ling Tian's spine. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly turned around. His celestial fire erupted, forming a shield of flames that withstood the spear's attack. Despite successfully blocking the spear, the force of the impact forced Ling Tian to stagger backward. A voice of surprise echoed around Ling Tian as he blocked the attack. A mere 1st-tier Shen-level martial artist managed to block my attack? At that moment, a dark-faced martial artist approached Ling Tian accompanied by 4 others. Seeing these 5-inch, Ling Tian's eyebrows furrowed and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Why attack me? He demanded. The somber martial artist looked at Ling Tian mockingly, as if viewing a lamb ready for slaughter, and coolly replied, "No comment." "Who are you?" Ling Tian, with a grim face, continued to inquire. However, the leading martial artist maintained his arrogance, responding again with no comment. Meanwhile, the 5 had already maximized their aura. Their cultivation surged, locking onto Ling Tian with the formidable presence of 9th-tier Shen-level martial artists, giving him no chance to escape. Ling Tian, feeling the purity of their vital energy, realized the gravity of his situation. The strength of these individuals surpassed even the 9th level of the profound grade, though it was merely suppressed by the secret realm, causing them to appear as if they were only at the 9th level. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with disdain. Ling Tian had not offended many, and those who disliked or resented him were primarily from the Meng family, backing Meng Haiyun. Now Ling Tian's overt support came from City Lord Li Yuntian and General Wang Tang, both of whom were figures the Meng family dreaded. Having killed Meng Haiyun and Meng Hao, the Meng family wouldn't act against him hastily. Thus, the only other person who had an issue with him was Linghan City's master, his own father. Of course, the Meng family could not be completely ruled out either. Ling Tian's patience was wearing thin, his expression darkening his face as if treading on thin ice. "Are you sent by Linghan City or the Meng family?" he demanded. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, surprise flickered through the eyes of the 5 individuals. They hadn't expected Ling Tian to guess correctly so quickly. However, the leader of the group quickly regained his composure, his face still full of arrogance and disdain. "You're courting death," he started to say, but before he could finish, Ling Tian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. In his hand, the Qi Yang battle saber slashed through the air. Bloody Qi and true essence converged, wrapped in the boundless heavenly fire. The 9 extreme fiery flames cleaving the sky. The saber's Qi swept out, shooting forth with extreme speed. For the 5 warriors didn't even have time to react. Puff, 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 blood splattered instantly. The saber's Qi cut through flesh, and 4 heads were sent soaring into the air, rolling on the ground. The faces of the few remaining were shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief, as their heads were severed by Ling Tian. The leading warrior of the Earth grade quadruple level became furious, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. Clearly he had not expected Ling Tian to kill without a word. "Fool, you're seeking death." Instantly his true essence surged and his innate abilities erupted. Accompanied by his abilities, a 10-meter-long metal giant sword condensed above his head and swept towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's face was filled with disdain. He stepped forward, his foot stomping the ground. True essence surged, flames tumbled. Then spreading his arms, he struck. Fiery heaven incineration. In an instant the fiery saber Qi slashed towards the giant metal sword, growing rapidly in the wind. In the blink of an eye it expanded to over 10 meters. With a thunderous explosion, the giant sword shattered, the flames dispersed, the terrifying aftermath blasted onto the gloomy warrior. Boom! The warrior was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against a large tree, while he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As soon as he hit the ground, Ling Tian grabbed his hair, lifting him as if he were trash. Ling Tian's eyes seemed to swirl, mesmerizing and pulling at the soul. The supreme dual pupils activated. Who sent you? The gloomy warrior blurted out almost without hesitation. Linghan City. The moment he said the name, he suddenly realized what had happened. Terrified, he looked at Ling Tian. What have you done to me? But as soon as he spoke, Ling Tian's Qi Yang battle saber pierced his heart and he spoke lightly, no comment. Watching the warrior die, Ling Tian's expression turned even more somber and cold. He had tolerated Linghan City many times, but Linghan City kept provoking him repeatedly. If Ling Tian didn't teach Linghan City a lesson, the latter might really think Ling Tian was easy to bully. Ling Tian had decided that it wouldn't be long before he would prove to Linghan City that the latter had never been of any help to him. Ling Tian's achievements were largely due to his own efforts. Even though he had help from others, it definitely had nothing to do with Linghan City. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian activated his Wuji heavenly fire. The intense heat burst forth, and in an instant, terrifying flames swirled around Ling Tian's body, forming a massive fireball. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the 5 corpses on the ground. Within just a few breaths, the bodies of the 5 martial artists had turned to ash and completely disappeared from this world. It seemed that a first-tier Earth-level martial artist was no match at all. A look of helplessness flashed in Ling Tian's eyes as he shook his head. The reason Ling Tian chose to enter the 18th floor's secret realm of the Martial Dao Association was precisely because the final boss beast there possessed the strength of a first-tier Earth-level martial artist. Despite being suppressed in cultivation, these martial artists' combat power was roughly at that level. However, Ling Tian had defeated them without even using 30% of his strength, once again underestimating his own power. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian released his powerful spiritual force and activated his supreme Dao twin pupils, immediately feeling everything within 100 meters under his control. Both his perceptual and insightful abilities had greatly enhanced. He soon sensed the presence of the beast and headed in its direction. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Ling Tian spotted 3 purple extreme tigers in the forest. Their strength was around the 2nd tier and 4th level. Upon detecting the presence of a human, the 3 purple extreme tigers didn't hesitate and charged towards Ling Tian, roaring and then extending their sharp claws to strike heavily at him. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with disdain. With a casual swing of his sword, the blade's energy wrapped in flames shot out, slashing through the air. It grew rapidly in the wind, reaching nearly 10 meters in length in the blink of an eye. Instantly, blood splattered and limbs flew. In the blink of an eye, the 3 purple extreme tigers were severed in half by Ling Tian. However, at that moment, a dark shadow flashed through the forest. Ling Tian quickly widened the gap between himself and his pursuer. However, his opponent Ling Tian did not give him any chance to escape and burst into flames. Propelled by his feet, he surged forward with the momentum of a tidal wave, transforming into a human-shaped rocket, his speed reaching its peak. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the dark shadow ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a purple extreme tiger leader with a strength equivalent to the 2nd tier 8th level. Clearly, after witnessing Ling Tian effortlessly defeat 3 purple extreme tigers, the leader felt threatened by Ling Tian's strength and chose to flee without hesitation. However, with the boost from the infinite heavenly fire, Ling Tian's speed, although not as fast as that of practitioners of the thunder or wind disciplines, was not far behind. Incredibly swift, in an instant he caught up with the purple extreme tiger leader, raised his fist and unleashed the roaring evil dragon. With one punch, the flames transformed into a fiery dragon that the tiger leader couldn't evade. It was struck instantly, letting out a painful roar as the infinite heavenly fire scorched it black. However, Ling Tian did not kill the purple extreme tiger leader. With a flicker of his form, he left an afterimage and appeared in front of the tiger. Then Ling Tian and the purple extreme tiger leader locked eyes. Ling Tian's pupils transformed into deep, colorful spirals, seemingly pulling at the tiger leader's soul. In less than 10 seconds, Ling Tian effortlessly gained control over the purple extreme tiger leader. The tiger leader whimpered softly and then very obediently lay prostrate before Ling Tian. "Can you understand my words?" Ling Tian asked. The purple extreme tiger nodded. Normally, a first-tier beast has the intelligence roughly equivalent to that of a 3-year-old human child. A second-tier beast's intelligence is about that of a 6-year-old human child. However, a fifth-tier beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of a normal adult human. Looking at the obedient purple extreme tiger leader, Ling Tian commanded, "Lead me to the dominant beast of this area." The tiger leader nodded again and then gestured for Ling Tian to mount its back. Without hesitation, Ling Tian leapt up and positioned himself on the tiger leader's back. The forest of heavenly beasts was like a massive labyrinth. Normally, navigating through this secret realm would be arduous and time-consuming. However, the purple extreme tiger leader, having lived in this secret realm, was exceedingly familiar with the terrain. With the tiger leader guiding the way, Ling Tian's journey became much easier. Soon, under the guidance of the purple extreme tiger leader, they arrived in front of a lake approximately 1,000 meters away. The purple extreme tiger leader halted, its eyes displaying a hint of apprehension. Ling Tian activated his extreme path double pupils, enhancing his vision to see far into the distance. He easily observed the situation around the lake. In the center of the lake was a small island roughly 1 square kilometer in area. On the island stood a giant tree 50 meters tall, bearing 3 blood-red fruits shaped like hearts, almost ripe, emitting a rich fruity scent that even Ling Tian could smell from 1,000 meters away. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face. These were the coveted Zhu fruits, among which incredibly one was a century-old. It's important to understand that the effects of the Zhu fruit that has matured for 100 years are vastly different from those that have matured for just 10 years. The 10-year Zhu fruit only benefits martial artists of the Xian and Huang levels. However, the 100-year Zhu fruit can significantly enhance even a martial artist at the D level. "Let's go." Ling Tian patted the leader of the ZG tigers beneath him, but the tiger leader hesitated. This was because, apart from the Zhu fruit tree, there were over 100 ferocious beasts on that island in the middle of the lake, and the 3 overlords of the heavenly beast forest were all there on that island. According to Ling Tian's memory, in the heavenly beast forest each of the 3 beast overlords guarded a Zhu fruit tree. This time, the 3 overlords had gathered together, clearly because a 100-year Zhu fruit was about to mature. They all wanted to snatch the 100-year Zhu fruit. If they managed to consume it, their strength would definitely reach the level of a 3rd-tier ferocious beast. The 3 beast overlords, namely the purple Ling Python, the earth rampage bear, and the crimson flame wolf, had all reached the peak of the 2nd tier, just 1 step away from advancing to the 3rd tier. The other beasts, the weakest among them, were at the 6th level of the 2nd tier. With over 100 such beasts, the ZG tiger leader dared not approach the island. However, Ling Tian appeared relaxed. "Let's go, there will be no issues." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the ZG tiger, unable to resist, could only head towards the island. As soon as they arrived at the lakeside, Ling Tian and the ZG tiger leader were noticed by the 100+ ferocious beasts on the island. With a roar, the sounds of the beasts bellowing echoed around the vibrating air, causing ripples. Seeing the 100 or more beasts staring intently at him, their fierce and violent aura overwhelmed Ling Tian and his companion. The ZG tiger leader couldn't help but tremble all over in fear. However, Ling Tian remained calm, giving the ZG tiger leader a light look. "Wait for me," he said, and then with a leap, he charged towards the island. Fortuitously, after Ling Tian had awakened the Wuji heavenly fire, he gained a divine skill. Ling Tian wanted to see the power of this divine skill. As he surged into the sky at the moment of descent, flames burst forth from his feet. This force lifted Ling Tian's body, allowing him to perform short-range flight. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian reached above the island and then fell from the sky. With a thunderous boom, the moment he landed, the island shook violently. A massive crater was smashed into the ground. The fierce beasts were shaken by the powerful impact, their bodies swaying uncontrollably. With a roar, the 3 dominant beasts instantly became enraged, emitting deafening roars. Nearly frenzied, a horde of beasts charged towards Ling Tian almost simultaneously. Yet Ling Tian remained relaxed and calm, his eyes devoid of any trace of fear or worry. "Endless fire domain." Ling Tian spoke lightly. In an instant, the fluctuations of supernatural powers and true essence emanating from his body spread out, the air waves churning. Flames then wrapped around his body as he unleashed the martial skill Celestial Fire. With a whoosh, a scorching tide pushed forth in a moment, forming a vast domain of flames. Ling Tian transformed into a veritable god of scarlet flame, his presence overwhelmingly powerful. The fire domain seemed to create a massive 15 by 15 meters area of flames burning furiously with a momentum that seemed to boil the seas. The entire Heart Lake Island appeared to turn into a giant furnace of flames. Roars and shrieks echoed continuously. Upon contact with Ling Tian's supreme celestial fire, the bodies of the fierce beasts immediately caught fire. In just a few breaths, they were completely consumed by the blazing flames. Yet, this was not the most terrifying part. This is the endless fire domain. My divine ability awakened after gaining the supreme celestial fire, Ling Tian declared coldly. Endless fire domain. Great flame dragon formation. Instantly, the endless flames transformed into 9 giant fire dragons, each several meters long. With a roar, 3 of these immense dragons directly attacked the 3 dominant beasts. The remaining 6 swept across Heart Lake Island, scorching everything in their path, their roars and the sounds of lamentation reverberating around them. One by one the fierce beasts perished. The leader of the purple extreme tigers at the lake's edge trembled with fear upon witnessing this scene, clearly not expecting a human to be so formidable. The 3 dominant beasts tried to resist, but the moment they came into contact with the flame dragons, the defensive layers formed by their demonic true essence melted away under the supreme celestial fire. The 3 dominant beasts only lasted 2 more seconds before being refined by Ling Tian's fire. In less than half a minute, over 100 beasts on Heart Lake Island were annihilated, reduced to endless ashes. Ling Tian then retracted his endless fire domain, a satisfied smile on his face. He had not expected his domain to be so terrifyingly effective, effortlessly slaughtering over 100 beasts in less than a minute. The endless flames were potent. As long as the opponents entering his domain were not vastly stronger than him, Ling Tian could refine any number, provided his true essence and physical strength did not run out. The consumption of the endless fire domain was also immense, equivalent to 10 times that of executing a martial skill. However, this was not a problem for Ling Tian. He had developed 109 meridians, creating a sea of chi far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. His capacity of true essence was dozens, even hundreds of times that of his peers at the same level. Ling Tian's recovery speed of his true essence was over 10 times faster than that of his peers. To others, the endless fire domain seemed like Ling Tian's ultimate move. However, in front of Ling Tian's vast sea of true essence, the endless flames were just a normal special move for him. Consuming only a little more than a typical attack, shortly after Ling Tian turned his gaze towards the Zhu fruit tree at the center of Lake Heart Island. Without any hesitation, he picked 3 Zhu fruits from the tree. But at that moment, the Martial Arts Association's broadcast system suddenly announced, "Congratulations to the sea-level adventurer Ling Tian for breaking the record in the Beast Forest Secret Realm. Completion time 36 minutes. Congratulations to the sea-level adventurer Ling Tian for breaking the record in the Beast Forest Secret Realm. Completion time 36 minutes. The announcement repeated itself. What? The entire Martial Arts Association was shocked and incredulous, wondering if they had misheard the news. At the top floor of the Martial Arts Association's office building, inside the president's office, the president's secretary burst in excitedly. President, the record in the Beast Forest has been broken in just 36 minutes. That's over 3 hours faster than the previous record." Inside the office, an elderly man with white hair nodded his head. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. The Beast Forest was a natural labyrinth where the condition to clear it was to defeat the 3 dominant ferocious beasts. The previous fastest record holder had spent considerable time just locating these 3 beasts, and those who had broken the record before were martial artists above the earth level, though their cultivation was suppressed by the secret realm. Even so, they took over 4 hours. Ling Tian, however, a Xian-level martial artist, completed it in just 36 minutes. The elder looked at the computer data, which was displaying information about Ling Tian. The president said lightly, "Let's go and meet this young friend who broke the record, to see the prowess of a national top-level high school student." Meanwhile, Ling Tian in the Beast Forest was unaware that he had broken the record and caused a sensation in the Martial Arts Association. Holding the 3 Zhu fruits in his hand, he did not hesitate and immediately consumed a 10-year-old Zhu fruit. Ling Tian then activated his abilities. After advancing to the Xin level, Ling Tian's 3 innate talents all manifested divine abilities. His Woji Heavenly Fire divine ability was the Endless Fire domain, which could grow into a massive fiery domain as his strength increased. Each flame within this domain possessed power equivalent to 80% of Ling Tian's attacks. As Ling Tian's strength grew, the range of the Endless Fire domain could also expand. In his previous life, when Ling Tian reached his peak, the coverage of the Endless Fire domain reached a terrifying 1,000 miles. The innate divine power of the Extreme Path twin pupils is an extraordinary insight, enhancing one's perception and insight into the environment by more than tenfold. coupled with his own healing and recovery ability. The awakened divine power is extraordinary absorption. As the name suggests, Ling Tian's speed of absorbing and refining energy reached an unimaginably rapid pace. With a loud noise, as soon as Ling Tian swallowed the first Zhu fruit, in less than 3 breaths he relied on extraordinary absorption to completely absorb and refine the power of the Zhu fruit, sending out a surge of air. Ling Tian's cultivation successfully advanced from the first level of the Xian tier to the second level. Immediately afterward, Ling Tian swallowed the second Zhu fruit. Boom! In just a few breaths, Ling Tian's cultivation level was elevated again, directly advancing from the Xian tier second level to the third level. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. Normally, Xian tier martial artists, even with the aid of Zhu fruit, would need 4 to 5 days, or even up to a fortnight to fully refine and absorb its power to achieve a breakthrough in their martial cultivation. However, Ling Tian achieved this in merely a few breaths. Finally, Ling Tian's gaze settled on a century-old Zhu fruit. The leader of the purple extreme tigers by the lake looked on with envy yet dared not harbor any greed. Ling Tian directly swallowed the century-old Zhu fruit. Extraordinary absorption activated. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Tian's method of breaking through, as loud as beating drums and gongs, occurred once again. His cultivation continued to break through Xian tier 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian's cultivation level had successfully advanced to the 6th level of the Xian tier. Subsequently, Ling Tian returned to the front of the purple extreme tiger leader. Take me back. Now that Ling Tian had completed his task, he naturally would not continue to stay in the Sky Beast Forest. As for the Zhu fruits guarded by the other 2 dominant beasts, Ling Tian did not bother searching for them. The 3 dominant beasts had gathered together, and the other 2 had definitely either hidden their Zhu fruits or already consumed them. It would be a waste of time for Ling Tian to search for them. Having obtained 2 10-year Zhu fruits and 1 century-old Zhu fruit, Ling Tian was already quite satisfied. He returned to the trial tower. The staff at the teleportation array looked bewildered as they saw Ling Tian. Ling Tian, are you Ling Tian, the national top scorer among high school students? Ling Tian nodded lightly. Indeed. The staff member's face lit up with excitement. No wonder you could break the record. Ling Tian paid him no mind. This visit to the Martial Arts Association's trial building was not only to enhance his strength but also to test it. The Sky Beast Forest had failed to challenge his true capabilities. Ling Tian had underestimated his own combat strength. The staff member was still in disbelief as Ling Tian stepped into the building's elevator. This time Ling Tian directly pressed the button for the 27th floor. Indeed, Ling Tian was poised to challenge a B grade secret realm typically only ventured into by Earth-tier martial artists. Now for Ling Tian, any C-level secret realms and the weaker B-level ones had become irrelevant. He only had eyes for the challenging sections of the B-level secret realms. Normally each level of the secret realm is divided into 3 sub-levels. For instance, B-level secret realms are categorized into easy, normal and difficult. The Celestial Beast Forest, which Ling Tian had just conquered, was a C-level realm on the difficult setting. Now Ling Tian was directly heading to the 27th floor to challenge a B-level realm of difficult complexity. On the 27th floor of the trial tower, there were 5 teleportation circles, each representing the entrance to a different secret realm. Among the 5 B-level realms, there was one known as the Blood Forbidden Land. Inside this realm, there resided a dominant beast, the Blood Spirit Dragon. By slaying the Blood Spirit Dragon, one could absorb its dragon blood, which not only enhances the physical strength of an Earth-level martial artist but also improves their cultivation level. Thus, Ling Tian had already decided which realm to enter as he stepped into the elevator. As Ling Tian stepped out of the elevator, the guardian of the teleportation circle spotted him. Ling Tian, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to the hall to collect your reward? Ling Tian was startled. Reward? What reward? You know me? The guardian nodded. Of course I do. Didn't you know? You just broke the record for clearing the Celestial Beast secret realm. According to the Martial Arts Association's rules, breaking a C-level secret realm record entitles you to a condensing chi pill. When you broke the record, the whole Martial Arts Association was notified and I saw your photo on TV. So that was it. Ling Tian also recalled that in the Martial Arts Association there was indeed such a thing as a record for clearing secret realms. He had been lucky to encounter 3 ferocious beasts gathered together, and with the purple extreme tiger leading the way, he avoided getting lost, saving time in searching for the dominant beast. Under such circumstances, breaking the record was quite normal indeed. I'll collect the reward later. Brother, could you help me activate the teleportation circle? I want to take a trip to the Blood Forbidden Land. Hearing Ling Tian's request, the Guardian was stunned. You want to go to the Blood Forbidden Land? Ling Tian nodded. The Guardian looked bewildered. What? Are you crazy? Do you know that the Blood Forbidden Land is a B-level secret realm with difficult challenges? The beasts inside are at least at the 3rd level of Earth grade and the strongest are at the 9th level of Earth grade. You, a Xian level martial artist, want to go there? Have you become too overconfident? Ling Tian merely smiled faintly. Big brother, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look and won't venture deep into the realm. If I cannot defeat the fierce beasts within the secret realm, I will leave at once. Despite this declaration, the guardian of the teleportation array still refused to let Ling Tian enter the Blood Forbidden Land. Just then, a voice echoed around Ling Tian and the Guardian. Emerging from the trial building's elevator was an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit exuding an aura of authority. 2 powerful martial artists followed him, each radiating a strong presence that suggested they were masters of the Xiantian realm. Their every move seemed profoundly inscrutable. The Guardian was startled and quickly exclaimed, "President Bai, good to see you." The elderly man was Bai Xingyuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association in Yundian Province, 6th level of the Xin tier. Bai Xingyuan, recognized as one of the 3 great true martial realm warriors of Yundian Province, had exceptionally powerful spiritual force and immediately discerned Ling Tian's cultivation level. What? Everyone present was shocked upon hearing Bai Xingyuan's words, looking at Ling Tian as if he were a monster. Ling Tian, just a 17-year-old high school student, was at the 6th level of the Xian tier A. Feat unheard of, unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. Ling Tian looked at Bai Xingyuan with respect in his eyes, bowing slightly while maintaining a poised demeanor. Junior has seen Elder Bai before. Ling Tian knew of Bai Xingyuan. In his previous life, when fierce beasts invaded the earth, Bai Xingyuan led humanity in battle against them until the very end, dying in the wave of beasts. Such a person deserved Ling Tian's respect. So you are Ling Tian, truly the pride of Yundian Province. I came to see you to witness our province's top talent and also to give you your record-breaking reward. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, everyone's eyes filled with envy. Others had to claim their rewards themselves, but for Ling Tian, President Bai personally delivered it. Speaking of which, Elder Bai handed a medicine bottle to Ling Tian. This is a 3rd-grade top-quality qi condensation pill. Taking it should help you break through. Accept it. A flicker of joy passed through Ling Tian's eyes as he took the elixir without any pretense. Thank you, Elder Bai. Elder Bai smiled slightly. Don't mention it. This is the reward you deserve for breaking the record. Ling Tian, are you planning to enter the Blood Forbidden Land for trial? Ling Tian nodded. Indeed, Elder Bai, rest assured, even if I can't defeat the fierce beasts of the Blood Forbidden Land, I have means to retreat safely. Elder Bai shook his head. I'm not here to stop you. But even though you are the pride of Yundian Province, the Blood Forbidden Land is still dangerous for you. If you decide to go, you should take this qi condensation pill first. It can help enhance your strength. A little more power gives you a better chance, don't you agree? Ling Tian nodded again without refusal and swallowed the qi condensation pill from the bottle. Everyone looked on with envy. Such a pill was worth nearly 10 million and was priceless, yet it was given to Ling Tian. As they were still envying Ling Tian, a surge of energy burst forth and Ling Tian's aura climbed rapidly, doubling in strength. Mystic 7th level, he broke through just like that. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. You see, even for a mighty Earth-level warrior, fully absorbing and refining a 3rd-grade top-tier qi condensation pill to achieve a breakthrough would at least require half a month. For those of average talent, it wouldn't be surprising if they needed a month to absorb and refine it. However, Ling Tian, after swallowing the pill, took less than a few seconds to break through. Another powerful wave of energy surged from Ling Tian's body, his aura soaring once again. Soon after, his cultivation jumped directly from the Mystic 7th level to the Mystic 8th level. Had he really broken through? A Grandmaster level warrior next to Elder Bai couldn't help but roar aloud. They had never seen anyone break through so effortlessly. It was as easy as eating or drinking with absolutely no difficulty involved. Even Elder Bai himself was utterly shocked, his mouth agape in an exaggerated expression. Yet Ling Tian appeared completely calm, as if he had done something very ordinary. Elder Bai, I have absorbed and refined the qi condensation pill. May I enter now? Hearing Ling Tian's words, Bai Xingyuan finally snapped out of his astonishment. Ha! Suddenly, Bai Xingyuan burst into laughter. I can't believe you can absorb the medicinal power of a pill in an instant and achieve a breakthrough. Now I understand why you, at such a young age, possess such cultivation. Alright, go, try your strength in the Bloodlands. Sometimes strong practical experience is more important than powerful cultivation. Hearing Elder Bai's words, Ling Tian nodded. Then Junior will take his leave first. I shall visit again after returning from the secret realm. Saying this, he approached the secret realm's teleportation array and paid the 100,000 yuan activation fee. As the light brightened, Ling Tian's figure vanished from the teleportation array. It was only after Ling Tian had left that everyone recovered from their shock. A master-level warrior beside Elder Bai asked worriedly. Elder Bai, Ling Tian is indeed an exceptional genius, but he is still only a mystic-level martial artist. Is it really okay to let him enter the Bloodlands? Elder Bai shook his head. Do not underestimate Ling Tian. He is a possessor of dual SS tier talents. His strength is beyond your imagination. Even though he is only at the mystic 8th level, I estimate that even Earth-level warriors of the 6th or 7th level would not be his match. Dual SS tier. Wasn't it dual S tier? Upon hearing Bai Jianyuan's words, everyone was stunned. That was almost a month ago. When Ling Tian broke through to the mystic 1st level, his life transformed, his talent evolved, and his ability level has reached SS tier. Mayor Li Yuntian told me so. Rest assured, Ling Tian, though not a match for those fierce beasts within the Scarlet Secret Realm, has more than enough ability to protect himself. Meanwhile, within the Scarlet Secret Realm, Ling Tian looked around. The entire secret realm was enveloped in a blood-red sky, and the ground was littered with withered trees. A thick scent of blood permeated the air. Suddenly, a huge black shadow moved towards him. A massive blood-red python 15 meters long charged at Ling Tian. Its terrifying aura, like a torrent, instantly overwhelmed him. Ling Tian remained calm, gripping his Qi Yang battle saber tightly in his hand. With a swift draw of his blade, a whooshing sound pierced the air. The blade's light streaked across like a shooting star. In an instant, blood splattered as the blade sliced through flesh. The giant head of the blood-red python fell to the ground. It was a one-strike kill. Ling Tian looked helplessly at the corpse of the blood-red python. The strength of this python was equivalent to a 5th-level Earth-tier martial artist. However, Ling Tian had used only 30% of his strength to kill it instantly. How could this possibly test his own strength? Ling Tian proceeded deeper into the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, activating his limitless heavenly fire. Flames erupted continuously from his body, lifting him slightly off the ground. Hovering 3 to 4 meters above the ground, he moved swiftly, rocketing forward with incredible speed, stirring a significant disturbance as he went. Ling Tian was not afraid to attract those fierce beasts. The commotion quickly drew the attention of nearby predators, the blood python, the red flame blood wolf, and the scarlet goblin king. They surged towards him from all directions, arriving near Ling Tian in less than 3 minutes. Ling Tian activated his extreme path dual pupils. His insight surged, and within a 1,000-meter radius everything came under his control, even the ground-dwelling reptiles. There were 15 fierce beasts in total, 3 at the 8th level of Earth tier, 6 at the 7th level, and 6 at the 6th level. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian charged at the 3 8th level Earth tier beasts. Blood energy burst forth, and his true essence condensed above his head. 28 blood energy stars twinkled, with the king of the blood energy stars shining the brightest like a sovereign ruler. Ling Tian swung his saber, and blood energy mixed with true essence formed a crescent-shaped blood-colored saber chi. As the saber chi tore through the air, it grew upon contact with the wind, expanding to 15 meters in an instant. Blood sprayed as the saber chi slashed through the 3 8th level Earth tier beasts, cutting them in half. The remaining 12 beasts were dumbfounded. They had not expected that Ling Tian, who seemed no stronger than a 2nd-tier fierce beast, could instantly kill 3 8th-tier monsters. They lost their courage to fight and thought of fleeing. However, Ling Tian did not give them the chance. He charged forward like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, rampaging through without even using his special abilities. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining 12 fierce beasts were all dead. But this was not enough. It was utterly insufficient. Ling Tian felt incredibly frustrated. He had thought that the 8th level Earth tier beasts could test his limit in combat without using his special abilities. Yet even these beasts were instantly killed, barely a challenge at all. Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems that only the dominant beasts of the Blood Forbidden Zone can be of use to me. Ling Tian began to collect the bodies of the beasts he had slain. Soon after, he conjured a massive sphere of Warji heavenly fire. With a loud boom, the fireball hit the ground, instantly melting it and creating a pit 6 to 7 meters in diameter. Ling Tian threw all the beast corpses into the pit. Then He set the corpses ablaze with the Wuji heavenly fire. A rich and intense aroma of meat wafted through the air, spreading the enticing scent all around. Beasts, attracted by the smell, started to converge on the location from all directions. Stop! At that moment a scolding voice echoed in Ling Tian's ears. A team of 4 appeared before him, each of them a 9th-level Earth-tier martial artist. The leader was a fiery woman dressed in a red battle suit, her figure seductive and striking. It was clear that they too had come to the blood-forbidden zone for training. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what you're doing?" the woman angrily shouted at Ling Tian. Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, "I'm just having a barbecue, what else? Can't you see?" The woman instantly became furious. "Idiot, do you realize that this smell will attract the nearby beasts? It might even lure the 2 sovereign beasts of the blood-forbidden zone, the blood spirit dragons. Do you want to die?" Despite being a 3rd-tier peak beast, the blood spirit dragon is a mighty dragon, a fight not even an average 3rd-level heaven-tier master could handle. "Do you understand?" Ling Tian shook his head lightly. "This has nothing to do with you. If you're scared, you can leave. Why do you care so much about what I'm doing? Are you the boss here?" This infuriated the woman in red. "You." However, at that moment numerous roars of beasts echoed through the secret realm. The woman in red wanted to lecture Ling Tian further, but the martial artist behind her grabbed her hand. "Lian, we need to go now, the beasts are gathering." With that, the group hurriedly fled the scene. However, they hadn't gone far when they were stunned to find themselves surrounded by over 200 beasts rushing towards them from all directions. Among these, there were more than a dozen beasts at the 3rd-tier 8th level. The team of 4, trembling, felt utterly helpless as despair set in. The woman in red stared at Ling Tian and burst into a tirade of curses. "I must be cursed to have encountered such a damned brat like you. Didn't your parents ever teach you to keep a low profile? You've gotten us all killed." Originally their group of 4 had only come to the blood-forbidden zone to gather some medicinal herbs. They had never intended to kill 2 blood spirit dragons or to break through the secret realm. However, they had run into Ling Tian, the unfortunate child who decided to barbecue nearby, attracting over 200 ferocious beasts. As the woman in red was about to continue her scolding, there was a loud bang. In an instant Ling Tian's energy erupted and his true essence swirled around him. Whirling and swirling beads of blood energy stars continually emerged around him. Ling Tian stamped his feet on the ground, shattering it, and propelled forward. His robust and intense blood energy formed a torrent, sweeping everything before him. Ling Tian, like a bolt of lightning, charged into the group of beasts. His red sun's saber radiated a red glow. Splatter, 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 blood sprayed like fountains, forming large crimson lotuses blooming upon the earth. Whether they were level 8 or level 6 beasts, Ling Tian cut them down with a single slash at the waist. The beasts' howls of agony echoed around. Ling Tian, like a peerless death god from hell, had slain over 40 beasts in less than half a minute. No beast could withstand a single strike from him. In a moment the woman in red and her team were dumbstruck. "Captain, am I dreaming?" a 9th-tier Earth-level expert asked the woman in red, his face filled with confusion. The woman in red shook her head blankly. "I don't know either." What shocked them wasn't just Ling Tian's terrifying combat prowess. What shocked them the most was the 28 blood energy stars around Ling Tian. One of the team members asked, "Captain, how many blood energy stars can a martial artist condense at most?" The woman in red, still stunned, replied, "Theoretically, by unlocking 108 meridians, one can condense up to 27 blood energy stars. And currently, how many meridians have been known to be unlocked and how many blood energy stars condensed?" She continued in a daze. "The most known are 107 meridians, condensing 26 blood energy stars. So why do I see 28 on him? What the hell is going on? And what's with that coconut-sized blood energy star above his head? Can a blood energy star be that big?" The crowd roared. They too wanted to know why. Despite their questions and shock, Ling Tian seemed unimpressed because these beasts were still too weak to test his strength, and continuing to fight was just a waste of time. Just then, an intensely hot temperature spread from Ling Tian. The Wuji heavenly fire erupted, swirling like a tornado. The space around seemed to tremble slightly. The boundless fire territory, the great flame dragon formation, Ling Tian shouted angrily, and in an instant boundless flames spread, burning with the ferocity of boiling seas. This time, Ling Tian's boundless fire territory expanded from 15 by 15 meters to 20 by 20 meters. The flames roared sky-high and the dragons bellowed. The beasts wailed as the flames engulfed them, leaving nothing but charred remains and ashes. In less than a minute, over 200 ferocious beasts lay dead, yet Ling Tian remained utterly composed, casually tossing the carcasses of these beasts into a large pit. He then resumed his barbecuing, the aroma of the meat growing increasingly rich. The four-member team led by the woman in red was completely dumbfounded. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. A young man whose cultivation aura had not even reached the earth level had slaughtered over 200 third-tier high-level ferocious beasts in about a minute? Just then a tremendous dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth, the sound waves vibrating and swallowing the void. A terrifying and violent aura, like an invisible tsunami, swept across in an instant, shaking the very fabric of the void and plunging onlookers into despair. At the source of the sound, 200 meters into the void, two massive figures appeared. They were blood-red lizards with wings, their bodies emanating a fierce aura that caused the woman in red and her team to tremble uncontrollably. These were the blood spirit dragons, the tyrannical beasts of the blood-forbidden land. The team led by Hong Lian screamed in terror upon sensing the presence of the blood spirit dragons. Their faces were filled with horror. Blood spirit dragons, after all, were third-tier ferocious beasts with the combat power of a heavenly warrior. Had they finally arrived? Ling Tian looked up towards the void, a smile creeping onto his face. His eyes brimmed with endless fighting spirit. "Captain, that kid is smiling," shouted one of the earth-level warriors to the woman in red. Everyone saw the smile on Ling Tian's face and was stunned. Could it be that he intended to fight the blood spirit dragons? The thought was immature and unbelievable, but it was correct. Suddenly, under Ling Tian's feet, endless heavenly fire erupted, and with terrifying power he charged into the void. Like a meteor breaking through the sky, his movement resonated with a whoosh. In an instant he was face to face with the blood spirit dragon. Ling Tian swung his red sun battle saber, cleaving fiercely. His energy and vital essence were pushed to the extreme. The sound of the saber rang out all around. The blood spirit dragon extended its sharp claws, grasping towards the battle saber. Clang! A clear sound of metal striking metal echoed through the void. The powerful force impacted Ling Tian's red sun battle saber, then transmitted to his body, causing him to feel a numbness. Ling Tian had no time to react as the other blood spirit dragon swung its massive tail towards him. He quickly defended himself, positioning the saber sideways against his body. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion. Ling Tian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. He slid almost 100 meters before coming to a stop. "This kid is crazy," everyone stared at Ling Tian in shock. Despite lacking even an earth-level cultivation, he daringly confronted two blood spirit dragons, each as powerful as a heaven-level martial artist. Just when everyone thought Ling Tian was severely injured, he swiftly stood up. With a casual spit of blood, he sustained only minor injuries, his eyes flashing with increasing excitement. Indeed, Ling Tian had finally tested his own strength, managing to surpass 10 minor levels without using his innate abilities, coming infinitely close to the 11th level. His power was slightly less than that of a typical heaven-level martial artist, but it was close enough. Ling Tian, with a smile on his face, was ready to test his combat strength with his innate abilities included. In an instant the Wuji heavenly fire erupted. Ling Tian transformed into a flame god of war. The Wuji heavenly fire condensed into a fiery battle armor covering his entire body. Heat waves rolled fiercely, engulfing the surrounding space, causing it to distort slightly. Without any hesitation, Ling Tian stomped on the ground, causing flames to burst forth from beneath his feet as he soared into the sky once again. He immediately launched a martial technique, the 9 Extreme Fiery Slash. The fourth move, 8 Directions Annihilation, cleaved through the air, creating a terrifying 20-meter long cross-shaped flame slash that charged directly at the two blood spirit dragons. The blood spirit dragons responded by spewing out dragon's breath towards the cross-shaped flames. With a thunderous boom, the forces collided evenly. In an instant, Ling Tian surged above the heads of the two blood spirit dragons, and with a slash, the blade light cascaded down powerfully. The 9 Extreme Fiery Slash, the fifth form, Fiery Heaven Incineration, unleashed endless flames, crushing down on the bodies of the blood spirit dragons like a heavenly waterfall, accompanied by agonized roars. The scent of charred flesh emanated from the dragons as they plummeted towards the void. Enraged, the blood spirit dragons tried to retaliate, but Ling Tian's attacks, like a relentless avalanche, erupted layer upon layer. The 9 Extreme Fiery Slash, the sixth form, Void Ashes Annihilation, transformed the blade energy into a wave of fire that instantly cleaved through. Blood sprayed like raindrops from the void as one blood spirit dragon's head was instantly severed, its body crashing heavily to the ground. The four women in red were completely dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed the most inconceivable event in the world. Did he kill the blood spirit dragon? the women in red stammered as they watched Ling Tian, who still wore a face of longing for more. The combat power of the Blood Spirit Dragon was at the limit of a heaven-level third-tier martial artist. However, after deploying the 9 Heavens Fire, Ling Tian easily slaughtered it, implying that his true combat strength was at least at the 4th or 5th tier of the heaven level. Moreover, this was without using his extreme path double pupils and Woji Heavenly Fire simultaneously. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, a roar erupted. The other Blood Spirit Dragon, seeing its companion slain, let out a painful scream. Sound waves vibrated, impacting the surrounding air and creating ripples. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Not good. It's the Blood Spirit Dragon's innate ability, Supreme Beast Command. The women in red were not new to the Blood Forbidden Land. Before entering, they had also purchased a guide to the secrets of the Blood Forbidden Land. The Blood Spirit Dragon, besides possessing a formidable physical form, also held 2 innate abilities. The first was the Dragon's Breath, and the second, the Command of All Beasts. Once activated, the Command of All Beasts allowed the Blood Spirit Dragon to issue orders through its voice. Every beast that heard its commanding voice would unconditionally submit to the dragon's will and obey its commands. The entire Blood Forbidden Zone was home to thousands of third-tier beasts. This meant that under the summon of the Command of All Beasts, nearly half of the beasts in the Blood Forbidden Zone would converge. With a roar, in an instant, the angry howls of hundreds of beasts echoed from all directions. These sound waves transformed into a sonic wave, instantly impacting the entire void and shaking the very earth and sky around it. It was like an invisible tsunami engulfing Ling Tian and the women in red. The ground trembled incessantly with a thunderous rumble. In less than the time it took for 10 breaths, everyone could see shadows of ferocious beasts moving towards them from all directions. The sky and the earth were filled with the sounds of these creatures, and the violent, bloody aura grew increasingly intense. However, this was not the most despairing sight. They saw a crystal core the size of a watermelon fly out from the head of the slain Blood Spirit Dragon. The core hovered in the void, radiating a dazzling and brilliant light. Soon after, everyone saw cracks begin to form on the blood-colored crystal core, as a violent and immensely powerful energy burst forth from it. With a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens and earth, the crystal core detonated like a nuclear bomb. The powerful residual energy waves turned into a shockwave, pushing outward and annihilating the air around it, tearing a massive spatial hole in the void. Within this spatial hole surged an energy not of this world, followed by the descent of a blood-colored gas that rapidly spread near Ling Tian and his companions. No! The woman in red screamed in horror. The explosion of the Blood Spirit Dragon's crystal core had temporarily breached the spatial barriers, opening a temporal gateway to the world of ferocious beasts. The energy from the world of beasts had entered the Blood Forbidden Zone. Hearing the woman in red scream, everyone was stunned, their faces turning deathly pale with fear. Around them, over 600 ferocious beasts had already gathered. The woman in red and her companions dared not flee, believing that if they approached the beasts, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds without hesitation. At this moment, the red gas acted like a deadly lure to the fierce beasts. As they entered the gas, their eyes revealed a look of enjoyment and greed, madly absorbing the energy within it. Particularly, the Blood Spirit Dragon that remained in the sky was frantically consuming the energy of the crimson gas. Roars echoed as the beasts howled, their aura turning wildly ferocious. Suddenly, their eyes all displayed madness. Drip! Drip, drip. At the same time, the alarm in the trial tower suddenly went off. Warning, warning, the Blood Forbidden Zone has entered Berserk Mode. Berserk Mode? What? The people outside the trial tower were all shocked, their eyes wide with astonishment. Bai Jinyuan's expression was extremely grave. What on earth was going on? Why had the Blood Forbidden Zone entered Berserk Mode? Everyone knew that these permanent-type mystic realms, once threatened with destruction, would activate their Berserk Mode. Once in Berserk Mode, the strength of all the beasts within the realm would surge, increasing by at least 3 levels. Normally, if the difficulty level of the Blood Forbidden Zone was already hard, now it had escalated to hellish difficulty. The most despairing fact was that the Berserk Mode was a type of protective mechanism of the mystic realm. Once it was activated, only the humans inside the mystic realm could escape, while those outside could not enter the Blood Forbidden Zone. It's over, even Bai Jinyuan, who was usually calm and composed, began to panic. If it had been any other time, even if the mystic realm had entered Berserk Mode, he would not have been so anxious. However, the current situation in the Blood Forbidden Zone was dire, with Ling Tian, a national top scholar and the pride of Yundian province, as well as the president of the Martial Arts Association, inside. If Ling Tian were to die inside the mystic realm, the responsibility Bai Jinyuan would have to bear was unimaginable. Quick, quick, notify the warriors inside the mystic realm to retreat quickly. Following that, the staff of the Martial Arts Association took out a dimensional transmission stone, embedded it in the broadcast system, and activated the teleportation array. Alarm, alarm, the blood forbidden zone has entered berserk mode, please evacuate swiftly and completely. Through the broadcast of the dimensional transmission stone, the message reached all the warriors inside the blood forbidden zone, including Ling Tian, totaling 36 people. Upon hearing the alarm, all except Ling Tian showed a look of terror. Are we going to perish here? The red-clothed lady squad was nearly breaking down. They wanted to evacuate, but they were completely surrounded by fierce beasts, madly absorbing the crimson gas. They feared approaching any of the beasts, not knowing how they might die. Boom, 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 strong waves of energy continuously echoed around them. One by one, the beast's strength was increasing, their overall power had risen by 2 levels. The most monstrous of them all was the Blood Spirit Dragon. At that moment, the aura of the Blood Spirit Dragon reached an unprecedented level, breaking through the constraints of a 3rd-tier peak. Its strength escalated directly to the 4th tier, level 1. However, this was not the end. In less than 10 seconds, the rank of the Blood Spirit Dragon rose from 4th tier level 1 to level 2. Boom. Finally, when all the crimson energy in the Blood Forbidden Land had dissipated, the aura of the Blood Spirit Dragon had climbed to the 4th tier. Level 3. At 4th tier level 3, it was equivalent to a triple-tier celestial warrior. Being a high-level beast, the Blood Spirit Dragon possessed the ability to fight beyond its tier. Conservatively estimated, its combat power was on par with a celestial warrior of the 5th or even 6th tier. However, facing the formidable aura of the Blood Spirit Dragon, Ling Tian was not frightened in the slightest. Instead, he shouted in excitement, "Roar!" accompanied by the angry roar of the Blood Spirit Dragon. Hundreds of ferocious beasts charged towards Ling Tian. The sound was deafening, shaking everyone's spirits. Meanwhile, many warriors continued to flee from the Blood Forbidden Land. Inside the trial tower, as warriors continuously emerged from the teleportation formation, Ling Tian was nowhere to be seen. Where is Ling Tian? Where is Ling Tian? Bai Jinyuan shouted anxiously, grabbing a warrior who had just exited the Blood Forbidden area. He asked loudly, "Have you seen Ling Tian?" 17 or 18-year-old youth. Everyone shook their heads, equally puzzled. A 17 or 18-year-old, no matter how powerful, was assumed to only have the strength of the yellow tier. How could he have entered the Blood Forbidden Land, a B-tier secret realm? Disaster struck. This time, if Ling Tian encountered life-threatening danger in the Blood Forbidden Land, not only Bai Jinyuan would be held responsible, but the entire Martial Arts Association would be implicated. Because only Bai Jinyuan knew that Ling Tian's identity wasn't just that of a national top high school student. Ling Tian's grandfather was a member of the Military God Hall, a holder of the War God Order. If Ling Tian's grandfather were to investigate, everyone would be doomed. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Forbidden Land, Ling Tian was filled with excitement and madness. His body surged with energy waves, and his limitless heavenly fire burned intensely. Facing over 600 ferocious beasts, he felt no fear at all. Among the 600 beasts, the strongest was the Blood Spirit Dragon, conservatively equivalent to a celestial warrior of the 5th tier. The other fierce beasts, the most powerful among them, reached 4th tier level 2, equivalent to a celestial warrior of the 2nd tier. The weakest were all at the 3rd tier level 9. With a whoosh, Ling Tian unleashed his full firepower. A sea of flames burst forth as he roared, and in an instant a wave of heat swept through. A colossal domain of flames spanning 20 by 20 erupted violently. From the searing inferno, 9 massive fire dragons, each stretching over 10 meters long, coalesced and writhed. They intertwined and tore at each other within the domain, their roars merging with the cries of the fierce beasts. It was like witnessing 2 titanic waves clashing at the same moment, a fierce battle illuminated by flashes of lightning. Only creatures of the 4th tier could withstand Ling Tian's martial technique, the heavenly fire. Those below the 4th tier, upon contact with Ling Tian's boundless heavenly fire, were instantly incinerated to death. Ling Tian, wielding the red sun saber, executed the 9 extreme flames slash and the 8 desolation ashes annihilation. His figure rocket-like surged forward, sweeping across the battlefield with a terrifying fiery saber chi that extended over 20 meters in the void. The sound of slicing through flesh was relentless as blood splattered like a gruesome dance of death. even the beasts of the 4th tier and 2nd level were no match for Ling Tian. A single hit from him was lethal. Blood burst forth like crimson lotuses blooming ceaselessly upon the earth with droplets of blood raining densely. In this carnage, Ling Tian was like a blood-soaked demon cutting down beast after beast as if they were mere vegetables under his blade. At that moment the blood spirit dragon roared loudly. Its wings shook, causing the air to explode as it shot towards Ling Tian at high speed. Excitement filled Ling Tian's face as he gripped the red sun saber with true essence and flames swirling around the blade. He unleashed the final move of the 9 extreme flame slash. The terrifying force started from his feet, amplifying through his waist and transferring to his arms, his entire body arching like a crescent moon bow. Then, the saber chi shot out like an arrow loosed from a bow, rapidly expanding to almost 25 meters. The blood spirit dragon unleashed its dragon's breath, a blood-colored beam that shattered the void as it collided with Ling Tian's attack. A thunderous explosion ensued, the breath and saber chi shattering each other, sending massive shockwaves in all directions, stirring up a huge cloud of dust on the ground. Both Ling Tian and the blood spirit dragon were hit by the shockwaves, the dragon's body trembling slightly while Ling Tian was forced back several meters. Exciting, Ling Tian shouted, his voice full of exhilaration as the red-clothed woman and others looked on in dumbfounded amazement. Despite being less than a terror-ranked martial artist, Ling Tian had just exchanged blows with a blood spirit dragon of celestial quintuple level strength without sustaining injuries, understanding now that his true fighting power when unleashing the full force of the boundless heavenly fire was comparable to that of a celestial quintuple level warrior, albeit slightly weaker than the current blood spirit dragon. He had leaped over 10 levels in strength. Just as he steadied himself, 8 ferocious beasts charged towards Ling Tian. Instantly Ling Tian's 8 fire dragons rushed towards these menacing creatures, entangling them in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the blood spirit dragon approached nearby, confronting Ling Tian's final fire dragon. With a ferocious roar, the blood spirit dragon raised its immense claw and struck down. With a loud boom, the fire dragon, formed from the boundless heavenly fire, was shattered by the blood spirit dragon's powerful swipe. In that moment, a massive surge of blood energy gathered in the mouth of the blood spirit dragon. The dragon's breath erupted once again, blasting a beam of blood-red light towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian bellowed in response. Endless flames wrapped around his red sun battle saber as he thrust it into the ground. Under the concentration of the boundless heavenly fire, a massive shield of flames formed instantly. The shield cracked and crumbled layer by layer with a thunderous rumble. As the fiery shield shattered, the residual waves from the dragon's breath impacted Ling Tian's body. He was flung backward like a kite with its string cut, retreating over a dozen meters before spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. It's over. That boy is no match for the blood spirit dragon, the woman in red and her companions cried out in despair. As Ling Tian crashed to the ground, the blood spirit dragon swooped down from the sky, landing right in front of him. Then, with a massive swing of its tail, it smacked down heavily onto Ling Tian's body. The immense pressure seemed to dent the very air around them, and it appeared that Ling Tian would be struck imminently. It's over, the 4 in red screamed in agony, but Ling Tian merely grinned. A terrifying aura of destruction burst from his eyes. His right pupil, entwined with black flames, activated the supreme twin pupils. Destruction, Ling Tian roared angrily. In an instant, a beam of black destructive energy, immensely domineering, shot out from his eyes. The speed was incredibly fast and the aura was suffocating, bringing despair. The blood spirit dragon instantly sensed the danger, but it was too late to evade. As the black energy beam made contact, the blood spirit dragon let out a painful roar. Its flesh disintegrated inch by inch and it heavily crashed to the ground. In a moment, a third of the blood spirit dragon's flesh was gone, and at the edges of the vanished flesh not even blood could flow. Exhausted, Ling Tian also felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. However, Ling Tian was filled with unparalleled excitement and thrill. In a flash, he unleashed the destructive light once more. Originally, Ling Tian could only use this attack once, but after advancing to the Shen level and condensing 28 blood energy stars, his energy surged. His spiritual and physical strength became nearly 10 times greater than that of his peers. This allowed Ling Tian to execute the destructive light 5 times in a row. His pupils dilated instantly. A sense of mortal danger flooded his mind, and the blood spirit dragon, sensing the crisis, immediately flapped its wings to flee. But just as the blood spirit dragon began to take flight, a tyrannical black light beam engulfed its head. In an instant, its head vanished without a trace, along with a dozen other ferocious beasts behind it, their bodies pierced by the destructive beam and then collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? everyone was utterly stunned. The woman in red and the others felt as if they were dreaming. The remaining ferocious beasts halted their movements, staring blankly at Ling Tian, unable to believe this reality. The blood spirit dragon's head had been blown apart by Ling Tian. Moreover, this battle allowed Ling Tian to gauge his current strength. Although he was only at the 8th level of the Xian tier, even a warrior at the 6th level of the heavenly tier would struggle to evade his destroying light. Under his full power, even an average heavenly tier 6 warrior could be slain by him. Only those above the 7th level of the heavenly tier posed a threat to Ling Tian's life. Of course, this was only true for those warriors who lacked the ability to fight across levels. At this moment, Ling Tian's combat ability had leapt across 17 levels. Normally, a warrior awakened with an SS tier talent could at most leap across 9 or 10 levels, but now Ling Tian had surpassed 17 levels. Yet Ling Tian did not relax. There were still over 500 ferocious beasts around. The battle with the blood spirit dragon had already drained much of his strength. It's over, it's over. There's no word from Ling Tian that kid might actually die in there. Just at that moment, President Bai Jinyuan was so anxious he nearly jumped up. He deeply regretted allowing Ling Tian to enter the blood forbidden zone. Suddenly an announcement echoed, "Congratulations to warrior Ling Tian for slaying the sovereign beast of the blood forbidden zone, the blood spirit dragon, successfully clearing the blood forbidden zone in berserk mode and breaking the record with a time of 2 hours and 20 minutes. What? Instantly, Bai Jinyuan and the other warriors in the trial tower were dumbfounded. The entire trial tower fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath, wondering if they had misheard. But the broadcast repeated the announcement. After the announcement, joyous music burst from the speakers of the entire trial tower. Ding ding ding, good luck to you, I wish you good luck. Bai Jinyuan roared, the expressions on everyone's faces exaggerated as if they had eaten something unsavory. They were sure they hadn't heard wrong. Ling Tian had indeed cleared the berserk mode of the blood forbidden zone and even broke the record. It's a lie, this must be a lie. The crowd erupted into an uproar as a martial artist of merely the 8th rank of the Xin level managed to conquer a domain equivalent to an A-level difficulty, slaying the 4th tier ferocious beast, the blood spirit dragon. The entire martial arts association was in chaos, with everyone's expressions more vivid than the last. Amidst the roaring crowd, the broadcast announcement rang out again, congratulating the martial artist Ling Tian. I'm not dreaming. Bai Jinyuan couldn't help but roar as well. No one knew exactly how Ling Tian had achieved this feat. However, one thing was certain, Ling Tian was not dead. Since he hadn't died, and since the overlord beast of the blood forbidden land had been slain by him, it meant that other ferocious beasts could no longer pose a threat to Ling Tian. He could leave the blood forbidden land alive. Within the blood forbidden land, facing over 500 ferocious beasts, Ling Tian showed no signs of nervousness. He charged straight to the first blood spirit dragon he had slain. Biting into the dragon's neck, he drank its blood in large gulps. The surging energy within the dragon's blood entered Ling Tian's body and was instantly absorbed. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian's condition returned to its peak. But that was not all. The red-dressed female squad, utterly bewildered, watched as Ling Tian continuously swallowed the dragon blood. Then, with a booming sound, a wave of air spread out from Ling Tian. His cultivation level soared directly from the 8th rank of the Xin level to the 9th. The red-dressed women screamed in shock, feeling as if they were dreaming. Ling Tian, who had slain the 4th tier blood spirit dragon, was just a martial artist below the earth level? Impossible, he couldn't just be a Xian level martial artist. If he was, then what were they even witnessing? The faces of the red-dressed women were filled with confusion, but everyone felt the aura of Ling Tian's breakthrough. No matter how skilled a martial artist was at hiding their cultivation level, they couldn't conceal it during an actual breakthrough. The red-dressed women confirmed that Ling Tian was indeed at the 9th rank of the Xian level. Dumbfounded, one of them spoke up, "Stop fooling around all the time." At that moment, Ling Tian's terrifying aura erupted, likely due to swallowing the blood spirit dragon's blood. His body faintly emanated a dragon's might. Coupled with the death of the blood spirit dragon, the other ferocious beasts also snapped out of their daze under the command of the beast leader's skill, revealing panic in their eyes. Some were even preparing to flee. Ling Tian's aura surged, reaching its peak. He activated the boundless heavenly fire and flames exploded. The endless fire domain expanded once again, covering a new range of 21 by 21 meters. Waves of terrifying flames continuously surged forward, transforming Ling Tian into a merciless killing machine. Heat waves swept through the land, leaving chaos in their wake. in less than a minute over 100 ferocious beasts turned to ashes. Even those that had reached the formidable fourth rank perished without exception. Ling Tian's spiritual energy and supernatural powers flowed endlessly, seemingly inexhaustible. Terrified, the remaining beasts scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace in less than 3 minutes. Ling Tian ceased his slaughter. He knew that after the frenzy mode in the secret realm, the power within these creatures would gradually return to its original level. Even if he continued to kill, more beasts would be transported from another dimension into the Crimson Forbidden Area. Thus Ling Tian stopped his onslaught. Using the boundless celestial fire, Ling Tian blasted a large pit into the ground. He then placed the bodies of 2 blood spirit dragons together and began to drain their blood. In less than 10 minutes, a blood pool measuring 3 by 3 meters had formed in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Tian leapt into the pool, immediately absorbing the dragon blood within. His extraordinary absorption rate transformed the blood pool into a massive vortex with Ling Tian at its center. Endless dragon blood surged into his body. At this moment, the power within Ling Tian reached a critical point. He quickly took out a bottle from his pocket. It was the Xian Spirit Essence liquid he had obtained earlier in the Great Wilderness Secret Realm. Now Ling Tian could consume the second bottle of Xian Spirit Essence liquid. As one advances from the Xian level to the Earth level, one undergoes a second transformation in the essence of life. During this transformation, some warriors awaken supernatural talents, and those with awakened talents have a slim chance to evolve these abilities. Now, as Ling Tian was about to break through to the Earth level, the Xian Spirit Essence liquid, a spiritual treasure, offered him more than a 70% chance of evolving his Extreme Path twin pupils, which were already at the peak of SS grade. Ling Tian opened the bottle of Xian Spirit Essence liquid and drank it all in one go. Immediately, terrifying waves of energy emanated from his body. A destructive force mixed with horrifying aftershocks stirred within the blood pool. Ling Tian's aura climbed higher and higher. He felt every one of his nearly 18 billion cells dancing and cheering. At this moment, Ling Tian was like a god of destruction, mastering life and death. In the void above, the winds surged, and clouds covered the sky in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, with ceaseless torrents of lightning weaving through the dark clouds, which seemed like a vast black sea ready to fall from the sky at any moment. A group of 4 women in red robes screamed in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What in the world was happening? Everyone was completely baffled, unable to grasp what was happening. Just then, amidst the void, the dark clouds started breaking inch by inch. Beams of 9-colored radiance descended continuously, carrying an auspicious aura. The howling winds seemed to carry the sound of phoenix cries. This 9-colored radiance eventually enveloped Ling Tian. This extraordinary phenomenon lasted for a full 3 days, and on that day, boom, Ling Tian's aura exploded. In just that instant, Ling Tian's cultivation level leaped directly from the 9th level of the profound grade to the 1st level of the Earth grade. Earth grade level 1, he had actually broken through to Earth grade level 1, the 4-member team roared out loud. The woman in red almost screamed, her throat hoarse. I understand. Breaking through to the Earth grade, he has welcomed a second life transformation. His special ability has evolved, a heavenly auspicious sign, the 9-colored radiance. It's the birth of an SSS grade ability. What, an SSS ability? Everyone screamed out loud, struck by disbelief. It's important to note that in the entire Dragon Nation, among billions of martial artists, fewer than 10 had awakened SSS grade abilities, and now, before their very eyes, an individual with an SSS grade talent was awakening. Ling Tian, crazily absorbing the dragon blood from the blood pool, and the Xian Spirit spiritual liquid was also being absorbed frantically. Ling Tian's spiritual power and cultivation level climbed continuously. In that very instant, Ling Tian opened his eyes. His left eye like a 9-colored vortex, beguiling all creation as if he was the supreme ruler, his right eye entwined with black flames, tyrannically unparalleled, annihilating everything. The ultimate dual pupils finally evolved. Leaping from an SS grade, he evolved into an SSS grade, the path-destroying dual pupils. Even the great Tao under these eyes would also be destroyed. Thud, the 4 people, including the woman in red, merely by meeting Ling Tian's gaze, felt a sense of despair engulf them. It was a fear stemming from the deepest recesses of their souls. Almost simultaneously, they knelt on the ground, as if their souls were submitting. They couldn't help but kneel down. Meanwhile, the dragon blood in the blood pool visibly disappeared at a rapid pace. Ling Tian's cultivation level soared dramatically. Bang, bang, the sounds resonated like beating drums. Earth grade level 2, Earth grade level 3, Earth grade level 4, Earth grade level 5, Ling Tian in one breath broke through 5 levels. At this moment Ling Tian felt himself incredibly powerful. Ling Tian also began to assess his own power. Now his strength had reached the 5th level of the Earth grade. Back when he was a quasi-martial artist, Ling Tian had successfully opened up 109 meridians. Ling Tian's vitality and the true essence he had condensed were 100 times that of a martial artist of the same level. Furthermore, the purity of his true essence was about 10 times that of his peers. This gave Ling Tian the strength to surpass and defeat enemies who were a whole major realm above him. Relying solely on his powerful vitality and pure true essence, Ling Tian was capable of battling with a 5th-tier heaven-level warrior. Additionally, his unique talents played a significant role. Presently, Ling Tian possessed 3 kinds of special abilities. His first ability was a healing and recovery talent rated SSS level, possibly even surpassing that. His skills included extraordinary absorption, which could accelerate the absorption and refinement of various powers. Healing and recovery, which allowed absorption, duplication, and the transfer of martial insights and talents from the one being healed. His second ability was the Annihilation Twin Pupils, also rated SSS level. This ability comprised skills such as Mind Controller, which could bewilder the mind, trap people in illusions, and even control or enslave enemies, and Destruction Beam, which possessed a destructive force that affected both the mind and body, formidable and unparalleled. His third talent was the Limitless Heavenly Fire rated SS level. The skills associated with this ability included Flame Attack, where he wielded martial techniques infused with heavenly fire, and Endless Fire Domain, which unleashed a fiery domain that suppressed opponents within its range. The Healing and Recovery ability, however, was not applicable in combat. With the full force of the Limitless Heavenly Fire, Ling Tian's combat power could easily crush 9th-tier heaven level warriors if he deployed his full strength, activating both the Limitless Heavenly Fire and Annihilation Twin Pupils. Even a 3rd-tier innate master could be instantly defeated. Only warriors at the 4th tier of the heaven level could evade attacks from Ling Tian's Annihilation Twin Pupils. Meanwhile, the squad of women in red simply stood staring at Ling Tian, dumbfounded by the aura emanating from him. It was as if his breakthrough was announced with gongs and drums. His level surged, dramatically leaping directly from the 8th tier of the profound level to the 5th tier of the earth level, an unprecedented and unheard of rate of advancement. At that moment, a scorching hot wave of air emanated from Ling Tian, sweeping outwards in all directions. Instantly, the scorching flames of the burning heaven bead sea engulfed the area around Ling Tian, the Endless Fire Domain. In an instant, a massive fiery domain measuring 30 by 30 formed around Ling Tian, within which he seemed to become the sovereign ruler, immensely powerful. Ling Tian then picked up his Crimson Sun battle saber, true essence wrapped around the blade, and with a crackling sound, the saber, unable to withstand the terrifying energy, shattered instantly. Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, a look of helplessness crossing his face. The Crimson Sun battle saber was only a sea-level weapon, yet it had fought alongside him, cutting down many 3rd and even 4th-tier fierce beasts. It was normal for weapons used by Earth-level martial artists to be of B-level, so it was not surprising that the saber had reached its limit. Shaking his head in resignation, Ling Tian realized that he needed to select a new weapon. At his current level, a B-level saber no longer sufficed. At a minimum, he needed an A-level weapon. A good weapon could significantly enhance Ling Tian's combat effectiveness. Glancing around at the blood pool, Ling Tian noted that about 1% of the dragon blood spirit was left. He then turned his gaze to the woman in red. "Do you have any containers I could borrow? I'd like to take these things away." Ling Tian's question finally got a reaction from the 4 people around him. Yes. Yes, a woman in red and her companions walked forward. Then the woman in red looked at Ling Tian. "Hello there, young man. My name is Honglian. May I ask your name?" The admiration and respect were evident in the eyes of Honglian and her group. After all, in a world like this, the strong are respected wherever they go. Ling Tian smiled slightly. "I'm Ling Tian, a senior from Yunqing No. 1 High School." Ling Tian. Honglian and her companions exclaimed in shock. About a month ago, Yundian province was abuzz because a high school student named Ling Tian from Yunqing had become the top scholar in the national high school exam. "Are you that national top scholar from Yunqing, Ling Tian?" Ling Tian smiled again. "Yes," he replied. Honglian and her group were completely dumbfounded. They were all around 25 years old and had already reached the 9th level of the Earth stage, a feat considered genius. among their peers, yet here in front of them was Ling Tian, a mere 17-year-old high school student who not only possessed the 5th level of the Earth stage but also had the combat power to slay 4th-order fierce beasts. This realization made them feel as though their years of cultivation had been pointless. At this moment Honglian took a ring off her hand. Ling Tian, this is my storage ring, you can use it for now and just return it to me when you're done. Ling Tian nodded and observed the storage ring, channeling his spiritual power into it. Inside the ring was a storage space of 2 cubic meters, a remarkable feat for a martial artist who had awakened a space-related talent. Such a storage ring with only 2 cubic meters of space was valued at over 10 million yuan, an amount that highlighted the inconvenience of not having a space-related ability. Ling Tian thought to himself, it seems I need to find a way to awaken a space-related talent. He remembered that in his previous life, thousands of miles away in the dragon capital of the Dragon Nation, there was an SSS rank individual with a space-related talent. This person and Ling Tian's grandfather Ling Genoa were strong contemporaries. It was said that even when this individual was merely a yellow stage martial artist, he possessed an astounding storage space of 100 cubic meters. Unfortunately, due to a sneak attack by an enemy, his core energy was shattered. After reaching the peak of the true martial realm, his cultivation ceased to progress and he never advanced further. After Ling Tian finished his college entrance exam in Longdu, he planned to visit a powerful individual who possessed an SSS tier spatial ability. Ling Tian quickly gathered all the dragon blood he needed. Outside the trial tower, Bai Jinyuan and the others waited anxiously. Once the berserk mode ended, the secret realm would enter a self-protective state, preventing entry. Only when the fierce beasts inside the realm regained their normal strength and their numbers returned to normal could the realm be accessed again. At that moment the teleportation array flickered with light and 5 figures appeared within it. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Bai Jinyuan immediately shouted excitedly, Ling Tian. The moment he saw Ling Tian, Bai Jinyuan and the members of the Martial Arts Association finally let go of the anxiety they had been holding. Ling Tian smiled slightly and then looked towards Bai Jinyuan. Mr. Bai, I'm sorry to have worried you, he said, stepping out of the teleportation array. Bai Jinyuan nodded. It's good that you're back, just good. However, Bai Jinyuan's words were cut off midway and his expression turned incredibly astonished, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Ling Tian, your cultivation level, what happened? Bai Jinyuan roared in shock, his eyes widening as if they might pop out of their sockets. His expression was exceedingly exaggerated. It was then that the other martial artists from the Martial Arts Association noticed. Ling Tian emitted the powerful aura of a Earth-level martial artist, Earth level 5. How could it be? Everyone was astounded, shouting in disbelief, looking at Ling Tian as if he were a monster. They remembered that before Ling Tian entered the Scarlet Forbidden Zone he was only at the 8th level of the Xian level, but now, having returned from the Scarlet Forbidden Zone in less than 4 days, Ling Tian had advanced from the 8th level of the Xian level to the 5th level of the Earth level. How could they believe this was true? No one had ever heard of someone improving so quickly, in 3 days, to advance 6 minor levels. While it might be possible for a yellow-level martial artist to advance 6 minor levels in 3 days, Ling Tian's leap from the Xian to Earth level was astonishingly unprecedented. Suppressing his own shock, Bai Jinyuan asked Ling Tian what exactly had happened in the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. Ling Tian didn't hide anything, sharing how he had slain 2 blood spirit dragons and used their blood for cultivation. Everyone exchanged looks, their inner shock lasting for a long time, feeling immensely astonished. Blood spirit dragons were comparable to heaven-level martial artists. The fact that Ling Tian had killed them was shocking. Then Bai Jinyuan looked at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, this time you've broken the record for clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, and it was under berserk mode. Therefore, the Martial Arts Association has decided to award you 10,000 contribution points. Upon hearing the words of Chairman Bai Jinyuan, everyone's eyes revealed a hint of envy. In the Martial Arts Association, contribution points are highly valued as they can be exchanged for item rewards. Normally, a single contribution point is equivalent to 10,000 yuan, and 10,000 contribution points equal 1 billion Long Kingdom currency. Moreover, using contribution points to purchase items within the Martial Arts Association is quite economical as they offer discounts. For instance, a bottle of elixir worth 1 million Long Kingdom currency could be bought for just 80 points, enjoying a 20% discount, making it a very good deal. Furthermore, many items in the Martial Arts Association's trading area are not available elsewhere. Ling Tian smiled lightly looking at Bai Jinyuan and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Bai, it was timely as his Red Sun battle saber had been destroyed in battle. With these 10,000 contribution points he could now purchase a decently graded battle saber. Normally 1 billion Long Kingdom currency could buy a superior A-grade battle saber. And an A-grade saber could still be used by Ling Tian even if he reached the Heavenly Realm. The Martial Arts Association's trading area was his next stop. Ling Tian headed straight for the weapon trading area, his goal clear, to purchase a weapon suitable for himself. As for elixirs and the like, Ling Tian didn't need them for the time being. After all, his strength had surged significantly in a short period and he wouldn't be advancing any further for a while, despite his strong foundation. Such a rapid increase in realm could destabilize it. He would only continue to break through after his foundation had completely stabilized. Given Ling Tian's talents, he estimated it would take only a month or so to stabilize his realm completely. Soon Ling Tian arrived at the equipment trading area. Observing the wide array of goods in the shop, Ling Tian felt a sense of awe. It truly was one of the strongest forces among the civilians. The products here were not something one could easily encounter in the outside world. Here, the equipment was at least B grade and even the elixirs were at least third tier. The starting price for every item was in the millions. Ling Tian looked at the battle sabers displayed in the showcases. The Sky Thunder saber for 8,000 points, the Blue Moon saber for 8,300 points and the Blazing Fire saber for 8,200 points. After reviewing all the A-grade sabers, he hadn't found one to his liking, though. The Blazing Fire saber was quite suitable, its quality was just barely top-tier A-grade. Ling Tian was looking for an exceptional A-grade battle saber. Just then Ling Tian noticed a huge wheel over 10 meters in diameter placed at the center of the equipment trading area's main hall. The ancient roulette. Ling Tian recognized the massive roulette wheel at a glance. Observing the densely packed array symbols on the roulette, Ling Tian began to feel excited. He thought to himself, I almost forgot that there is an ancient roulette in the trading area of the Yundian Province Martial Arts Association. Naturally, Ling Tian knew what the ancient roulette was used for. Below the ancient roulette there was a slot. In that slot a third-tier spirit stone could be embedded. Once the spirit stone was embedded, the roulette could be activated and then the summoning array on the roulette would be opened. The summoning array could call forth equipment and weapons from an alternate space. Once the ancient roulette was activated, it could summon equipment of at least D grade. It was like a lottery. Normally, the equipment summoned was of D grade. However, there could also be higher quality equipment and weapons summoned. The ancient roulette had even been known to draw SSS grade equipment. Ling Tian clearly remembered that in his previous life someone at the Yundian Province Martial Arts Association's ancient roulette had drawn SSS grade equipment. Ling Tian also noticed a number on the ancient roulette, 999802. This indicated the number of times the ancient roulette had been used. When an ancient roulette's usage reached 1 million times, it would self-destruct. This meant that this ancient roulette would self-destruct after being used just 198 more times. At that moment an employee from the equipment trading area approached. Looking at Ling Tian, he said, Mr. Ling Tian, this ancient roulette is a real treasure. Give it a shot, who knows, you might be the next one to draw SSS grade equipment or weapons. Hearing the employee's words, Ling Tian nodded. Then he took out the storage ring he had borrowed from Honglian, which contained all the dragon blood of the blood spirit dragon. Putting aside the ancient roulette lottery for a moment, he said, I have some blood spirit dragon blood here, do you guys buy it? Blood spirit dragon blood? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the employee's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Blood spirit dragon blood was highly valued even for celestial level martial artists. It could not only help in enhancing cultivation but also in refining the physical body's strength. Its value was even greater than that of grade A evolution fluid. Mr. Ling Tian, please wait a moment, I'll fetch our manager. Soon after, the employee returned with the manager of the equipment trading area. The manager, addressing Ling Tian respectfully, asked, Mr. Ling Tian, I heard that you want to sell blood spirit dragon blood? Ling Tian nodded affirmatively. Yes, normally, the treasures from the permanent secret realms cannot be brought out. However, blood spirit dragon blood is different. It is not considered a natural treasure but rather the blood of a ferocious beast. Ordinary beast blood does not aid martial artists. Only the blood of high-tier beasts has beneficial effects, so the blood of the blood spirit dragon is extremely precious to warriors. Ling Tian directly handed over his storage ring to the supervisor. The supervisor of the equipment trading area saw the blood spirit dragon's blood in the storage ring. A gleam appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ling Tian and said, "Mr. Ling Tian, this dragon blood is worth 100 million Dragon Kingdom currency. If converted into Martial Arts Association contribution points, it's worth 10,000 points. Would you like to convert it into contribution points, or would you prefer Dragon Kingdom currency?" Without any hesitation, Ling Tian replied, "Give me the contribution points." The supervisor nodded, took the dragon blood from Ling Tian's storage ring and credited him with 10,000 contribution points. Now Ling Tian had a total of 20,000 contribution points. At this moment, Ling Tian looked towards Hong Lian not far away. "Hong Lian, your storage ring." Ling Tian tossed the ring to Hong Lian, who blushed as she took it. Ling Tian smiled lightly. "Thank you. If you need any help in the future, just ask." "You're welcome," Hong Lian replied with a sweet smile. One should note this was a favor from a top national scholar. Who knows what levels Ling Tian could reach in the future? Just by lending her storage ring to Ling Tian, she had earned a favor from him. For Hong Lian, this was a great deal. "Excuse me, how many contribution points does one third-tier spirit stone cost?" Ling Tian then inquired from the equipment trading area staff. The staff member immediately perked up with interest. A third-tier spirit stone, if purchased with Dragon Kingdom currency, costs 1 million each. If using our Martial Arts Association's contribution points, it's 80 points per stone. How many would you need? Ling Tian looked at the numbers on the ancient wheel and then said, "Give me 198 stones." "Mr. Ling Tian, are you serious?" the staff member asked with a face full of surprise. "You should know 198 third-tier spirit stones would require 15,840 contribution points. As a salesperson, he could earn a commission of 1%, which would be 158.4 contribution points, or 1,584,000 Dragon Kingdom currency. For him, a 5th-tier yellow-level warrior, that was a significant income. Meanwhile, Hong Lian behind Ling Tian frowned. "Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? Your previous battle saber was damaged, right? With 15,800 contribution points, you could order a top-grade A-level weapon in the equipment trading area, and you're using it for a raffle?" Ling Tian just smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I feel like my luck has been good lately, maybe I could win something great." Hong Lian still wanted to persuade Ling Tian. "Ling Tian, I understand what you're thinking, but this ancient will is already drawn SS level equipment before. Even the S and A levels had appeared frequently. No better equipment was expected to appear. Let me put it this way. You have a 70% chance over 198 attempts to only receive items up to B level at best. Even if you're lucky, you might get something of a level, but it's simply not worth it." However, Ling Tian remained resolute. He knew something important. In the Dragon Nation, there were nearly 1,000 ancient wheels in various martial arts association branches in the headquarters. Among these ancient wheels, only one had ever produced an item of SSS level. Normally, the limit for an ancient wheel was S-level equipment. The ancient wheel in the Yundian Province Martial Arts Association had already produced SS and S-level items, so to everyone else this ancient wheel seemed unlikely to produce anything remarkable, but Ling Tian was different. He had traveled back in time, reversing the course of events. Ling Tian knew that in his previous life, during the last use of this ancient wheel, a unique weapon had appeared. Naturally, Ling Tian was determined to seize this opportunity. Without hesitation, Ling Tian handed his Martial Arts Association membership card to the staff member. "Help me exchange this for a third-level spirit stone." Upon hearing Ling Tian's request, the staff member became excited and soon returned with 192 third-level spirit stones. Everyone watching shook their heads in resignation, looking at Ling Tian as if he were a huge sucker. Ling Tian, undeterred, immediately embedded a third-level spirit stone into the ancient wheel. The ancient wheel began to glow as Ling Tian spun it. After about 10 seconds of roaring, a beam of light descended and letters appeared on the ancient wheel. "Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a D-level goblin footskin." Ling Tian's face instantly darkened. "Damn it, what the hell, refund?" Ling Tian had thought he would at least get D-level equipment or weapons, but instead he received a piece of goblin footskin. He continued to spin the ancient wheel. "Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a slime crystal." "Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a D-level Bluetooth battle knife." "Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a D-level nail clipper." "Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a D-level nose hair trimmer." As Ling Tian kept spinning the ancient wheel, people gathered around. At Ling Tian's feet, more and more items appeared. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 40 Times, 50 times, Ling Tian quickly spun the ancient wheel 50 times. However, every item he drew was the same, all were D-level items and all were the worst kind of D-level items, yet Ling Tian had no intention of stopping. One by one he embedded third-level spirit stones into the ancient wheel and kept spinning. Congratulations, you've obtained D-level. The notifications kept sounding, countless trinkets piled up at Ling Tian's feet. Soon he reached his 100th spin. Ling Tian had drawn a total of 100 times and all he got were D-grade items. The best item was a Bluetooth battle knife, but even that was worth less than 100,000. The combined value of the other items was only about 100,000 or so. Ling Tian's face grew increasingly grim. People around him started to talk. Such bad luck. I saw someone play the ancient roulette before and they got 2 B-grade items out of 100 tries plus several C grades. But Ling Tian 100 times and he got nothing but the worst D-grade items. 100 third-tier spirit stones worth 100 million, all for trash worth just over 100,000. What a loss, a bloody loss indeed. Sighing, they remarked. This Ling Tian, a national top scholar in high school, turned out to be a gambling addict, nothing left but gambling debts. Even Hong Lian, standing next to Ling Tian, looked helpless. Tian, please stop, you're literally standing on rubbish. If you stop now, you can still save 98 third-tier spirit stones. However, Ling Tian was still determined. Don't worry, I have a feeling that I am the roulette emperor. Saying this, Ling Tian started the roulette anew. Ding, congratulations, you've obtained a pair of merfolk underpants. Everyone watched Ling Tian with resignation. Roulette emperor, more like a roulette beggar. But Ling Tian didn't care about the crowd's murmurs. 110 times, 120 times. Soon Ling Tian had spun the roulette 197 times. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a pair of B-grade Thunder battle boots. Finally, a decent item. The crowd looked at Ling Tian. A pair of B-grade boots was worth about 1.5 million, but the spirit stones Ling Tian had used up were almost worth 200 million. This is the last time, let it go, the crowd murmured. On his final attempt, if Ling Tian spun the roulette one more time, the roulette would self-destruct. Everyone thought that nothing good would come out of the ancient roulette anymore. Yet, Ling Tian embedded the last third-tier spirit stone into the ancient roulette. Instantly light flashed. Just when everyone was about to leave, suddenly the entire equipment trading area was engulfed by a storm. The ancient roulette emitted a thunderous noise, then waves began to ripple through the space and everyone saw the space around the ancient roulette as if it was being devoured. It twisted continuously and then cracks started to appear. What's happening? Everyone was stunned, their gazes turned towards Ling Tian and the direction of the ancient roulette. In an instant, a massive spatial rift opened around the roulette, forming a gigantic spatial passage over 10 meters in diameter. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light illuminated the entire equipment trading area, and the colors of the light kept flashing: 7 colors, 8 colors, 9 colors. In less than 10 seconds, the space-time passage opened by the ancient roulette burst forth with a 9-colored auspicious radiance. Could it be an SSS-grade item emerging? Everyone roared in shock, their expressions becoming incredibly animated, all wearing looks of disbelief. They could hardly believe that Ling Tian had managed to produce something on his last spin of the ancient roulette. A 9-colored bead the size of a fist slowly descended from the space-time passage and hovered in front of Ling Tian. The bead emitted powerful energy fluctuations that directly influenced the surrounding space, causing cracks to appear around it. The intense fluctuations were enough to make everyone present feel apprehensive. Everyone was bewildered. During the previous 196 spins, Ling Tian had only produced worthless items. But now, the last 2 spins had yielded valuable items, especially the last one, which even caused a celestial phenomenon. Just then, Bai Jinyuan rushed into the equipment trading area. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the huge space-time passage and the bead floating in front of Ling Tian. Bai Jinyuan was stunned. It was Ling Tian again. Ling Tian had only been at the Martial Arts Association for a few days, yet he had already caused a stir several times. Bai Jinyuan had not expected that a simple visit to the equipment trading area by Ling Tian could cause such a commotion. At that moment, Ling Tian extended his hand and touched the 9-colored bead. Puff! A sharp spine emerged from the bead, easily piercing Ling Tian's skin. His blood entered the bead and it began to flicker with light. Ling Tian immediately felt a connection being established between himself and the 9-colored bead, as if the bead had become a part of his body. At the same time, everyone saw text appearing on the ancient roulette: soul devouring heavenly bead, S-grade, global equipment. can change shape according to the user's thoughts, growable equipment. Everyone roared in shock again. They all understood what this meant. The soul-devouring heavenly bead could grow with its master. The S-grade was just its current level. The bead could potentially evolve into SS or even SSS-grade equipment. Instantly, the atmosphere in the equipment trading area tensed up. Many eyes gleamed with greed. An SSS-grade item was worth billions, and in the entire Dragon Nation fewer than 10 people possessed such equipment. Although Ling Tian's soul-devouring heavenly bead was not yet SSS-grade, its potential was undeniable. How could they not go mad? However, at this moment more text continued to appear on the ancient roulette. Upon seeing the message that the equipment was successfully bound and exclusive to the host and would self-destruct if the host died, the people in the equipment trading area immediately showed signs of resignation in their eyes. The greed that once sparkled there faded away. Everyone understood what exclusive equipment meant. It would bind to its first user and could only be used by that person for their entire life. Initially, the thought of killing for the soul-devouring orb had crossed many minds, as it was a piece of equipment that could potentially evolve to SSS rank worth billions, tempting enough to make many overlook the law. However, the realization that the orb was host-bound completely dispelled these murderous intentions. If they attacked Ling Tian, not only would they be unable to obtain his soul-devouring orb, but they would also earn the infamous reputation of killing a top national scholar, a loss far outweighing any potential gain. A smile appeared on Ling Tian's face at this turn of events. At that moment, the soul-devouring orb gently fell into his palm. With a mere thought from Ling Tian, the orb merged into the center of his palm, where a pattern of a multicolored bead emerged. Ling Tian tried to communicate with the orb, and with a flash of light it reappeared on his palm. Then it transformed into a battle saber, and with another thought from Ling Tian it morphed into a long sword, then into a pair of boxing gloves, followed by a shield, a spear, and a staff. The people around watched in envy as the soul-devouring orb continuously changed forms in Ling Tian's hands. Such a weapon capable of evolving was a rarity even among masters of the innate realm, yet Ling Tian, a mere earth-level martial artist, possessed it. Ling Tian had known beforehand that the soul-devouring orb was an exclusive piece of equipment, which was why he dared to spin the ancient wheel in front of an audience. As this occurred, the temporal gateway also vanished. Soon after, cracks began to appear on the ancient wheel. In a short time, the entire wheel was covered with fractures, emitting a crisp cracking sound. In the blink of an eye, the ancient wheel completely shattered, turning into dust and disappearing forever. Onlookers gazed at Ling Tian with envy etched across their faces. As they witnessed the Shi Ling heavenly bead in Ling Tian's hand, they couldn't help but wail in jealousy, their faces turning a shade of purple with envy. Damn, it's a growth-type exclusive equipment, a true king of luck, a peerless king of luck. Here I am, a 5th-tier heavenly warrior, still equipped with B-grade gear. And this high school student Ling Tian gets to use S-grade. Why does he have such good fortune, Mom? Why? The equipment exchange area was filled with their lamentations. Even Bai Jinyuan's eyes turned red with envy. Bai Jinyuan, a true martial realm and martial king, was only equipped with S-grade weapons himself, and here was Ling Tian already possessing an S-grade that could further evolve. When Ling Tian upgrades to SS grade in the future, he would still be stuck with S grade. Ling Tian offered a slight smile before turning to Bai Jinyuan. Old Bai, what brings you here? Bai Jinyuan managed to calm himself down and shot Ling Tian a look. It's all because of the ruckus you caused, young man. Ling Tian chuckled awkwardly. Old Bai, if there's nothing else, I should be on my way. Before leaving, Ling Tian used the remaining contribution points to purchase a basic storage ring. After all, it would be a shame to lose the numerous items he had just drawn. Speaking of which, Ling Tian left the Martial Arts Association's trading area and rented a practice room from the association. It was too crowded earlier and Ling Tian wanted to take a good look at the effects of the Shi Ling heavenly bead. Ling Tian examined the Shi Ling heavenly bead in his hand, noting the 3 Dao patterns on it, one of which emitted a 9-colored light while the other 2 remained colorless. Opening his storage ring, he dumped out all the junk he had drawn earlier. With a thought, a vortex about half a meter in diameter appeared above the Shi Ling heavenly bead, unleashing a powerful devouring force that crazily consumed the items. Ling Tian noticed that the bead only consumed items like metallic ores. It would not swallow items like goblin foot skin or the snot of a giant earth bear. In less than half a minute, all the miscellaneous items were devoured. However, Ling Tian then took out a B-grade thunder battle boots for the Shi Ling heavenly bead to devour. After devouring the boots, he saw a hint of colored halo appear on the 2nd Dao pattern. Ling Tian understood that the Shi Ling heavenly bead could continuously devour equipment, weapons and metallic ores. Once the second Dao pattern was filled, it could successfully upgrade to an SS grade, and when the third Dao pattern was filled, it could upgrade to an SSS grade. Ling Tian channeled his spiritual energy into the Shi Ling heavenly bead and received its information. The Shi Ling heavenly bead, morphing form, weapon transformation, ignoring defense, high-level penetration. When transformed into defensive gear, it could resist attacks up to 3 times the strength of its host. Ling Tian gasped in awe. The Shi Ling heavenly bead was truly formidable. Ignoring defenses and offering high-level penetration meant that even warriors far stronger than Ling Tian couldn't defend against his attacks. When facing Ling Tian's assault, their only choice would be to dodge. Although Ling Tian's current combat power appears to be equivalent to a third-level master of the Xiantian stage, if Ling Tian takes the position of the 6th, even a peak Xiantian master might find himself utterly defeated. Now, with his greatly enhanced strength and improved equipment, Ling Tian faces even his own father Ling Hancheng without the slightest fear. In 3 days, it will be the birthday celebration of Mayor Li Yuntian's father, and it is expected that Ling Hancheng will attend. If Ling Hancheng continues to show off, then Ling Tian wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Today, in the provincial capital of Yundian province, where Mayor Li Yuntian and the Li family reside, there is a festive atmosphere with nearly the entire province's elites gathered here. The cause for celebration is the 80th birthday of Mayor Li Yuntian's father, Old Master Li. Countless people are eager to attend this grand birthday banquet. Even before the banquet starts, guests are continuously arriving at the Li residence. There's a buzz among the attendees. It is said that many important figures, including Commander Wang Tang of the military and Chairman Bai Jinyuan of the Martial Arts Association, will be present at Old Master Li's birthday banquet. Upon hearing the names of Chairman Bai Jinyuan and Commander Wang Tang, everyone gasps in awe. The anticipation among the crowd grows even stronger, knowing that Mayor Li Yuntian, Commander Wang Tang, and Chairman Bai Jinyuan will all be present. One is the top official of Yundian province, another is the leading figure in the military, and the third is the foremost authority in the civilian martial arts community. It's fair to say that the big 3 of Yundian province have come together for this occasion. An event so grand that it is rarely seen even once in several years. Have you heard? Today Mayor Li Yuntian has specially invited a distinguished guest, someone whispers. Rumors suggest this guest is from the Yun family of Yun City, and even Bai Jinyuan and Wang Tang are looking forward to this guest's arrival. Ordinarily, it would be impossible for these 3 giants to gather like this, but it is precisely because of this esteemed guest that they have all come together. The chatter at the entrance of the Li residence stirs up immense curiosity among the attendees. Oh, who is this person with such influence? People speculate that this distinguished guest might be from Yun City's Ling family. The Ling family from Yun City? Could it be Ling Hancheng, the current head of the Ling family? Almost everyone coming to the Li residence for the celebration is aware that today there will be a special guest from Yun City. Everyone was curious about what kind of person could possess such immense power that he could bring together the 3 giants of Yundian province. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the Li family's estate, a strikingly handsome young man, about 17 or 18 years old with a robust physique and an extraordinary demeanor, approached slowly. This young man was Ling Tian. After 3 days of researching the soul-devouring orb, Ling Tian had mastered it to perfection. With the orb's assistance, he felt that his combat abilities had at least doubled. Although Ling Tian was only a 5th-level Earth-tier martial artist, he was confident enough to instantly defeat even lower-level innate realm masters. Yo, isn't that the disgraced stray dog? Is this place the Li family's house where any riffraff can enter? A few familiar figures appeared in front of Ling Tian. They were 3 men and 1 woman. The moment he saw them, a cold glint flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. They were none other than his own father Ling Hancheng, his uncle Ling Hanyu, and his siblings Ling Shui and Ling Kuan. Lad, who allowed you to come here? Don't you know your place? Ling Hancheng stepped forward to confront Ling Tian. Ling Tian looked at him coldly and replied, naturally, it was Master Li Yuntian who invited me. How come you all can come and I cannot? Ling Hancheng's eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Ling Tian, treating him as if he were a complete stranger, or even less than that. Ling Hancheng's voice carried a threat. Ling Tian, I really don't know how you have the face to speak such words. You think you're so independent? If you're so capable, why rely on the Ling family's connections? You speak of severing ties, but could you stand here without me? Ling Kuan nodded in agreement. Exactly, Ling Tian, you really are shameless. During the joint examination, wasn't it because of our uncle and the Ling family's name that Commander Zhao Feng allowed you to participate? At the provincial airport, wasn't it Master Li Yuntian who saw you off to the True Yang spiritual spring because of our uncle? In the tribunal, without our uncle and the Ling family's connections, would General Wang Tong have appeared to help you? Ling Kuan loudly questioned him, his eyes full of contempt and disdain for Ling Tian. Hearing the words of the Ling family, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. It was his first time seeing such shameless people. Ling Hancheng, you and your group really know how to glorify yourselves. Is there any chance that I achieved all this through my own efforts? Ling Hancheng laughed. How could I have a son as naive as you, kid? Do you know my capabilities? Do you think the three giants of Yundian province would gather here for no reason? It's all because of me, Ling Hancheng. Fine, today I'll show you what I'm capable of. This is your last chance. Return the war god command to me before the banquet ends. Kneel and beg me, and I might consider letting you return to the Ling family. Think carefully about your next steps. Saying this, Ling Hancheng walked towards the Li family's estate with Ling Kuan and the others. Ling Tian shook his head helplessly. It seemed it was time to show them who was truly worthless and who had always been relying on the Ling family's connections. The crowd soon arrived at the Li family's banquet hall. As they entered the hall, all eyes turned to them. At the top of the banquet hall there were 5 main seats. Sitting in the center was naturally the father of Li Yuntian, the city lord. Beside him were 3 other dignitaries: the military general Wang Tang, the city lord of the provincial city Li Yuntian himself, and the president of the Martial Arts Association Bai Jinyuan. 1 seat among the 5 main ones remained vacant. Upon seeing Ling Tian arrive, General Wang Tang, President Bai Jinyuan, and City Lord Li Yuntian immediately displayed warm smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest has arrived. City Lord Li Yuntian announced loudly. The gaze of over 100 people in the hall turned toward Ling Tian and his party, sparking excited murmurs. Indeed, we guessed right. The 3 giants are here for Ling Han of the Yun City Ling family. What's the background of this Ling Han to command such respect? Ling Han's father, Elder Ling, is one of the first batch of strong warriors of the Dragon Nation, a meritorious elder of the War God Hall. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Ling Shui and Ling Kuan looked on admiringly at Ling Han. They then turned with dismissive looks at Ling Tian. City Lord Li Yuntian then loudly called out, "Young friend Ling, come over here, let me formally introduce you." With all eyes focused on him, Ling Han felt as though he was the star surrounded by the moon and the center of attention at the event. Though he felt slightly uneasy as City Lord Li Yuntian referred to him as young friend, a term that seemed too informal given their age difference, Ling Han couldn't help but feel proud as he walked towards the vacant seat among the 5 main seats at the banquet hall. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on him, filled with respect and admiration, making Ling Han relish the moment. Even Ling Kuan and Ling Shui looked at Ling Tian with admiration, with Ling Kuan unable to resist mocking Ling Tian. "Do you see, Ling Tian? This is our Ling family, shining no matter where we go. You really are a fool. How could you think of severing ties with such an incredible father?" Listening to the crowd, Ling Shui and Ling Han nodded in agreement. However, Ling Tian didn't even spare them a glance and walked toward the seat next to City Lord Li Yuntian. At that moment, Ling Tian approached Ling Han. Ling Han frowned, feeling annoyed. "Ling Tian, if it weren't for my influence, you wouldn't even have been able to attend today's banquet, and now you dare to walk beside me." Ling Han's face soured. "Trying to bask in my glory, using my connections to make a good impression on these important figures?" Hearing Ling Han's words, Ling Tian just found it incredibly laughable. Ling Tian walked directly to his seat without paying any attention to Ling Han Shang. He then sat right next to City Lord Li Yuntian. The sight of this caused a momentary shock among the attendees, and a hush fell over the room. Everyone was baffled, wondering if they had seen incorrectly. Ling Tian, a young man who appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old, had taken a seat next to City Lord Li Yuntian, a seat that many other distinguished figures present did not qualify to sit in. Now Ling Tian had casually taken that seat. The crowd thought he must be insane to do such a thing. Ling Han Sheng's face immediately turned dark and ugly. Even Ling Kuan, Ling Shui, and Ling Han displayed expressions of intense anger. Ling Han Shang had initially thought that with so many people present, he would not lose his temper with Ling Tian that day. But this insolent boy had crossed a line by daring to take his seat. Was this not a death wish? Ling Han Sheng glared at Ling Tian and coldly demanded, "Ling Tian, get the hell away from there. Do you even know whose seat you're occupying?" Upon hearing Ling Han Sheng's words, both Li Yuntian and the others were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a confrontation. City Lord Li Yuntian had heard about the strained relationship between Ling Tian and his father. However, it seemed their relationship was even more rigid than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng, the commander sitting below the main seats, was not surprised by this development. He knew all too well that whether it was Ling Tian's participation in the joint examination, his targeting at the provincial airport, or the fabricated evidence against him at the tribunal, Ling Hanchang was always lurking in the shadows. Zhao Feng wondered how Ling Hanchang could treat his own son in such a merciless manner. Regardless, Ling Tian was indeed Ling Hanchang's biological son, yet Ling Hanchang showed no mercy, pushing Ling Tian toward destruction. Ling Tian looked at Ling Hanchang indifferently, his expression unchanging. "I'm sitting in my own seat, is there a problem?" "Your seat?" Ling Hanchang almost laughed out of sheer anger upon hearing Ling Tian's words. "What are you think you deserve to sit here? Get lost now or don't force me to humiliate you in public." Ling Hanchang's expression had turned hideous, yet Ling Tian remained calm and simply said, "This is my seat, why shouldn't I sit here?" After all, Ling Tian had already spoken with City Lord Li Yun Tian over the phone before arriving. City Lord Li Yun Tian had told him that once he arrived at the birthday banquet he should simply sit next to him. How could Ling Tian possibly have made a mistake? "You're courting death." In a burst of rage, Ling Han City raised his hand and struck towards Ling Tian with a slap. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude as they watched Ling Tian, a son seizing his father's seat. Such audacity! However, just as Ling Han City's hand was about to connect with Ling Tian's face, Zhao Feng, the commanding officer from below, stood up abruptly. He grabbed Ling Han City's wrist. "Mr. Ling, with so many eyes on us, don't you think you're going too far?" "Too far?" Ling Han City's anger flared. "You say I'm going too far? You, a brat, dare to snatch my seat and accuse me of going too far?" "Zhao Feng, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the military. Let go of me. I'm going to teach this little beast a lesson today." However, Zhao Feng's face darkened and he had no intention of letting go. "Zhao Feng, you're seeking death." Ling Han City exploded with fury, raising his other hand preparing to strike Zhao Feng. "It is you who are courting death," roared Mayor Li Yun Tian. He raised his hand, a powerful oppressive force bursting forth, sending a shock through everyone present. Before Ling Han City could even touch Zhao Feng, he was met with a powerful slap across his face by Mayor Li Yun Tian. The sound of the slap crisply echoed through every corner of the room. The entire place fell into silence. Everyone was stunned, wondering if they had seen wrong. Ling Han City was especially disoriented, his face a picture of incredulity as he looked at Mayor Li Yun Tian. He couldn't understand why Li Yun Tian would treat him this way. As Ling Han City stood there stunned for a few moments, he quickly regained his composure and exploded in anger. "Mayor Li, what is the meaning of this? This boy has snatched my seat and you strike me. Is this how you treat your most honored guest? Didn't you say I am your most important guest, so your most important guest deserves a slap?" Not only was Ling Han City confused, but so were all the onlookers. "When did I ever say you were my most honored guest?" At that moment Li Yun Tian countered loudly, his voice booming, the deep sound waves shaking everyone's spirits. The expressions on everyone's faces were more spectacular than the next. Ling Han City's face stiffened instantly. He stared blankly at Mayor Li Yun Tian. "Mayor Li, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Don't you understand yet? This seat is reserved for Ling Tian." City Master Li Yun Tian roared loudly. "What?" Upon hearing City Master Li Yun Tian's words, everyone present was shocked, as if a bomb had gone off. Their expressions became more and more animated, making the scene feel incredibly surreal, almost like a dream. At the banquet hosted by Li Yun Tian, Ling Tian, his son, was given a premium seat. Meanwhile, Ling Han, his own father, was assigned only a standard seat. How could everyone not be surprised and taken aback? "This is impossible." Ling Kuan and Ling Shui immediately began to shout loudly, completely unable to accept the situation. Facing them, City Master Li Yun Tian left them speechless. But now Ling Tian was sitting together with the three major leaders of Yundian province. "City Master Li Yun Tian, are you sure you're not joking with me?" "Ling Tian, he's nothing but a reject driven out of the Ling family, someone who has gotten to where he is today only because of his family's connections. Without our Ling family, he's nothing, not worth a damn. What right does he have to sit here?" After hearing Ling Han's words, Ling Tian sneered, looking at Ling Han as if he were looking at an idiot. "I don't have the right. Do you, Ling Han, have it then? Why don't I?" Ling Han, nearly driven mad, burst into laughter. He refused to admit that his own son could surpass him, refused to believe that his son was more outstanding than he was. "Ling Tian, don't forget who brought you to where you are today. Without me you wouldn't even qualify to participate in the Western Union exam. If it wasn't for me, do you think Zhao Feng, the leader, would have waited with all the candidates just for your exam?" Ling Han questioned loudly. Zhao Feng himself couldn't help but laugh at Ling Han's words. Ling Han, stop flattering yourself. I waited for Ling Tian for 2 reasons. 1. Because Ling Tian is a national top scholar, the best high school student in Yundian province, so naturally I waited for him. The other reason is that Ling Tian has assisted our military department in dealing with beast tides and has treated hundreds of our injured soldiers. He is already an honored junior lieutenant in our military, both emotionally and logically. As the examiner and the person in charge, I had to wait for Ling Tian. What does this have to do with you, Ling Han? After hearing Zhao Feng's words, Ling Han felt as if he had been struck by a million-volt electric shock. His whole body went numb. It turns out this united exam wasn't because of me or the Ling family's influence that Ling Tian was allowed to take the test. Ling Han cursed in his heart. Director Wang, you dog. Clearly Director Wang knew the situation that day, yet he didn't tell Ling Han, letting him believe all along that Zhao Feng and the others were waiting for Ling Tian because of him. Ling Tian, looking at Ling Han's incredulous expression, understood. Get it, Ling Han, my success today has nothing to do with you, Ling Han. Ling Han still refused to accept it, roaring loudly. Even if that's the case, what about it? And what about City Master Li Yuntian? If he hadn't been at the airport that day, considering my face, would he have gone all out to protect you? Would you have had the chance to train at the True Yang Spiritual Spring? You were almost taken away by Meng Haiyun. What are you worth? Should I look at your face? You say that because of your father Ling Lao I should hold back my words and even consider your own stance. I protected Ling Tian because I believe he is innocent. He did not commit murder, moreover he healed my injuries, and both morally and logically I should help him. This has nothing to do with you, Ling Hancheng. At this moment the contempt in the eyes of Li Yuntian and others was evident. This was the first time they had seen someone with such thick skin claiming the achievements of others as their own. How could this be? Ling Hancheng shook with anger again. Could it be that the Mayor Li Yuntian's care for Ling Tian still had nothing to do with him? Yet Mayor Li Yuntian was still not satisfied. Ling Tian, even so, what about it? You still used the connections of the Ling family. If it weren't for that, you would have been wrongfully imprisoned in the tribunal long ago. If it weren't for me, for the Ling family, would General Wang Teng have come to your aid? At this point even General Wang Teng couldn't stand it anymore. Get a grip, he shouted angrily, standing up and slapping Ling Hancheng hard across the face. What do you mean by I help Ling Tian? First, Ling Tian is innocent, he is not the murderer. Secondly, the real murderer was found by Ling Tian himself, and we were just responsible for capturing the criminal. If we had encountered such a situation, as long as we caught the murderer, regardless of whether it was Ling Tian or not, we would have brought the culprit to the scene. Thirdly, the evidence of Meng Haiyun's perjury was also personally found by Ling Tian, not by us. Whether it's the real murderer or the evidence, it was all discovered by Ling Tian himself. Ling Tian is innocent, why should he suffer from wrongful accusations? What? Upon hearing General Wang Tang's words, Ling Hancheng's body shook. He staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had originally thought that Ling Tian was released from charges because of his reliance on the influence of Ling Zhenhua and his own face. Now he realized that Ling Tian had already identified the real culprit and found evidence of Meng Haiyun's group framing him. The ironclad evidence was laid before everyone. Who else would need to rely on anyone's influence when Ling Tian was clearly innocent? How could this be? How could this be? Ling Hancheng was completely unable to accept this, his expression wildly frantic. Yet, in Ling Tian's eyes was a look of disdain for Ling Hancheng. Ling Hancheng, please stop bothering me. I have already severed father-son ties with you. Don't you understand our differences? You keep saying that I rely on the Ling family on you, but have you ever cared about my health since I was young? Have you taught me how to be a decent person? Have you ever cared about my academic performance? When my mother left, did you go looking for her? Apart from relying on your grandfather's reputation and being arrogant, what else can you do? Ling Tian loudly questioned Ling Hancheng.